Chapter 1. 7 months pregnant. Her body was burning with heat as strong as volcanic lava, and the only one who could save her was the man before her. She clung tightly to the cold marble-like skin, her survival instinct eventually making her give up all resistance. Pain was accompanied by pleasure slowly rising bit by bit, like a firework display going off in her mind, making her feel like she was a lone boat in a sea of fire. Rising, then sinking, it was hard for her to free herself. "Hey, wake up, it's cold here, don't catch a cold." The pressure on her shoulders caused Ning Xi to wake up abruptly, her disoriented gaze met with the concerned eyes of the nurse. In an instant, her guilty conscience made her face blush. She wished she could crawl into a hole in the ground as she avoided the nurse's gaze in shame. Damn, although it has already been such a long time after that one drunken night, that hot night she had with Su Yin kept appearing in her dreams from time to time. Thanks to being drunk to the point of unconsciousness, she did not have much memory of that night. Otherwise, she would not know how to face Yin Gij. The nurse saw that she had finally woken up and passed the papers in her hands to her. "You forgot to take your pregnancy health results. Dr. Zhang would like you to come again next week." Ning Xi received the report, smiled sweetly, and carefully placed the papers in her own purse. Su Yin was still studying overseas. He was coming back tonight. Thinking of the meeting tonight, Ning Xi unconsciously tensed up. Because the area Su Yin was at was too inaccessible, it was only until the child was more than 7 months old that she finally contacted him. Thinking of the shock that Su Yin had when he found out she was pregnant, Ning Xi was a little nervous. Was it because she was particularly sensitive due to the pregnancy? Ning Xi felt that Su Yin was not as happy as she was about this. The doctor reassured her, saying that men were always like that with their first child. Their mentality would take some time to change. But it couldn't be that. Even regarding marriage, she would have to be the one to speak up. The sun was burning brightly in the sky when she came out of the hospital. Ning Xi struggled to support her waist. Just as she was about to wave down a taxi, a dazzling red sports car rushed towards her. Ning Xi's heart thumped, and she retreated quite a few steps back, only to hear a screeching sound from the brakes, as the red sports car just brushed over the edge of her clothes, before stopping abruptly. Ning Xi's heart almost stopped. After slowly regaining her footing, she saw a woman, wearing a body-hugging red dress, toss her wavy hair as she stepped down from the car. "Ning Xuelua, are you crazy?" Ning Xuelua looked at her, laughing with deep meaning. With crossed arms, as if strutting on the catwalk, she swayed as she walked until she stood in front of Ning Xi. Using the advantage of her high heels, she arrogantly looked down on the big-bellied Ning Xi. "What? Scared that I'll kill the bastard in your stomach?" Ning Xi subconsciously protected her abdomen. Taking a step back, she looked at her warily. "Ning Xua, don't you go too far." Despite knowing that Ning Xuelua had always been at loggerheads with her, Ning Xi had not thought that she could speak such vicious words. "Going too far? You're the one who went too far. After getting drunk and doing it with some wild man and getting pregnant, then trying to make Su Yin become the father. TSK Ning Xi. Aren't you so shameless?" Ning Xi froze. "What nonsense are you saying? Hey, don't tell me you really believe that the man who slept with you that night was Su Yin?" Ning Xulua laughed before leaning back, saying that you grew up with Su Yin since you were kids, with every other sentence, saying that your childhood sweethearts, and you don't even know what his figure is like. Ning Xi grew paler as she listened. Despite standing under intense sunlight, her whole body felt cold. Yes, the man from that night. She had only thought Su Yin was fitter than she had imagined after growing up. Now, with Ning Xuelua's malicious reminder, she then suddenly recalled that, other than the body, the man from that night was indeed very different from Su Yin. Chapter 2. A Stranger's Bastard. I'll just tell it to you straight. That night you drank the wine that I added a little something to, and out of goodwill, I found 2 brawny men for you, so that you could fully satisfy your desire. Who knew that you would be so insensible? You actually entered some wild man's room, and even unceremoniously. Ning Xuelua's tone was full of disgust. Yin Gij is too kind-hearted. He was afraid that you wouldn't be able to accept the truth, so he said that it was him that night. You. Ning Xi was trembling with anger. Listening up to hear, she could no longer hold back and grabbed Ning Xuelua's wrist. "Why would you do that to me? Why? Haven't you harmed me enough?" Ning Xi had her eyebrows raised in anger at first and was about to push Ning Xi away, but she caught sight of Su Yin standing behind Ning Xi. She immediately softened her voice, showing off a delicate and pitiful expression. "Older sister, I know I was wrong. If you want to beat and scold someone, then do it towards me. Don't blame Yin Gij." Ning Xi froze, and in the next second, she saw Ning Xi suddenly fall to the ground. That pose was as if she had pushed her. "Ning Xi, what did you do?" A scolding voice sounded from behind her. Ning Xi turned in surprise and saw Su Yin with a cold expression. Su Yin brushed past her and supported Ning Xi up. "Xu, are you okay?" Ning Xi was practically hanging her entire body on Su Yin. "Yin Gij, I didn't do it on purpose. I know I'm in the wrong. I'm the one who should be sorry to sister for causing all this." "That's enough. I'll settle everything." Su Yin patted Ning Xi's shoulders, letting her enter the car. "I'll explain everything to Ning Xi." Ning Xi's mind was completely blank. She watched Su Yin walk towards her and watched his mouth open and close. He talked for a long time. He spoke of their time together as childhood sweethearts, of his struggle when he fell in love with Ning Xi, of his anger when he found out that Ning Xi had plotted against her, of his shock and guilt when he found out that Ning Xi was pregnant. He spoke of how he had accepted Ning Xi's apology. Finally, he said, "Ning Xi, I'm sorry, I can't marry you. It's not because of the matter of that night or this child, but it's because I can't let Xiuelua down, and I don't want to deceive myself and my feelings." These few months, he had been taking Ning Xiuelua with him overseas, and after getting along together day and night, it was even harder to separate. Even though he had admitted that he was the one who had relations with Ning Xi that night for the sake of covering up her pain, in his heart, he had already chosen Ning Xi. So after knowing that Ning Xi was pregnant, he could not bear it any longer and immediately went to the Ning family to explain everything to their parents and to reveal the truth to Ning Xi. "Then Su Yin, you knew all along that it was Ning Xiula who drugged me to ruin my innocence? For the sake of protecting her, you told me that it was you that night?" The Ning Xi that had finally recovered her voice looked at the cool and calm Su Yin as if her soul had escaped from her body. "Ning Xi, Xiuelua did not do it on purpose. She's still young and impulsive." "Then what about me?" Ning Xi raised her head to look at Su Yin, face full of despair. "Did you ever think of me? Not even for a little bit?" Su Yin did not speak, and after a long while, he reached out to Ning Xi. "The sun is too bright here. Let's go home first." "Don't touch me." Ning Xi pushed away Su Yin's hands and suddenly started laughing loudly. Living up to now, Ning Xi felt that her life was like a joke. In order to live in the same city as Su Yin, she had put all her strength in her studies so she could get into B University. In order to please Su Yin, she had given her dream of acting. In order to match his upbringing and family background, she had abandoned her adoptive parents to return to the Ning family, clumsily trying to please those so-called distinguished figures. In the end, what she received in return was one sentence: "I can't let Xiuelua down." Ning Xiuelua had stolen not only her identity and her biological parents, but now she had even stolen away her sweetheart. Ning Xiuelua was still young, so her mistakes could be forgiven. Then, who would take responsibility for her life? She didn't even know who the man from that night was. Ning Xi covered her face, body shaking fiercely. She was already in the depths of despair. Su Yin watched Ning Xi walk towards the road unthinkingly, as if in a trance. He threw away the cigarette he was grasping between his fingers and was about to chase after her, but was held back by Ning Xi, who held onto his sleeve from behind. "Yin Gij, where are you going?" And in the instant Su Yin was hesitating, a loud noise rang out. Ning Xi, who had been walking on the zebra crossing, was thrown into the air, landing heavily on the ground. "Help! Help!" A pregnant woman was hit. In the glaring light, Ning Xi saw shaking silhouettes and the two faces that made her nauseous. The cramping pain that came from her belly caused her to lose consciousness bit by bit. She only blinked her eyes once, and the fresh blood on her forehead flowed into her eyes. The world fell into darkness. Chapter 3: The Little Boy in the Bar. 5 years later, in the Eaton bar, in a corridor on the empty top floor, Ning Xi had been drinking for the entire night to accompany some investors. With a splitting headache, She wanted to find somewhere clean and quiet to sober up, but she had not expected that Changli would follow her. She could only gather up her spirit to deal with her. Sister Chang, is there something you want to say? Ning Xi, let me ask you, did you register to audition for the female lead Inland Under Heaven? Yes, why? You're not allowed to go tomorrow. Although Chang Li was her manager, she was stopping her from auditioning for this role that all the major entertainment companies were jostling for. Ning Xi was not at all surprised by this, and only raised her brows and asked, "Reason? You went behind my back and acted by yourself, and you still dare to ask me for the reason? Didn't you know that the company has already arranged for Ning Xi to audition? This doesn't seem to conflict with the company's arrangements." Ning Xi smiled faintly at her. Ning Xi made you come find me? Don't tell me she's afraid that I, a small-time actress whose name isn't even known, will snatch her role? You think you have the ability to snatch Shuilua's role? You're still talking in your dreams. Let me tell you, don't waste your efforts. The Ning family has invested 30 million into this movie. Shuilua is already sitting securely in this role. Then why are you so anxious? Since you're my artist, you have to listen to my arrangements. Changli said, as if that was how it ought to be. Yeah, so Sister Chang still knows that I'm an artist under you. Ning Xi, I don't have the time to bicker with you. Since you're refusing to comply, don't blame me for resorting to force. As she finished speaking, Ning Xi felt a strong blow from behind. Caught off guard, she was pushed into the storeroom in the corner, and her phone was also taken away. With a bang, the door was heavily shut. The footsteps outside the door slowly drifted away. Knowing that shouting was useless, Ning Xi kept silent. Leaning against the door, she slid down to the floor with an indifferent expression. When she had first entered the company, Ning Xihua was still able to restrain herself, and only made Chang Li arrange for some villain roles for her at most. However, she was growing bolder and starting to go too far. She was even able to throw out such a low-level tactic. If she failed to get the role this time, then she had to find a way to leave Starlight Entertainment. Amidst her messy thoughts, a small sound traveled to her ears. Was there a mouse? Ning Xi followed the direction of the sound and looked over, and was stunned. She saw a little boy behind a stack of boxes. That little guy looked to be about 4 or 5. He looked like a finely carved jade piece, white, soft, like a little bun. He was currently shivering and hiding in the corner, his dark eyes filled with precaution and vigilance. Why would there be a child in a storeroom of a bar? There shouldn't be a customer so crazy as to bring their child to a bar, right? Hey, little bun, who are you? How did you get in here? Did you sneak in? Were you also shut in here by someone? Do you eat sweets? After questioning him for half the day, the child remained silent, but started shaking even more, as if he were a frightened little beast. Finally, Ning Xi did not bother continuing to speak. It had nothing to do with her anyway. The two of them, adult and child, thus peacefully occupied a corner each. At this moment, the light bulb above them flashed brightly, then went out. In the darkness, Ning Xi vaguely heard a chattering sound. After carefully listening for a bit, she realized that it was similar to the sound of teeth chattering. Ning Xi laughed in spite of herself, and turned towards the little bun to say, "Scared of the dark?" The chattering sound paused for a second, before increasing in volume. Oh, how was he so cowardly? Ning Xi patted her bottom and stood up, then walked towards the little guy. Chapter 4. Saved a Little Bun. The little bun was so scared of her that his face went pale. However, Ning Xi just sat down next to the little bun and did nothing, immediately shutting her eyes and going to sleep. She had been pushed by Chang Li to accompany people and drink the whole night. She had a blinding headache right now. When Ning Xi finally woke up after a while, she felt that the side of her leg was warm. Lowering her head, she could see that at some point, the little bun had snuggled up to the side of her leg, and his little hand was even holding on to the corner of her shirt. Ning Xi could not help but laugh. Previously, when she was still in the countryside, she had owned a cat. It was particularly cowardly and afraid of people, and would run if it saw any person. However, as long as you did not notice it, it would let its guard down and feel like you were not a threat. Once that happened, it would sneakily snuggle up to your side by itself, even climbing into your lap to sleep. The little bun seemed to have felt her gaze. His little face blushed a bit, but this time, there was no more panic in his eyes. Instead, his big eyes were filled with curiosity. He was really just like a little pet cat, Even his eyes were the same. Ning Xi's lips curved up. Her hands were itching to pet him. She gave up on resisting and reached out to pet that adorable, fluffy little head. With that one touch, her face immediately changed. Why was his forehead this hot? You're having a fever? Changli would keep her locked up until the audition was over tomorrow, at the very least. If the child continued burning for that long, it would be too dangerous. While getting anxious over the time, she found that something was not right. The light bulb had blown. Why was there still light in the room? Raising her head, she saw that there was a small skylight, and light was falling from that small window. Ning Xi looked around the storeroom and finally moved a ladder over. Little Bun, come over. I'll help you get out. The little guy finally showed a response to her words, but he shook his head with a resolute gaze. Ning Xi understood his meaning, but smiled and pinched his cheeks. You're quite loyal after all. You want to suffer together with me? Go up. This window is too small. I can't get out. If you get out first, you can find someone to come save me. Seeing that the little guy was still hesitating, Ning Xi carried him and placed him on the ladder. Quickly, if you're a man, then don't hesitate. I'll protect you from the bottom. After finally sending the child out with much difficulty, Ning Xi felt a wave of dizziness. She lost control of her legs and fell from the ladder in one movement. From the edge of the window, the little bun saw this scene, and panic rose up on the previously dull and lifeless little face. Ning Xi held on to the last bits of her strength and said one word, go. Under the light of the stars, the woman's face was pale and fragile, but that did not obscure her startling beauty, especially that pair of moist and lively eyes that were like a sea filled with endless stars. She was no longer the ignorant countryside girl, an ugly duckling. However, what use was that now? Ning Xi smiled bitterly. Before she had her revenge, she would fall to her death here. However, before dying, at least she had done a good deed in saving the little Bon. If her child had not died back then, he would probably be around this age. After the car accident 5 years ago, in shame, the Ning family had sent her away to a university specializing in accepting wayward children of the elite in America, leaving her to fend for herself. She withdrew from that university and reapplied for the University of South California, almost going crazy in her pursuit of all kinds of knowledge, because she wanted to defeat Ning Xiaoluo and take back everything that was hers. Most importantly, acting was the biggest dream of her life. After returning to her homeland, using this face and a solid foundation of acting skill, she was spotted by Chong Li and successfully entered the industry's largest company, Starlight Entertainment. She should have had a bright future from then, but Ning Xiaoluo followed her into Starlight, and through bribing Chong Li, was suppressing her from all directions. Chapter 5. We found Little Young Master. At the same time, in the reception room of the Eaton Bar, the atmosphere was heavy. The boss of the bar, the managers, security, and all related staff were standing in a row with great trepidation. All of them had expressions showing that disaster was about to fall upon them. Because the Lu Corporation's little prince, Lu Tingxiao's precious son, had gone missing in their bar. On the sofa, Lu Tingxiao's face was chilly as always. Not a single shred of extra feeling was showing on that ice statue. However, the pressure of a superior was pressing on each person present, causing their legs to soften and their sweat to fall like the rain. No one dared to utter a single word. A young man was kneeling by his feet, face full of tears and snot. Brother, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have brought Little Treasure to a bar. If anything happens to Little Treasure, then I won't live any longer. As he finished speaking, a kick was thrown at his chest. The sound of bone breaking made their scalps tingle. Everyone present shook a little. Lu Jingli clutched at his chest and coughed fiercely for a while, before immediately crawling back up and kneeling with a straight back again. Their parents were still overseas on holiday, and have not heard that Little Treasure was lost. If they were to find out, then it would not be settled with a simple kick from his older brother. He could even be flayed alive. Lu Jingli's heart was currently like dead ashes, completely ashamed. Suddenly, a knock sounded on the door of the reception room. The boss, who was the closest to the door, opened it. Seeing that there was no one at the door, he was still wondering about it when he bent his head and was stunned. Little young master. Little Treasure? Heavens! Little Treasure. Second uncle's precious baby. Where did you run off to? Lu Jingli crawled up from the ground to embrace the little guy tightly. He was so emotional that he burst into tears. Everyone in the room held an expression of having survived death. Lu Tingxiao walked a few steps to the door, then grabbed Lu Jingli's collar to throw him away. He squatted down in front of his son. What happened? After finally getting out of the clutches of his second uncle, Little Treasure grabbed onto Lu Tingxiao's hand, anxiously trying to tug him outside. Just as Lu Tingxiao got closer to his son, he smelled the strong scent of alcohol from his body. There was also a hint of a subtle fragrance, not the pungent smell of a perfume, but more like a flower that had bloomed on a glacier. The cool fragrance was inexplicably familiar to him, to the point that his heart skipped a beat for a moment. Seeing that Lu Tingxiao was not moving, Little Treasure pointed in a certain direction, anxiously making hoarse, ha-ha sounds from his throat. Lu Tingxiao picked up his son and headed straight in the direction that his son was pointing in. The people behind him, including Lu Jingli, saw that something was up and exchanged gazes before following. 5 minutes later, the group of people stopped in front of a storeroom on the top floor. Little Treasure twisted his body and dropped down from his father's body and beat at the storeroom's door with all his strength, looking extremely anxious. Little Treasure, what's happening? What's inside? Lu Jingli was confused. Lu Tingxiao ordered expressionlessly. Open the door. Yes, yes, yes. The boss of the bar nodded his head, then turned to scold the female manager at his side. Manager Yi, what are you waiting for? Quickly open the door. Where's the key? I'll open the door. The female manager was stunned. Oh no. That woman, Ning Xi, was still locked in there. She promised Chang Li to keep her at least until the audition was over. However, with these two gods from the Lu family and the boss waiting, how could she possibly refuse? She could only tremble and pull out the key to open the door. Once the door was opened, a woman lying unconscious on the floor came into view. What's going on? Why is there a woman in there? The boss raged. I don't know. There wasn't anyone in there when I last checked. The female manager suppressed the guilt in her heart and explained. Quickly, just save that person first. Just as someone attempted to get close to Ning Xi, Little Treasure immediately threw himself onto Ning Xi's body. His little face held a ferocious expression, not letting anyone near. Chapter 6. The Sparkling Little Prince. President Lu, the owner of the bar, had a face full of bewilderment and was failing to understand the current situation. Lu Tingxiao's gaze swept across the female manager, whose face was completely showing her guilt. He then swept an eye across the ladder on the ground and the skylight that was only about the size of a small child, and was able to guess most of what had happened. He raised his hand to let everyone retreat. Then he walked over and personally picked the woman up. That faintly cool fragrance was even more distinct in his embrace. Seeing that Lu Tingxiao had already gone over to carry the woman, Little Treasure did not stop him, but his face showed his unwillingness. He showed an expression that spoke of his inner thoughts. If I wasn't too small, I would definitely have carried her myself. The First People's Hospital in Beijing. By the time Ning Xi woke up, it was already the next morning. The first thing she saw when she opened her eyes was the man sitting in the chair at the window opposite her. His slender legs crossed carelessly. He was wearing a fitted, tailored suit outlining his broad shoulders and slim waist, with the white shirt buttons meticulously fastened up to his collar. Although he was clearly under the morning sunlight, his body seemed to be cloaked in a layer of ancient, everlasting ice. His indifferent expression was like that of a king in a medieval castle. The man seemed to have detected her gaze and abruptly lifted that pair of ocean-deep eyes. His cold gaze seemed to pierce right through her. That line of sight was too aggressive, like a sharpened scalpel, peeling her open inch by inch, giving her the creeps. After trying to ignore him for a while, Ning Xi could no longer care about how uncomfortable this stranger's gaze made her feel. She asked with an anxious expression, "Excuse me, mister, how did I get here? Did you see a little boy? About 4 or 5 years old, doesn't really like to talk? He's really white and soft, and looks a little dazed and cute." Cute. The man slightly raised his brow from Ning Xi's description. He shifted his gaze to her right, and spoke with a voice as cold as his person. "You mean Little Treasure?" Ning Xi quickly followed the ice statue man's line of sight, only to see a white, soft little bun sleeping soundly on the little cot next to hers with an 4 attached to the back of his hand. Yes, it's him. He's called Little Treasure? Ning Xi finally let out a sigh of relief and turned over to touch the little bun's forehead. At least his fever had already broken. She had started to regret a little after letting the child out previously. The child was so young after all, and he was even running a fever. What if something had happened to him after he had gone out alone into a place as messy as a bar? Ning Xi looked towards the ice statue man, who had a formidable atmosphere around him. You're this child's? After speaking those words, Ning Xi found that she had just wasted her breath. This man and the little bun were so alike. It was as if they had been carved out of the same mold. They were definitely biologically father and son. Sure enough, Ice Statue replied, Father. Hey, little beauty, you're awake. I'm Little Treasure's second uncle. A large face suddenly popped over from the side, and Ning Xi subconsciously retreated a little. After looking clearly at the man's face, she went into a daze. Lu Jingli, the Lu Corporation's second son, the owner of Golden Age Entertainment, had appeared in more newspapers and magazines than most artistes due to his eye-catching appearance and amorous personality. She absolutely could not make a mistake in recognizing this face. Ice Statue was Little Treasure's father. Lu Jingli was Little Treasure's second uncle. Then wasn't Ice Statue Lu Jingli's older brother Lu Tingxiao? Lu Tingxiao, the god of wealth as termed by the people. He was like the uncrowned emperor of the capital. She could never have imagined that the little boy she had saved would turn out to be Lu Tingxiao's legendary bastard son, the golden sparkling little prince. Chapter 7. Big Bun wants to repay with his body. Lu Tingxiao sized up the woman on the bed probingly, as if he was trying to tell if the expression of surprise on her face was real. After a long while, it seemed as if he finally believed that she had not known of Little Treasure's identity. He then spoke up coolly. Your request. What request? Ning Xi did not understand the words that had appeared out of nowhere. My brother wants to thank you for saving Little Treasure. He's asking you to state your request. Lu Jingli had the expression, you struck gold this time, written all over his face. Hearing this, the gears in Ning Xi's head spun quickly as she cautiously said, You really don't need to thank me. It's true that I saved Little Treasure, but he also saved me. If it weren't for Little Treasure going out to call for help, then I would still be shut in there right now. So we can be considered even. Although she was really lucky to have saved the little prince, how could she dare to claim a reward for it? The more money someone had, the more prone they were to paranoid delusions of being schemed against. Furthermore, this was the super-rich, top-class elite Lu family they were talking about. It was already amazing that they were not suspecting her of directing the whole incident. Didn't you see how warily Lu Tingxiao had been looking at her just now? To avoid extra suffering later on, it was best to even out the relations between them. Ning Xi had thought that there was no issue with her answer, but Lu Tingxiao's expression remained displeased, causing a burst of fright in her heart. Did she say something wrong? Why was his expression so scary? Brother, don't put on such a scary expression. We know you're trying to repay a debt of gratitude, but those who know nothing about the situation will think you're trying to take revenge. Lu Jingli could not bear seeing a beauty suffering fright, so he spoke up to break the ice. He then turned to Ning Xi and said, My brother doesn't like to owe others. You should just request something. No need to be polite. There were even people that would force others into bringing up a request. The corner of her mouth twitched. It's not that I'm being polite. You really don't need to repay me. What I said was the truth. If you don't believe me, you can go check. No need. Lu Tingxiao spoke simply and to the point. His face was starting to show hints of impatience. Lu Jingli spoke up. There was surveillance footage of the bar's storeroom. I've already seen it. Little Treasure ran in on his own. As for you, the manager of the bar has already admitted that she was the one who locked you in. So you don't need to worry. We don't suspect your intentions. Since you did save Little Treasure, just ask for something. Great. We're right back where we started. In the end, Ning Xi had no other choice. Under Lu Tingxiao's increasingly forceful gaze, she summoned up her courage to say, Then, how about you give me money? The rich like to resolve debts in this simple and straightforward manner, right? Lu Tingxiao should also be the type to like solving problems with money. If she didn't ask for money, then wouldn't they think that she was eyeing something else? If not money, then people? Just as Ning Xi was assured that this was the most appropriate request she could put forward, Lu Tingxiao's expression became even uglier. Ning Xi was on the verge of tears. Why did he have to be so taciturn? If you have something to say, just say it out. Would speaking a few more words kill you? Lu Jingli, the translating machine, rubbed his nose. My brother thinks that just giving you money would be too insulting. Ning Xi was howling in her heart. It's okay. Just insult me. The Lu family status was too special, and she just could not think of an appropriate request at the moment. Just as they were about to come to a deadlock, Lu Tingxiao spoke up. Marry me. Ning Xi went completely lifeless for a second, before coughing fiercely, almost choking to death on her own spit. Cough, 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 what did you say? After finally managing to stop her coughing, she hurriedly turned towards Lu Jingli with intensity. Second young master, please translate. However, this time it was not only Ning Xi, but also Lu Jingli who was completely dazed. Brother, what do you mean? I can't even translate for you this time. At this moment, good fortune arrived, and a light bulb went off in Ning Xi's head. She said falteringly, Don't tell me you've decided to repay me with your body because I saved your son? Lu Tingxiao inclined his head slightly. After slight thought, he nodded. You could put it that way. Chapter 8. Don't you like men? Ning Xi gulped and asked as her body trembled. Is it because I saved your son that you've decided to repay me with your body? Lu Tingxiao inclined his head slightly and thought about it before he nodded. You could say that. Ning Xi felt like she was dreaming as she stared at the cold, expressionless face on the man before her. She held her forehead weakly. Doctor, where's the doctor? I think I might have hit my head so hard that my brain is not working properly. I'm hallucinating. On the side, Lu Jingli's expression was guileless. I didn't hit my head. Did my brain break down too? At this very moment, Ning Xi simply could not accept the reality before her. She had saved Little Treasure, so now his father wanted to repay her with his body? If this was anyone else, that would have been fine. If it was someone just a bit handsome, then it could be considered a lucky romantic encounter. But this person was Lu Tingxiao. When it came to looks, she was not bad, but Lu Tingxiao was the kind of beauty even the most gorgeous of women might have never seen before. If Lu Tingxiao only took her looks into consideration and wanted to fool around with her, that was understandable, but what he had said was, marry me. This made it very frightening. Most importantly, don't you like men? Ning Xi blurted out. Bah! Lu Jingli was laughing so hard, he fell over. Lu Tingxiao's face became black like the bottom of a pot, instantly filling the whole ward with a dark atmosphere. After a long time, Lu Jingli finally stopped laughing. If my brother likes men, where did Little Treasure come from? Surrogate pregnancy and artificial insemination? If my brother likes men, why would he offer you his body? To cover up his true sexual orientation? Ha ha ha. Brother, I really can't help you anymore. I also heard that the two of you are together. Ning Xi's meek gaze shifted between the two brothers. Cough, cough, cough. Lu Jingli was so startled, he choked. Bullshit, those tastes are too heavy for me. Though, this young master is indeed very handsome. I could be both a lady killer and a man killer. At this time, a stormy person slowly rose from his chair, his long legs striding over towards Ning Xi. Jingli, take Little Treasure out. Brother, what are you going to do? Lu Tingxiao fixed his sleeves languidly. To prove my true sexual orientation to Miss Ning. Seeing his expression darken, with a gaze which looked as though he wanted to devour her whole, Ning Xi was so scared, she fell off the bed. She hid behind Little Treasure, and almost wanted to hide under the bed. Mr. Lu, it has nothing to do with me. It's what other people are saying. I'm just repeating it. Also, you really don't have to thank me. But if you really want me to request something from you, then my request is that you don't ask me for a request again. I'm sorry. I have a really important audition right now, so I'll be leaving first. If fate shall have it, let us meet again then. Ning Xi hastily finished speaking and was about to escape. But after having only taken a few steps, Lu Tingxiao said in a cold voice behind her, Did I allow you to leave? Ning Xi was so scared, her legs began to tremble. My life is over. A few seconds later, under Ning Xi's ready-for-death gaze, Lu Tingxiao handed her a sheet of paper and a pen. Could I trouble Miss Ning to write a note for Little Treasure, to prevent him worrying when he wakes up? That's it. Of course, no problem at all. I can even write 10,000 words, and that wouldn't be a problem. Ning Xi breathed heavily with relief and picked up the pen to begin writing. After she was done writing, she immediately ran off in a frenzy. Watching her back as she left, the man's gaze turned contemplative, as though watching prey that had already been collared. After Ning Xi left, Lu Jingli sidled over to his brother and bounced up and down. "Brother, am I dreaming? Do you really like Ning Xi? After all these years, even a dull piece of metal like you can be carved into a fine needle. You've never once fancied a girl. Even I, your own brother, was beginning to wonder if you were bent." The moment the word bent came out, his older brother cut him off. "Shut up." Lu Jingli choked. His belly was filled with gossip, and not being able to ask for the truth was really killing him. Chapter 9. I'm not here to try for the female lead. Since it was the rush hour, traffic was especially bad. When Ning Xi arrived, she was already late. Chang Li and Ning Xi were smiling from ear to ear as they stepped out of the audition building. They were surrounded by a crowd that offered congratulations. Seeing Ning Xi from afar, sweating as she hurried to the building, Ning Xi looked at her with the same gaze from 5 years ago. It was the gaze of a deity looking down on an ant. A trail of dust was left behind as Ning Xi arrogantly left on her minivan. Ning Xi quickly ran into the building after seeing Ning Xi depart. It wasn't too late. Suddenly, Ning Xi ran into a group of people who were chatting cheerfully as they were walking. They were the panel judges for the Land Under Heaven auditions. "Sorry I'm late." Ning Xi bowed deeply. Seeing that Ning Xi had blocked their path and interrupted them, a couple of the judges exchanged looks, clearly unhappy. No one liked people who were late. The assistant director kept a straight face. "The audition is already over. What's the point in rushing over here? Youngsters are getting more and more unreliable these days. I'm not here to try out for the lead role." Ning Xi started talking. "Oh, you're not here to try for the female lead. Then what are auditioning for?" the screenwriter asked with interest. "I'm here to try out for the supporting female lead, Meng Chang'e. As far as I know, you weren't able to find a suitable actress for the supporting lead during the last auditions." Ning Xi lifted her head before the screenwriter could respond to her words. The instant Ning Xi lifted her head, the surroundings turned quiet for 5 seconds. The unfriendly assistant director was awestruck. What he saw was a girl with full lips, white teeth, waist-long ebony hair, and a crimson dress. Her brilliance could not be suppressed by such a vibrant color. Instead, it helped enhance her beauty. She was just standing there calmly, yet it was almost as if she was standing in a forest of floating mist. She seemed like a fox spirit with 1,000 years of cultivation. That pair of mesmerizing eyes would make a person drop their guard and fall into that endless spring of beauty in just an instant. Although her cultivation was that of a spirit fox, she seemed like fairy who had never stepped on the ground. Her eyes held a lustrous depth. "What's your name?" As if they had been lost in a beautiful dream, many of the judges regained their senses only after Director Guo Qixing spoke. "Ning Xi." Director Guo spoke after exchanging glances with the assistant director, screenwriter, and film producer. "I have some recollection of you. You're one of Starlight's artists, right? You can go back to prepare. The supporting female lead is yours. You will be notified when filming starts." "Thank you, director. I will prepare well." Ning Xi bowed to express her gratitude. Ning Xi's target had always been the supporting female lead. She had been preparing this role for 3 months by trying to completely understand Meng Chang'e's character, making all the effort to impress the judges with just a single glance. Fortunately, she had succeeded despite some setbacks. Director Guo exclaimed after Ning Xi had left. "We looked all over for an actress, and the moment we stopped looking, we found the perfect one. Her qualifications are too poor despite being signed to Starlight Entertainment. With her acting record, I didn't even consider her for the female lead, though I had never imagined that she would be far more beautiful than in her pictures." Screenwriter Yi Linglong couldn't suppress his excitement either. Most importantly, her aura was on point. That gaze from before was too fitting. Meng Chang'e was a righteous female general before she became the downfall of the nation. She could be pretty and coquettish, yet she would maintain a pure demeanor and state of mind. She could never be vulgar. All the artists that came to audition before acted out brothel courtesans for me. I was fuming. Haha, don't get worked up. Haven't we finally found the Chang'e we've been waiting for? At the same time, in B City, the First People's Hospital, the VIP hospital room that Little Bun was in was currently in a state of chaos. The little guy was huddled on the windowsill with bare feet. He was frustrated and screaming at the top of his lungs. No matter how the doctors and nurses tried to persuade him, he wouldn't come down. Lu Jingli was cajoling him like the most precious person in his heart, but it couldn't be helped that his efforts were completely ignored by the other. Lu Tingxiao had just been called back to his company, but with no other options left, Lu Jingli had to call him. Chapter 10. Little Bun suddenly goes on a rampage. Brother, you're finally here. Your little treasure was just fine a while ago, but he suddenly started going on a rampage. What happened? Lu Tingxiao asked in a low voice. I don't know what happened either. After he woke up, he was searching everywhere for someone. I thought that he might be searching for Ning Xi, so I told him to stop looking. The pretty lady had already left. As soon as I finished talking, he started his rampage. Little Treasure seems to like Ning Xi a lot, but it shouldn't be to the point where he would get this agitated by just hearing that she left. Also, it had been a long time since Little Treasure had shown such intense and turbulent emotions. After hearing what had happened, Lu Tingxiao walked straight towards his son. Seeing Lu Tingxiao come closer, the little guy immediately retreated backwards warily. His eyes were filled with caution and aversion. He wasn't going to stop, even for his own father. Lu Tingxiao stopped when he was 3 steps away from his son. He said in a calm and steady tone, "When your second uncle told you that the lady had already left, that was exactly what he meant. There was nothing wrong with her health, so she has already left the hospital to go home. She didn't die. It's not like when your grandmother left and never came back, understand?" It was perhaps only when facing his son that Lu Tingxiao would have such patience, having so much to say. Lu Jingli gaped. Are you kidding me? I only said those 2 words. She left, and his mind made such a huge leap. Xiao Bao had personally seen Ning Xi fall down and had already experienced a big fright. Under such emotional turmoil, he couldn't be blamed for misunderstanding the situation. Little Treasure briefly stopped screaming after hearing Lu Tingxiao's explanation. He refused to move while burying his head and curling up on the windowsill. Seeing this, Lu Tingxiao took out a slip of paper. She left this for you. Are you going to look at it? Little Treasure's body twitched once, as if a switch had been turned on. He quickly raised his head and opened his little arms, indicating that he wanted his father to hug him. Lu Jingli, the doctors and nurses at the scene. Everyone in the room had been put through the ringer to the point of breaking down. Yet Lu Tingxiao managed to end the matter with a slip of paper. Lu Jingli had originally thought that asking Ning Xi for a note was entirely unnecessary, but now he was completely convinced. Lu Tingxiao carried his son to the sofa and sat down, then handed the paper slip to him. The little guy eagerly received it. He had learned to recognize words a long time ago and could already read on his own. Darling, thank you for saving me. You're amazing, Zoxo. Looking at the words on the slip and the heart drawn at the end of it, the little guy's eyes were sparkling. He even had a faint blush on his cheeks. Even though he tightened his lips reservedly, the corners of his mouth could not resist faintly quirking up. His demeanor was especially cute. Lu Jingli looked as if he had just seen a ghost. What the, was I just blinded? Our little treasure actually smiled. I can't even remember how long it's been since I last saw him smile. What exactly did Ning Xi write? Lu Jingli wanted to sneak a peek, but Little Treasure immediately hid it like it was a precious treasure. However, Lu Jingli's sharp eyes had already seen it. It was just a fairly ordinary note, yet it could make Little Treasure so happy. This Ning Xi was remarkable. Lu Tingxiao gazed warmly at his son without speaking. After Little Treasure had woken up, Lu Tingxiao immediately brought him home. In addition, he postponed all his work at the company to stay with Little Treasure at home. At night, in Platinum Palace's Villa No. 8, the huge living room was icy cold. An adult and a child sat facing each other across the dining table with matching cold expressions. Lu Tingxiao, eat your food. Little Treasure turned a deaf ear. Lu Tingxiao, I'm saying this for the last time. Little Treasure didn't even twitch. Lu Tingxiao, do you think that this kind of childish hunger strike would work against me? Little Treasure was like a meditating old monk, completely immersed in his own world, isolated from the outside world. The duo continued to confront one another. After 1 hour, Lu Tingxiao called Lu Jingli. Send me Ning Xi's address. Okay, so this had proved that hunger strikes did work on him. Lu Jingli was extremely efficient as he immediately sent Ning Xi's exact address to his older brother's cell phone. Following that was a huge pile of gossip, which was completely ignored by Tingxiao. This time, Tingxiao didn't even need to say anything. The moment Little Treasure saw his father picking up his jacket and car keys, he immediately followed his father's every step. Tingxiao helplessly picked up his son after a single glance at the little bun standing by his feet. There won't be a next time. Chapter 11. Big Bun plus Little Bun. The first thing Ning Xi did after returning home was taking a nap to restore her lost sleep. After she woke up, she went to the supermarket. She bought the ingredients and side dishes, including beer, for a hot pot. With her first battle won, she was going to have a hot pot celebration at home. Eating hot pot alone, it was as lonely as one could get. At least she was already used to it after being more of a loner all this time. There was a knock on the door right as she was about to start cooking. Who was visiting at this time? Ning Xi became stunned as pulled the door open suspiciously. Tingxiao was standing outside the door dressed in a snappy western suit, with a dark outer coat. Little Bun was being carried in his arms while he was holding a colorful fruit basket. What kind of strange combination is this? Mr. Lu? Ning Xi swallowed in fright. Why the surprise at this hour? Is there something the matter? Tingxiao's thin lips let out two words, sick visit. Sick visit? He personally came to visit this late at night, even bringing Little Bun along. It was only a small injury. She's still alive and jumping. You're being too polite, Mr. Lu. Sorry about the mess. Please come in. Ning, she didn't have time to react. She simply invited them in, flattered yet stunned. She speedily tidied up the whole room as she removed the junk from the couch and shoved the piles of clothing under the bed. Sit anywhere you'd like. Do you want to have something to drink? Is green tea or milk okay? While keeping busy, Ning Xi was racking her brains trying to guess why Tingxiao had come. Unfortunately, she wasn't able to guess the reason no matter how much she tried since Tingxiao's train of thought was too deep. Sure, Tingxiao nodded with the expression of a commander replying to a soldier who had just reported on a military situation. Ning Xi could only remain confused as she brewed a cup of tea for Tingxiao and poured a cup of milk for Little Bun. Tingxiao was cramped awkwardly on the narrow sofa in the living room with Little Bun sitting by his side. The father and son pair not only looked alike, but their expressions were also exactly the same. They were expressionless, silent. The scene turned awkward. Ning Xi was close to tears while seated opposite them. Geez, what were these two here for? At this moment, gurgling sounds came from the pot. The air began to fill with an enticing spicy aroma. For the sake of breaking the silence, Ning Xi casually asked, So, have you guys had dinner yet? I was about to have a hot pot. Do you want to eat together? Tingxiao, okay. Little Bun nodded. Ning Xi. She was only asking out of courtesy. Were they trying to pick a fight by agreeing, just like that? One is a CEO, while the other is a little young master. They had probably tasted all sorts of delicacies before. Why did they run here to have a small shabby household hot pot with commoners like her? Ning Xi felt a little embarrassed at the poor offerings. However, she had already spoken, so she could only bite the bullet and invite them to the dining table, adding 2 more pairs of chopsticks. The soup base I bought is quite spicy. Can you take spicy foods? Ning Xi asked worriedly. Tingxiao, yes. Little Bun nodded. Okay then. Ning Xi brought the freshly washed ingredients over. Tingxiao did not eat much. He was cooking for them most of the time. On the other hand, Little Bun loved spicy food as much as she did. He still kept eating despite sticking out his tongue due to the spiciness. Ning Xi finally got a little worried. Is it bad for children to eat too much spice? She could not afford the consequences if anything happened to this little prince. Not that delicate. Tingxiao thought her worries were unfounded. With that, Ning Xi kept any other opinions to herself. The silent, cool-headed Tingxiao suddenly took the initiative to speak up. How was the audition? Ning Xi froze for a moment before reacting. She replied, It was fairly smooth, so I made a hot pot as a celebration today. Tingxiao raised his glass. Congratulations. She hadn't really expected that Tingxiao would be the first person to congratulate her. Chapter 12. Staying overnight. Ning Xi gently toasted his glass with the beer in her hands. She showed a smile that came from the depths of her heart. Thank you. The moment the girl's smile blossomed, Tingxiao shook subtly for a moment. Ning Xi looked towards Little Bun at the side. I'm especially grateful to Little Treasure. Wouldn't have been able to make it to the audition in time if it weren't for him. Here, darling, let me toast you. Little Treasure looked at his cup of milk, then at Ning Xi and Daddy's beers. Although reluctant, he finally raised his cup to toast with Ning Xi. He then downed the rest of the milk in one gulp. Ning Xi couldn't help but laugh at his serious demeanor. He probably knows how to act like an adult, drowning their sorrows and drink too. Tingxiao went to the balcony to take a call halfway through the meal. Ning Xi immediately pressed close to Little Treasure's side. She handed her beer over to him. Haha, curious about the taste? Quickly, taste it while your dad isn't here. You can only have a small mouthful, though. Little Treasure's eyes lit up like stars in the night sky. He lowered his head and carefully took a small sip. He felt extremely happy, even though the taste was horrible. Ning Xi immediately sat up when Tingxiao returned from his call, acting as if nothing had happened. Little Treasure was even more professional. He slowly drank his milk, completely unflustered. Tingxiao looked as if he had not noticed anything, but a glimmer of warmth flashed in his eyes as he sat down with a normal expression. The three of them had good appetites. They managed to finish everything even though she bought a lot of ingredients. Ning Xi was thinking it was time for them, so leave as it was getting quite late. Suddenly, lightning flashed across the sky. Shortly after, thunder started booming loudly and fierce winds started to blow outside. I saw that the weather forecast predicted heavy rain and typhoon for tonight. Ning Xi stared at the pouring rain outside the window with a troubled expression. Little Bun and Tingxiao both looked at Ning Xi. After getting stared at by the pair, Ning Xi could only say, going back with Little Treasure at this time is a little dangerous since it's already this late and the weather isn't looking too favorable. Maybe you could stay over here for tonight. She had extended the offer purely out of courtesy. She thought there was no way Tingxiao would agree. The result being, Tingxiao, okay. Little Bun nodded. What? Why did you agree again? Tingxiao was way too easygoing. Why did she have a feeling the pair had just been waiting for her to make the offer? She was going crazy. Just like that, Tingxiao and Little Treasure were going to stay over in the end. The apartment that her company had arranged for her was not that large. It only had a living room and a bedroom. The sleeping arrangements were indeed a problem. I'll sleep in the living room for tonight. Mr. Liu, is it okay if you sleep with Little Treasure in my room? I'll go change the bed sheets. No, I'll sleep in the living room. You should sleep with Little Treasure in the bedroom. Tingxiao stated with a tone that would not accept any protest. Ning Xi felt that she was digging holes for herself. Not only had she invited CEO Liu to eat a cheap hot pot, she was even making him sleep in the living room. She wouldn't have let Tingxiao stay if he were the only one here, especially after what Tingxiao had said in the day, and it being only the two of them under the same roof. Out of consideration of Little Bun, however, she didn't have a choice. It was too dangerous to let him bring a child back in this weather. It couldn't be considered a couple left alone together since Little Bun was here. Right? Ning Xi could only resign herself to her fate. I'll see if I can find a change of clothes for both of you. She was able to find a change of clothes for them after rummaging through her closet. Chapter 13. It's not easy to raise a child. She found a set of child-sized pajamas shaped like a Pikachu that Little Treasure could wear. She had gotten them when she was working part-time and had just casually tossed them in the closet. It was easier to settle the change of clothes for Tingxiao since her little brother had left a few sets of clothes with her. Ning Xi had felt that she had let down her adoptive parents after reuniting with her biological parents, so did not have the face to meet them. She rarely contacted them and only kept in touch with her little brother Tang Nua. Ning Xi returned to the room to grab a set of new bed sheets and pillow covers after having found the clothes. The sofa in the living room was not big enough for Tingxiao to stretch his long legs. She could only move a stool over to add length to the makeshift bed. She didn't have to worry at all for Little Treasure. He washed himself in the bath and put on the cute pajamas by himself, then instinctively headed for the bed to lay down. Ning Xi finished bathing and changed into a more conservative pair of pajamas. She walked out after checking that she looked decent. Mr. Liu, I'm going to sleep first. Call me if you need anything. Yes. Tingxiao's gaze lost focus as he looked at the freshly bathed Ning Xi. The depths of his eyes darkened overwhelmingly. The girl was wearing the most ordinary pair of pajamas and had her hair tied into a bun. She had a fresh face and her smooth skin held a natural flush from the steam of the shower. He could tell that Ning Xi had dressed conservatively. There was nothing inappropriate with her image. However, the situation inside Tingxiao's heart was a little hard to describe. He had discovered that a certain part of his lower body was faintly raising its head. Ning Xi entered her bedroom and suddenly saw that her bedroom had an additional cute little creature. She was put into a wonderful mood. A lot of things had developed beyond her expectations since last night. Sleep soon. She switched off the ceiling light and left the lamp by her bedside switched on. She laid down next to Little Bun. Little Bun blinked, seemingly not having the slightest urge to sleep. Ning Xi started to have a headache. It seemed like kids needed stories read out to them before they would go to sleep. Ning Xi shrugged helplessly. I don't know how to tell stories. What if I sing a song for you? Little Bun became filled with anticipation as he nodded. Thus Ning Xi gently patted Little Bun's back as she started to sing softly. In the warm and cold autumn days, staying close by your side, quietly watching time fly by, those red leaves amongst the wind, caused my heart to be at peace. Between wakefulness and drunkenness, resisting the urge to smile, let me be like the snow and the clouds, raining cold gentle kisses on faces. With endless feelings of lingering, flows endless love and humanity, welcoming the thousand changes of life. Ning Xi suddenly paused in her singing since the next line was having sex with a lover. Yikes! Weren't these lyrics a bit inappropriate for the young? She should switch to another song. Ning Xi coughed once. Auntie will sing another song for you since Auntie forgot the next line. Little Bun nodded obediently. Ning Xi racked her brains to think of a more child-friendly song. Jack and Jill went up the hill to fetch a pail of water. Jack fell down and broke his crown, and Jill came tumbling after. Up Jack got, and home did trot. As fast as he could caper, he went to bed to mend his head, with vinegar and brown paper. It was only after singing 3 times that she heard sweet snoring start from her side. It wasn't easy to raise children. She suddenly felt admiration for Tingxiao as a single dad. She wondered who Little Bun's mother was. Why did she give birth to Little Bun and leave Tingxiao? Was it because her status was too low for the Liu family to accept? Was it because Tingxiao had some unseen complications? Ning Xi slowly fell asleep while going off into wild flights of fancy. At midnight, Ning Xi was shocked awake by a sudden muffled sound from the living room. Chapter 14. It's easy to lose control. She carefully moved off the bed to see what had happened since Little Bun was sleeping very soundly. She saw Tingxiao pouring some water to drink after pushing open the bedroom door. One hand was covering his stomach and his face looked pale. Ning Xi hurriedly went over. Mr. Liu, are you okay? Nothing big. Does your stomach hurt? Tingxiao didn't reply. Ning Xi knew that she had guessed right. Tingxiao actually couldn't eat spicy things. Yet why would he attempt to eat anyways? Wait a bit, I'll get you some stomach medicine. Fortunately, she had the most common medicines at home. Ning Xi hurriedly brought over the stomach medicine. You have to eat both pills. Thank you. Tingxiao took the pills from her palm. His slightly cold fingers grazing lightly on her palm felt as if they were grazing the tip of her heart. It suddenly made her feel weak. In the still quiet of the windy and stormy night, it was too easy to lose control. With this kind of beauty in front of her, Ning Xi silently chanted the digits of pi until she could calm her heart down. Looking at Tingxiao eating the medicine, she accompanied him for a while since it wasn't polite to leave immediately. Are you a little better now? Do you need to go to the hospital? I'm sorry, I didn't know you couldn't eat spicy foods. Originally, she was worried about Little Bun. In the end, nothing happened to Little Bun, but something happened to Tingxiao instead. What would this be called? Not your fault. It's just an old problem. Tingxiao suddenly opened his mouth after the two were silent for a bit. The reason for intruding on your hospitality tonight was because Little Treasure wanted to see you. Ning Xi wasn't sure if he'd made a slip of the tongue. Little Treasure wanted to see me? Little Treasure had suffered a big fright in the warehouse. He's very reliant on you now since you saved him. Tingxiao explained. Ning Xi found that as long as Little Treasure was nearby, or if someone brought up questions regarding Little Treasure, the piercing cold atmosphere around Tingxiao would weaken a lot. He wasn't as scary as was earlier during daytime. So it was like this. Ning Xi nodded her head. This kind of night was easy to cause people to let down their defenses and reservations. Ning Xi asked a question that had been bothering her for a while. Taking the liberty to ask. Does Little Treasure not know how to speak? Even up until today, she had never heard Little Treasure utter a single word. The little fellow would only nod or shake his head, more so than not knowing how to talk. He doesn't want to talk. Tingxiao answered. Then it's a problem of the heart? Ning Xi frowned. Little treasure is a bit closed off. He tends to shut himself away. Tingxiao didn't hide anything. It's like this, it was pretty much what she had guessed. As to why little treasure would shut himself away, this kind of rich family secret, she naturally would not dare to ask about more deeply. Miss Ning. Tingxiao suddenly focused his gaze on her. Those eyes were bright, cold, and calm. Yet it gave her a feeling of being so fiery that it would burn a body into ashes. Yes. Ning Xi gave a slight start at the gaze. Have we met somewhere before? Tingxiao asked. If these words were spoken by someone else, Ning Xi would definitely think the other side was trying to strike up a conversation, using an obsolete/old way at that too. But the person speaking was Tingxiao. The bewilderment in his eyes were real. We probably haven't. Even if I had seen Mr. Lu before, there's no way I wouldn't have an impression. But is there some problem? Ning Xi's tone was still considered firm. With her status, she couldn't have met a person at Tingxiao's level. That would be the case even when she was still the Ning family's young miss. Nothing. Tingxiao shifted his gaze, his eyes, reflecting the deep color of the night outside the window. He seemed a bit lonely. The atmosphere seemed to be going a little bad as they continued to interact like this. Mr. Lu, if you don't have anything else, then I'll go to sleep first. Ning Xi carefully said. It seemed as if Tingxiao had seen through her. He raised his hand. No hurry, sit. Not in a hurry. She was in a very big hurry. Okay. Chapter 15. You want to sleep with me and shirk the responsibility? Ning Xi sat down obediently like an elementary school student, her face looking like she wanted to cry. Tingxiao held his head in one hand. You're scared of me? In the dark of the night, Tingxiao seemed even more devilishly dangerous compared to his cold self in the day. Ning Xi shook her head vigorously, then nodded carefully. There's probably not a single person who isn't scared of you in the capital, right? Tingxiao's slender fingers played with the cup in his hands as he slowly said. So you're scared of me because others are afraid of me? Then why don't you marry me since other women want to as well? This question frightened Ning Xi to the point that she almost slid off her chair. She had just thought that she had escaped this trial in the day. Clearly she had really been too naive. How was she supposed to answer such a loaded question? Ning Xi trembled as she raised her hand. Before answering this question, can I ask another one? Tingxiao nodded. You may. Why me? Is it because little treasure is relying on me? I think that it's only temporary. He'll be fine once his emotions have stabilized. Even if he is always like that. You don't have to inconvenience yourself in this manner. Ning Xi painstakingly persuaded him, as if advising a young girl that had strayed off the right path. Tingxiao put down the cup and raised his eyes to look at her. I thought I made it clear the first time, Ms. Ning. I don't mind saying it again if you still don't understand. I am going to repay you with my body because you saved little treasure. It's exactly because of this reason that I can't accept this, okay? Ning Xi roared in her heart. Ning Xi felt that she wasn't able to communicate any further with him on this point. She could only make an apologetic expression. Mr. Lu, I'm extremely grateful for your good intentions. I'm absolutely against marriage though, so. Tingxiao raised a brow. So, you only want to sleep with me? Yet you don't want to take responsibility by marrying me? Yes, that's exactly right. Wait. No, that wasn't what I meant. Ning Xi was about to kneel for him. Could he be any more terrifying with his words? Unfortunately, I can't accept premarital sex. Who would believe that? Ning Xi could not help mumbling under her breath after hearing that. You've already gotten someone pregnant before marriage, okay? Tingxiao's expression was a little unfocused as looked out the window. Little treasure was an accident. I don't know who his mother is. Why did this sound so terrible? Then you're minding that I have a son? Tingxiao suddenly asked. That's impossible. It's as Tingxiao said. All the women in the capital were racking their minds to be little treasure's stepmother. How could she mind that he had a son? Then why? Judging by the way things were going, Tingxiao would not be letting her off unless she provided a satisfactory answer. Ning Xi held her forehead helplessly. She said after taking a deep breath, Mr. Lu, marriage is not a game. Regardless of whether it's for the sake of repaying a debt or other reasons, we just met. Do you understand my personality? Do you know my past? The one I want to marry is the present you. Your past has nothing to do with me. Lu Tingxiao's answer was overbearing as expected. Ning Xi's expression cooled down. However, to me, my past is also a part of me. I have no way of cutting off my past to marry you. Mr. Lu, we are traveling on different paths. I sincerely suggest that you take back your absurd idea. Following that was a thick silence. Ning Xi thought that the other would start throwing a huge temper due to the humiliation of being rejected again. Lu Tingxiao spoke up with an even tone. Understood. Ning Xi's tightly wound nerves finally relaxed. Then I'm going to sleep. Good night. Good night. The man looked at that frail back. His gaze was as unfathomable as the ocean. Depths. The only thing that didn't change was the heat that came from the seabed. Chapter 16. As expected of his son. Ning Xi was woken by the sound of a man's low voice from the living room the following morning. Lu Tingxiao put down his phone after hearing the footsteps behind him. He asked with a warm tone, "Did I wake you?" Ning Xi stared at the man before her, her eyes as wide as saucers. Lu Tingxiao was not wearing a shirt, so the moment she had pushed the door open, her view had been filled with bare skin. The impact was too much. She rubbed her nose. Luckily, she had not done anything embarrassing. Lu Tingxiao seemed not to have noticed her abnormal expression. Instead, he calmly picked up his shirt from the sofa to wear. He said while buttoning up his shirt, "There's an emergency at work. I have to leave now. Could I trouble you to wake Little Treasure up?" "Oh, okay." Ning Xi nodded as she hurried to call for Little Treasure. In the end, she didn't have to call for him. She saw a soft, mauve, and impossibly cute Pikachu the moment she turned around. It was staring straight at his dear father, Lu Tingxiao, without blinking. His expression was clearly unhappy. "Little Treasure, go and change your clothes." Lu Tingxiao put on his coat and ordered his son. The reaction he got was a bang as the bedroom door was shut. Completely ruthless. Lu Tingxiao. Ning Xi. Lu Tingxiao tried the door and found that the door was locked from the inside. He looked towards Ning Xi. "Do you have the key?" Ning Xi awkwardly shook her head. "I do, but it's inside the room." Lu Tingxiao pinched his brow as he spoke in a cold tone. "Lu Qingyu, I'm giving you 3 minutes. Don't think of ever coming back here if you don't come out by then." Not a single peep sounded from inside after 3 minutes. "Lu Qingyu, come out. If you're going to wait for me to force you out, then I won't be this easy to speak with." Still no movement. A certain little bun was not leaving a shred of dignity for his father. Ning Xi was watching from the side and holding back the urge to laugh. "I only have to go to work later. Why not let Little Treasure stay here for a while longer?" Lu Tingxiao's face was black as he pulled out his cell phone to make a call. Ning Xi secretly glanced at him and found that he was calling a psychiatrist. She was speechless for a moment. He was calling a psychiatrist for something as small as this? Wasn't it making a mountain out of a molehill? Ning Xi coughed lightly and suggested, "Why don't you let me try?" Lu Tingxiao hesitated for a moment, then nodded his head. Ning Xi leaned on the door and tried to put on a soft tone. "Little Treasure, Andy has to go to work later on. I can't take care of you. Could you go home with Daddy first?" Still no response from inside. "How about this? Let's exchange phone numbers so we can contact each other at any time. We can also video call." The sound of wavering footsteps sounded from inside. "The director will scold me if Auntie is late. Our director is really fierce. Auntie is so pitiful." Woo. The door opened. Lu Tingxiao had been prepared to wage a long war. Thus a trace of astonishment flashed across his eyes. He looked at the woman next to him with a complicated gaze. She could actually persuade Little Treasure to come out obediently with just 3 sentences. Little Treasure had locked himself up in the attic at home the last time this had happened. Their family of 4, all the butlers and maids, the psychiatrist, and even a negotiation expert had been deployed. They could only tear down the door in the end despite talking till their lips were dry for the entire afternoon. The end result was the little guy ignoring them for an entire month. Ning Xi did not know of that incident. Of course, she only thought that this child was too obedient. She picked up the little bun. He was miserable, yet had still come out because he could not bear the thought of her getting scolded. She praised, "Little Treasure is so obedient. Thank you, darling." The little bun who was praised had his mood raised. He silently handed her a piece of paper with a string of numbers on it. Ning Xi received the note. Is this your phone number? Great, I'll save it. I'll definitely call you once I'm free." Lu Tingxiao thought something was strange. Little Treasure did not have a phone, so where did he get that phone number? He glanced over borrowing his. Height advantage. It was his phone number. Not bad, as expected of his son. Chapter 17. The Matchmaking Duo. Starlight Entertainment. Chong Li was fuming with rage in the office. Ning Xi auditioned and got the role for supporting female lead. Supporting female lead? Ning Xi frowned. Wasn't she just playing an irrelevant role in some unknown movie? How could she have the time to go audition for the supporting female lead? I thought it was strange too. I found out a few things about yesterday's audition for the lead female role after asking around. The judges had been preparing to leave when they saw Ning Xi by accident. They thought she was perfect for the role and just decided it right then and there. No wonder you were so wary of her. This Ning Xi is indeed too scheming. The auditions already ended, but she was still able to sway the judges. Who knows which one she was trying to hook? Chong Li did not dare to say any more. Ning Xi's appearance was a killer weapon. It would not be a surprise to her at all if one of the judges had taken a fancy to her. She had initially been planning to carefully raise Ning Xi when she had signed her. Who knew that there would suddenly be a Ning Xi coming out of nowhere? On one side was a rookie without any connections. On the other side was a popular artiste with an important family background. The choice was clear. In a place like the entertainment circle, it wasn't just looks that mattered. Ning Xi's expression was downcast. Although it's not the lead, this movie is a huge production. Anyone listening to this would be able to tell that she did not want Ning Xi to get this role. Chong Li was a little troubled. I'm afraid there'll be some trouble this time. The company has invested a lot of funds in this movie. The boss behind our company will surely be happy that both the lead and supporting female actresses came from our company. It would be fine if there were someone more suitable who could replace Ning Xi. Too bad no one passed the audition the last time. Now we don't have a reason to switch Ning Xi out. Ning Xi seemed to have thought of something and suddenly calmed down. Touching her perfectly manicured nails, she laughed once. Forget about it. Since she's raring to play the fox spirit, then just let her do it. Heh, a seductress that caused the downfall of a nation. This role suits her quite well. Ning Xi quickly received Chong Li's call informing her that her supporting lead role for Land Under Heaven had been decided and that she should prepare. The movie, Land Under Heaven, featured the female lead used all kinds of good traits to help the male lead ascend to the throne, while the supporting female lead used all kinds of vile methods, making enemy of the society and being condemned. It ends with her finally being forced to jump a cliff by the female lead and brightening the hearts of people everywhere. It was no wonder Ning Xi was so generous as to let her have it with this kind of setting. There was still work she had to finish even though she had gotten the supporting lead for Land Under Heaven. Ning Xi had to go to another filming. The role was that of a mistress who had stolen someone's husband. There was only a 5-minute scene left to film today. She would be surrounded by a crowd of people to get beaten violently for 5 minutes. In actuality, filming those 5 minutes took up 2 hours. The actors playing the crowd were inexperienced and their actions did not match their expressions. She had to be beaten repeatedly. Upon returning home, Ning Xi casually switched on the TV and laid on the sofa exhausted. She felt like she had forgotten something after lying down for a while. The TV was showing the news at this moment, and a familiar silhouette appeared on the screen. That exceedingly beautiful face, those broad shoulders, narrow hips, long legs, and a temperament that peaked a tall mountain. If it wasn't Little Bun's father Lu Tingxiao, then who could it be? Lu Tingxiao seemed to be at a contract signing ceremony and was shaking hands with a few foreigners. The host was speaking excitedly as he introduced how the Lu Corporation had successfully signed a collaboration with the Italian DR brand and was entering the European market. Their stock value could double. Ning Xi finally remembered as she was watching. She forgot to call Little Bun Platinum Palace. The Lu parents had come back from overseas, and the family of 5 were having a reunion over dinner. The Lu Corporation was finally going to settle an important contract that they had been discussing for 3 years. Old Master Lu was extremely happy, and he praised Lu Tingxiao highly, even giving Lu Jingli a round of praise. However, the main point came up near the end. His words approximately meant along the lines of, work is important, but his precious grandson is even more important. Old Master Lu Tingxiao, work is very important, but you can't neglect little treasure. You've already finished the busy period of work, so spend more time to accompany little treasure. Old Madam Lu, find someone to help you take care of little treasure if you really have no time. Little treasure has already grown so much. You should also consider your personal problems. Old Master Lu. Your mother is right. Lu Jingli subtly tossed his brother a look. Our parents are starting to play this game again. Lu Tingxiao focused on eating and not saying a single word. Little treasure was holding on to a phone without a single movement. Chapter 18. Hoping for a daughter-in-law. Looking at the stiff pair of father and son, Madame Lu was so worried her heart was breaking. Tingxiao, do you even hear what I'm saying? Also, what's wrong with little treasure? He hasn't eaten a bite of food all night, and he's holding that phone like it's a priceless treasure. Lu Jingli was chewing on some sweet and sour ribs, so his voice was unclear. Little treasure is waiting for the pretty lady's call. Madame Lu was completely confused. What pretty lady? Lu Jingli waved his hands. Mom, Dad, don't worry so much. Brother already has someone he likes. Madame Lu was surprised but uncertain. You're telling the truth? Jingli, don't trick us. At this time, Master Lu also solemnly put down his chopsticks, eyeing Jingli suspiciously. Why would I try to trick you? This is absolutely true. If you don't believe me, you can ask him. Lu Jingli looked towards his brother as he said so. Tingxiao, is what Jingli said real? Master Lu asked in a low voice. Tingxiao, say something. Madame Lu prompted him. Lu Tingxiao. In. Madame Lu was extremely anxious. After waiting for half the day, she had only heard the sound. Immediately her gut was full of fire. You horrible child. Can't you add even a single word? Why is talking to you always so difficult? Lu Tingxiao, true. Lu elders. So he really only said one word. Madame Lu still couldn't keep from worrying. She hesitantly asked, Tingxiao, the person you like, is it a girl or a boy? Lu Tingxiao's expression turned slightly dark, almost gritting his teeth as he said 3 words, it's a girl. Lu Jingli laughed so hard he almost rolled off his chair. Of course it's a girl. What's more, it's a very pretty young lady. Our little treasure also especially likes her. The phone call little treasure is waiting for is from her. Madame Lu almost cried from joy after hearing this. Our ancestors have blessed and protected us. Ancestors have blessed and protected us. Tingxiao, which family is she from? How old is she? Where does she come from? What does she do? What kind of people are in her family? Why didn't you notify us of anything? Lu Jingli hurriedly stopped her. Mom, calm down. A lot of things haven't been set in stone yet. We didn't tell you because we were afraid you would interfere and mess everything up. Things would probably go sour if they knew Ning Xi's identity. Ning Xi's reputation was bad, and she was also in the entertainment industry. At this time, Master Lu also opened his mouth. It's someone that Tingxiao approves. We won't have any problems, don't blindly worry. What do you mean I'm worrying? Do you not worry? Who is it that's so distressed that they can't fall asleep in the middle of the night? Who ends up going on the porch to smoke? Madame Lu mercilessly exposed her husband. However, she felt much more at ease after hearing her husband's words. Tingxiao's opinion of others is very strict, so the girl he picks definitely wouldn't be subpar. What's even more rare is that little treasure likes her too. As soon as he finished speaking, the phone little treasure had been carrying for the whole evening suddenly rang. This phone was Lu Tingxiao's personal phone number. Very few people knew it. Lu Jingli went over to see. It really was Ning Xi's number. Is it that girl calling? Madame Lu asked, excited, as if she was immediately going to see her daughter-in-law. Lu Jingli nodded his head repeatedly and helped little treasure receive the call. Little treasure didn't really know how to use the cell phone. Lu Tingxiao had bought one for him before, but he didn't like to use it and threw it somewhere. Immediately, the whole table focused on the phone in little treasure's hand. Lu Jingli had the thickest skin and directly went next to the phone to eavesdrop. Chapter 19. The Shocked Parents. Ning Xi struggled with herself for a long time as she was wondering whether to call. She dialed the number she had been given in the end. She didn't really like children since the incident 5 years ago. In fact, she was somewhat avoiding getting close to them. It brought up some bad memories for her and made her think of the child she had lost. That child had carried her warmest hopes. It also represented her dirtiest past. For some reason with little treasure, not only was the uncomfortable feeling gone, but she inexplicably took a liking to him. She couldn't resist getting closer to him. It was strange. Hello. Hello. There was no sound, although the call had been picked up. Ning Xi knew that it must be little treasure and chuckled. It's little treasure, right? Sorry, Auntie just finished her work and thought of calling you. Little Treasure couldn't speak and had no way of replying her. So Ning Xi could only talk to herself and try to think of things to say. Darling, have you eaten yet? You're too skinny, so you have to eat more, okay? Kids can't be picky with their food. You won't grow quickly if you're picky. Kids are also really cute when they're chubby. Although you're already plenty cute right now. Oh yes, I saw your dad on TV just now. He just successfully signed a huge business deal. He's really impressive. Help me congratulate him. 10 minutes later, Little Treasure put down the phone and took out the whiteboard he had not used for some time. He wrote in English stroke by stroke. Congratulations. He was good at both Chinese and English, even though Little Treasure didn't know how to speak. He stuck to writing English most of the time because he felt that Chinese writing was troublesome. However, he had not written anything for a long time because he had no desire to communicate. The two elders were frozen in shock. Lu Jingli was still relatively calm since he had already seen this before. Lu Tingxiao had secretly overheard Ning Xi's words. A trace of a smile showed on his ice mountain-like face after seeing that single word. He rubbed that little head. Thank you. After Little Treasure was done writing, he started eating without another word with a very serious aura. He even ate the carrots he hated the most. The two elders continued staring in shock. The elders had just smiled. Their obedient grandson had voluntarily started writing and eating. He had even eaten carrots. Madame Lu finally regained her senses. Unable to restrain herself, she asked, Jingli, what did that girl say to Little Treasure in the call just now? Master Lu also had an expression of wanting to know. Lu Jingli, who was in the center of attention from his parents, slowly said, she didn't say much. She just told Little Treasure to eat more and not to be picky. She even asked Little Treasure to convey her congratulations to Big Brother. Madame Lu had a disbelieving expression. That was it? Lu Jingli shrugged. What else could it be? Master Lu looked grateful. That girl actually managed to achieve more in a single phone call than what Little Treasure's psychiatrist did in a year. That's right. Madame Lu was surprised and happy. This girl doesn't seem bad. Tingxiao, you have to work hard. Lu Tingxiao, Madame Lu looked at her eldest son with a disgusted look. She then turned towards her youngest. Lao Air, your brother is like a piece of wood. How would he know how to chase a girl? You have to help him, okay? Now you know how useful I am. Lu Jingli harumphed proudly. Don't worry, I'll definitely use my lifetime's teachings to help my brother. Let's set down rules first. You two aren't allowed to interfere. You know that it's too easy to ruin everything at this stage when parents come into the picture. The two elders agreed repeatedly. We understand, we're only asking. Chapter 20. Her exes can be found everywhere. After dinner, when their parents had just left, Lu Jingli wagged his tail and asked for a reward from his brother. Did I do good just now, bro? Did I? He had wagged his tail for just a moment. His brother threw something small at him with a swoosh. Lu Jingli caught it with a raised hand. What's this? His eyes bulged out after looking closely at it. It was a key. A key to the 100th anniversary limited edition Bugatti sports car he had been eyeing for a long time. Only a single one had ever been made. Oh, my beloved darling. Lu Jingli hugged the car keys and kissed it crazily. Bro, I love you. His brother had never relented no matter how much he had begged previously. Who knew that his brother would throw it to him by just casually saying a few words in front of their parents? This Ning Xi occupied a greater place in his brother's heart than he had imagined. Lu Jingli was even more worried as he thought. About this, bro, are you sure it's Ning Xi? You're not just playing around, but you really intend to marry her. Marry. Lu Tingxiao's tone left no space for misunderstanding. Lu Jingli sucked in a breath upon hearing so. He spoke sincerely in a grave tone as someone who had been through many relationships. Then I have to tell you to prepare yourself. Chasing women is similar to playing games, and it can be categorized into different difficulty levels. Easy, normal, hard, and hell mode. Chasing Ning Xi is definitely hell mode. All women have weak points, but can you use money with Ning Xi? You can tell that she definitely won't accept financial support or backdoor deals judging from how badly she's doing in the entertainment circle despite her looks. Using feelings? Look at how many boyfriends she had when she was overseas. Her exes can be found all over the entertainment circle. Their backgrounds are all exceptional. Even I wanted to bow down in admiration when I saw that list of names. I've never wanted to admit defeat to anyone before on this kind of matter. As for using a baby, Don't even think about using a baby to tie her down in a marriage. She's wholly focused on her career and has no plans to have babies. Even if this master wooed her personally, I would have an 80% chance of a game over. A zero EQ relationship rookie like you is just going to turn into EXP for her. Lu Tingxiao glanced at him coldly. 100%. Lu Jingli's mouth twitched. Okay. I have a 100% chance of a game over. Don't mind these small details, okay? Anyway, I may have reached a conclusion. I dare to bet that Ning Xi is just like me, someone who has decided to never get married or have kids. This kind of person is really cynical towards relationships and feelings. Their freedom is akin to their life. It's easy if you just want to play around. It's going to be hellishly difficult if you want to marry her. That's because you've never met someone who makes you want to get married and have kids willingly. Lu Tingxiao's usually cold expression actually looked a little gentle under the moonlight shining through the windows. Lu Jingli was counting the number of words his brother had said with disbelief written all over his face. Arrear? Those in love are indeed different. Even a relationship noob is giving me lessons. Mother, what you said does make some sense. So how about it? Do you want your dear brother's help? Lu Tingxiao gave him 2 words. No need. Lu Jingli got anxious. How can that be? Chasing women is different from business. Think carefully. Are you really sure you don't need a smart, wise, and handsome godly-level woman-chasing coach? Lu Jingli was trying his best to promote his services. Then the study door was pushed open by someone with a creak. The 2 of them turned their heads simultaneously to look. They saw Little Treasure standing at the doorway in pajamas. A trace of surprise flitted across Lu Tingxiao's eyes. Little Treasure. Lu Jingli's face was also full of surprise. Little Treasure would actually move out of his bedroom at this hour? Chapter 21. Little Treasure makes a ruckus at the palace. Little Treasure loved his silence. He would normally hide in his room by himself when he was done eating. The household staff had to return their rooms immediately after completing their tasks. They couldn't make any sound or it would disturb Little Treasure, making him irritable or even lose control. Madame Lu had previously sent some snacks to his room worried that he wasn't eating enough. But Little Treasure locked himself up in the attic. Thus, no matter how much their parents loved Little Treasure, they didn't dare to move in with Tingxiao and Jingli. Yet Little Treasure had actually taken the initiative to come out. Not only that, but Little Treasure ran towards Lu Tingxiao and hugged his leg. Lu Jingli laughed out loud. Little Treasure, what are you doing? Hugging for some allowance? Lu Tingxiao lowered his head to look at his son and was able to tell what he wanted in a single glance. He rejected it without any hesitation. No, you already went over last night. Thus Little Treasure's gaze landed on his phone. You already called once during dinner. Lu Tingxiao rejected him again. Lu Jingli finally understood after watching from the side. The little guy missed Ning Xi. Seeing that he couldn't persuade his father, Little Treasure trotted over to Lu Jingli and reused the same move. He clung onto his uncle's legs. Lu Jingli was overwhelmed by the honor. No. Precious, don't use this move with me. You know that your uncle can't stand up to your cuteness. Little Treasure usually looked dazed. The moment he wanted to plead for something, his little expression and presence could make you die of cuteness and then revive. He tilted his small head and used that pair of big, beautiful, shining star-like eyes to look. One wouldn't be able to resist plucking all the stars from the sky to give to him. The only one in the family who could resist this move would be Lu Tingxiao. Lu Jingli shrugged helplessly. There's no use in acting cute with me, Little Treasure. I can't win your dad. Little Treasure immediately let go of Lu Jingli. Absolutely cold-hearted. Lu Jingli held onto the wall and laughed nonstop, seeing the little guy looking as if he had been beaten black and blue by his parents. You actually don't have to be this anxious, Little Treasure. There's an old phrase, if the love between couples is true, then absence will only make the heart grow fonder. Wait until your dad marries Xiaoxi Annie. Then you'll be able to see her every day. His persuasion failed. The little guy trotted to the door, slammed it open, and ran out. Lu Jingli shrugged. What should we do? He ate a lot tonight. Lu Tingxiao said. The meaning in his words was that Little Treasure could currently not use the absolute tactic, a hunger strike. Lu Jingli calmed down after hearing his brother say so. However, they had really underestimated Little Treasure. He was a child. He didn't need any tactics or plans. He only needed to make a ruckus. A huge bang sounded from the living room as they had just finished speaking. Lu Jingli exchanged gazes with his brother, and the two hurried downstairs. The living room downstairs had already been trashed within such a short amount of time. An ancient flower vase in the corner that was as tall as a person had already been pushed to the floor and shattered. Everything that could be pushed over or broken had already met a similar fate. Lu Tingxiao would only call Little Treasure's full name when he was truly angry. Even Lu Jingli couldn't stand that frightful presence once it was released, let alone Little Treasure. Little Treasure started shaking, scared by his father's dreadful expression. His emotions got even more out of control. He screamed at the top of his lungs as he ran everywhere, breaking everything he could get his hands on. Lu Jingli hastily followed closely behind, yet he didn't dare to follow too closely. The consequences would be terrible if they accidentally fell, since there were so many shards on the ground. Chapter 22. Calling in emergency support. Brother, we can't go on like this. Just ask Ning Xi to come over. No need. Lu Tingxiao rejected the idea coldly. Lu Jingli earnestly tried to sway him. Brother, Little Treasure is just a child, not one of your subordinates. You're being too harsh on him. What's the problem with spoiling him a little? All children have times where they're stubborn or cause trouble. It's not your place to interfere with how I educate my child. Lu Tingxiao's face was frosty. It seemed that he was determined not to let Little Treasure get used to the bad habit of throwing a tantrum to get what he wanted. Lu Jingli was feeling awkward being trapped between this pair of father and son. This was such a headache. If things worsened to the point that their parents would hear about it, the matter of him taking Little Treasure to a bar would be completely exposed once they started investigating. Gods, please send someone to save him. When Lu Tingxiao went to capture Little Treasure, Lu Jingli hurriedly found his phone and secretly called Ning Xi. At night, Ning Xi was at home reading a script while half-heartedly chatting with someone online. Corrupted Devil King. Little Ning Xi, can't you change your outdated QQ name? It hurts the eyes. My lonely empty loss. So Corrupted Devil King doesn't hurt the eyes? You don't feel embarrassed scolding me? Corrupted Devil King. Cough. I'm coming back to China next month. Come pick me up at the airport. My lonely empty loss. Not going, not free. Corrupted Devil King. Pick me up. My lonely empty loss. I already said I'm not free. Corrupted Devil King. Are you coming or not? My lonely empty loss. The person you're contacting doesn't want to talk and throws a dog over. Corrupted Devil King. The person you're contacting screws your dog. My lonely empty loss. The dog feels that it's been violated by a needle. Corrupted Devil King. How are you even more nasty than I am? Also, who are you saying has a needle? My lonely empty loss. You're the one who started acting dirty. I'm not wasting any more time with you. I still have to read my script. Corrupted Devil King. It's just a small supporting female lead role. What's there to look at? We used to have feelings for each other. Are you really going to be so heartless? My lonely empty loss. There are tons of people who used to be together with me. What number are you? Corrupted Devil King. Little Ning Xi. You just wait for lousy. Ning Xi closed her laptop and wholeheartedly started studying her script. After reading for a while, her cell phone suddenly sounded. It was an unfamiliar number. She was worried that it was the drama crew calling, so she picked up the call immediately. Hello, Ning Xi, save me. You are. I'm Lu Jingli. Come quickly to the Platinum Palace. Something's happened to Little Treasure. What? What happened to Little Treasure? Ning Xi's heart immediately tightened. It's extremely urgent. Come over quickly, hurry. BB brother, calm down. He's still young. Little Treasure, you can't smash that. Oh. Lu Jingli made it sound so serious, and with the sounds of things falling and smashing coming from the phone, Ning Xi became even more tense. She hurriedly changed as she said, I'm coming over immediately. Even she didn't know what had happened to her. As soon as she heard something had happened to Little Treasure, she couldn't sit still anymore. She had only known him for several days, yet he was already in her heart, and she couldn't let him go. This place was pretty far from Platinum Palace, and taking a taxi would take at least 40 minutes. Ning Xi was worried that something would happen if she took too long, so she pushed her motorcycle out and blazed off towards Platinum Palace. Ning Xi only took 10 minutes to make the 40-minute trip. Lu Jingli had most likely notified the security guards, as they let her in as soon as she gave her name. There was already a maid waiting to bring her in when she arrived outside Villa number 8. Chapter 23. picking a fight with the boss in rage. Ning Xi wore black skin-tight leather pants to make it easier to ride the bike. She took off her helmet and gloves after she rushed over hurriedly. Her long hair fell onto her shoulders like a waterfall, and her whole person looked unrestrained and handsome. She was unbelievably beautiful. Lu Jingli almost couldn't hold back his whistle watching her entrance. Lu Qingyu, do you really think I don't dare to touch you? Lu Tingxiao trapped his son in a corner of the living room. He caught him in one movement. The little guy was struggling fiercely in his hands like an extremely angry little beast, frantically waving his soft little arms. Don't! Ning Xi rushed over upon seeing the situation and snatched away Little Treasure. Little Treasure's expression went dazed for a second as he tilted his head up and looked at the newcomer. Then his big eyes reddened as he buried his head in Ning Xi's embrace, refusing to let go no matter what. Ning Xi's heart ached fiercely as she saw the little bun that had been so cute, soft, and lovely yesterday with fear in his eyes and his body trembling. She could no longer care that her opponent was the fearsome big boss once her temper had been raised. She fired off words like a machine gun. Mr. Lu, I know that I don't have the right to say anything as an outsider. I really want to say something though. There's a huge problem with the way you're raising him. Children need warmth when they're this small. Furthermore, Little Treasure's situation is a little special. He's been through a huge fright, and he doesn't have a mother by his side. How can you be this fierce towards him? You should be more patient and forgiving with him. Didn't you see how scared he was? You were even going to raise a hand against him. Lu Tingxiao, it was my fault. Lu Jingli, haha. Lu Jingli's expression was full of joy upon hearing his own brother admitting his fault this readily. You showed me a black face when I told you there was something wrong with your education method. Yet you accepted it so obediently when Ning Xi said it. Little Treasure was like a little puppy that had found its owner ever since Ning Xi had come. He let Ning Xi lead him back to his room obediently. A totally different person from the little lion cub that had been going crazy earlier. Ning Xi patted Little Treasure's head reassuringly. What happened today? Wasn't he doing just fine this morning? Lu Jingli sighed. What else could it be? Little Treasure missed you and wanted to meet with you or call you. Afraid that he'd be disturbing you. My brother wouldn't let him do either of those things. So that resulted in Little Treasure causing a ruckus, running all over and breaking everything in the living room. My brother doesn't want to condone such bad habits, so the two were at a stalemate when you came in. This was all because he wasn't allowed to meet me or call me? Ning Xi found it a little hard to believe. Lu Tingxiao had told her that Little Treasure was quite reliant on her right now, but she didn't think she had this much impact on him. What else did you think? You're seriously underestimating your influence. Lu Jingli brought up one example after another, seeing that she still didn't understand. Remember that day in the storeroom? Little Treasure refused to let anyone touch you when you fainted. It was my brother who personally carried you to the hospital in the end. Ning Xi subconsciously glanced at Lu Tingxiao. Lu Tingxiao had personally carried her to the hospital? Little Treasure thought you had died when he woke up in the hospital and saw that you weren't there. He immediately went on a rampage and nearly jumped out the window. He had only calmed down when my brother gave him the note that you had left. Little Treasure used a hunger strike to force my brother to bring him to meet you last night. As for tonight, he ate too much because of your call. He couldn't use his all-powerful hunger strike, so he came up with this. Ate too much. She did tell Little Treasure to eat more in the call tonight. So was this her fault? Now, Chapter 24, Halua Halua. Lu Jingli had crammed too much information into his speech just now. It took Ning Xi a long time to digest it all. She looked at the little bun sticking closely to her side. Little Treasure, did you break all those things just because you wanted to see me? Little Treasure nodded. Ning Xi frowned. Did you know it's wrong to do that? Little Treasure shook his head. Ning Xi finally realized why Lu Tingxiao was so strict. This child was most likely overly spoiled at home, and thought that it was a matter of course that everything should follow his will. Ning Xi's gaze turned stern. Then Auntie is going to tell you. What you did was wrong. That's what bad children do. You can't do that anymore, understand? Little Treasure nodded. It was hard to describe the expression on Lu Tingxiao's face. Although Little Treasure was unruly, he would keep to his word as long as he had agreed to something. The psychiatrist had tried all sorts of methods to cure Little Treasure's bad habits. Habits such as hunger strikes, locking himself up, and even destruction to get his way. However, Little Treasure had never given in. The two elders were too soft-hearted to try more forceful methods. They had only persisted halfway before giving up and following his will every time Little Treasure had thrown a tantrum. Ning Xi's impact on Little Treasure was greater than he had imagined. Of course, he was happy regarding this point. Ning Xi then tried to coax him to sleep after she had finished setting down rules for him. In a soft tone, how about a new song for today? Little Treasure obediently nodded his head. She coughed several times. Let me think of what to sing. Right. Hulua hulua, 7 flowers grow on a branch. Not afraid, even in a storm. La 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 la. Lu Jingli had been leaning against the door and almost fell. How could Little Treasure like such childish songs with his level of intelligence? He then found out that the little guy was listening blissfully. Even funnier was that his dear brother was also listening blissfully. Ning Xi stretched after finally coaxing Little Treasure to sleep. I'm almost done singing all the children's songs I've learned in my lifetime. Lu Jingli was dumbfounded. Why do you have to sing children's songs? It's fine if you sing something else. All these children's songs are killing me. Ning Xi used the rubber band on her wrist to tie up her hair casually. Her bright phoenix eyes raised slightly. Other songs? Other than children's songs, all the songs I know aren't appropriate for children. The memory of her singing under the moonlight appeared in Lu Tingxiao's mind after she had finished speaking. Lu Jingli was excited upon hearing that. Ha ha ha. Really, really? Which songs? Sing a few for me. Lu Tingxiao casually tossed a glance over. Lu Jingli immediately stood up straight out of fright. His brother was too petty. You were nearby just now? Lu, Tingxiao asked. Otherwise, how could she have reached this quickly? No, I was in my apartment. I sped over here on the motorbike. Fast, right? Ning Xi was proud. No wonder she was dressed like this. Her outfit was even more stunning than yesterday. She had seemed like a conservative little fairy yesterday, but now she was like a wild and free demoness. It's very dangerous. Lu Tingxiao's face was full of disapproval. He turned his cold gaze towards Lu Jingli, who had been the one to call Ning Xi of his own accord. It's nothing. I'm good at riding. Ning Xi waved her hands nonchalantly. She then yawned. I'll make a move first since Little Treasure is fine now. Lu Tingxiao suddenly spoke up as she was preparing to leave. Miss Ning, I have a presumptuous request. Since she had already expended her rage, Ning Xi immediately returned to her normal self. She respectfully said, Mr. Lu, please feel free to make your request. I'll try to comply as long as it's within my abilities. The Lu family also held an authoritative power in the underground. Demon King Lu was someone who would strike with just one disagreeable word. Lu Tingxiao looked at his son lying in his room with a solemn expression. Little Treasure has been affected a lot more than I had imagined. He was accidentally locked in the storeroom at the bar last time. I hope that Miss Ning can move in with us to stay for a period of time, since it's only you that can calm him down now. Only until Little Treasure's emotional state has recovered. Ning Xi was stunned after hearing Lu Tingxiao's words. Huh? Move in here to stay? Chapter 25. Living together just like that? Yes. Ning Xi scratched her head, feeling awkward. Isn't this a little inappropriate? I can come over at any time if Little Treasure wants to see me. Lu Tingxiao massaged his brow tiredly. There are too many unknown factors, especially at night. It would be too dangerous if we had an emergency situation and you sped over here on your bike again. With my identity, it's not convenient to keep bringing Little Treasure over to visit either. I know this request puts you on the spot. As Little Treasure's father, I would still like to make this request of you. I hope you can agree. Ning Xi started to feel a headache coming on. She would definitely have turned and left if Lu Tingxiao had used his power to force her into it. However, he was not using his identity in the slightest. He was instead sincerely pleading her. It was hard for her to reject it when facing such an exceedingly handsome face. Lu Jingli was watching his dear brother with eyes of admiration. Too amazing. He didn't think that his brother would use such a high-end technique. Turning a disadvantage into an advantage, he opened up a road on the path to capturing Ning Xi's heart. Little Treasure's existence turned into his greatest support instead of becoming an obstacle. It was at this moment that Little Treasure jumped out of bed with a frightened expression, knocking over the bedside lamp with a bang. The fear in the little guy's eyes only faded after he saw Ning Xi. He shot over to her leg like an arrow. The extreme fear in those eyes would make anyone's heart ache for him. Ning Xi hurriedly crouched down. Darling, why did you wake up? The little guy buried his head into her embrace, his soft and tiny arms wrapped around her neck in a death grip. "Shhhh, Auntie's here. Don't be afraid." Ning Xi patted his back lightly. The distinct sweet scent unique to children wafted up from his body. This threw Ning Xi's emotions into turmoil. She was obviously used to avoiding little kids, but why was she unable to hate Little Treasure? Ning Xi could only coax Little Treasure back to sleep again. She then stepped lightly out of the room, closing the door. She saw that the servants had already cleaned up the mess downstairs, leaving a pristine living room. As expected of the Liu family servants, not only were they fast and efficient, they were very well trained. All of them were very curious about Ning Xi's arrival, though not a single one dared to take a second look at her, much less gossip. They left quietly the moment they finished their tasks. Seeing that she had come out of the room, Tingxiao watched her silently, not saying a word or adding any pressure on her. Ning Xi looked hesitant, but her heart turned soft when thinking of the way Little Treasure had clung onto the corner of her clothes without letting go. She took a deep breath before saying, "Okay, Mr. Liu, I accept your request. Just take it as payment for how Little Treasure saved me the last time." Tingxiao relaxed. "Thank you. Little Treasure might wake up at any moment. I think I won't be able to leave tonight, but all my things are still in my apartment." Ning Xi was troubled. "No problem. I'll send someone to collect them for you." Tingxiao sent orders to the steward and made arrangements even as he was talking. Jingli, who had not been able to interject at all from start to finish, looked at the proceedings in a dazed state. They were living together just like that? Anything else? Tingxiao glanced towards Jingli. "I'm leaving now." The third will, who was being disdained by his dear brother, immediately left. He had thought that Ning Xi was a fearsome opponent, but his brother wasn't a weakling either. He now knew that his brother didn't lack any skill in chasing women. It was just that he hadn't removed his seal in the past 32 years. Tingxiao escorted Ning Xi to a room right next to Little Treasure's bedroom. "You'll stay here from now onwards. I'll get someone to redecorate it in the style you like later on." Ning Xi hurriedly waved away the offer. "No need. No need. I'm only staying for a few days. Redecorating would be too troublesome." "It's no trouble at all." Tingxiao received a large ring of keys from the steward, then passed it to her. "These are the house keys. You can enter any place you like. The main door is locked by a password, which is 591,414. This key is for the attic. You must keep it carefully. Little Treasure likes to take the key and hide in the attic sometimes. This key is..." Seeing that Tingxiao had handed over every key except the one to his safe, Ning Xi hurriedly interrupted. Wait. Mr. Liu, aren't you being too relaxed with me? You're not afraid that I'll steal everything in your house? What do you want? I'll get someone to help you move it." Tingxiao said in all seriousness. It seemed like he wasn't joking around. Chapter 26. Ning Xi, we have long days ahead of us. Ning Xi coughed a few times. She had been completely defeated by Tingxiao. She hurriedly tried to explain. "I was only joking. It was just a joke." Tingxiao seemed to have gotten hooked on giving away keys. He casually tossed her another. "It's not easy to call a cab from here. It's inconvenient for you to travel to work. Take this car to use." Ning Xi. Why? Why was it that she had a feeling of being kept even though she was only staying for a short period of time? No. If she were being kept, then she should be kept hidden outside. What kind of sugar daddy would entrust all the keys of the main residence and their son to her? This was clearly the feeling of being a newlywed couple. She suddenly thought of how Tingxiao had abruptly proposed to her the first time they had met. She was confident enough to claim that she understood men, but the man in front of her was like a computer system with the highest grade firewall. She could not see through him at all. She didn't know if agreeing to stay due to one moment of weakness was going to be fortune or disaster. Little Treasure was in a bad state tonight. Ning Xi accompanied Little Treasure to sleep on his small bed just in case. In the late night, the room door was pushed open silently. A man walked in with light footsteps and sat down at the foot of the bed. Under the warm glow of the bedside lamp, a woman was sleeping. She had stopped in the middle of patting Little Treasure, her breathing shallow, expression warm. Her soft lips were like cherry blossoms blooming in summer, slightly open like an unspoken invitation. After a moment, a dark shadow abruptly fell over the warm patch of light as the man's silhouette drew closer and closer to those pink. He was close enough to feel her breathing. As he could reach out to take his prize with just the slightest movement, he suddenly forced himself to stop. A cool kiss landed on the woman's forehead. Ning Xi, we have long days ahead of us. The next morning, Ning Xi had thought that she wouldn't sleep well on a strange bed, but she had an unexpectedly good night. She had continued sleeping until she woke up naturally, without even a dream to break the peace. She found that little treasure was already awake when she woke up. The little guy was currently sitting next to her, earnestly reading a book without making a sound. He was clearly this well-behaved, yet you really couldn't imagine how the little bun was when he exploded. Good morning, darling. Ning Xi sat up with the blanket and greeted him warmly. Little treasure immediately raised his head in surprise. Although he didn't say anything and his expression didn't change, Ning Xi could tell that he was in a good mood from his expressive eyes. Finding it funny, Ning Xi flicked away a stray hair from Little Bun's forehead. Annie doesn't have work today. I can accompany you at home for the whole day. Hearing so, the little guy clearly became even happier. He even slightly raised the corner of his mouth. Ning Xi's heart almost bled out of cuteness. She couldn't resist grabbing his little cheeks and rubbing. Darling, smile more. You're too cute when you smile. After washing up, they headed downstairs to find breakfast already prepared. Ning Xi didn't see Tingxiao. The steward and servants did not mention needing to wait for him to eat, so Ning Xi deduced that he had already headed to work. After breakfast, Ning Xi had been a little worried on how to take care of a child. What would she do if she didn't take care of him properly? However, all her worries came to nothing. In the morning, she read a script while camped on the sofa. Little treasure was sprawled out on the table at the side, either reading or drawing. The two of them did not bother each other and got along harmoniously. The servants only appeared once to deliver snacks and fruits with extremely light movements, as if afraid of disturbing him. It seemed that little treasure normally preferred silence. Chapter 27, Fauvism. In the corner, the old steward was currently watching the pair of adult and child in the living room. He found that Ning Xi had not tried to get closer to the little young master at all, but had focused on reading her scripts the whole morning. The little young master had passed his time like usual, reading books or drawing. It looked like there was nothing out of the ordinary, but upon closer observation, you could see that he would sneak a peek at Ning Xi from time to time. The expression on his face was both lively and at peace. The old steward had felt rather anxious from his first look at Ning Xi, afraid that the eldest young master was being tricked by her, perhaps due to her exceptionally beautiful looks. From his observations thus far, she seemed somewhat safe, but she might just be waiting for the right moment to strike. There were so many women eyeing the position of Mrs. Liu and trying to think of all sorts of ways to become Little Treasure's stepmother. There had even been a terrible event 2 years ago, almost causing little young master to. He had been on tenterhooks since seeing how the eldest young master trusted her and how the second young master was not stopping him. Even little young master seemed to like that woman a lot, so he couldn't help but to keep his guard up. 2 hours had already passed unknowingly. When Ning Xi was almost done with reading the script, Little Treasure had already finished his drawing and had trotted over to show it to her. Ning Xi lifted her head to look, and her face was filled with surprise. This drawing is of me. She really couldn't tell from Little Treasure's quiet appearance that his drawing style would actually be Fauvism. Fauvism was characterized by the use of vibrant and heavy colors, straightforward and coarse brush strokes, to create an intense picture to express your innermost thoughts. Although the person drawn in this picture looked somewhat strange, the drawing had accurately captured the characteristics of the person, so Ning Xi could recognize at one glance that the subject was herself. Little Treasure nodded while hugging the picture. He looked a little nervous, worried that she wouldn't like it. This is simply amazing. Can I take a picture of this for my phone wallpaper? Ning Xi wasn't purposely trying to compliment Little Treasure. She actually liked Fauvism herself. She especially liked the strong contrast in colors. Looking at Little Treasure's drawing with a basic understanding of art appreciation, his standard was already at the level of a great master. Little Treasure pressed his lips together shyly and shoved the drawing into her hands. Ning Xi pointed at herself. For me. Little Treasure nodded. Thank you. I love it so much. Ning Xi hugged the little bun and placed a kiss on his soft cheeks. The little bun was stunned for a moment before his face was covered in a fierce blush. His usually dazed eyes looked even more lively. The pair of adult and child were warmly interacting when Ning Xi heard footsteps from overhead. She raised her head to look towards the direction of the sound and saw Tingxiao, with casual home clothes and messy bed hair, walking down lazily from the stairs. Although Tingxiao usually looked mesmerizing, the gap between his current slovenly appearance and his normal appearance was too huge, resulting in a killer charm. He was so sexy there was no cure for it. Ning Xi was dazed for quite a while before she could react. "Mr. Liu, you're not working today? Wasn't it Monday today?" "I'm resting today." Tingxiao nodded. Ning Xi thought for a moment before realization hit. He had just spent a lot of time and effort to sign a huge deal, so having a good rest was normal. So Big Boss Liu was also the kind to sleep in. She inexplicably felt closer to him. Chapter 28, Domineering CEO. It's the first time Little Treasure has drawn a human portrait. Tingxiao commented after glimpsing the portrait in Ning Xi's hands. "Really? Then it's quite the honor." Ning Xi was very happy. "What do you want to eat in the afternoon?" Tingxiao asked. He was seemingly prepared to feed her in addition to staying here. Ning Xi was about to speak up when her phone suddenly rang. It was from Changli. Did she arrange another bit role for her? "Hello, Changjia. Ning Xi, Land Under Heaven, is holding an opening ceremony at the Grand Pearl Hotel at 12 p.m. Don't be late." "What? 12 p.m.? 12 p.m. today?" "Yes, today." "Changjia, why didn't you inform me earlier?" "It's already almost 11 a.m. "What do you mean I didn't inform you earlier? Aren't I telling you an hour in advance?" "An hour? That isn't even enough for me to travel there. Furthermore, I have to dress and do my makeup." "Those are your problems. Don't annoy me. I'm very busy now. I'm hanging up." Having finished her words, she hung up immediately. "Chong, you." Ning Xi threw her phone. After saying so, Ning Xi froze. Little Treasure was stunned. Tingxiao was also stunned. Ning Xi wiped her face, hating that she couldn't dig a hole to bury herself in. She had gotten too agitated and had forgotten that she was still in the Liu residence, and that she even had a little kid next to her. She had not intended to act like a demure lady in front of Tingxiao anyway, but it would be bad if she was a bad influence on Little Treasure. She coughed twice. Little Treasure, just take it that you never heard that just now. You absolutely cannot learn from Auntie's example and scold people, because what Annie was scolding just now was not a person. Ning Xi explained solemnly. Little Treasure blinked and nodded like he did not fully understand. A trace of humor flashed across Tingxiao's eyes as he asked, "What happened?" Ning Xi gritted her teeth. "The opening ceremony for Land Under Heaven starts today at 12 p.m. It's almost 11 a.m., but my manager only called to inform me just now. It takes at least 50 minutes to reach Grand Pearl Hotel from here. Don't tell me I need to appear on camera barefaced." "Why not? Your bare face is enough." Ning Xi was stunned for a moment. She had not expected that Tingxiao would actually be this smooth. She scratched her head, coughing once in embarrassment. "Thanks for the compliment, Mr. Liu. But it's considered rude if I don't put on basic makeup at the very least at these kinds of events. Most importantly, I don't have any appropriate clothes at the moment, and there'll be so many media outlets there. This is so frustrating." "Wait for a moment." Tingxiao raised his hand and indicated for her to stay calm, then took his phone to the courtyard to make a call. 10 minutes later, someone arrived, panting out of breath. "CEO Liu, I've brought all the stuff you wanted. Are we starting right now?" The newcomer was wearing jeans with holes and a gray cotton jacket, and had a striking dark blue earring on his left ear. Ning Xi was surprised to find that he was actually a familiar face. Of course, familiar face meaning that Ning Xi recognized him, but he did not recognize Ning Xi at all. He was a makeup artist known as the Godly Hand under Golden Age Entertainment and the personal makeup artist of the famous actress, Su Yimo, Arthur. He was someone famous that a small fry like her could only gaze at from afar. "This is..." Ning Xi's face was full of suspicion. "You don't recognize him?" Tingxiao asked. "Of course I recognize the famous Arthur. But what did you call him over for?" "To style you, naturally," Tingxiao said as if it was a matter of course. Ning Xi's head was full of black lines momentarily. She moved closer to Tingxiao's ear and said softly, You're actually making someone from Golden Age Entertainment style me? Are you sure?" Don't you know that I'm under Starlight Entertainment? Golden Age and Starlight are dead rivals. Okay. So what? Tingxiao replied like the domineering CEO he was. Chapter 29, Soon-to-be Lady Boss. So what? Ning Xi choked, feeling speechless. Big Boss Lu, do your employees know that you're using your company's people to help artistes from other companies? They evidently did not. This famous makeup artist had definitely never heard of her considering how unknown she was. She really wanted to kneel to Tingxiao. Golden Age Entertainment was one of the subsidiaries of the Lu Corporation at the very least. Although Lu Jingli was managing Golden Age now, the boss behind the scenes was the Lu Corporation's Tingxiao. The Lu Corporation began to get involved with the entertainment industry 5 years ago and bought over Golden Age Entertainment, creating an entertainment empire. They were even able to compete directly with the oldest, leading company in the industry, Starlight Entertainment. From this, you could see how fierce the competition was between the two companies. Their employees, from artistes to managers to assistants, makeup artists and stylists, could never mix. If there were artistes from both companies present on the same set, there would definitely be some sparks flying. Tingxiao looked at his watch. The minivan is at the door. You can do your makeup and styling on the way there, and you'll make it in time. It's up to you whether you want to go or not. Ning Xi was so conflicted that her intestines started to hurt, but she still gritted her teeth. I'm going. Since Tingxiao wasn't bothered about it, then she wouldn't care about it either. Seeing that Tingxiao had followed along, she was surprised. You're going too? Who else is going to drive? Little Treasure wants to stay a little longer with you as well. He was using that matter-of-fact tone again, as if whatever he said was truth, and she was only asking silly questions. Little Treasure nodded vigorously. Okay. In the end, all 4 of them got on the minivan, together with the stylist Arthur. Tingxiao didn't even change out of his clothes. He continued driving in his casual homewear, while Ning Xi and Arthur sat in the back, with Little Treasure watching them curiously as he sprawled over his seat. Arthur carefully looked over Ning Xi once, his gaze showing great appreciation. This lady has perfect features and amazing skin. I don't need to do much. I'll just put on some light makeup. What occasion are you going to today, miss? I need to choose the right clothes for you. It's just an opening ceremony for a movie. Ning Xi was deathly afraid that she would get beaten up if he found out that she was from Starlight. Luckily, Arthur didn't ask much. He only nodded to show that he understood and continued to do her makeup. When they were close to the location of the opening ceremony, Ning Xi had been fully made up from top to toe. They had grasped the timing very well. Tingxiao stopped the car, then turned to look at the woman behind, with his arm on the back of his seat. How is it? Ning Xi asked, a little nervous. Not bad. It wasn't easy to get such a compliment from someone as taciturn as Tingxiao. Furthermore, Little Treasure was tilting his head and looking at her with an awestruck expression. Ning Xi was suddenly brimming with confidence, and she hugged Little Treasure apologetically. Darling, I'm so sorry I couldn't keep my word, but Annie promises you that I'll quickly return to accompany you after work. Little Treasure hugged her for a moment before reluctantly letting go and waving goodbye, knowing that she was rushing for time. Looking at the pair of father and son behind her, Ning Xi's heart was filled with warmth. After battling like a lone soldier for so long, it was the first time she had had such a warm feeling. Since Ning Xi had left, the driver's position was naturally left to Arthur. Arthur could no longer hold back his nosiness and carefully asked as he drove, Boss, who was that lady just now? Is she one of the new recruits of our company? How come I haven't seen her before? Damn, their big boss actually had a woman at his side. This was mind-blowing news. Tingxiao supported his chin, answering leisurely, an artiste from Starlight. Arthur. In an instant, Arthur looked as sour as if he had eaten a lemon. Big boss, you actually let me style an artiste from Starlight. Why is our boss working for the other side? Even our second young master doesn't date anyone from Starlight, okay? If the person sitting here had been the second young master, he would have let loose a string of ranting. However, this was the great evil king Tingxiao. He could only hold it in, not even daring to let out a single peep of complaint even if it killed him. Something else that he couldn't say out was that unknown Starlight artiste wasn't going to become their soon-to-be lady boss, right? After all, this woman was even able to win over the little prince. She definitely wasn't simple. Chapter 30, Opening Ceremony. At the opening ceremony of Land Under Heaven, the cast and crew members were all assembled, lights were flashing one after another, and there were numerous media outlets there. There was even a huge group of fans in the outer ring who had come after hearing the news. Most of the media outlets were surrounding the female lead, Ning Xi, and the male lead, Zhao Xizhou. One of them was the shining star of Starlight Entertainment, while the other was the famous star who had won an Oscar. The pairing of a suave man with a beauty naturally drew the attention of everyone. Xi, we all know that this is your second time acting as a couple with Xizhou on screen. Would you also give your heart to a man like Xizhou in real life? Haha, Xizhou is indeed attractive, but that won't happen. I don't have any space left in my heart for him. The media was clamoring after hearing so. Ning Xi had publicly announced that she had a boyfriend a year ago. Various people had gone digging for insider news and found out that her boyfriend was actually the son of the Yifeng Corporation CEO, Su Hongguang. He had both status and money, and even had good looks to boot. Everyone had been filled with envy. Although the fans had been upset, fans were not as averse to marriage these days as compared to the past. Most fans even hoped that their idol would find someone good to marry. Ning Xi's popularity had not declined in the slightest after revealing that she had a lover. Conversely, she had maintained her popularity with topics like handsome and rich boyfriend and winner at life. Zhao Xizhou, who was at her side, was good at following up. He immediately held his chest, as if his heart hurt. Miss Shangguan, how heartless of you. This king has already given you everything along with my heart. The female lead that Ning Xi was acting as this time was a girl called Shangguan Ingro, while Zhao Xizhou was acting as a prince. Hearing so, the reporters laughed along and teased Zhao Xizhou with a warm air. Other than the actors for the male and female leads, the actress for the supporting female lead was the one that everyone had their eyes on. A crowd was surrounding Guo Qixing. Director Guo, where's the actress for Meng Chang'e? Will she be here today? Of course. Is it true that you rejected Jia Qingqing because she wasn't beautiful enough when she came to audition for this role? They were clearly out to cause trouble by asking such questions. However, Director Guo was an old hand. He spoke smoothly. We do have a high standard regarding looks for a role like Meng Chang'e, but appearance is only one of the criteria we use to judge suitability for the role. There was no problem with Jia Qingqing's appearance, but she did not match what we were looking for in terms of feeling. We've heard that the one playing Meng Chang'e is a rookie. Since Meng Chang'e is such a demanding role, suddenly choosing to use a rookie for this, will she be able to completely fulfill the expectations? What was wrong with the reporters today? Had they not given enough bonuses to them? Their questions were clearly out to attack them, and were even focused on the supporting female lead. For that question, please wait until our movie is out. Just wait and see. The reporters were still unwilling to let go of the question and asked aggressively, Director Guo, is the actress for Meng Chang'e prettier than Jia Qingqing? Haven't they said enough? Yes, she's more beautiful than Jia Qingqing. So what if she's a beauty of 100 years? Wait till all of you see Ning Xi. Let's see if you still dare to praise Jia Qingqing's looks. About this, they all have their own merits. You'll know once she's here. Guo Qixing was starting to get annoyed by all these questions. At this moment, glancing over the heads of all the reporters, he spotted someone appearing at the start of the red carpet. He was stunned for at least 3 seconds before he regained his senses, and he smiled as he said, Well, look at this, speak of the devil. Chapter 31. What kind of eyesight do you have? After saying this, Guo Qixing had a wait-and-see expression on his face. As expected, when all the reporters turned towards the direction that Guo Qixing was pointing at, their first reaction was to be stunned silly. Ning Xi was wearing a magenta dress made out of lace. The cutting of the fabric flattered her mesmerizing waistline, while the collar revealed her beautiful collarbone. This color was even harder to pull off than pure red, and it was even made of lace. Although it had a great design, most people would only look terrible or tacky when wearing it. However, it was as if that dress was made for Ning Xi. It enhanced her looks and made her even more charming and lovely, thereby causing her beauty to stand out. When the stylist had picked this dress out for her, Ning Xi herself had also thought that she wouldn't be able to pull it off. However, she had been proven wrong after putting it on. As expected of the godly hand of Golden Age Entertainment, he had great eyes. He knew her better than she knew herself after just one meeting. Although it was Ning Xi's first time walking the red carpet, She was an actress after all. She had already tried on many various roles with different occupations, which naturally included celebrities, and had even acted as one once or twice. Walking down the red carpet was easy. Every step, every smile, and every action caught just the right angles for the cameras. She could even show the most perfect expressions. The reporters remained dazed for even longer than director Gua had, and only regained their senses after a long while. This was Ning Xi, the actress who was going to play Meng Chang'e, an unknown rookie without any known work. Wasn't she too beautiful? There were no other words to describe it. She was just beautiful. Now they realized why director Gua's expression didn't look right when they were so persistent with their questions just now. It was ridiculous to ask whether Jia Qingqing or Ning Xi was more beautiful. In front of an absolute beauty like Ning Xi, even a beautiful starlet like Jia Qingqing would become just a simple face in the crowd. It wasn't just her looks, but also the way she held herself that made her stand out from the other rookies. Her gestures were both elegant and open, even exuding an innate nobility. Ning Xi walked to the center of the red carpet and casually posed a few times to let the media take pictures. Following that, she turned around and picked up the pen from the tray to sign her name on the wall. This one turn of her body caused a wave of excitement and shutter clicks. The dress had been designed to reveal the back, and that was one of the reasons the stylist had chosen this dress in the end. Ning Xi's shoulder blades were simply too beautiful. They were the most entrancing part of her whole body, and it would be too much of a shame if they weren't shown off. Most female stars like to reveal cleavage to draw attention when walking the red carpet, but Ning Xi had taken another route, elevating her above the rest. After murdering countless rolls of film, it was finally time to interview her. The reporters were actually quite pitiful today. They had all prepared questions like, do you think you'll be able to play a vixen like Meng Chang'e well with looks like that? Who do you think is prettier, you or Jia Qingqing? We've heard that you were specially picked outside of official channels. Was there a reason for that? Now they weren't able to use any of those questions at all. As long as they weren't blind, they would know that nothing had happened behind the scenes. Her face was just too convincing. She was just the most suitable person to play Meng Chang'e. Thus the reporters had to spin up questions on the spot. Miss Ning, may I ask if the dress you're wearing is a customized piece from Karl Lagerfeld? Ning Xi was stunned. What the heck? This was a custom gown from Karl Lagerfeld. She had casually put on a dress worth thousands of dollars? Evil King Lu, what were you thinking? However, an even more terrifying question was lying in wait for her. Following that question, the same reporter named the origins of each item she was wearing and then asked, Miss Ning, is Arthur your stylist? You could even tell something just like that? What kind of eyesight do you have? Chapter 32, Troublesome Exes. No, I think I must have seen wrongly. Luckily, without waiting for Ning Xi's answer, the reporter had already given up on his own question. He had most likely recalled that Ning Xi was an artist from Starlight. How could Arthur be her stylist when he was the personal stylist for Golden Age's Su Yimou? Ning Xi heaved a huge sigh of relief. Worried that they would continue this line of questioning, she quickly spoke up to change the topic. Since it's the opening ceremony for Land Under Heaven, it would be better if everyone asked questions related to the movie. Miss Ning, is this your first time acting in a movie? Someone in the crowd asked. Of course not. I've started acting since I graduated from university. However, I didn't appear in a lot of movies, so you wouldn't be able to recognize me. Ning Xi replied honestly, not at all bothered by her sparse resume. The media could easily get a hold of such details, thus it would be better to be upfront about it. So what has Miss Ning acted as previously? Although this question was quite normal, it was somewhat awkward for Ning Xi to answer. However, she had to give an answer since they had asked. I've acted as Ning Xi started to list the roles she had played since returning to China. During the time she had been studying overseas, she had spent most of her free time acting in movies. She had even acted in a few famous dramas and played many roles. Having a resume like Ning Xi's wasn't easy considering how most movies overseas didn't like using Chinese actors. However, she could not bring up her experience overseas because of her ridiculous dating history while she was overseas. Although she had not done anything immoral and they had dated normally, the identities of her ex-boyfriends were all a little too eye-catching. What she needed the most right now was a movie that she could openly claim she had starred in. If she was surrounded by the rumors of her love life the moment She entered the entertainment circle, and the public was focused on her personal life. She might be able to gather a lot of attention and even become a hot topic overnight if she were lucky. However, it wouldn't bode well for her long-term growth. Ning Xi was trying really hard to remember the roles she had acted since returning to China that she could mention openly. However, the reporters turned speechless upon hearing the list. What kind of roles were these? A mistress, a fox spirit, a demoness, a country girl, a brain-dead eldest miss, and even an evil old woman. For a beauty such as her, what kind of interest is this? Why did she like to choose roles like those? Someone eventually asked, why do you keep playing antagonist roles? Ning Xi could not reveal Chong Li's actions here, so she calmly spoke up. Actually, I didn't notice. Acting is a much beloved career for me, and every role has its own life. To me, there's no distinction between big or small roles. Following that, the media asked more questions. Even though she didn't have a manager to guide her, Ning Xi had answered them perfectly one by one. Guo Qixing kept nodding as he watched from the side. This lady is doing really well. Despite having this kind of quality and EQ, she still hasn't managed to make it big yet after entering the industry for a year. What do you think about this, old Wang? The producer Wang Taihe said meaningfully. If it's not the upper ranks at Starlight Entertainment turning blind, then it's... He gave him a look after saying. So, it was clearly someone at Starlight purposely suppressing her. Guo Qixing's face was full of pity and regret. What a waste of such good talent. Well, gold will always shine in the end. Failing that, doesn't she have you? Wang Taihe chuckled as he said. At this moment, Ning Xi's nails had dug into her palms, and her expression had become so ugly that she was close to losing her composure on the red carpet. She had purposely let Chong Li inform Ning Xi at the last minute to make her a laughingstock at the opening ceremony. However, she had never thought that it would result in her making a stunning appearance to the crowd instead. Damn it, Ning Xi's outfit alone cost several thousands. How in the world had she gotten this amount of money? Clothing and accessories could be rented, but who did her styling? She had underestimated this country girl. Chapter 33. Trying to make me fall? Not a chance in hell. Shuiluo, Ning Xi is your junior. Do you have anything to say about her acting a role like Meng Chang'e? At this time, a reporter who was trying to trip Ning Xi tossed a question at Ning Shuiluo. Ning Shuiluo instantly recovered her calm and elegant expression and sincerely said, Ning Xi has the skills to pull it off, and I believe she won't let everyone down. Towards all questions concerning Ning Xi, Ning Shuiluo would always praise her generously. Those who weren't in the know would think that she was trying to support her junior, but Ning Xi saw through Ning Shuiluo's scheming. This wasn't helping her, but rather trying to lift her higher so she could fall harder. She would praise her to high heaven and raise everyone's expectations before filming started, so that any little mistake later on would become huge disappointments. Too bad. She wasn't going to let Ning Shuiluo's schemes come to fruition. She had piled up her arsenal for 5 whole years, and she had the confidence to satisfy everyone's expectations. You want to make me fall? Let's wait and see. When the media interview segment had finally ended, Ning Xi had been preparing to take a short break, but was held back by Chong Li. Ning Xi, where did all these come from? Don't think that the company will help you pick up the bill for this outfit. As a supporting female lead, don't you know the rules? Who allowed you to steal the limelight? Chong Li scolded her from the start. Ning Xi twirled her natural slight curls and spoke lazily. I didn't want to do that either, but who knew that Chang Jia would try to make me late for the ceremony? You. Knowing that there were people around right now, Chong Li suppressed her temper. You had better behave yourself later during the meal, and don't say something that will shame the company. Shuiluo doesn't have a good tolerance for alcohol, so remember to receive the toasts in her stead. Do you understand? Ning Xi couldn't help but laugh. You want me to receive the toasts on her behalf? Miss Chong, are you still dreaming? It'll be good enough if I don't toss wine on her. Chong Li and Ning Shuiluo were in cahoots, so there wouldn't be any use even if she groveled before her. She completely refused to buy it. On the other hand, if she blatantly refused to bend to their whims, Chong Li wouldn't dare to go overboard. Chong Li was struggling to hold back her temper. Ning Xi, you've finally grown some backbone. You only got a small supporting role, and you've already forgotten your surname. Ning Xi had no patience to deal with her and immediately turned to leave. Chong Li watched Ning Xi's back as she left. Even though it was just her back, it was enough to entrance people. Panic mysteriously rose in her heart. She already had a premonition that she wouldn't be able to hold back Ning Xi anymore. This woman was born to act. Once she started rising, Ning Xi wouldn't even be able to hold a candle to her. However, things had already come to this point. She could only suppress her as much as she could and block any chance of her rising from the ashes. There was a banquet dinner after the opening ceremony ended. The crew and anyone else related to the movie were gathered together, drinking and eating as they got to know each other. The atmosphere was friendly and relaxed. Seeing that Ning Xi had arrived, the screenwriter Yi Linglong was the first to stand up and pull her over to her side. You could tell how satisfied he was with her. Speaking of which, isn't it such a coincidence that the two beauties of our cast both come from the same company, and they even have the same surname Ning? The assistant director Zhang Rue exclaimed. Ning Xi sneered in her heart. Hee hee, what a coincidence. They were in the same company, and even under the same manager. However, their circumstances were vastly different. One was already the star of Starlight, while the other was still buried deep in the lowest layers of the entertainment circle. As they were talking, the producers and directors suddenly all stood up to welcome someone who was walking in from the entrance. It was the biggest sponsor of the movie, the chairman of the board of directors of the Ning Corporation, Tingxiao. Chapter 34. What a show of affection between father and daughter. We didn't think that Chairman Ning would have the time to come to our opening ceremony. It's really such an honor. Director Guo greeted him warmly in a humble manner. Come, sit over here, Chairman Ning. Producer Wang gave his seat to Chairman Ning, so he could sit next to Ning Xi. Ning Yao looked at Ning Xi lovingly. Director Guo is being too courteous. My daughter is under your care. The apple doesn't fall too far from the tree. Chairman Ning, your daughter is so talented that she doesn't need my care at all. This child is always so busy. Even as her father, I have to personally make a trip or else I wouldn't get to see her. Ning Yao said angrily. Although he said it with a straight face, there wasn't a trace of actual anger in his eyes, only fondness. Ha ha ha, you should be happy that Shulao works so hard. However, Shulao, you're also in the wrong. No matter how hard you're working, you should always return home. Director Guo got angry. I know, Director. I shouldn't have done that. Dad, don't get angry. I'll be home for dinner tomorrow night. Ning Xi hugged Ning Yaohua's arm and acted coquettishly, having the appearance of an obedient daughter. Look at this. I need the director to help me talk to my daughter before she agrees to come home for dinner. Dad, there are so many people here. Leave me some dignity. Yes, yes, yes. You're a big star now. I can't even admonish you anymore. Ning Xi thought that she had already refined her heart into steel. She didn't think that she would see such a show of fatherly affection and daughterly devotion here. Her chest tightened to the point of suffocating, and she was close to bolting out the door. Although she couldn't control her inner heart, she could cover it up by acting perfectly on the surface. She discussed the script with the screenwriter calmly, as if she didn't notice what was going on opposite her. She could ignore it, but some people were unable to do so. Ning Yaohua's gaze was like a knife cutting her body, as if seeing her at a public event was something shameful and disgusting. Ning Xi finally borrowed the excuse of needing the washroom to leave the room and get some fresh air next to an open window in the corridor. She dug in her bag and brought out a pack of cigarettes and a lighter. She held onto the thin cigarette for quite a while before finally putting it back. She was in the middle of quitting. Today was the first time she had actually lost to the urge. The night breeze blowing strongly on her face helped her feel a little better. At this moment, the sound of footsteps sounded from behind her. Ning Xi's back stiffened, but she turned anyway. The expression on her face was like a mask that revealed no emotions. Are you looking for me, Chairman Ning? Ning Yaohua stared at her with a heavy gaze, looking at her eye-catching outfit unhappily. Ning Xi lowered her eyes and smiled shallowly. Heh, Chairman Ning, you were also staring at me in this manner in the room just now. Aren't you afraid that others will mistake your intentions towards me? In the eyes of others, he was a sponsor, while her identity was that of a pretty female starlet. It was the easiest kind of relationship to start rumors about. You bastard, what kind of words are you saying? Ning Yaohua was abruptly in a rage. Ning Xi raised her brows. Of course I'm speaking in a human language. Is Chairman Dong not human? You. Ning Yaohua suddenly raised his hand. Before it landed, it was grabbed by a slender wrist. How could she allow Ning Yaohua to hit her again? He didn't have the right to do so. Ning Yaohua was enraged. He violently pulled his hand back. I want you to withdraw from this role right now. Don't shame me in front of others. Ning Xi's expression was cold. I got this role fair and square, so how would it shame you in any way? You're just following whatever Shuala wants to do. Take a look at yourself. You can't measure up to Shuala. You were so eager to enter the entertainment industry. Are you just waiting for someone to dig out your dirty past and shame the Ning family? Ning Yaohua watched her with an expression of extreme disgust. Chapter 35. That youth is no longer here. Up till now, there were still people who would bring up the incidents where Ning Yaohua's daughter had drunk the lemon water meant for washing hands and worn a counterfeit dress to a banquet as jokes. If other people managed to dig up the ugly truth of what had happened that year, then how could he still show his face in those circles? Ning Xi's face turned pale after hearing Ning Yaohua's words. That night, that stranger, that dead infant. This was her Achilles heel. The Ning family had covered up the whole incident due to fear of embarrassment, and Ning Shuala had not spoken of it outside due to fear of the truth getting exposed. However, this had been her greatest nightmare ever since the start. I'm giving you the chance to gracefully exit the stage on your own. Since you don't want it, then don't blame me for not considering our relationship as father and daughter. To think we still had something like a father-daughter relationship between us. Dad, Xiaoxi, what's going on? Ning Shuilua's surprised voice sounded from behind them. Upon seeing Ning Shuilua, Ning Yaohua's face changed to a loving expression. It's nothing. You don't have to worry about it. When you go back, get your company to find someone else more suitable for the supporting female lead. The other meaning in his words was that Ning Xi was to be switched out. Ning Shuilua was rejoicing in her heart, but she acted anxious on the surface. Dad, why? Xiaoxi has been set as the supporting female lead. It's already good enough for her to act in minor roles. How could she have the ability to act such an important role? I've invested 30 million yuan into this movie, and this isn't somewhere she can play around. But, Dad, Xiaoxi worked really hard to get into this movie. Shuilua, you don't have to speak for her. What did I tell you previously? I told you not to help her, but you wouldn't listen. You even praised her in front of the reporters. Does she deserve it? But, Xiaoxi is your quiet. You're not allowed to mention that sort of thing ever again. I've said it before, you're my only daughter. Dad, please don't get angry. I won't do it anymore, okay? I have some other business later. I'm leaving now. If you have some time, then help me persuade her to stop being so stubborn. Ning Yaohua shot a warning look towards Ning Xi, then turned to leave with a cold expression. After Ning Yaohua had left, the well-behaved expression on Ning Shuilua's face slowly melted away as she spoke innocently. Ning Xi, this time it wasn't me who was trying to make things difficult for you. I had wanted to give you a chance, only. Ning Xi couldn't hold back a laugh. In that one sound, there was endless despair. Who would have thought that the one who would wipe out all her efforts and push her back into obscurity would be her very own biological father? She had spent so much effort preparing for this role all this time and had fought so hard to acquire it. But all her efforts had been in vain. When the banquet had ended, it was already 11 p.m. It seemed to be true that a person would get drunk easily if they were in a bad mood. Ning Xi felt that she hadn't drunk much today, but she started wobbling when she stood up, and her temples started throbbing in pain. It was right at this moment that she saw someone who would make her feel even worse. Su Yan. Some of the cast, especially the women, had already started exclaiming in surprise upon spotting the new arrival. It's young Master Su. How handsome. He's 100 times more handsome than the rumors. He must be here to escort Ning Shuala. I'm so envious of her. Her acting career is going so well. Her family background is so good and her boyfriend is so handsome. She really is a winner at life. This kind of person has already won on the starting line. We don't even have the right to envy her. Ning Xi held onto the wall, somewhat stupidly looking at the man who was walking towards Ning Shua step by step. The Su family had been doing quite well these few years. Su Yan's social status had risen accordingly. Ning Xi could not longer see the youth of the past in him. That sickly youth who had been living in the countryside to recuperate from a lung disease. The Sugij who had read stories to her warmly had already died in the passing of time. Chapter 36. Which god of wealth has arrived? Sugij, why are you here? Didn't I say that there's no need to pick me up? Ning Xi skipped over to the man happily. I couldn't stop worrying since it started raining outside. Suyin took off his jacket and put it on her. He looked at her unhappily. Why are you wearing so little? Ning Xi had a sweet expression on her face. Oh you. I'm already a grown woman. Why are you still treating me like a child? Ning Xi leaned against the icy cold wall with uneven steps. She felt that she was really unlucky today. For the whole night, she had been treated to Ning Xiaoluo's show of parental affection, and now it was a lovey-dovey scene. Ning Xiaoluo was completely showing off everything she had taken away from her. Not satisfied with just making her watch, Ning Xiaoluo hugged Su Yan's arm and purposely walked towards her. She said warmly, "Little Junior, you seem to be quite drunk. Why don't you join us? I'll let my boyfriend send you home." Ning Xiaoluo deliberately emphasized the word boyfriend. At this moment, Su Yan finally noticed Ning Xi. His pupils abruptly tightened upon seeing her. Ning Xi. It had been a long time. In the years she had been overseas, he had not seen her even once. Even after she had returned, he had only seen her a few times from afar when he went to pick Xiaoluo up at the company. He was caught off guard by seeing her up close. She was so different that he almost couldn't recognize her. The little girl who had worn braids and a flowery skirt back then had blossomed into a woman who could move any man's heart without his knowing. Seeing that Su Yan was looking at Ning Xi dazedly, a dark emotion flashed across Ning Xiaoluo's eyes. She grabbed his arm and shook it. "Su Gij, what do you say?" Su Yan suddenly regained his senses and nodded hastily. "Yes, let's go together." Junior Ning. Junior Ning? Are you okay? Ning Xiaoluo showed a caring expression. Ning Xi pressed on her forehead with the back of her hand. Her mind was growing more and more hazy under the influence of alcohol. Her heart was beating faster, and her blood was almost rushing backwards. It was as if there was a beast roaring inside her body, struggling to break free so that it could tear up the two pretentious masks in front of her. No need. Ning Xi turned and stumbled towards the restroom before she completely lost control. Watching Ning Xi's sorry figure escape, Ning Xiaoluo finally let out a refreshed smile. However, her expression immediately changed into an extremely sad one when she turned towards Su Yan. "Su Gij, I think Xiaoxi isn't willing to forgive me. I'm already trying my best to make it up to her. I've been doing whatever I can to help her in the company, but she's still like this. I don't know what to do anymore. Don't mind it. Xiaoxi's personality is like that. She'll forgive you when time passes." Su Yan reassured her softly. At the ground floor of the hotel, a group of girls from the crew were excitedly discussing the sports car Su Yan had driven in on. "I just searched online and I found out that this Maserati is at least 100 million yuan. He's way too rich. I want to find a rich boyfriend too. How many years will it take till I can find one? Most importantly, he's so handsome. There are so many stars who married someone rich, but they're all pot-bellied middle-aged men. Just looking at them makes my stomach churn." As they were gossiping, they spotted Su Yan and Ning Xi walking towards them from the hotel. The picture of a handsome man and a beautiful woman standing together was simply a feast for the eyes. Everyone looked on enviously as Ning Xi entered that sports car, still wearing Su Yan's jacket. They waited until they could no longer see the car before sighing. Not long after that car had left, the roar of an engine could be heard heading towards them. Following that, a silvery white sports car zoomed past them and came to a stop in front of the hotel. Most importantly, this car. This car was too damn outstanding. That handsome low chassis, smooth body, and cool scissor doors gave off the feeling of a masterpiece. Most importantly, the price. That's the Bugatti Veyron Supersport, the world's most expensive supercar. It costs over 1 billion yuan at the very least. My God, which god of wealth has arrived? Chapter 37. Entering the female restroom to find her. In the car, Little Treasure stared at the phone waiting for a reply, his expression one of great suffering and hatred. Tingxiao unfastened his seatbelt. "I'll go take a look. Wait for me here." Little Treasure grabbed onto the corner of his father's shirt, indicating that he wanted to tag along with him. Tingxiao looked at his son. "If she's drunk, I can only carry one of you." Little Treasure puffed up his cheeks, indicating that he wasn't satisfied with the answer. He didn't need anyone to carry him. Tingxiao's expression darkened. Unfortunately, my trust in you is at its lowest since the incident from last time. I'm unable to believe that you'll be able to take care of yourself. If you get lost again, even I won't be able to bear the consequences. Understand. Little Treasure bowed his head with a lonely expression. Realizing that he had spoken too seriously, Tingxiao rubbed his son's little head. I'll be right back. Lao Zhong, bring the car to the underground garage. Yes, young master. Under. The excited gazes of the crowd gathered at the hotel entrance. The car door slowly opened, and a man stepped out. He was wearing a gray Western suit. His body was long and lean, and he had a powerful aura. It's Tingxiao. I was wondering which god of wealth had come. I didn't think it would be the god of wealth. I totally predicted it. Other than the god of wealth, who else could afford to drive such an expensive car? The Su family obviously can't even compare to Master Lu. Heavens, hold me for a bit. I'm going to faint. I've only seen him on a magazine once. I didn't think I'd meet the real person here. I really want to go ask him for his signature and have him sign it on my panties. Those handsome and famous actors can only kneel before our Master Lu. If Master Lu enters the entertainment circle, how would they continue surviving? You're still dreaming. We've already used up a lifetime of luck to see him this close in person. You still want him to enter the entertainment circle for your viewing pleasure every day? The people at the door continued gossiping fervently long after the man in question had entered the hotel. Big Boss Lu is usually swarmed by a retinue wherever he appears. Why is he coming to a hotel alone so late at night? Who knows? Anyway, he can't possibly coming here for a woman. It's such a shame that an outstanding man like that doesn't get close to women. Why do you think Tingxiao won't get close to women? He probably likes men. That's just nonsense. If he likes men, then where did his son come from? I feel that Master Lu must be the kind that's deeply in love. His feelings for the child's mother are so deep that he's been keeping her secret for so many years. Tingxiao found that the cast and crew had all left when he got upstairs. The group of people at the hotel's entrance were most likely the last batch. However, only Ning Xi was missing. He tried calling Ning Xi's phone as he walked down the corridors searching for her. No one picked up. As he was passing by the restrooms, Tingxiao suddenly paused his steps. He could hear a phone ringing. After standing still and listening for a while, he realized it was coming from the female restroom. Tingxiao ended the call, and the sound stopped. After heaving a sigh of relief at finally finding the person he was looking for, Tingxiao furrowed his brows. He couldn't enter the female restroom to find her. Since she had not reacted at all to the loud ringing of her phone, she must be quite drunk. Ning Xi. Tingxiao tried calling for her, but as expected, there was no reply. He stood in front of the sink between the male and female restrooms and raised his long fingers to pinch at the center of his brows. The expression on his face was as if he were making a decision on a 10 billion yuan business deal. Chapter 38. You're the Evil Demon King. Fortunately, CEO Lu was in luck. Since it was late, there was no one else in the female restroom. He could see Ning Xi sitting on the ground and leaning against a door, completely drunk. She had kicked her heels off to different places, and the things in her bag had been tossed all over the floor. Her hair covered her face in a messy manner. She looked like a completely different person from the radiant woman he had parted with earlier. A trace of sympathetic affection flashed across Tingxiao's eyes. He walked over and picked up her bag. After retrieving all the items that had been scattered about, he then picked up her shoes and reached out towards her waist and knees. As he was about to carry her, Ning Xi suddenly grabbed onto the door with a death grip. Her drunken gaze swung towards him, and she stared at him with extreme caution. Who are you? Tingxiao. Tingxiao. Ning Xi turned dazed before she suddenly exploded in rage. You liar. Do you think I'm an idiot? This is the female restroom. Was this girl really drunk? She seemed to still have her wits about her. I'm not lying. Liar. I'm not going. I don't want to go with you. Drunk Ning Xi was like a little porcupine that had suffered a scare. She was completely guarded. Ning Xi completely refused to leave, so Tingxiao could only put down the things in his hands for the moment to coax her. What do I have to do to make you believe me? Show me your ID. Ning Xi looked like a traffic cop investigating a drunk driver. The corner of Tingxiao's mouth twitched, then he obediently pulled out his wallet and passed his ID over to her like a good citizen. Ning Xi held onto the thin card shakily. Her eyes almost pressed up against the card as she read word by word. Lu Tingxiao. You're Lu Tingxiao. Lu Tingxiao nodded in satisfaction. Can we go now? Not going. I don't want to go with you. You're the evil demon king. I'm not going. Not going. Not going. Ning Xi became even more agitated. Evil demon king. Lu Tingxiao's face turned black. So that was the image she had of him in her heart. He thought that he had treated her quite warmly. The two were in a stalemate when the sound of footsteps came from beyond the door. Ning Xi, are you inside? Lu Tingxiao's back stiffened in an instant. If someone saw him in the female restroom right now, he would never live it down. The sounds of footsteps drew closer and closer, to the point where they could already see the person's clothes. Lu Tingxiao cursed quietly and quickly grabbed all of Ning Xi's belongings and stuffed her into the cubicle. It was the screenwriter, Yi Linglong, who had come to look for Ning Xi. Ning Xi was a rookie and was not acquainted with anyone in the crew. Only Yi Linglong had noticed that she hadn't returned from the restroom for a long time, so she had gone to look for her. Within the cubicle, Ning Xi was frightened from suddenly being dragged inside and was struggling in the man's embrace. The noise caught the attention of Yi Linglong outside. Ning Xi, is that you? Hearing the voice closing in on them, Lu Tingxiao's expression turned even darker. It was right at this moment that the girl actually bit the hand he was covering her mouth with. It hurt so much that he furrowed his brows. Lu Tingxiao's expression was slowly showing signs of collapse. When had he ever been in such a sorry situation? After taking a deep breath, Lu Tingxiao spoke up. His voice turned husky from trying to suppress his emotions. Calm down. I'll give it to you now. Yi Linglong had been about to knock on the door when a man's voice had come from inside. She froze for a moment before realizing what was going on. Her cheeks reddened, and she quickly ran out. She hadn't thought that she would actually come across some people doing that here. This was a hotel. Why couldn't they just get a room? She really couldn't understand the hobbies of some people. Since she wasn't in the female restroom, where had Ning Xi run off to? There was one thought that had never crossed Yi Linglong's mind. The one doing that in the restroom was the one she had been looking for, Ning Xi. Upon hearing the sound of footsteps receding from outside the door, Lu Tingxiao sighed in relief. He sat on the toilet bowl cover, loosened his tie, and placed the struggling woman on his lap. He then snapped coldly, "Stop causing trouble. Otherwise, he wouldn't mind doing that for real." The man's tone was too fearsome. Ning Xi was so shocked that she started hiccuping. She looked at him as if she had been bullied. Lu Tingxiao had scared her just for a moment, yet he could only helplessly switch to gently patting her back as he coaxed, "Sorry, I shouldn't have been so fierce with you." However, the person in his arms seemed to become even more upset. Tears started rolling endlessly down her cheeks. Lu Tingxiao was momentarily helpless. How could she be so much harder to coax than Little Treasure? Chapter 39, It's Not Big Enough. Their mothers. Who do they think they are, every single one of them? Ning Xi suddenly raised a fist agitatedly. If Lu Tingxiao had not reacted quickly, his jaw would have been dislocated by this punch. Girls shouldn't cuss. Lu Tingxiao knitted his brows, although she looked cute when she was swearing. While Ning Xi was very drunk, her subconscious mind could feel that the person embracing her at the moment was very warm and had no bad intentions. She slowly relaxed into his arms and slurred drunkenly as she sat in his lap. "It's only because I feel it's beneath me. Otherwise with this face, I could find a big leg to hug. You think you can suppress me? I'll go find one now, right now." Lu Tingxiao raised his eyebrows slightly. He picked up the woman's hand gently with his coarse palm and placed it on his thigh. "The biggest leg in the capital is right here. Where else are you going to find a better one?" Ning Xi touched that toned thigh all over, then abruptly raged, "It's not big enough. It's not big at all." Lu Tingxiao. He had been deemed not big enough. This was something no man could accept. What was worse, her hand moved about until it touched a place that should not be touched, and she even patted it. "Ooh, what's this?" "Annoying, it poked my hand." Her tone was full of disdain. Lu Tingxiao's expression was dark. If he let her continue like this, then he was afraid he would do something he would regret. The person outside had already left, so Lu Tingxiao quickly opened the door, carrying Ning Xi as he walked out. At the underground car park, the one who eagerly ran over to open the door for him was Lu Jingli. "You're here?" Lu Tingxiao frowned. "I went to look for you at home, But both you and Little Treasure weren't there, so I came over to look for you. Bro, what happened to the bro code? When did you buy this car? It's even more impressive than the one you gave to me, and I didn't even know you had this. Lu Jingli's expression was full of resentment. Lu Tingxiao ignored him and carried Ning Xi to the back seat without leave. Lu Jingli sat in the front passenger seat and turned around to stare at them. His shining gaze took in Lu Tingxiao and Ning Xi's disheveled clothing. Expecting some gossip, he asked, "Where did you pick her up from? Why did you take so long? See how our Little Treasure is about to turn into a statue." The moment he saw Ning Xi, Little Treasure stopped pressing his face against the car window and stuck to her instead. Lu Tingxiao had initially been worried that Ning Xi would have some sort of agitated reaction to Little Treasure's presence in her drunken state. He hadn't thought that she would only draw the little guy into her embrace and hug him comfortably like a bolster. Of course, Lu Tingxiao would not satisfy a certain person's desire for gossip. He methodically removed his tie and removed his sweaty coat. What happened today? Happy at being called to action for his information-gathering skills, Lu Jingli immediately replied excitedly. "From what I heard, everything was going smoothly. You even called Arthur over, so of course little Cece succeeded in stealing the show. She was received well by the media too. Who did she meet tonight?" Lu Tingxiao asked again. Lu Jingli tried to recall. Other than the cast and crew, there was only Ning Yaohua. Other than that, Lu Jingli glanced at his brother's expression, then deliberately considered his words before speaking up. "Su Yan, I'm guessing that she was upset that her old flame became her rival's man, so she got drunk." Although Lu Jingli had already picked his words carefully, Lu Tingxiao's face still turned black in an instant. It was so scary. Chapter 40. Baby, I really want to marry you. Lu Jingli coughed. It's not strange though. Ning Xi wasn't being serious with all those people she was dating overseas. She would dump them when she was done with no hesitation at all. However, this Su Yan is probably the only man she has ever truly loved. Lu Tingxiao's expression turned even uglier after his explanation. Lu Jingli was somewhat speechless at this. He thought inwardly, "You guys aren't even together yet. What right do you have to massacre everyone she's ever dated? Bro, even if you're prepared to stick around and wait until she falls in love with you, at least bring her over to Golden Age first. It's so inconvenient that she's in our rival company, Starlight. From what I know, she's being bullied terribly by Ning Xueluo there." Lu Jingli grumbled. Lu Tingxiao watched the girl who had become quiet after hugging Little Treasure with an unreadable expression. It's not time yet. After finally reaching their home, a problem arose as they were getting out of the car. Ning Xi had spotted the silvery white sports car at the side, and her eyes had lit up like a hungry wolf. She clung to the car and refused to leave, and her expression was like a little girl who had finally found her dream man. "Oh, little white, my darling." Lu Tingxiao's expression was changing furiously like traffic lights. He had gone through such a hard time fetching her back, even risking his reputation to bring her out of the female restroom. However, she hadn't shown any gratitude, and had even called him an evil demon king. Now she was actually hugging a car and calling it her darling? Huh. Bro, surely you're not jealous of a car. See, why did you just have to drive this car out? Little Cece loved racing cars when she was overseas, and she's actually a pro at racing. Of course, she wouldn't have any resistance against the #1 sports car in the world. Lu Jingli was gloating in his brother's misfortune. However, he soon found that there was someone was even worse off than Lu Tingxiao. That person was Little Treasure. Seeing that his personal nickname Darling had been stolen by a car, the little guy was close to tears. However, the cause of all the trouble, Ning Xi, was still touching the car all over with infatuation. "Darling, you're too cool. You're simply too irresistible. I want to marry you." Lu Tingxiao's knuckles cracked, and he had the sudden urge to curse. She had reacted like he was a rampaging wild beast when he had proposed to her, but now she was actually proposing to a freaking car? Lu Tingxiao rolled up his sleeves one by one. "Old Zhang, bring me a hammer." Lu Jingli, who had been laughing until he was out of breath, immediately jumped up. "Don't. Bro, calm down. This car is almost 20 million yuan. If you don't want it, then give it to me. I'll bring it away right now. I guarantee that it won't appear in front of your eyes ever again." Just as he said so, Lu Jingli's whole world flipped over as he was thrown over the shoulder by the frail-looking Ning Xi. Who dares to touch my little white? Ning Xi's beautiful face was currently full of murderous intent, as if she would kill. Even the gods. Lu Jingli held onto his injured waist. Good sir, please spare me. I was wrong. It felt like this girl was a seasoned practitioner of judo. He felt like he had lost half his life just being thrown by her. After getting rid of the threat, Ning Xi immediately dove into the driver's seat and hugged the steering wheel. Little white, don't be scared. Eldest young master, this, old Zhang, who had been squeezed out of the driver's seat, was stupefied. Lu Tingxiao pinched the center of his brows and waved him away, indicating for him to leave. He looked at his son. Little treasure, it's late. Go back first and sleep. Little treasure, who had been immersed in the feeling of losing the affection of his favorite person, immediately shook his head like a rattle. Lu Tingxiao didn't get angry, but calmly spoke. You should know that girls don't like showing their worst sides to the person they care most about. The person they care most about. Little treasure looked like he was in deep thought for a few seconds. Then he obediently turned and left. Lu Jingli's eyes bulged out. Bro, you're too shameless. You're lying to kids. Is there anything else? Of course, I want to let you feel the burning of this giant megawatt light bulb. The icy cold gaze of his dear brother pierced deep into his bones. Fine, I'm leaving. Lu Jingli turned back to look at them dubiously right before leaving. Leaving this couple and that sports car alone. Nothing was going to happen, right? Haha, that 63x zoom long-range camera was going to come in handy. Chapter 41. Do you want more? What do you want to do? Seeing Lu Tingxiao suddenly seating himself in the front passenger seat, Ning Xi hugged the steering wheel as if she was protecting her food. Lu Tingxiao leaned against the seat, his expression darkening. What did he want to do? She had best never find out. Currently, he only had a white shirt on his upper body. He suppressed the fire burning inside and roughly unbuttoned his collar. Then the next button, and the next button after that. Ning Xi was watching the man next to her cautiously from start to end. Seeing the man slowly unbuttoning his shirt and revealing that solid, fine chest, she became so entranced she even forgot about her little white for a moment. Lu Tingxiao had not noticed her expression at all. He was strongly suppressing his uncontrolled emotions from this night. He had actually gotten jealous of a car. He lit up a cigarette and fiercely took a drag, then blew out a long trail of smoke. The moment Lu Tingxiao had taken out the cigarette, Ning Xi was already past the point of resistance. She stared at him unblinkingly, at that smooth throat and the white cigarette held by his thin lips, and at the smoke slowly rising. Due to the burning gaze from beside him, Lu Tingxiao finally turned his head and saw Ning Xi's thirsty expression. With a lapse of concentration, Lu Tingxiao almost misunderstood her gaze, until he realized that her gaze was not focused on him at all. What had made her thirsty was not him, but the cigarette he was holding. The only thing Lu Jingli was good at was gathering information. In the background information he had sent over, all the details from her family background to her hobbies, and even the small fact that she was currently trying to quit smoking had been included. Lu Tingxiao immediately understood that she was relapsing. It was fine that he couldn't match up to an old flame. It was also fine that he couldn't match up to a car. However, now he wasn't even on the same level as a cigarette. Lu Tingxiao had never felt this defeated and had never felt this much self-doubt in his life. He had wanted to have her all to himself from the moment he had met her, yet he always had to think twice over every single step in consideration of her feelings. However, she had never even considered him as a potential partner, and had always drawn the lines between them clearly. She would rather go find someone else to be her sugar daddy than be his wife. People said that if someone was unable to forget an old flame, it was because the new partner wasn't good enough. Could he be the problem? She got this drunk because of the old flame that had abandoned her. He knew that the best way to court her was to do it step by step. So he had always suppressed his urges and followed this principle. However, he hadn't thought that his rationality was so weak that it would fly out the window the moment there was just a tiny spark. Lu Tingxiao smoked the cigarette as his emotions churned. The red glow of the cigarette's lit end was reflected in his eyes as his low voice rumbled in the car. You want to smoke? Ning Xi nodded without hesitation. She could no longer tell if she was being attracted by the cigarette or this man in front of her. Lu Tingxiao flicked away the ashes, then took in another drag of the cigarette under Ning Xi's fervent gaze. In the next instant, he suddenly leaned over and pressed his tobacco-flavored lips against the girl's lips. Ning Xi's eyes widened. She could only feel the strong scent of tobacco and the cold air of the man enveloping her before her lips were pushed open by something soft, and a mouthful of smoke entered her mouth without any obstruction. Being entirely unprepared, she choked and started coughing nonstop. Lu Tingxiao took another hit of the remaining half of the cigarette with a calm expression and watched the girl cough until she teared up. She looked even more alluring like this, tempting him to bully her even more. He asked, "Do you want more?" Chapter 42. Good night, my girl. Ning Xi glared at the man like he was a big bad bully as she tried to recover from her coughing fit. "Ah." Lu Tingxiao laughed when he saw that little expression. His humor rippled in the depths of his eyes. He extinguished the cigarette butt and puffed out the smoke in his mouth before once again leaning over, tilting his head and covering her lips. Ning Xi subconsciously tried to escape, but a palm held onto her twisting waist and a low voice coaxed temptingly at the sensitive edge of her ear. "I won't let you choke this time." Having said so, an intense tobacco-flavored kiss engulfed her consciousness. Ning Xi was kissed until she was muddle-headed. Her mind was a mess, floating amidst the clouds. The only thing clear to her was that this man holding her with one arm was even more dangerous than smoking. With a bang, the seat behind her fell back, and following that was the man's burning hot body. Her breath was slowly being robbed from her, and Ning Xi slowly felt her consciousness grow even fuzzier and fuzzier until she finally sunk into the depths. Sensing that there was no reaction from below him, Lu Tingxiao raised his head slightly and saw that a certain person was currently sleeping thoughtlessly, even snoring a little. Lu Tingxiao's reddened pupils suddenly recovered their normal black color, and the rage in his heart completely disappeared. He was really crazy. What was he doing getting angry at a drunk person? It had only been 3 days. 3 days since they met. Why was he being so hasty? The attraction he had to this girl was completely irrational. When he had first seen her, he had had a crazy feeling of recovering something he had lost. It felt like she was an old friend, even though it was their first meeting. When he had picked her up in the storeroom of that bar, he had actually had the feeling of finding the thing he was missing in his life, like she was a treasure he had lost unknowingly. He wanted to make her completely his right now. However, he didn't want to lose her, so he had to wait. Lu Tingxiao retrieved a blanket and pillow from the back, adjusted the temperature of the air conditioning, then laid by her side and kissed her forehead. "Good night, my girl." The next morning, Ning Xi woke up in a warm embrace. She raised a hand to rub her eyes and saw patches of green leaves from the window above her head. Bright and beautiful sunlight was streaming through the gaps in the leaves and shining warmly on her body. There was even melodious chirping from the birds. Where was she? Lowering her eyes to scan her surroundings, she was surprised to find that she was actually sleeping in a car. More accurately, sleeping in Lu Tingxiao's embrace. What the heck? Ning Xi frantically tried to get up and hit her head on the roof of the car. It hurt so much that she gritted her teeth in pain. Lu Tingxiao in the car. Damn it, what happened last night? Why was she in a situation like that the moment she woke up? It was hard not to misunderstand with the scene before her. What are you thinking? Ning Xi bit her finger anxiously. Her mind was in a mess. She answered subconsciously. "I'm thinking whether I had sex in a car with the evil Demon King while drunk last night. This is so scary. Evil Demon King car sex? If it were like you said, do you think you would have the strength to jump around and let your imagination run wild this morning?" From the man's voice, you could tell that he was holding back his rage and gritting his teeth. Ning Xi belatedly found out that Lu Tingxiao had already woken up. She was so frightened that she jumped up and almost hit her head again. Luckily, Lu Tingxiao was already prepared and used his hand to protect the top of her head. Mr. Lu, call me by my name." Lu Tingxiao's tone was slightly cool. She would call him Mr. Lu when she was trying to distance herself, and call him Master Lu when she was scared of him. He didn't like it at all. Ning Xi wondered if it was her misperception, but it seemed like something about Lu Tingxiao had changed in a single night. Chapter 43. Bite Me Again. Or maybe she should say that it wasn't him that changed, but rather that he had hidden his true self away and she had never really understood him. Ning Xi's gaze inadvertently landed on the traces of blood on the back of his hand. She asked, Lu Tingxiao, what happened to your hand? Lu Tingxiao glanced sideways at that circle of teeth marks, then looked at her with a hint of a smile. What do you think? Ning Xi swallowed once. These teeth marks look a little familiar. There was a trace of praise in Lu Tingxiao's expression. Well spotted. Thanks for the compliment. Ning Xi coughed once and smiled awkwardly before she asked carefully, I did that. Do you think I'm framing you? You can bite me again to compare. Lu Tingxiao suggested, before offering his hand to her. Ning Xi waved her hands, embarrassed. No need. There is absolutely no need for that. I admit that I was the culprit. Although what happened last night? I don't remember much after drinking. I only recall that I entered the restroom, and I can't remember anything after that. How did I get back here? You collapsed in the female restroom, and I went in to carry you out. You refused to go with me, and even bit me. Lu Tingxiao's answer was simple and concise. Ning Xi was stupefied. You entered the female restroom. She had really committed a huge sin. The evil demon king had sacrificed way too much. Then why am I sleeping in a car? Ning Xi summoned enough courage to ask. Because you refused to part with your little darling. Lu Tingxiao emphasized the two words, little darling, with a light tone. Ning Xi glanced at the car she had idolized for so long, and immediately believed what Lu Tingxiao had said. I'm so sorry, I've caused trouble for you. Ning Xi apologized weakly. She felt terribly embarrassed for having caused so much trouble when it was only the second night she was staying over. Lu Tingxiao did not receive her words, but shot out a seemingly unrelated question. Why did you drink so much last night? Hearing this, Ning Xi's expression turned solemn. Seeing her sudden change in expression, the sleeping beast in Lu Tingxiao's heart started to stir. Ning Xi did not have the habit of sharing her personal worries with others. However, it felt so terrible keeping it in her heart that she just had to share. She leaned bonelessly against her seat and turned her head upwards to look at the greenery above her head as she mumbled, I'm afraid that my role as Meng Chang'e is gone. Astonishment flashed across Lu Tingxiao's face. Why? Since it's only a small role as a supporting female lead, I know that you might not understand my feelings since you're a CEO. You don't know how hard I worked for this day. You don't know how happy I was to get this role. All of you don't know. As she was talking, Ning Xi suddenly raised a hand to cover her eyes. Lu Tingxiao had assumed that she had lost control over Su Yan and had never thought that the cause would be something else. She wasn't upset over Su Yan. Instead, she was upset because she had lost that role. The gloom he had been feeling the whole night dissipated in an instant. However, seeing how upset the girl was, his heart clenched in sympathy. How could he not know how important her dream was to her? Otherwise, why would she have continued stubbornly climbing upwards step by step despite knowing that there were shortcuts she could have taken? Don't be sad. You've already done very well. Lu Tingxiao shifted the girl's head to rest against his chest. So the culprit wasn't Su Yan, but Ning Yaohua. Ning Yaohua was the biggest sponsor for the movie, Land Under Heaven, and he had the right to decide the cast in the end. No one was allowed to bully his girl, not even her own father. Chapter 44. Flirting abilities awakened. After Ning, she had finally calmed down. She realized that she had been crying in Lu Tingxiao's embrace for half an hour. It was too shocking. Excluding the times when she had to cry for filming, she hadn't really cried her heart out for a whole 5 years. Sorry, I dirtied your clothes. Ning Xi was embarrassed after seeing the mess she had made of Lu Tingxiao's shirt. The corners of his lips lifted slightly. It's an honor for my shirt. Ning Xi was immediately dazed, and her heart beat wildly from the blow. She had always thought that Lu Tingxiao was the kind of genius that had high IQ and low EQ. Who would have thought that when he would be this deadly when he started flirting? She was jealous. He was even better at picking up girls than she was. Lu Tingxiao tidied up her messy strands of hair as if it was natural. What do you intend to do next? Find a much bigger leg to hug. Ning Xi blinked, not understanding. Huh? What do you mean, find a bigger leg to hug? You said you wanted to find a big leg to hug last night, and even said that mine wasn't big enough. Lu Tingxiao looked at her meaningfully. Ning Xi coughed continuously, and was almost choked to death by her own saliva. Damn it, just how many shenanigans had happened last night? Master Lu, I was too drunk last night. so don't take my words to heart. Your leg is definitely big enough. The biggest leg to hug in the capital is yours." Her face was full of flattery, but she felt like there was another meaning to her words after having said so. Tingxiao was in a good mood after getting flattered. Humor was rippling in his eyes as she said, "Then why won't you hug mine?" I, I, I. Ning Xi stammered for a while, but couldn't finish her sentence. Tingxiao rubbed her head and decided to let her off the hook. "All right, I won't tease you anymore. Let's go back to the house to sleep. You'll need your energy to overcome the challenges ahead. Or would you like to stay a while longer with your little darling?" "No, no need for that. Let's go back to the house." She was naturally eager to get out of the car. After getting out of the car, Tingxiao stood next to the car door and suddenly stopped moving. Ning Xi scratched her head. "What happened?" Tingxiao strode over to a bush. She followed curiously and saw Second Master Lu carrying a camera in his arms, sleeping soundly in the underbrush with limbs askew. She knew that under the banner of Golden Age, there was not only a management company, but also over 300 media outlets. Second Master Lu was considered the boss of all the paparazzi. But wasn't this guy too ridiculous? He wouldn't miss out even on his own brother's gossip. The corner of Ning Xi's mouth twitched. "Second Master, should we wake him? Won't he catch a cold like this?" Tingxiao nodded and kicked him. Lu Jingli woke up with a shout. He started crying the moment he woke. "You're too much. Why are the windows of this car so impermeable? I couldn't see inside no matter what I used." Tingxiao looked down on his silly brother in a domineering manner. "Come to my study later. There's something I want you to do for me." Oh, Lu Jingli rubbed his eyes and dusted himself off as he climbed to his feet. His gaze flitted nonstop between the two as he muttered, "Why didn't the car shake? Don't tell me that I missed the moment. That can't be. With my brother's stamina, the car should shake for a whole night at the very least." "Ning Xi, why do you understand your brother's stamina so well? It's easy for people to misunderstand, you know?" Lu Jingli scratched his head. "That's because when he beats me up, he lasts for the whole night." "Ning Xi, fine, you win." After returning to the room Tingxiao had prepared for her, she was totally speechless. In just one night and half a day, the guest room had been completely renovated. The room style had originally been clean with cool tones, but it had been changed into a cozy room with warm tones. Not only that, the closet was filled with a row of clothes all in her size. From pajamas to home clothes to party dresses, even the accessories and handbags were all super ultra limited editions. He was simply inhumanly rich. Chapter 45, Displaying Gratitude. "What's wrong? You're not satisfied?" Tingxiao was standing behind her. Ning Xi touched her forehead. "It's not a matter of satisfaction." "Then what's wrong?" "CEO Lu. Use my name." "Okay, Tingxiao, don't you think you're treating me a little too well?" He was treating her so well that she couldn't help but misunderstand. "You finally realized." Tingxiao had the look of finally having taught something to a child. Ning Xi, seeing her conflicted expression, Tingxiao's eyes darkened for a second before returning to normal. "You saved Little Treasure, and Little Treasure still needs your help for a very long period of time. Is there anything wrong with treating you well?" He paused for a moment, then looked at her. "Or do you want me to use other methods to show my gratitude?" So she had just been misunderstanding his intentions. A large rock she had been carrying in her heart seemed to have settled down. She quickly waved her hand and said, No, this is fine. It's pretty good." She was not going to mention other ways for him to show his gratitude. Ning Xi could never run in the same circles as someone like Tingxiao. If he knew of her dirty past, he probably wouldn't even let her meet Little Treasure anymore. "It's still early, rest for a while. Come down for breakfast later." "Okay." After Tingxiao left, Ning Xi laid on the large, comfortable bed, wide awake. How would she be able to fall asleep when she was waiting for bad news? Even though the directors were happy with her, it didn't mean that they would be able to withstand the pressure from the sponsors. Finally, she could no longer sit and wait for her death. Ning Xi sat up and opened her laptop to log into MSN. "My lonely empty loss. Are you there? Corrupted Devil King. Wow, Miss Big Star Ning. You're free to contact a peasant like me. My lonely empty loss. Do you have money? Can you lend me 8 million? Corrupted Devil King. What happened? My lonely empty loss. Please don't ask about the reason. Corrupted Devil King. I just invested my spare money into a winery. It'll take some time. My lonely empty loss. How long? Corrupted Devil King. 3 days. My lonely empty loss. Thanks. Corrupted Devil King. Haha, my dear. It's the first time you've actually asked me for something. My lonely empty loss. When are you coming back to China? I'll go fetch you. Corrupted Devil King. Ning Xi, you're heartless. Seeing that Corrupted Devil King had gone offline, Ning Xi felt stifled in her heart. She didn't want to owe anyone favors if she couldn't help it, especially since this person was one of her exes. Although she knew that she had hurt him by doing this kind of equivalent exchange, she had no other choice. She had lost the ability to care a long time ago, and she never wanted to feel it again. As for the reason why she didn't borrow the money from Tingxiao, she was already too involved with the Liu family. She absolutely did not want to get involved even further with them, especially with money matters. After an hour, Ning Xi finally received a call. It was Changli. Ning Xi pressed her palm and took a deep breath before she picked up the call. Hello. Don't forget that filming starts tomorrow morning at 9. Take a car there yourself. I have to take care of Shualua, so I don't have the time to look after you. You don't even need me since you're so capable anyway. Changli was still as sharp as usual. The only difference was that her tone was particularly bad today, as if Ning Xi owed her $8 million. What? We're filming. Ning Xi was stunned. Are you still sleeping? Wake up. You're not allowed to be late on the first day. Changli's tone was impatient, and she immediately hung up. Ning Xi held onto her phone and remained in a daze for a long while. What happened? She was still in? She scrambled out of bed and paced around the room, and finally dialed the director's number. Hello, Director Gua. Sorry for disturbing you this early, but I had something I wanted to ask you. You're asking about the matter of Director Ning trying to switch you out? Yes. Ning Xi's heart clenched. Ning Yaohua had done exactly what he said. Chapter 46. You are my angel. Ning Xi, producer Wang, screenwriter Yi, and I are all extremely satisfied with you. However, the cruel reality is that our feelings aren't enough to film a movie. The most important thing is funding, so we don't have any control over things like casting sometimes. Who gets to have the final say? Of course, it's the person who put in the most money. Ning Xi's heart slowly sunk as she listened. She had been switched, hadn't she? Why did Changli inform her about the filming then? Last night, Director Ning did talk to me. He disagreed with your casting because he felt that you were too new. However, Gua Qixing paused. Ning 11 hated that she couldn't pull him over through the phone so she could give him a good shake. Couldn't he say everything all at once? However, Ning Xi, you're in luck. Another sponsor seems to have taken a liking to you. They indicated that they wouldn't accept anyone else playing Meng Chang'e. Work hard. Really. Ning Xi's bruised heart was suddenly flying in midair. She felt like she had been taken for a roller coaster ride by the director. It was too much excitement for her heart. Director Gua, you did that on purpose, didn't you? I almost had a heart attack from the fright. Ha ha ha. Youngsters these days can't keep their cool, eh? Stop beating around the bush and just tell me already. Have I been replaced? No. That sponsor has invested $50 million. That's the combined investment of the Ning family and Starlight Entertainment. So he gets to have the final say. I thought the only sponsors for this movie were the Ning family and Starlight. How did another sponsor appear out of nowhere? Ning Xi felt that it was a little strange. It's a sponsor that came in at the last minute. You'll find out soon enough. Gua Qixing sounded like he was in high spirits. How could he be unhappy at this point? A 50 million yuan sponsorship had come out of nowhere, and his movie now had a total of 1 billion yuan in sponsorship. Furthermore, he no longer needed to bow to the whims of the ignorant sponsors and swap out the actress he was most satisfied with. Got it. Thanks, director. Ning Xi had just hung up when the door opened with a creak. It was the sleepy-looking little Bon. She squealed in happiness and threw herself onto the little Bon, hugging and kissing him fiercely. Darling, you're my lucky star. You've helped me avoid disaster every time. From outside the door, the great demon king watched the girl kissing his son excitedly. It was clearly all his hard work. Forget it. Nothing else was more important than seeing the girl's bright and beautiful smile. Tingxiao strolled in. Did something good happen? Ning Xi hugged the little bun who had been dazed by her sudden enthusiasm. The director just told me that I won't be swapped out because the biggest sponsor for this movie took a liking to me. Oh, congratulations then. Tingxiao congratulated her in a deliberately serious manner. Ning Xi rubbed her chin as she pondered. The director didn't reveal the identity of the sponsor, though. Well, they must be someone with especially good taste and vision. Someone who's really, really handsome. Tingxiao smiled slightly. You think so? Of course. Ning Xi was already acting protective. She suddenly thought of something. I'll be filming in the day for most of the time, and I may have some scenes to film at night as well. What will happen to little treasure? Tingxiao did not answer, but looked to his son. After receiving Ning Xi's warm kisses and hugs, the little bun was in a very good mood. However, upon hearing this bad news, his expression remained blissful. He trotted back to his room. Thinking that he was going to lock himself up again, Ning Xi tensed up. She didn't expect that he would return quickly with a writing board in his hands. The words on the board read, "Fighting." Ning Xi was so touched that she was about to cry. "Thank you, darling. You're really my angel." Tingxiao watched the two embracing, his gentle gaze filled with unprecedented warmth. Chapter 47. Red Roses Everywhere. It was the first day of filming today at the studios on the outskirts of the capital. The first scene was a court banquet where the emperor was going to receive some foreign emissaries. The seventh Prince Chu Beichen and his consort Shanggong Yingrong would use their quick wits to counter the challenges from the emissaries. As the consort, Ning Xi did not need to do much. She only needed to act as a bewitching and graceful ornament by the emperor's side. However, even so, wearing so many layers of ancient-style clothing on such a hot day was bad enough. Especially since Ning Xi's costumes were the most complicated. Not only were the clothes thick, even the accessories on her head weighed a few kilograms. After filming one scene, while no one could tell from the outside, she was sweating completely on the inside. As soon as the director shouted, "Cut!" Ning Xi's two assistants immediately rushed over, eager to attend to her. One of them fanned her while the other passed water to her, and the chair was already equipped with a cooling mat. There wasn't a single assistant by Ning Xi's side. After filming, she wasn't able to have even a single sip of water. As she still had scenes to film, she couldn't even remove the clothes on her, and could only unbutton the collar for some air. Everyone was praising Ning Xi's performance, and the director added a few compliments as well. However, when he turned back to the screens, he kept rewatching a few screens where Ning Xi had appeared. Although she had no lines and the camera had focused on her only a few times, her expression was simply too perfect. Looking alluring and indolent even while bored stiff, her expression also carried a few traces of contempt for the people beneath her, because she was preparing to destroy this entire kingdom with her own hands. Good, he could finally rest easy. At this time the errand boy Xiao Li shouted excitedly, "Teacher Ning, your boyfriend is here to visit you." Of course, he meant Ning Xiaolua with Teacher Ning. Su Yan walked over in refreshing casual wear. Two servants were following behind him and carrying a large box, and they started distributing ice cream to everyone. "Wow, it's Haagen-Dazs. Thanks for treating us, Mr. Su." Teacher Ning is too fortunate. It's only the first time, and her boyfriend is already here to visit. God, what about us single dogs? Geez, even giving you something to eat won't hold your tongues. Ning Xi protested coquettishly, then brought a box of ice cream to Ning Xi. "Junior Ning, you should eat too." "Thanks." Ning Xi received it politely. This woman would always act like an angel in front of others, especially in front of Su Yan. Even if Ning Xiaolua wasn't tired of it, she had already had enough of watching her act. Luckily Ning Xi was an actress by profession and didn't mind acting along with her. After returning to her seat, Ning Xiaolua looked at Su Yan as if she had something to say, but found it difficult to talk. In the end, she still spoke up hesitantly. "Yin Gij, I'm a little worried about Xiao Shi." What happened to Xiao Shi?" Su Yan immediately asked. "It was the opening party last night, right? My dad came, and he met Xiao Shi. I'm not sure what Xiao Shi said to Dad, but he flew into a terrible rage and wanted to kick her out from her role. How did this happen?" Su Yan frowned. "I don't know either. By the time I got there, Dad was already furious." "What happened afterwards?" "It looks like Xiao Shi hasn't been switched out." Su Yan looked towards Ning Xi's direction, only to see that she was reading the script earnestly despite sweating profusely under the sun. Although she cut a sorry figure, her face was dazzlingly brilliant under the sunlight. Speaking in a hesitant manner, Ning Xi continued, "My dad called the production team last night, and they agreed to the switch over the phone. However, the next morning, someone anonymously invested 50 million into this movie, and their only request was that Ning Xi had to be the supporting female lead. I'm afraid. Suyan's expression turned uglier and uglier as he listened. Finally, he said in a low voice, I know Xiao Shi. She would never do something like that. Yingij, you're too naive. What kind of place is the entertainment circle? Were there any people who didn't change upon entering this circle? For me, I'm lucky because I have daddy and you to support me, but Ningxi has such a bad relationship with our family, and she refused to accept our help. Don't tell me that you don't know what can happen to a beautiful girl with no power and backing. Ningxi, there's someone looking for you. At this moment, the errand boy shouted again, but with a weird tone. Within an instant, everyone turned their gazes over. Because it was too eye-catching. Red roses. Enough red roses too. Cover the entire set were slowly being brought in by people. By the time everyone could react, the whole set had been turned into an ocean of red. On such a hot summer day, it made everyone feel even hotter. While Ningxi held onto a card, feeling like she was about to faint. A row of words was written on the card. Remember to come pick me up at the airport, corrupted Devil King. Miss Ning, please sign off on the delivery. I'll sign off on your sister. Please take it all back. It'll affect everyone's work piled up here. Ningxi tried her best to keep a gentle tone as she rejected the gift. We can't do that. We promised our customer that we can only go once we've watched you sign on the receipt. The flower boy was troubled. At this moment, one of the prop directors hurriedly tried to persuade her. Ningxi, just accept them. Just accept them. Coincidentally, we have a scene that needs roses later on, so we won't need to spend so much effort to prepare them if you give them to us. Since the prop director had already said so, Ningxi could not bear to trouble the delivery boy any longer. She pinched the space between her eyebrows, then messily signed her own name. By this point, everyone watching from the side started whispering amongst themselves with envy on their faces. My gosh, there are so many roses. It's so romantic. Who sent them? Do you even need to ask? It definitely has to be a suitor. Beautiful women are really treated differently, too. Think that someone sent flowers on the first day of filming. And they sent so many. The assistant by Ning Xuelua's side, Cui Kaijing, said carelessly. Although there are so many of them, it doesn't actually cost much. Just as she said so, someone suddenly came over looking for Ningxi. It wasn't so eye-catching this time as the new arrival carefully passed her a small box. All the busybodies stretched their heads over trying to peek. What was it this time? Ningxi's face was full of suspicion as she opened it, only to see a huge, sparkling diamond with a note. The note said, "Long time no see," and was signed off as YS. Staring at those two letters, Ningxi's expression turned even uglier. Were they collaborating together on this? She was trying to keep a low profile. Why was it so hard? In such a short time, she had first gotten fresh flowers and then diamonds. The whole production team was in an uproar. Oh my god, that diamond is freaking huge. My eyes are about to go blind. Ningxi's suitors are so crazy. This time, Cui Kaijing had nothing to say. She could only whisper sourly, who knows if it's real or not. While Ningxi collapsed in a chair, looking like she couldn't live on. Whatever was supposed to happen would come eventually. She couldn't even hide. Ningxi took a few deep breaths and tried her best to recover her calm before walking to the director. My apologies, Director Gua. I've caused trouble for the crew. Gua Qixing didn't seem to mind at all. He chuckled as he waved away her apology. It's natural to have a few suitors when you're such a beautiful lady. There's nothing to apologize for. We've even gotten your flowers for free. Not far away, Ning Xuelua looked calm on the outside, but she was gritting her teeth in irritation. How could she not be jealous? That village girl who had still reeked of dirt back then could actually drive men mad to the point of sending such extravagant gifts and effortlessly get the things she had to work so hard to get. Taking advantage of the little time she had before the next scene started, Ningxi quickly found a corner and dialed a number. Hello? Have you received my present, darling? A leisurely tone sounded from the phone. Jiangmai, your grandfather. Are you for real? In contrast, Ningxi was on fire. TSK. You're the very first one who's ever refused to me after receiving my roses, and you even wanted my grandfather. Aren't your tastes too weird? Stop changing the topic. What do you want? Nothing. I just wanted to remind you to come pick me up at the airport. You've promised me. You still dare to let me pick you up? Aren't you afraid that I'll bring a 40mm knife and chop you to death with it, you bastard? Ning Xi strongly suppressed her killing intent. So you're going back on your word? The person's tone turned cold. The condition for going to pick you up was that you would lend me 8 million, but now. I don't need it. Didn't I send you a text explaining that? I don't care anyway. You've already promised me. Although I didn't lend you the money in the end, but I agreed the moment you asked, even though it was such a huge sum. How could that be fake? Don't you hate owing people the most? Doesn't this still count as a favor? Ning Xi held her forehead and paced aggressively. I'm not going to mention sending flowers to prank me for now, but you know that the news of your return has already been leaked. The media and your fans will be flooding the airport. You want me to pick you up? You want me to be torn up by them? Jiang Mai, I only dumped you once. It's not worth giving me such a hard time. Am I giving you a hard time? This is a free opportunity for you to become famous, something so many stars want but can't even get. I don't need it. Fine. You're not coming, are you? Then I'll tell the whole world that you dumped me. Anyway, I don't care if I'm humiliated. I want to let everyone carry out justice for me. The other person said shamelessly. You. Ning Xi's lungs were about to burst from anger. The stupidest thing she had ever done in her whole life was provoking a troublemaker like Jiang Mai. Did you think I wouldn't be able to deal with your cheap tricks? The corner of Ning Xi's mouth raised slightly as she chuckled. Sure. You want me to fetch you? I'll go. Just don't regret it when the time comes. Actually, it was easy enough to settle. The matter with Jiang Mai. He was just unhappy about being dumped for the first time, so he wanted to take a little petty revenge. He would stop once he had enough. The thing that made her head hurt was the devil that had sent the diamond. Forget it, forget it. She wasn't going to bother with it until she had to. Ning Xi, there's someone looking. She heard the errand boy Xiao Li's pressurizing voice the moment she came out of the corner, and she was so frightened she wanted to drop everything and run. Who was it this time? Will this ever end? Everyone in the crew was suddenly full of energy. Was there going to be something even more explosive this time? In the corner, Cui Kaijing's expression was full of disdain. These crude men only know how to throw out money. They're so low class. Miss Xi HLO. This time, it was a shy girl. Seeing that Ning Xi's expression wasn't too good, she even thought that she had done something wrong and looked apprehensive. Facing a girl like that, Ning Xi couldn't vent her rage no matter how angry she was. No, it's nothing. Are you looking for me? I'm here to send you something. The girl opened up something white that looked like a thermos. Cool white mist floated out, revealing 3 bottles that looked like they contained fruit juice, red, yellow, and green. This is... The corner of Ning Xi's mouth twitched. She had seen too many palace dramas, so her first reaction was that someone was trying to poison her. This was personally made by my little young master. There's watermelon juice, orange juice, and green bean soup. The girl replied, Who's your little young master? Ning Xi was suspicious and tried to recall if there were any little young masters who liked making fruit juice amongst the people she had offended. The girl indicated that she should read the note on the bottles. Ning Xi tore it off for a look, only to see an English word written on the note, fighting, with a heart shape drawn on the end. She could almost imagine the sender's shy expression, with pursed lips as he drew the heart. So, it's little treasure. Ning Xi's gaze turned gentle in an instant, and her turbulent emotions finally calmed down. At first, she had been worried about being too high profile at the start of her career and drawing unwanted trouble and gossip. Now that she thought about it, why should she care so much about the gazes of the people who didn't care about her? If she had to keep caring about what other people thought of her in this industry, wouldn't she die from exhaustion? Back then, she had cared too much about what the upper-class socialites had thought about her, even as their gazes looked down on her. She had cared too much about her supposed biological parents' attitude towards her, and had regarded Su Yan's opinion too highly. It had caused her to feel even more inferior as time passed, and she had slowly lost her identity. She had already understood this philosophy long ago, yet she had let a small incident shake her heart so much. She only had to be herself, keep a clear conscience, and one day, she would be able to prove herself with her own strength. She was fighting only for the people who cared about her. Put it down over here, and help me to thank your little young master. Ning Xi took out her phone to send Little Treasure a message as she said so. The cast and crew looked like they were minding their own business, but they were all staring over at Ning Xi's corner, curious about what had been sent over this time. In the end, they seemed to have seen 3 bottles of fruit juice. Ning Xi had seemed troubled by the roses, and then she hadn't even seemed pleasantly surprised when receiving the diamond. However, this time, Ning Xi had an expression of bliss and was even happily sending a text message. Each of them had their own lamentations. Aya, these days, money alone isn't enough to get the beauty. You have to use your heart. Knight, didn't you hear that girl say that it was handmade? How sweet. I bet the one that sent the fruit juice will win the girl. Then I'll bet the one who sent the diamond. Why isn't anyone rooting for the one who sent the flowers? After finishing the fruit juices and green bean soup, Ning Xi was fired up and ready to continue working. At the same time, Tingxiao, who was taking a break from work and accompanying his son at home, got a notification on his phone with a ding. The notification indicated that there was a new message from Ning Xi. Tingxiao tapped on it, and the corners of his lips rose slightly. Darling, thanks for your fruit juice and green bean soup. It was super delicious. Tingxiao. He looked at the message for a long while before waving his hand at his son, who was sitting unmoving at the window in a daze. Little treasure, come over. Little treasure ignored him. Tingxiao sighed lightly. There's a message from your Annie Xiaoxi. Little treasure scuttled over like a rocket, and even tried to grab the phone by jumping. Tingxiao raised the phone even higher. I'll let you see it if you call me daddy. Little treasure's expression was full of protest, indicating his refusal to cooperate. It was only when his son was anxious to the point of crying that Tingxiao finally softened and passed the phone to him. While watching his son read the message, looking perfectly content, Tingxiao had an expression of worry on his face. It was most likely because there were so few things that could trouble him, that God had sent Little Treasure to his side to test him. Little Treasure was extremely intelligent. He could speak at 6 months, and although he had a taciturn personality, since that incident, he had never spoken again. He had missed out too much during Little Treasure's early years, and it was only when he wanted to make up for it that he found that it was much too late. He didn't know when he would be able to hear his son call him daddy again. Little Treasure stared at the phone for a long while. It seemed like there was something he couldn't understand. Finally, he moved closer to his daddy and pointed at Tingxiao with his tiny little finger, most likely asking the meaning of those words. It's just a manner of speech. There's no special meaning to it. Tingxiao answered seriously. Puffed. Appa, don't teach Little Treasure when you're not familiar with pop culture. Tingxiao means I love you in Korean, okay. Jingli was bouncing as he ran over. He even made a heart shape with his fingers. Little Treasure sent a scornful look to his dad after hearing so, then ran off with little steps to continue pressing fruit juice. Tingxiao was fluent in 12 languages. Even if Ning Xi had written those words in Korean, he would definitely have recognized them. However, when the words were written as they were pronounced in Chinese, he could not understand it. Don't you have to work? Tingxiao looked coldly at Jingli in askance, with the expression of a boss managing his subordinates. Jingli immediately moved a chair over to sit in front of him excitedly. Boss, I have something very important to report to you. Tingxiao was lazy to speak. He had an expression of speak if you want to. Jingli gestured wildly with his hands as he spoke, extremely excited. Do you know what news I received today? Xiaoxi's ardent admirers sent her presents while she was on set. That was the fruit juice and green bean soup that Little Treasure sent to her. Tingxiao was indifferent. I know, but before our Little Treasure sent his gift, there were other people who sent her gifts too. Furthermore, there were 2 of them. One of them sent her enough roses to cover the set, while the other sent a huge 10-carat diamond. Tingxiao's expression slowly turned cold. On this hot summer day, it helped to relieve the heat a little. Chapter 51. It's her ex again. Have you found out who they were? Tingxiao's expression spoke of hunting down the perpetrators without mercy once their identities were found. Jingli knocked on the table. That's the main point I was going to talk to you about. Even with my information network, I couldn't find out who those 2 people were. It looks like you'll have to wait for them to do it again before we have the chance to find out who they are. The evil Demon King's gaze was enough to kill right now. How could he wait for them to do it again? Tingxiao immediately dialed a number, and with a cold tone as frosty as the wind blowing off a glacier. Chung Feng. Investigate 2 men for me. Lu Jingli's face was filled with surprise. Wow, even your secret troops have been mobilized. His brother's information network wasn't something his gossip network could match up to, because if you left a single clue, they would be able to dig up everything about you mercilessly. Bro, I've already told you that Ning Xi's past is complicated. You finally believe me, right? I think you should just let Cheng Feng investigate Ning Xi while you're at it. Lu Jingli sincerely and earnestly advised. There is no need for that. Everyone had skeletons in their closet. He wouldn't touch the parts that she didn't want others to find out. If she wanted to tell him, then she would tell him herself. At 6 in the evening, filming finally ended for the day. The most important scenes today had been between the male and female leads. However, although Ning Xi did not have many scenes, she still had to appear in the background, so she had acted like an ornament for the whole day. It was tiring enough to act as an ornament. However, she still had to wear such a heavy costume. Her neck was about to break, and rashes caused by sweat were starting to appear on her body. After changing out of her clothes and removing her makeup, she put on a surgical mask and prepared to take the subway. She wasn't all that famous right now, so no one would recognize her. Taking the subway was convenient, and she wouldn't get stuck in traffic. As she was walking towards the bus stop, a black Maserati stopped next to her. The car window rolled down, and Su Yan smiled as he looked at her. Xiaoxi, I'll send you home. Ning Xi, her ex. Why was it another ex again? Couldn't they let her live in peace just for a bit? No need. Ning Xi continued walking. Straight. She didn't want to look at the face that made her want to puke. However, Su Yan slowly drove after her, unwilling to leave. Xiaoxi, can we talk? Ning 11 sneered. What's there to talk about with you? Do you think I don't have enough scandals around me? Are you waiting for someone to take a photo of us and create an even bigger scandal? Su Yan frowned. He wasn't used to getting cold sarcasm coming from the girl who used to listen to his every wish. Xiaoxi, that's not what I mean. I really have something important to talk to you about. If she continued exchanging words with him like this on the road, they were definitely going to be photographed. This idiot's car was so eye-catching. Ning Xi looked left and right, making sure that there was no one around, before quickly getting on and closing the door. After half an hour, in a private room of a certain restaurant, Su Yan ordered a bunch of dishes after calling the waiter over, and most of them were things she liked to eat. Xiaoxi, long time no see. I don't know if your tastes have changed. Have you been well while you were overseas these few years? I sent you money, but you returned it all, and you even changed your account. If you have something to say, say it. Ning Xi propped up her head with one arm as she focused on sending a text message to Little Treasure, informing him that she would be back a little later tonight. Su Yan had no other choice but to push a check to her. Ning Xi looked at the check for 8 million from the corner of her eyes, then narrowed them. What's the meaning of this? Su Yan's expression was severe. Xiaoxi, don't do something you'll regret. Ning Xi put down her phone and looked at him with a fake smile. Oh? Do tell me what I've done. Then tell me, how did you get this role? Su Yan's tone suddenly turned even more serious. Chapter 52, Healing Kisses. How do you think I got this role? Ning Xi crossed her arms and leaned back in the chair, indifferently returning his question with another question. Su Yan looked like he was on the last of his patience. He slammed his hand on the table. Ning Xi, you should know better than I do about the kind of trouble a girl like you could meet in the entertainment circle. Why are you so intent on stepping into murky waters like that? A girl like me. Ning Xi smiled. Young Master Su, I wonder what kind of relationship we have, for you to be lecturing me like this? If it had been Ning Xi from back in those days, she would have become hysterical upon hearing such words. Back then, Su Yan had kept saying that he hoped his future wife would not enter the entertainment industry. However, when it came to Ning Xi, he was fully supporting her. Even so, he was actually sitting here and trying to dictate her life. Xiaoxi, even though we've already broken up, I still treat you as a little sister. I'm only trying to help you. Could you stop being so stubborn? Take this money. Break the contract with Starlight and leave the entertainment industry. Su Yan persuaded her earnestly. Is this trying to help me? Ning Xi's indolent gaze suddenly turned bone-piercingly cold. Speaking of which, I do have a favor that young Master Su could help me out with. I hope young Master Su could help me tell the Ning family the truth and testify in court that Ning Xi paid off 2 men to rape me. Would you help me with this favor? Xiao Shi, Su Yan's face turned deathly white. If I do so, then Shuilua's life will be over, and back then, Shuilua can only be charged with the attempt. You entered the wrong room, and the one you had relations with was someone else. Even though she had expected his answer, Ning Xi's heart still throbbed in pain. She spoke with a taunting expression. So what you mean is, any wrong you committed back then has been erased? Getting raped after getting drugged was my fault, and getting pregnant with a bastard and giving birth to a dead baby was also my fault. Su Yan frowned. Xiao Shi, that's not what I meant. Shuilua and I have already apologized to you for this incident, and we've been trying our best to make amends for this many years. Why can't you forgive and forget? Ning Xi grabbed her bag and stood up. You actually want me to forgive and forget all of that? Come back and plead with me again when you can happily shake hands with and smile at someone who rapes and impregnates your Shuilua with his spawn. Su Yan's expression suddenly changed. Ning Xi, how could you say something like that? Oh, I was only talking about a hypothetical situation and you're already feeling this sorry for her? So when it doesn't happen to you, you can't feel the pain, right? You're still hoping for me to forgive you? I'm not a saint. Ning Xi tossed out a sentence and then strode away. That was really unlucky. She shouldn't have talked so much with Su Yan. It was so disgusting that she lost her appetite for dinner tonight. She needed to return home quickly and hug her little bun to recover. Ning Xi had just walked to the door of the Lu residence when she saw a cute, white, little bun running towards her. It looked like he had been sprawled at the window seat and waiting for her for quite a while. Ning Xi was immediately healed, and she gave a super big kiss on the cheek to little bun, as usual. Darling, have you eaten yet? I sent a message to tell you not to wait for me and eat your dinner. Did you listen to me? Little bun nodded twice. Good boy. Ning Xi kissed little bun again as a reward. Play by yourself first. Annie's going to shower and change out of these clothes. Little bun nodded. The two of them held hands and walked towards the main door. At the second-story window, watching the scene outside, Tingxiao's face showed quite a bit of depression. He had never known that he was someone who got jealous easily. He was even starting to get jealous of his own son. Ning. She had kissed his son the moment she had come back, and she had even kissed him twice, while he could only watch from afar. After returning to her own room, the first thing Ning Xi did was to take off her bra. On such a hot summer day, wearing something like that was practically torture, okay? She reached behind her to undo the clasp and was about to pull out her bra. Halfway through pulling it out, the door behind her was pushed open with a creak. Ning. Tingxiao had only said one word when he was stunned to the point of staring blankly. His hand was still in the midst of pushing open the door, and he looked at the scene in the room with astonishment. Chapter 53. Were you pleased by me? Ning Xi remained in that awkward position. Taking it out didn't seem right, but shoving it back in didn't seem right either. It was really tragic. To make matters worse, the bra she was wearing today had been specially ordered. A triangular Superman logo was printed on both sides. It was extremely eye-catching. Tingxiao had obviously noticed it. His brow ridge went up, but like a gentleman, he didn't display any other sign of shock. He coughed lightly before saying, Sorry, I saw that the door wasn't closed. He prepared to leave when he finished speaking. It's fine, it's fine. It's my fault for forgetting to close the door. Ning Xi deliberately acted calm and just pulled her bra out before stuffing it under a blanket. She fanned herself with one hand. It's just too hot in the summer. You guys wouldn't understand the troubles women face. Were you looking for me for something? Why did you come back this late? A date? Tingxiao asked, seeming like he didn't particularly care about the answer. What date? I just met an especially loathsome person and talked for a bit. Ning Xi grumbled with a wretched expression. Listening to her tone, it was clear that it wasn't a date. Tingxiao's expression relaxed slightly. I left dinner for you. Come and eat when you're done with your shower. Actually, I can settle my meals myself, Ning Xi said in embarrassment. It's just one more place at the table. Okay then. After Tingxiao walked away, Ning Xi hurriedly locked the door. She had forgotten that she wasn't at home and had actually made such a rudimentary mistake. She would have to take note of that from now. After having a shower and dinner, Ning Xi bundled up comfortably in bed and started to read the latest news on the web. Little Bun was sprawled over the table, hugging a large book. Ning Shuilua reveals her handsome and rich boyfriend. Screen King Zhao bursts out in jealousy on the scene. Ning Xi is full of praises for Junior Ning Xi's beauty and acting skills. Ning Xi fully deserves the title of #1 beauty in the entertainment circle, suppressing Jia Qingqing. Meng Chang'e outshines the other beauties at Land Under Heaven's opening ceremony photos. First day of filming for Land Under Heaven, Ning Xi's handsome and rich boyfriend comes to visit. Counting down the number of rich admirers for pretty rookie Ning Xi, red roses piled on the set on the first day of filming inside photos. The headlines were still rather normal at first, but towards the end, they got a little strange. Topics like Ning Xi is being kept as a mistress, Ning Xi's rich sponsor, Ning Xi's cheating on how many men. The mess in Ning Xi's private life started appearing. While on set, she had already been prepared, so she could stay rather calm upon seeing these. She knew that she would have gotten rumors like this sooner or later with an image like hers, even without Jiang Mai and YS's interference that day. The tabloids were sitting on the fence right now, since there wasn't any concrete evidence. What she was worried about was that people would start to believe the rumors if they were mentioned often enough, regardless of whether they were true or not. Do you need any help? Tingxiao's voice sounded by her ear. Ning Xi hugged her notebook and sat up. Propping up her chin, she smiled and said, "Big Boss Lu, are you going to get rid of all the online rumors for me?" "Why not?" Tingxiao passed her and Little Treasure a cup of milk each. "Yours is low-fat." "Thank you." Ning Xi was overwhelmed by the unexpected care and took the cup carefully. She spoke up. "Thank you for your good intentions, but there's no need for that. I believe time will prove everything. I believe in you," Tingxiao said. Ning Xi was dazed for a moment before helplessly holding her forehead. "Tingxiao, has anyone ever told you that you're really good at wheeling?" "Wheeling?" Suspicion flashed across Tingxiao's face. He clearly didn't know what this internet term meant. It means that you're good at coaxing girls to be happy." Ning Xi gave a simplified explanation. A smile rippled in Tingxiao's eyes when he heard so. "I'm happy with your evaluation. Does this mean you were pleased by me?" The atmosphere turned pink. Ning Xi's cheeks were burning in an instant. She was vexed at herself in her heart. "Who told you to have such a loose mouth? Your loose mouth led to such a dangerous topic." Luckily, Tingxiao always knew when to step back. "I'm going to look at some documents in my study. Remember to rest early, both of you. Good night." Ning Xi, good night. Little Treasure. Although Little Bun didn't say anything, his intentions were clearly written on his face. "Hurry up and go. Don't disturb me and Annie Xiaoxi." Chapter 54. Calling his sister-in-law. The morning of the next day, after Ning Xi left, Tingxiao couldn't stop worrying and called Lu Jingli. "Send someone to watch the set." "Bro, are you worried that someone's going to bully sister-in-law?" "Actually, these are all things that one must experience on the road to becoming famous. It's good for her to get used to it. If she doesn't face these obstacles, how else is she going to stand on her own?" Lu Jingli copied the tone that Tingxiao usually took when lecturing him. Tingxiao, she doesn't need it. The meaning in his words was that he was there to protect her. Lu Jingli, heh. A desolate wind blew in Lu Jingli's heart from his own brother's biased treatment. He thought in his heart, "That wasn't what you said back when you threw me into that shithole golden age without saying a word and preventing anyone from helping me." Fine. I'll send someone to watch the set. I'll make sure she won't miss even a single strand of hair. I'll give you a week's holiday for next week." Tingxiao suddenly said. "What? Bro, what did you say?" Lu Jingli thought he had hallucinated. "You're actually giving me a holiday, and it's a whole week. You haven't let me take a break for the past 3 years. You don't want it." I do. Of course I do. But why are you suddenly treating me so well?" Lu Jingli couldn't understand no matter how hard he thought. He recalled the words he had said earlier. Finally, he felt that the issue had come from something he had said at the start, sister-in-law. He got a break just because he had called Ning Xi sister-in-law. This break was making him both happy and sad. "Eldest young master, Dr. Qin is here," a maid reported from outside the study. A lanky man stood beside the maid, dressed in casual clothes. His appearance was warm and kindly, and his smile was like a refreshing breeze. He looked very friendly. Tingxiao hung up and turned towards the arrival. "You've come. Please take a seat." Qin Mufeng set down the bag in his hands and sat on the sofa. What happened? How's little treasure's condition? You can see for yourself. He's in the kitchen. Tingxiao replied. The kitchen? Qin Mufeng raised an eyebrow, then stood up to stride to the kitchen. After just a moment, Qin Mufeng was back, and he smiled. When did little treasure pick up the hobby of making fruit juice? And I see that he seems to be in good spirits. Did something happen? Something did happen recently. A few days ago, I was too busy at work and I wasn't able to take care of little treasure, so Jingli secretly took him to a bar. Tingxiao explained everything to him simply. Qin Mufeng's expression kept changing as he listened, before he finally said happily, "At least it was a blessing in disguise for little treasure. I've said this before, little treasure is currently too lifeless. If there were some driving force that could make him feel interest in life, then it would help his recovery greatly. Furthermore, this is a living person. You didn't keep the girl as a nanny or home tutor for little treasure?" Tingxiao. She's going to be little treasure's mother in the future. Qin Mufeng coughed 3 times in succession. He looked at Tingxiao's expressionless face in surprise. What did you say? Are you doing it for little treasure or for yourself? Tingxiao's chilly expression seemed to have melted. He looked out the window and said slowly, Dr. Qin, I think your previous verdict was right. Have you fallen in love with this girl? Qin Mufeng was extremely agitated upon hearing so. I knew it. My verdict couldn't be wrong. How could you be asexual? Quick, tell me what the situation is. Does your heart beat faster? Does your blood boil? Do you want to get closer to her? Do you want to make love to her? Tingxiao lowered his gaze and thought about it seriously for a while, then nodded. You're basically right. Chapter 55. Everyone wants to teach him to flirt. He had once asked Qin Mufeng what it felt like to be in love with someone, and Qin Mufeng had said, You'll know once you meet that person. Back then, he had thought that those words were full of nothing. It was only when he met Ning Xi that he finally realized that they had been true. Congratulations. You should know that many asexuals never meet someone like that in their whole lives. Qin Mufeng sincerely congratulated his old friend. Other than heterosexuality, homosexuality, and bisexuality, there was another sexual orientation in this world called asexuality. Due to this illness that his mother had urged Lu Jingli to drug him 5 years ago, this could be called fortune comes in pairs. So, when do I get to drink wine at your wedding? Qin Mufeng teased. I'm working on it. When it came to this topic, a thread of unease appeared on Tingxiao's face. He was too used to things sailing smoothly. Qin Mufeng was surprised. You mean you're still working on it? I thought that with the great CEO Lu at work, it was already a done deal. A girl that can attract you is indeed different from most. So this time you've come looking for me to get me to teach you how to chase a girl? Although my practical experience pales in comparison to Jingli, I'm pretty good at theory. Why was it that everyone wanted to teach him how to woo girls? Tingxiao's expression turned black. That's unnecessary. I called you here to confirm the influence her appearance has had on little treasure. Once he was done with the jokes, Qin Mufeng got down to business. It's like this. There are 2 sides to every matter. Although this is a good thing, as you've said earlier, little treasure wrecked the house just for the sake of meeting her. So the most important thing to do is to see how to guide him. It doesn't matter whether you did it for selfish reasons or not. Temporarily keeping her here is the right thing to do. For the next step, I suggest that you get that girl to help out. Bring little treasure out for walks more often, and when the time is right, you can even send him to school. Let him start living a normal life step by step. I spent 2 years and never managed to do it, but maybe she'll be able to. Understood, I'll try it. In the movie city, the moment Ning Xi entered the set, the whispers in the surroundings immediately stopped, and everyone stared at her with strange expressions. It seemed like the rumors had already spread. In the corner, someone whispered in a peculiar tone. What's this? She's just a rookie, and yet she came in so late. Doesn't she see that teacher Ning is already here? Actually, it wasn't that Ning Xi had come late, but Ning Xulua had come too early. Teacher Ning, you're in the same company as Ning Xi. Are those rumors spreading online true? Someone even said that she slept with a lot of people in our crew for the sake of getting this role. That's too shameless. Doesn't Starlight care about this kind of dishonest competition? Facing the crowd's questions, faint helplessness appeared on Ning Xulua's face as she sighed. We each use our own abilities, so the company won't care. After saying so, She seemed to have realized that she had said something wrong and quickly added on. I mean that my junior didn't really do those things. You can't trust rumors on the internet. However, it became even more conspicuous when she tried to cover it up, which made everyone even more sure that the rumors were true. It wasn't until the director came over to urge everyone to start work that the idle gossipers dispersed. The pure and innocent look on Ning Xi's face also faded instantly, and she called over the assistant at the side, inquiring in a low voice, "How's the task I assigned to you?" "Xiaolojia, don't worry. Everything has been prepared. Didn't you say that she's allergic to metal? I put metal powder in the makeup artist's kit when no one was looking. Her whole face is going to be ruined." Chapter 56. Like a punch on cotton. Ning Xi was going to film a dancing scene today. Unlike the heavy formal court clothing from yesterday, the costume for today was much lighter, so she could finally breathe. After entering her dressing room, Ning Xi stared blankly for a moment. She hadn't expected to see Jia Qingqing. She thought Jia Qingqing wouldn't be coming. Since Jia Qingqing had not made the cut for the second female lead, the director had invited her to act the third female lead, Consort Xian. The third female lead was also a disaster for the country, but had lesser screen time compared to Ning Xi. Furthermore, she was tortured quite badly by Ning Xi in the movie. Although the manager had accepted the invite on Jia Qingqing's behalf, she was still extremely unhappy. She hadn't even appeared at the opening ceremony, and had spread out news that she was going to quit the role. Ning Xi guessed that she had most likely heard of the rumors that the project had gotten a huge sum of investment, and had come. Obediently today, it was $1 billion production after all. Jia Qingqing was getting her makeup done. Upon spotting Ning Xi behind her through the mirror, she immediately scowled, completely not hiding her loathing towards Ning Xi. Like Ning Xiaoluo, she had a rich father to support her, so she had always acted arrogantly on set. It gave her a bad reputation, but thanks to the netizens in her camp, all the rumors had been twisted to paint her as someone who was straightforward and genuine. They even made up the title of Entertainment Circle's #1 beauty for her. Therefore, Jia Qingqing hated Ning Xi to the bone, not just for stealing her role, but also her title. Oh, isn't this the #1 beauty in the entertainment circle? With so many sponsors supporting you, why are you coming to squeeze with us little artistes in this dressing room? Jia Qingqing said mockingly with a malicious expression. Ning Xi stayed calm and found a chair to sit on without a care. She started reading the script, completely unaffected. She had a little quirk. Once she reached the set, she would concentrate fully on work and wouldn't let anyone affect her mental state. Ning Xi, what's the meaning of this? Are you ignoring me? Jia Qingqing slammed the comb in her hands down. Ning Xi continued reading her script, and it seemed like she hadn't even heard her. At this moment, the makeup artist at the side could no longer keep watching. She coughed lightly and said, "Ning Xi's wearing earphones, so I'm guessing she can't hear you." It was only then that Jia Qingqing saw the 2 little white earbuds in Ning Xi's ears. She suddenly felt like she had punched cotton. This bitch, who knew if she had really heard, or if she had been acting. Ning Xi had done it on purpose, of course. When she had first spotted Jia Qingqing, she had immediately put on her earphones and pretended not to hear. Because in this kind of situation, if there were any conflicts, it would only be detrimental to her no matter who was in the wrong. She had to avoid trouble where she could. "Miss Jia, I'm done with the makeup. Could you see if you're satisfied with it?" The makeup artist spoke in a careful tone, clearly knowing that she was serving a difficult master. "I'm not satisfied with this. Do it again." Jia Qingqing didn't even look at the makeup before saying so. "May I ask which parts you're dissatisfied with?" The makeup artist asked. "Everything." The makeup artist's expression was frozen stiff, but she could only obediently redo her makeup. Jia Qingqing was raging inside after seeing Ning Xi completely ignoring her, so she kept taking it out on the makeup artist. The makeup artist didn't dare to show any sort of negative expressions to Jia Qingqing, so she could only stare resentfully at Ning Xi in the corner. She knew that Jia Qingqing was trying to make things difficult for Ning Xi, and she had only been dragged into it. Only the male and female leads had their own personal dressing rooms. Everyone else shared a dressing room, so as long as Jia Qingqing wasn't done, Ning Xi could only sit there and wait. In the end, it was only when Jia Qingqing's manager had come in to rush her that Jia Qingqing left reluctantly. She didn't forget to glare fiercely at Ning Xi even on her way out. Chapter 57. that aggrieved feeling. When it was time for Ning Xi to put on her makeup, the makeup artist moved the containers around noisily before putting on a cold expression and shouting, "Ning Xi, it's your turn." Ning Xi put down the script and walked over. "Sorry for the trouble." As the makeup artist was about to reluctantly begin putting on her makeup, Ning Xi glanced at her makeup kit and suddenly raised her hand to stop her. "What are you doing?" Ning Xi said in an amiable tone. "Amijia, can I use my own makeup? My skin is quite sensitive. I might have an allergic reaction if I use other brands." "No way. That's not how we do things here. If it turns out badly, are you going to take responsibility? Weren't you just fine yesterday?" Amy's expression was full of impatience, clearly thinking that she was way too busy to entertain such requests. Ning Xi brought out a red packet from her bag and stealthily placed it into Amy's palm. "Amijia, please accommodate me. Since actors depend on our faces to work, I'm just taking precautions." Amy felt the thickness of the red packet and coughed lightly. With an act of reluctance, she said, "Fine, but if there are any problems, you'll have to tell the director that you're taking responsibility." Of course, it won't affect Amijia. There were no eternal enemies in this industry. After receiving a huge bonus, Amy was much happier and took extra care when applying makeup for Ning Xi. It even turned out better than yesterday's. When the makeup artist left, Ning Xi crossed her arms and examined the costume for today. She then took out a large magnet from her bag and carefully swept it over the costume like she was conducting a safety inspection. After doing so, she did the same to her shoes. Good, there weren't any problems. Ning Xi kept the magnet and stuck out her tongue. She thought to herself, how unprofessional. There should be a needle sewn into the clothes, which would stab until you hurt everywhere. You wouldn't even be able to find where the problem was. A small thumbtack should have been embedded in the sole of the shoes. There wouldn't be any problems while walking on even ground, but once they had to move vigorously, then there would be that aggrieved feeling. Compared to Ning Xi, who had been protected in cotton, Ning Xi had been crawling about the lower levels of the industry for so many years. She had already seen all the tricks in the book. How would she be unable to see through such small tricks? Although she had no way to test the makeup products, but Ning Xi knew that Ning Xi's skin was sensitive to metals, so there was an 80% chance that she would do something along those lines. After Ning Xi was done changing, the dance instructor that the director had hired was already waiting outside. While other people were filming their scenes, Ning Xi followed behind the instructor and learned the movements for the dance. When they were done filming on the other side, the director walked over to check the results. "Ning Xi, how did it go? I saw on your profile that you've learned dance before, so I think half the day should be more than enough. If it's not, then I can give you a few more days. There shouldn't be any problems." Ning Xi didn't want to overpromise on things. Guo Qixing looked towards the dance instructor. "Teacher Zheng, what do you think?" The dance instructor chuckled and said, "You'll see for yourself later." "All right, then let's start now." Scene 13. Consort does drunken dance. Characters: the Emperor, Consort Da, Consort Xian, various concubines, eunuchs, and servants. They had just finished the grand selection, and a new batch of fresh young girls had come in. The Emperor had called a bevy of concubines and consorts to his resting palace for drinks and entertainment. The Emperor's heart was on the new girls, and even the most favored consort that had been left to one side. The most favored consort before Consort Da had come was Consort Xian. Upon seeing that Consort Da had also been abandoned, Consort Xian was filled with joy at her misfortune. In this palace, it has always been the new people smile and the old people cry. Did she think that she had enough beauty to keep the Emperor's heart to herself for his entire life? This consort wants to see if she can continue being so pleased with herself for a few more days. It's most likely because Consort Da was played by Ning Xi. Jia Qingqing, who normally had average acting skills, actually played her part skillfully. Seeing this, the director was very pleased. Chapter 58. As of old, invade my dreams again. Ning Xi leaned sideways on the chaise longue, drinking wine. Her surroundings were bustling with noise and clamor, but it seemed as if she was living in a world of her own. The strong alcohol slipped past her dark red lips and slid down her elegant, slender neck, rolling down the collar of her clothes and inviting wild thoughts. That scene was extremely beautiful, causing all the men present to stare fixedly. The cameraman intentionally pushed the camera nearer for a close-up. The storm envelopes the river. Rain darkens the village. The four mountains sound like ocean waves. Ning Xi read the poem out loud in a haze of intoxication, while standing up shakily. In the next second, she tossed the wine goblet away with a clatter. With messy steps, she began to dance. The fire burns soft and warm. My cat and I are unable to leave the house. That slender waist was like a willow branch, bending to its limit before fiercely springing back up. A light gauze fluttered along with her movements. Her gaze turned charming and coquettish. Abed, motionless, in a lonely village. For myself I sorrow not. All I seek's defense of my country's frontier, and to me a station there a lot. She picked up the wine pot on the table and took a gulp. Those dazzling movements could be called a dance, but it seemed even more like a war dance for the battlefields. From a bewitching fairy into a general who had led armies into campaigns, the difference was breathtakingly stunning. Consort Di's true identity was the female General Meng Chang'e. The Meng family had gone on war expedition after war expedition for the sake of the country, but it had resulted in the execution of all of her family members, leaving her alone. She had entered the palace, not just to kill her enemies, but to topple this kingdom further. Close by, the emperor didn't seem to have noticed the danger. He was entranced by the beauty of the scene. Holding a wine goblet, he couldn't react for a long time. He was totally drawn in. Seeing the wild infatuation rekindled in the emperor's eyes, Consort Xian and the new concubines were full of jealousy and resentment. Lying in the depth of the night I listen to the winds blowing the rain, and ironclad horses o'er frozen rivers. As of old, invade my dreams again. As of old, invade my dreams again. As of old, invade my dreams again. Ning Xi spoke the last line 3 times, the first time absent-mindedly, the second time with sorrow, and the last time was filled with clear resolution. Once she finished speaking, she leaned into the emperor's embrace alluringly, bewitching the ruler of the country, determined to continue on her path of revenge. When the scene came to an end, the director almost forgot to shout cut. Cut. That was great. Guo Qixing was the first to applaud. Ning Xi's dance was good, very professional. The hardest part was conveying everything I wanted. Everyone's expressions were good as well. Old foam, I don't need to mention you. But the rare one was Qingqing. That expression was extremely on point. Jia Qingqing's expression was as dark as the bottom of a wok. How could it be off point? That was real jealousy and hatred there. The actor playing the emperor, Feng Yiba, was an experienced actor who specialized in playing the emperor. He had acted alongside countless beauties, and at this moment he couldn't resist smiling. Director Guo, I was stunned for real there. I wasn't acting. I told you earlier that my junior's skill isn't ordinary. Ning Xi, who had been watching from the side, gave her praise as well. However, in actuality, she was about to grind her teeth into powder. Once they finished filming for the day, Ning Xi pulled her assistant to his side for interrogation. What's going on? It's been an entire afternoon, and she hasn't had any reaction at all. The assistant showed panic in her expression. I poured it in myself, and I even put a bit of it in all the makeup, blush, eyeshadow, highlighter. Maybe it's a late reaction? Ning Xi glared at her. That's not possible. The moment she touches something like that, she should start having red spots within half an hour. That was how she had made Ning Xi look bad at a birthday banquet previously. Then maybe she didn't use those products, the assistant said weakly. Useless. Why didn't you do something to her clothes as well? Just in case. I didn't think of it back then. Shuojia, please don't be angry. I won't make such a mistake the next time. Ning Xi suppressed her anger. It was just an unexpected mishap this time. There were so many opportunities ahead. Maybe she wouldn't need to make a move herself. The look in Jia Qingqing's eyes when she looked at Ning Xi earlier revealed how much hatred she bore for her. Heh, Ning Xi, did you think that you could rest easy in this role? I'll push you up higher so you will fall even harder. Chapter 59. The super handsome second male lead who's a huge star. Although Ning Xi had proven her acting skills this time, she still hadn't salvaged her reputation. On the contrary, because she'd done too well, people actually believed even more that she was a bewitching vixen. They didn't even think this was acting, but just an unveiling of her true personality. The director was worried that her emotional state would be unstable and ran over to comfort her before she left. Ning Xi, Don't worry, your male lead will be joining the cast next month. The good scenes are yet to come. Ning Xi smiled wryly. Director, just who is my male lead? You've kept a tight lid on it since the start of filming and won't drop a hint at all. It's one thing not to tell the media in order to build up some suspense, but why won't you tell us either? I can't say it. What if you guys let it leak? All I can say that the second male lead is a huge star. Guo Qixing had a mysterious expression on his face. Jia Qingqing was passing by when she caught wind of this and muttered disdainfully. For a second male lead, what kind of big star could he be? Could he possibly be as famous as Screen King Zhao Xizhou? Wouldn't you say so, Xueluojia? Ning Xueluo smiled and didn't say anything, obviously also thinking that the director was exaggerating. Ning Xi ignored Jia Qingqing's sarcasm as she stuck herself firmly behind Guo Qixing. Then is he handsome? You can tell me that at least, right? The second male lead in the script is so handsome that all the heiresses in the city are willing to feign sickness for him. She had many intimate scenes with the second male lead. Not only did she have to flirt with and tease him, but there were many bed scenes as well. Hugs and kisses were par for the course, so she couldn't help but be more concerned about this. Of course he's good looking. I'm sure you'll be satisfied. Just don't faint with emotion when you see him. Seriously? Don't lie to me, Director Guo. I'd believe it. The days passed swiftly, and it was August in the blink of an eye. It had been 2 weeks since she'd taken up residence in the Lu residence. Her relations with Little Treasure were becoming better and better, and filming progress was satisfactory. Ning Xueluo and Jia Qingqing had formed an alliance. They would get up to some tricks every now and then. Although Ning Xi saw through them all, it was still too tiring to be on her guard all the time. She was preparing to find the right timing to put things right once and for all. It was also a bit odd. She felt like someone seemed to be helping her from the shadows. She received very subtle hints the few times she had overlooked one of the alliance's tricks. Was it likely that there was someone who couldn't abide Jia Qingqing's tyrannical attitude? Ning Xi thought nothing more of it. Her biggest headache was needing to pick up a certain irritating fellow at the airport tonight. That guy had called her around a dozen times in a row while she was on set today. Ning Xi returned to the Lu Manor after she wrapped up work for the day. She needed to pick up some gear. You're back. A nice hot pot place just opened up recently. Let's go there tonight with Little Treasure. Lu Tingxiao was reading a newspaper on the couch. He called out to her in a completely natural voice when he saw her return, as if he was talking to his wife. Ning Xi was a bit shocked by her thoughts. It had only been half a month, but she was already used to interacting like this with Lu Tingxiao. The two of them and Little Treasure, they really did seem like a family of three. Ning Xi shook her head and dispelled her strange thoughts. She said a bit awkwardly, I'm afraid I can't go tonight. I need to pick someone up at the airport, and I won't be back until late. If Little Treasure wants to eat hot pot, then why don't you take him? He won't leave the house if you're not here. All right, then let's go together next time. Lu Tingxiao put down the newspaper and looked at her with a fathomless expression. Picking up a friend? You could say that. Ning Xi nodded her head with difficulty. Is it a man or a woman? Wasn't this question a little out of bounds? Chapter 60. I'll love you for 1,000 years. It wasn't that Ning Xi had not felt Lu Tingxiao's different attitude towards her, but every time, he would stop right at the boundary of good friends. If she reacted too drastically, then it would seem like she was imagining feelings when there weren't any. Thus, when Ning Xi heard this very ordinary question, she answered it in a normal manner. Male. Lu Tingxiao's unfathomable gaze narrowed imperceptibly. Are you coming back tonight? These questions were getting more and more. Ning Xi used her acting skills and pretended not to have noticed the hidden meaning of the question. She replied nonchalantly, I'm not too sure yet. I'll give you a call then. It's almost time for me to go. I'm going upstairs first. There were definitely going to be some unexpected situations popping up later. What if she couldn't hold back and beat up that kid, Jiang Mai, for the whole night? Ning Xi hurriedly grabbed a large, black duffel bag from upstairs, then hugged and kissed the little bun goodbye. Watching the girl practically fly off, Lu Tingxiao's face was like snow in August. Other than Ning Xi, the little bun was completely uninterested in anything else, including his own daddy. However, upon seeing his daddy trying to suppress the gloominess in his expression, he bent his head to write something on his notepad, then reached out to poke him with a tiny finger. Feeling the small pressure on his arm, Tingxiao lowered his gaze and saw the question mark that his son had written on his notepad. You're asking me why I'm unhappy. Tingxiao raised a brow, then paused in deep thought for a moment. He finally spoke up faintly. If you're Annie Xiao, she becomes someone else's someday. If she calls someone else darling, kisses someone else good morning, good night, and goodbye, eats hot pot with someone else, and you're no longer anyone to her, without even the right to question her or get angry with her, would you be happy? Little Treasure was dazed for a moment before his expression instantly changed to one that looked as if the sky had fallen. Thus, a certain daddy became a little calmer. With tears trickling down his cheeks, Little Treasure snatched away his heartless daddy's phone and complained to Annie Xiaoxi. He sent a crying emoji to Ning Xi. Ning Xi, who was hurrying to the airport, thought that the little bun was upset because they weren't going to eat hot pot. She immediately gathered a bunch of sweet words to console the little bun. Aya, darling, what happened? You're not happy? Don't be upset. If you're sad, then Auntie will be sad too. Auntie really has something to do today. I'll definitely accompany you to eat hot pot tomorrow, okay? Zoxo, I'll love you for 1,000 years. I love darling's smile the most. Little Treasure looked at Ning Xi's reply, and his tears turned into smiles. He even proudly showed the phone to his daddy. Tingxiao glanced at the sweet words Ning Xi had sent. He felt like he had been stabbed in the heart. 2 hours later, at Beijing Airport, although Ning Xi had already been prepared before she had come, she was still scared silly by the scene before her. Jiangmai, 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 hubby, look over here. Hubby, I love you. Hubby, I want to give birth to your kids. My, you're the coolest. Yezi will always support you. Teenage girls were the most numerous amongst the fans. She even saw some middle-aged women and quite a few male fans. They were all shouting at the top of their lungs. All the security guards at the airport had been deployed, but they still weren't able to control the situation. My dear wives, could you keep it quiet? Don't disturb others. Shhhhhh. A sexy voice sounded from the crowd, and all the fans suddenly went silent before they burst out into screams that almost burst through the roof. The scene had not calmed down at all, but turned even more lively. Ning Xi hid behind a pillar and looked on from afar, her head full of sweat drops. This guy deserved to get cut up by 1,000 knives. He was definitely out to kill her. If she went out to pick him up at this time, could she even live past tonight? Luckily, she came prepared. Chapter 61. Oh my dear grandson. Ning Xi slipped away and ran to the washroom behind her. She dove into a cubicle and opened a large, black duffel bag. She pulled out her tools and started to put on makeup. When she came out from the washroom, Ning Xi had already turned into a white-haired old lady. The ringtone for a text message notification sounded on her phone. Ning Xi pulled out her phone to look, and it was indeed from Jiangmai. Corrupted Devil King. Ning Xi, I'm giving you 5 minutes to appear in front of me, or I'm going to announce our relationship. Damn it. Ning Xi checked her makeup for one last time, then hurriedly ran to the most packed area of the crowd. She put on an expression of helplessness and anxiety and coughed twice. Please let me pass. Excuse me. My dear kind girls, could you let this old lady look at ye? Don't push. There's a very old lady here. Grandmother, why do you want to see? Armai, don't tell me you're Mai's fan too. Oh my goodness. Armai attracts young and old. He even has a grandmother fan. Everyone, quick, let this grandmother pass. Grandmother, how old are you? Ning Xi stooped over and beat on the small of her back, thanking them continuously. Dear girls, thank you. Thank you all. I'm already 80. I like this little fellow a lot, because he looks especially like my grandson. My grandson is currently working in a place very far away. I only get to see him a few times a year. After saying so, she started to wipe away tears. My, you have a grandmother fan here. Please meet her. Yeah, please meet her at least once. She's quite pitiful. With the enthusiastic support from the fans, Ning Xi was quickly pushed to the front. At the center of the crowd, Jiangmai used his fingers to comb back his unruly blonde hair. He took off his sunglasses and a trace of suspicion flashed across his handsome face. A grandmother fan? Yes. She's almost 80. She came specially to the airport on such a hot day just to meet you. She said she really likes you because you look like her grandson, who's working overseas. As the fans finished speaking, Jiangmai followed the path that the crowd had opened up and spotted a wrinkled old lady wearing tatty coarse clothes, holding onto a cane. Jiang Mai's expression instantly became extremely warped. The F. He used the last of his reason to hold back the rest of the curse, and glared at that old lady as if he wanted to strangle her to death. Of course, this all happened within a second, so the fans didn't detect his abnormality. "Ah, my grandson, my good grandson. Grandma misses you so much." Ning Xi fell onto Jiang Mai with a sudden stride forward. She ruffled his hair messily, crying like she had a broken heart. Everyone at the scene watched this warm and touching moment, and they followed along crying like the rain. The media's shutter sounds also fired off constantly. "Ning Xi, you just wait till tonight." Jiang Mai gritted his teeth as he whispered into her ear. "Ah, my grandson, my dear grandson. Why have you become so thin? Grandma's heart hurts for you." Ning Xi was really into the act. The hair that Jiang Mai was most vain about had already been ruffled into a bird's nest. Seeing that Jiang Mai was close to letting go of his anger and was about to explode, his manager, Lei Ming, came out to help him out of trouble. Everyone, please give way. This grandmother got a little too emotional and her body seems rather weak, so we're going to help send her home." Jiang Mai kept up a warm and caring expression, but pinched a certain someone's hand viciously in secret and quickly left the airport. Chapter 62. "Come, kiss me here. Out with you. Come at me. I was still worried you wouldn't dare to. This damned woman. You're really hitting me." The back seat rocked with clatters and commotion, and the manager, Lei Ming, driving in the front was completely speechless. I told you wouldn't be able to outplay her, but you wouldn't believe me. Are you happy now? Tomorrow's headline is going to change from Hot Chick Picks Jiang Mai Up from the Airport to Old Lady Picks Jiang Mai Up from the Airport. Jiang Mai, who was currently being pinned down by Ning Xi, was flustered and exasperated. "Shut up." Lei Ming looked at the battlefield in the back seat from the rearview mirror, and his mouth twitched as his head was filled with sweat drops. "Ning Xi, could you go easier on him? Take it that I'm pleading you. He has to film a movie, a commercial, and a special magazine feature this month." "I know, Ming Ji, I won't hit his face. You better stop squirming about." At this point, Jiang Mai had completely lost the handsome and elegant image he had at the airport. He was currently handcuffed by both hands and pressed down on the car seat. He looked like he had been ravaged. "Ning Xi, you forced me to do this." Ning Xi was still happily beating him up, but Jiang Mai abruptly used his cuffed hands to wrap around the back of her neck and pulled her down with him. Seeing that handsome face close up so suddenly, Ning Xi subconsciously backed away and raised her head, a carefree smile on her face. "What? You're going to use your beauty since you can't beat me?" Just as he was about to kiss her lips, Jiang Mai abruptly turned away. "Yurg. Ha!" Ning Xi laughed until she had to hold her stomach and curled up. "Come try it again. Kiss me here. Isn't Granny's makeup so pretty today?" Looking at Ning Xi's wrinkled and pockmarked face, Jiang Mai laid there like a dead fish, as if he had lost all interest in life. Ning Xi finally finished laughing and panted for breath as she sat up. "What's wrong? You're really angry? Who made you try to trap me first? You're not going to let me take revenge. Bastard, we haven't met in so long. Can't you miss me just a little bit? You actually beat me up when we finally met again." Jiang Mai glared at her with anger, and even a trace of grievance in the depths of his pupils. Ning Xi smiled. "Of course I did. Didn't I say it at the airport? Granny misses you." To prevent himself from dying from excessive anger, Jiang Mai finally gave up communicating with her. He raised his handcuffed hands and said in a rage, "Why haven't you untied me yet? Where the heck did you get these handcuffs? These are prohibited items in China, aren't they?" Ning Xi rubbed her chin. Well, it seems like I bought it from a sex goods shop on Taobao. It was 20% off. It only cost $9.90. Jiang Mai. Lei Ming. Worried that the two of them were going to fight again, Lei Ming hurriedly changed the topic. "We've already left the reporters and fans behind. Where are we going now?" Jiang Mai pulled out a hand mirror to rescue his hair. Upon hearing his manager's words, he didn't even raise his head as he said, "Go back to my residence in the city outskirts." Ning Xi immediately sat up. "Then let me down by the roadside. I'll take a cab home." Did you think you could run away tonight? I'll see where you try to run." Jiang Mai gritted his teeth sinisterly and locked the car doors tight. Ning Xi's sweat dropped. She knew that this would happen. On the road, As they continued driving, Ning Xi felt that something wasn't right. Why was this road so familiar? Mr. Rich Boy Jiang, you have properties in Beijing? That property wouldn't happen to be in Platinum Palace, would it? Ning Xi tried asking. Jiang Mai harumphed. It is, so what? Suddenly thinking of hugging my big leg. It's too late, I tell you. Unless you call me grandfather. Ning Xi was a little despondent. It can't be such a coincidence that Jiang Mai's residence was also at Platinum Palace? For some reason, blaring alarms started sounding off in her mind, giving her an unpleasant premonition. Chapter 63, 300 Rounds of War. As the car drove through the main gates, Ning Xi casually asked, Jiang Mai, which one do you live in? Number 6. Ning Xi was a little scared upon hearing so. It was actually number 6. Platinum Palace was split into several tiers. The best one was undoubtedly number 8, where evil demon King Lu stayed. There was a lake and garden at the back, and even a personal golf course. It took up the most land area. The next one was Lu Jingli's residence, number 7, and on the same tier was number 6. No one had known who the owner of number 6 was. Who would have thought that it would be this fellow, Jiang Mai? Seeing that Lei Ming was about to turn right, Ning Xi subconsciously opened her mouth to remind him, Ming Ji, don't drive that way. That road's blocked. How do you know that road's blocked? Jiang Mai immediately asked. Ning Xi's heart thumped, but she acted calm on the surface and rolled her eyes at him. Didn't you see the warning sign there? Actually, that road had been smashed up by a drunk driving rich heir, and she had seen it herself yesterday. Jiang Mai glanced at the road under maintenance sign by the roadside and made a sound of agreement. Ning Xi secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Although she had legitimate reasons for staying at Lu Tingxiao's, explaining it would be troublesome, plus it would be so hard to maintain her innocence. Why not save on trouble where she could? When they reached their destination, Ning Xi's face was full of hidden bitterness. She really wanted to sneak home and hug little treasure. Lei Ming got down and asked Mai, someone has been keeping this place clean, so you can just move in directly. See if you want to stay here or move into the apartment the company has arranged. If you want to stay here, it might be a little inconvenient to commute here and back. Ning Xi was thinking in her heart, please don't stay here. What if we meet each other someday? I'll think about it and let you know later. Jiang Mai waved him away impatiently, casting an urging look at Lei Ming. Lei Ming sighed before looking at the two of them. He couldn't seem to stop worrying as he nagged. Both of you, don't sleep too late. Mai, don't forget you still have that event tomorrow. I know. Jiang Mai just ignored him, and then pulled Ning Xi along like a bandit as he slipped inside the house. Lei Ming. He had already lost all hope that these two would be able to get up in the morning. After entering the house, Jiang Mai counted on his fingers as if he was getting ready for war. Don't listen to Ming Ji's nonsense. Ning Xi, tonight you have to accompany me for 300 rounds of war. I want to see if I can't kill you today. Ning Xi cast a sidelong glance at him with disdain. Hee, then come at me. You've suffered so many defeats under my hand, and you still dare to spout such boasts. I'll make you call me Granny. In your dreams. You're going to be the one calling me Grandpa. Jiang Mai buried his head in his giant luggage and rummaged about. I brought back the latest setup from overseas. You're profiting from this. After saying so, he turned to her, as if she were a spectacle too horrible to endure. You. Hurry up and go wash all that off. You're piercing my eyes here. Are you trying to use this to lower my battle spirit? Shameless. I'm not going to admit my losses. I'm telling you. Lower my ass. I should be lowering my own skills. Do you think I enjoy this disguise? Ning Xi pulled off the heavy wig on her head and unbuttoned her collar. This was practically abusing herself while trying to hurt the enemy. Jiang Mai switched on the widescreen TV in the living room and started to connect the cables. I have clothes in my room. Look for one that fits you yourself. Hurry up. My battle spirit is already so hungry it's difficult to hold it back. Ning Xi stared at his excited appearance speechlessly. Other people would find some hot chick to bang once they returned to their home country. But this guy, he was dragging her to play games with him by hook or by crook, even wanting her to play through the night. He was totally crazy. Chapter 64, A Visitor in the Night. Jiang Mai set up the game with a practiced hand, and even dug out a few packs of fruit jelly, potato chips, and dried fish from who knows where. While humming, he brought out a bottle of good wine from his wine cellar. When all preparations were done, he sat cross-legged on the floor, and just as he was rolling up his sleeves and preparing to try out the game, the doorbell outside rang. Jiang Mai's face immediately darkened, but he didn't open the door. With a fiery temper, he called Lei Ming. "Stop ringing. I'll get there on time. Tomorrow, okay? You keep calling me back and forth like some animal. I can't even play a game. Do you believe that I'll just quit right now?" "Huh? What ringing are you talking about?" After getting shouted at for a long while, Lei Ming was utterly confused. Jiang Mai immediately choked on his rant. "You're not the one outside ringing my doorbell. I'm already far away. In fact, I'm still driving." Lei Ming was completely innocent. "Then who could it be? Not many people know that I live here." Jiang Mai mumbled suspiciously. "It can't be that your address has been leaked? Be careful. Don't open the door recklessly. What if it's the media? Ning Xi is still over there." Lei Ming immediately warned. Jiang Mai scoffed and replied without a care. "So what if it's the media? What's going to happen even if they see her?" Lei Ming was helpless. "Mai, I'm not trying to lecture you. Even if you're trying to help her out of good intentions, the other party has to accept it. Ning Xi has already said she doesn't want to get on your pirate ship." Jiang Mai immediately flared up. "What pirate ship? Who are you calling a pirate ship?" The doorbell continued ringing. It rang once every 5 seconds, following a strict pattern. "I'm not talking to you anymore. I'm going to open the door. Who could be visiting me at this late hour?" Jiang Mai hung up and walked towards the living room impatiently. Jiang Mai specially looked at the CCTV to check who it was outside. The result: he was struck dumb and looked as if he had seen a ghost. "Oh my God, it's Tingxiao. Why is he here?" At the main entrance, the man was wearing gray casual clothes and slippers, holding something in his hands. Although he was dressed so casually, Jiang Mai could somehow feel a cold wind blowing from the tundra onto the back of his neck. It even sent shivers up his spine. Jiang Mai was so panicked that he felt like running around in circles, like a bunny that had seen a wolf. It was only when the doorbell rang 2 more times that he took a deep breath and opened the door. In the instant the door opened, the sloppy attitude from before had completely changed into a cautiously respectful manner. How come you're here?" "I came to see you," the man replied expressionlessly. "Oh, please come in." "Come in." Jiang Mai quickly invited him in. Tingxiao's gaze casually swept over the game controllers on the floor, snacks and wine, then sat on the sofa. Noticing Tingxiao's line of sight, Jiang Mai coughed lightly and explained, This job's too tiring. It's rare to get a break to relax." Tingxiao wasn't bothered by this. He spoke up. "When did you arrive?" "Not too long ago." Jiang Mai rummaged about for a long while before finally finding a tea bag. However, he didn't have any hot water, so he could only pick up a bottle of mineral water from the fridge. "I don't have any hot water at home yet. Is this okay?" "No need. I'll just sit for a while before I go." Tingxiao pointed at the few boxes he had brought over. "Your mother sent these. Then just send someone to bring it over to me. There's no need to trouble you to come personally, so late at night." Jiang Mai grumbled at his own dear mother 100 times in his heart. Why send him over? Didn't she know that he feared this person the most? Fine, there was no need to think. His mother had definitely sent this person to check up on him while clearly knowing that. Chapter 65, A Dreamlike Meeting. "How long will you be staying for?" Tingxiao inquired, using a tone reminiscent of both an elder and a boss to address him. Jiang Mai sat up straight and answered honestly, "If there aren't any hiccups, I should be staying in China from now on. Although the common practice is to push overseas these few years, but our domestic movie industry has been developing very quickly in recent years. The market is also quite big. Going overseas to learn is a must, but I believe I need to return to my roots and develop within our country instead." Tingxiao gave a rare affirmative nod to his words. Jiang Mai heaved a sigh of relief, then asked with concern, "How has little treasure been lately?" Tingxiao, "Good. Right? I brought toys for him and some little presents for you. I was preparing to visit you tomorrow. I didn't think that you would come here first." Jiang Mai quickly brought out the presents he had prepared in his luggage. Tingxiao, "Thanks." And then they went silent. Thus, the sounds of the shower became even clearer. Jiang Mai scratched his head awkwardly. Tingxiao naturally came to an understanding and stood up after passing on some words. "I'm leaving. Go back and see your mother when you have the time." Yes, I'll send you." Jiang Mai, like a convict pardoned from death row, had just jumped up to send him out when a furious voice sounded from behind. Jiang Mai, what kind of lousy clothes are these? How am I supposed to wear this with such a big hole in the back? Lu Tingxiao had been about to get up and leave, but after hearing that voice, his body froze as if his acupuncture point had been tapped. After 1 second, he slowly turned around, and an icy dagger-like gaze shot towards the source of the voice. The girl was barefoot, her hair was wet, and her cheeks carried a natural blush from the shower. She was standing at the door to the shower, utterly exasperated, wearing a large men's t-shirt. That t-shirt was missing a huge chunk of fabric on the right side of her waist, revealing fair white skin. Jiang Mai didn't notice Lu Tingxiao's expression. He only felt like dying. This guy was already about to leave. Couldn't that damned girl just wait a while longer before coming out? I forgot to throw that away after I tore it while riding my bike. There were so many clothes there. Why did you have to choose one with a hole in it? Jiang Mai replied her, having nothing to say about her actions. He turned awkwardly to look at Lu Tingxiao and introduced, this is my friend, Ning Xi. Having said so, Jiang Mai suddenly found that Ning Xi's expression was a little strange. She was staring directly at Lu Tingxiao as if she had lost her soul. This damned girl. Even if Lu Tingxiao was pretty handsome, she didn't need to stare as if she had never seen a handsome man before, right? Jiang Mai was extremely unhappy inside after seeing Ning Xi like this. His face was stiff as he said, Ning Xi, this is my uncle, the Lu Corporation CEO Lu Tingxiao. Why are you standing there in a daze? Greet him. At this moment, with her hair still dripping wet and her hand still holding onto the missing chunk on the shirt, Ning Xi finally found her voice. With a voice like she was having a strange dream, she insipidly spoke syllable by syllable. Ning Xi's tone was completely questioning, but in Lu Tingxiao's ears, it became an affirmative tone, as if Ning Xi was calling him uncle. Thus, that expression immediately changed as if the great demon king had just cleansed all 18 levels of hell and blood. A frighteningly cold aura was exuding from his whole body, frightening the two into shivers. This strange aura continued on for quite long before Lu Tingxiao's frosty gaze landed on Ning Xi. The person you were going to pick up was Mai? Hearing this, Jiang Mai was in a daze. Ning Xi, you're acquainted with my uncle. Chapter 66. You promised to be with me tonight. Ning Xi was about to go crazy over here. She lowered her voice and said, I was about to ask you, how do you know Lu Tingxiao? Jiang Mai. I've already said that he's my uncle. Ning Xi. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Jiang Mai. Well, you never asked. Ning Xi. Then how do you know my uncle? Jiang Mai's gaze alternated between the two of them. The more he looked, the more he felt that something wasn't right, but he couldn't pinpoint where exactly. It's a long story. Ning Xi held her forehead, feeling fatigued in both body and heart. Those 4 words were directed towards Jiang Mai, and were also a reply to Lu Tingxiao. Jiang Mai had an expression of being full of questions, but with Lu Tingxiao present, he couldn't speak up. Since she had just finished showering, a nice fragrance was wafting off the girl's body. 2 slender, white legs were stretching out from under that baggy t-shirt. One hand was still attempting to cover the hole in the shirt, but it was only making the hole even more conspicuous. This kind of scene sent the blood boiling. The thought of Ning Xi appearing like this in another man's house sent Lu Tingxiao into a state where he wanted to obliterate everything. Even though he had already gone on a rampage in his heart a few times, it had only happened within the span of a few seconds. However, it only showed as a cold expression on Lu Tingxiao's face. He looked askance at Ning Xi and said, Are you preparing to stay here, or go back with me? That calm, indifferent sentence held an unseen pressure. Jiang Mai looked at Ning Xi with an expression full of shock and disbelief upon hearing that. What did he mean by that? These two weren't just acquainted, but were even living together? Ning Xi looked at the frosty cold Lu Tingxiao, then looked at Jiang Mai, whose eyes were spitting fire. She swallowed her saliva with difficulty. I'll go back. The cold aura around Lu Tingxiao's body lessened by 2 points. However, Jiang Mai threw a temper on the spot. He suddenly grabbed Ning Xi's wrist. That pair of extremely good-looking light blue eyes were full of nervousness and anger from getting deceived. You promised to be with me tonight. When he finished speaking, Ning Xi was on the verge of punching him into the sky. Could you not make it sound like there's something between us, young man? She raised her head to look at Lu Tingxiao. As expected, that scary expression had reached the point where he could no longer hold it back, as if there was just one last metal bar left before the beast would immediately burst out. Ning Xi took back her hand while she held on to her patience and persuaded. I need to go to work tomorrow. Didn't Ming Ji say that you had something to do tomorrow morning? Let's wait till we're both free. Then I'll come back and play games with you, okay? Ning Xi placed special emphasis on the words, play games. Saying so, she quickly took up her large black duffel bag, covered the hole at her waist, and escaped this forsaken land as if she was fleeing for her life, without even stopping to change out of the shirt. Lu Tingxiao sent a meaningful look to Jiang Mai before following Ning Xi. After seeing the two leaving one after another, and with Lu Tingxiao's look before he had left, fire burned deep in Jiang Mai's eyes. Damn it! No wonder that woman had known so quickly that the road was blocked. Ning Xi, how much have you been hiding from me? Currently, Ning Xi was trembling with fear and trepidation as she walked back. Her hands were suddenly lightened of their load. Lu Tingxiao was helping to carry the bag in her arms. Following that, something heavy fell on her shoulders as Lu Tingxiao took off his jacket and placed it on her shoulders. Thank you, Ning Xi thanked him awkwardly. Lu Tingxiao had no reaction. It would have been better if he had some reaction. As long as he reacted, then she would have some way to deal with it. But it was this kind of non-reaction that would make people feel nervous. Chapter 67. Kiss Under the Moonlight. In the Lu residence. After returning to the room and changing into her own pajamas, Ning Xi flew like a lightning bolt and ran to find the little Bun. Little treasure, Auntie's a little scared of the dark today. Can I sleep with you? The little Bun was extremely welcoming, of course. He happily gave up more than half the space on his bed for her. Thank you, darling. Good night, darling. You're this Auntie's protection amulet. I'm going to count on you to save my life tonight. Everything that had happened today had been too exciting. Her little heart was still beating rapidly even now. After today's events, she could feel that the thin, hazy barrier between her and Lu Tingxiao had become so fragile that it could break with a single touch. If it really did break, then she really wouldn't know what to do then. Luckily, the little Bun in her embrace served as a great sedative. After her heart thumped for half an hour, she slowly fell asleep. Ning Xi had the little Bun as her sedative, but someone was finding it hard to sleep alone. In the late night, the smoke in the study had become so thick that it was like heavy fog. No wonder Cheng Feng had not been able to find the identities of the two people who had sent Ning Xi those gifts that day on set. One of them was actually a hidden traitor, corrupted Devil King. It was only now that he recalled that they had a family group chat, and Jiang Mai used this strange nickname there. He hadn't connected the dots together previously. As for the man who signed off as YS, there were no leads as of yet. In the dark, the man stubbed his cigarette, stood up, and left the room. He pushed the door of the guest room lightly, and saw that it was empty. Lu Tingxiao's brows shifted slightly. He turned and looked to the room next door. As expected, Ning Xi was hugging little treasure and sleeping soundly. This girl was pretty clever. However, did she really think that they were done just like that? Lu Tingxiao walked up to the small bed and lightly took away the little hand that little treasure was using to grab onto her clothes. He swapped in a soft toy, then directly carried Ning Xi away. While in dreamland, little treasure frowned and his little hand searched around for something, before grabbing onto the plush. After he had finished deceiving his son, Lu Tingxiao directly brought her to the master bedroom. With gentle motions, he placed her on the bed, then sat by the bedside. He gently caressed the girl's silken locks with slightly calloused hands, then her eyes and her cheeks. Like a beast before its meal, he was extremely patient, yet relishing this moment before the meal. Finally, he gave a sigh and covered those soft lips with his own, dipping in, exploring, melding their mouths together. It was as sweet as he had imagined. He then moved to her cheeks, her earlobes, and slid across her neck. Finally, he stopped at her collarbone. In the past 32 years of his life, he had never fallen in love with anybody, and had thought that love was meaningless to him. To him, romantic love was probably the most useless thing. So what if he had no lust and no love? Did it really matter that much anyway? He had never thought that love would, one day, barge into his life in this manner. This girl who was 8 years younger had made him complete. Life was no longer about cold plans and hard numbers. but it was filled with softness, longing, warmth, sweetness, satisfaction. Accompanying those, however, were anger, ruthlessness, impulsiveness, desire. Upon thinking of the scene he had seen at Jiang Mai's place, the ruthless side of him immediately leapt out of its cage. He unconsciously applied more pressure, and in the next second, the smell of blood blossomed between their interlocked lips. The girl beneath him frowned, and Tingxiao's back stiffened. However, he only watched her smack her lips before she returned to deep slumber. Completely heartless and thoughtless, Tingxiao used his fingertip to touch her moist, swollen lips. Fire burned in his pupils, and he had the urge to ignore all consequences and wake her up with a kiss. Chapter 68. I'm so angry, but I need to keep my smile on. Ning Xi slept all night until she woke up naturally the next morning. She had slept so well last night that it felt like something wasn't right. Why did a part of her tongue hurt? Did she bite herself while dreaming last night? Was it too savage that she had bitten herself? At breakfast, everything was normal. Seeing how Tingxiao was dressed, it seemed like he was going back to work today. He was impeccably attired in Western-style clothing, sitting there like an aristocrat having his coffee and reading the newspapers. His expression was as cold and distant as usual, as if nothing had happened last night. Ning Xi heaved a sigh of relief, and somehow felt that she was being too sensitive. Tingxiao might harbor some sort of vague feelings towards her, but it wasn't to the point that he would get jealous for her, right? Especially with his own nephew. Tingxiao's expression was rather normal, but the little bun's was not. Early in the morning, the little bun had been carrying a stiff expression and had been sulking about, as if someone had snatched something away from him. Ning Xi placed a steamed dumpling in the little bun's bowl and inquired caringly, "Darling, what happened? Are you unhappy?" The little bun glanced at his dear daddy, who was pretending as if nothing had happened, and he grew even angrier. However, upon remembering that Annie Xiaoxi loved seeing his smile the most, he worked hard to raise the corners of his lips, indicating that he was fine. "I'm so angry, but I need to keep my smile on." After seeing this, Ning Xi finally stopped worrying. She quickly finished her breakfast. "Then I'm leaving first. Both of you, take your time with eating." Today was the day the second male lead would be coming to the set. Thus, it would be best if she reached there early. As she was about to take her bag and leave, Little Bun had walked to her side at some point, and his little hand gripped onto her clothes. Ning Xi was confused. "What's up?" Seeing that she didn't understand, the little bun's face was full of grievance. With an expression as if he had lost her favor, he was about to cry out loud. Ning Xi scratched her head and thought for a long while, but couldn't understand what she had done wrong. Finally, she could only send a pleading gaze for help to Tingxiao. Tingxiao shot a glance at her, then reminded her in a calm tone, "You forgot to give him the goodbye kiss." Oh, sorry." Ning Xi hit her head, and finally remembered. Little Treasure waved bye to Annie Xiaoxi, then turned around and faced his dear daddy. That cute little face immediately carried an extremely angry expression. He seemed to be saying, "Don't think that you're forgiven just because you helped me just now." With his expression, Tingxiao acted as if he didn't notice his son's anger and sipped some coffee in a calm and collected manner. "Sorry, I don't understand what you're trying to say. If you want to talk to me, then speak up or write it out." Little Treasure was even angrier upon hearing so. Even with Ning Xi's help, his communication ability was only at the level of writing simple words, expressions, and punctuation. He had never written a long sentence before, not to mention opening his mouth to speak. Finally, filled with rage, he wrote a single word in English on his notepad: thief. Tingxiao glanced at that word from the side of his eyes and pretended not to understand. "What? We've been robbed." This time, Little Treasure was so mad that his cheeks were puffed up. Burying his head into his notepad, he wrote quite a few words agitatedly, and it was even in Chinese. "You stole away Annie Xiaoxi last night." Looking at that row of words and seeing that Little Treasure had written a proper sentence, grammar and all, Tingxiao was finally satisfied. Putting down his newspaper, he looked at his son and asked with a significant tone, "You don't want Annie Xiaoxi to become my wife?" "Mine," Little Treasure wrote on the notepad. Tingxiao raised his brows. "Unfortunately, the two of you aren't compatible. You're younger than her by 19 years. Don't tell me you want her to wait that long for you to grow up." Little Treasure lowered his head and started drawing again, and drew an egg that had gone bad. Looking at that lifelike rotten egg, a trace of a smile appeared on Tingxiao's face. I'm speaking the truth, aren't I? When he finished saying so, he paused for a moment before continuing with a bewitching tone. However, if she becomes my wife, it'll be different. She'll become your mother. Mother. Hearing that word, the little bun froze for a moment. He looked down in deep thought, his inner struggle and wavering thoughts clear on his little face. Chapter 69. So handsome my legs are wobbly. The cast and crew were the same as usual. There weren't any changes due to the second male lead's pending arrival. A group of young ladies were surrounding the male lead, Tingxiao. Their faces were full of admiration as they listened to him recount his moments of glory in the entertainment circle. Jia Qingqing and Ning Xi had become even closer and closer, and were currently discussing the diamond bracelet her father had just bought for her in high spirits. Only Ning Xi was looking here and there, since she had too many scenes with the second male lead. The second male lead's skills would have a huge effect on her work. Jia Qingqing showed off the sparkling diamond bracelet on her wrist, her expression clearly looking down on Ning Xi. Jia, look at how she's so eagerly waiting for that man to come. She really believed the director's words. Does she think that a good actor will come just because she's waiting like that? Ning Xi had a helpless expression upon hearing this. She said in a displeased tone, "Oh, you. Don't keep criticizing Ning Xi. She has the most scenes with the second male lead. It's natural that she'll be more concerned about him." Haha. There really are quite a few of them, and there are so many kissing and bed scenes. Luckily, I didn't take that role at the start, otherwise I'd be getting taken advantage of. Jia Qingqing was rejoicing. After she finished saying so, she looked enviously at Ning Xi. Jia still has it the best. Your boyfriend's so handsome, and your partner's also so handsome. At this moment, the director Guo Qixing's excited voice sounded from the entrance of the set. Come, everyone come over. Our second male lead, the actor for the godly Dr. Sun Huanqing, is here. Everyone come and greet him. The cast and crew returned scattered replies, and Zhao Xizhou had absolutely no intention of getting up. The young ladies were also still surrounding him, fighting to let him read their palms. Jia Qingqing gave a TSK full of disdain and didn't even bother looking over. Ning Xi touched up her makeup before getting up and persuading her. We should still go over and greet him. We're all colleagues here. It was only then that Jia Qingqing reluctantly followed her out of the break room. Ning Xi had naturally sprinted over at the first moment and was reaching her head out to look. In the next second, her whole body froze as if she had been struck by divine lightning. The guy next to the director was that eye-catching blonde hair. Even if she tried to deceive herself into thinking that she had seen wrongly, it was impossible. Why would the second male lead be that fellow? This couldn't be real. From the direction of the entrance, the errand boy Xiao Li suddenly screamed out loud, as if he was getting killed. H. Jia Qingqing frowned deeply. Are you crazy? What are you screaming for? Having said so, she glanced over and spotted the man following behind the director. Oh. She also screamed once in shock. What happened? Ning Xi asked. Jiangmai. Jia. It's Jiangmai. Jia Qingqing clutched Ning Xi's arm. Excitedly. What? Ning Xi followed her line of sight. She saw that the director was currently happily walking in front, his attitude polite and caring, while a blond man was following him from behind. He was wearing a set of extremely trendy high-contrast t-shirt and shorts, one hand stuck in his pocket. His face carried his unique flair of arrogance. He looked like a complete bad boy. When he smiled and looked over, he even revealed some extremely adorable canines. Jiangmai. The second male lead was actually Jiangmai. Even Ning Xi had been shocked by this result. The young ladies who had been surrounding Zhao Xizhou had already rushed towards the entrance like a pack of hungry wolves by now. Oh, Jiangmai. Is it really Jiangmai? Am I turning blind? Quick, pinch me. Heavens. He's really a walking aphrodisiac. He's too handsome. He's so handsome my legs are going wobbly. I even heard that Jiangmai has granny fans. He's even captured the heart of an 80-year-old granny. Don't block me. It's so rare to see him in person. I'm going to bed him. If I don't bed Jiangmai at least once in my life, how am I any different from a salted fish? Chapter 70. Let's start off a little more exciting. Who is the hottest young guy in the entertainment circle right now? No matter who you asked, they would tell you that it's Jiang Mai. Jia Qingqing was still unable to accept reality up to now. She paced about and said, "Did they make a mistake? Somewhere? Wasn't Jiang Mai filming overseas? Even if he came back, why would he take such a small role as the second male lead?" Ning Xi muttered lowly. "I heard that Jiang Mai refuses to take any role other than the male lead. Moreover, the main sponsor for this film is Starlight Entertainment, so why would he come here as a golden age artiste?" Although she had been celebrating moments ago that she wouldn't get taken advantage of, Jia Qingqing was now close to going crazy. Damn it. How did it turn out like this? How is Ning Xi's luck so good? Jiang Mai should have been mine. It's all because she took my role so shamelessly. The people watching around her sympathized after seeing her expression and weren't at all surprised by her frenzy. It was because everyone in the entertainment circle knew that Jia Qingqing loved Jiang Mai and had even publicly confessed to him through her Weibo previously. Although Jiang Mai had completely ignored her, she would still frequently post about news related to Jiang Mai on her Weibo like an ardent fan. Guo Qixing used tremendous strength and finally got that group of crazy ladies settled down. He couldn't resist teasing. "Mai, look at how you've already gotten the ladies of our crew wrapped around your finger. Handsome guys really are treated better." Jiang Mai played along and joked. "Director, haven't you heard? All of them just want to bed me. So you have to protect me, okay?" "Huh. No worries, your partner is the war goddess Meng Chang'e. She'll protect you." "Oh yes, where's Ning Xi?" She kept asking who her second male lead would be. How come she's disappeared now? Guo Qixing looked all over for her. Jiang Mai had a faint trace of a smile on his lips. Maybe she was scared away by me? That might be possible. Almost all the girls in this country are your fans. Maybe Ning Xi is one too. And she's suffered a shock from seeing her idol. Guo Qixing smiled as he spoke. As the two were talking, Ning Xi was walking over. In a short amount of time, the expression on Ning Xi's face had already become flawless. She smiled as she reached her hand out to the person she was facing. "Senior Jiang, nice to meet you. I'm Ning Xi. I'm honored to be working with you." Although Ning Xi was the same age as Jiang Mai, since Jiang Mai had entered the industry earlier, he was her senior, and she had to be respectful towards him. "Nice to meet you." Jiang Mai's lips curled up. He reached out to shake her hand lightly, but in the next second, he almost threw her hand away without caring about his image. This damned girl, she had almost crushed the bones in his hand. Jiang Mai struggled to hold on to his cool expression and acted as if a sudden realization had hit him. "Ah, Ning Xi, so it's you. Oh, do you know each other?" Guo Qixing was surprised upon hearing so. It wasn't just the director, but the rest of the cast and crew had focused their gazes on Jiang Mai. "Jiang." Mai smiled with hidden meaning. "Of course we know each other." Hearing that ambiguous tone and seeing the strange looks that everyone directed at her, Ning Xi was so angry that her hand started shaking. She was almost unable to hold back the raging urge to pummel him. Seeing that Ning Xi's face was almost turning white from anger, Jiang Mai finally spoke up slowly. "We worked together on the set of Blue Bird previously." "Oh, how come I've never heard Ning Xi mention that before?" Guo Qixing was taken aback. Ning Xi felt like she had just escaped death. Her back was covered in sweat. She replied meekly, "Director Guo, I was just the stunt double for the female lead then. It's amazing that Senior Jiang remembers me." Guo Qixing was amused upon hearing so. "Oh my, I didn't think that the two of you would have fate like this. That's great. Since you've worked together before and you know each other, I don't think you'll need to warm up. Let's start with a little more exciting and go with a confrontation scene, shall we?" Ning Xi. A confrontation scene? More exciting? Director, please don't do this. They're not familiar." Jiang Mai smiled happily, "Sure." Ning Xi felt like reaching out and plucking out those evil little canines. Chapter 71. The Tyrant Stealing Away the Innocent Flower. "Don't get anxious. Let me see which scene would be good." Guo Qixing flipped through the screenplay excitedly. Ning Xi was shouting anxiously in her heart as she thought, Director, just pick scene 46. If you let me act that scene now, I'll definitely do it well." That scene was of Sun Huanqing saving a lady while in the army camp and getting seduced by that lady. Meng Chang'e had an explosive temper, and after misunderstanding that he was cheating, she beat him up. As if he had seen through her thoughts, Jiang Mai slightly bent his waist and whispered by her ear, "My dear, are you thinking of acting out the scene where you beat me up?" Ning Xi moved away like she had gotten electrocuted. "Bastard, get away from me." Thanks to this guy, the hate on her was now so high that even tin bulls wouldn't be able to pull it away. She could already imagine the crazy tricks awaiting her from Jia Qingqing and Ning Xueluo, especially from Jia Qingqing. It was already hard enough for her to pass her days. This was practically piling more snow on her in a snowstorm. Ning Xi was destined to be disappointed. The director couldn't possibly let Jiang Mai get pummeled on his first day, so after thinking for a bit, he spoke up. "Let's go with scene 37. She had already memorized the screenplay, so when Ning Xi recalled exactly what kind of scene number 37 was, her expression darkened. Although it wasn't a bed scene or a kissing scene, it wasn't any better. It was a scene where Meng Chang'e teased Sun Huanqing. The director called the two of them over and started to explain the scene to them. The Meng family had always served as generals and had accumulated impressive results on the battlefield. However, their rising influence had caused their ruler to fear them and threw the general's household into imminent danger. The emperor turned muddle-headed from rumors and slander, causing Meng Chang'e's father to die in battle. Luckily, Meng Chang'e's elder brother, Meng Changfeng, was already able to stand on his own and took his father's place, allowing little Chang'e to live a life without worries. She would carouse about the city all day and was a little ruffian on the streets of Chang'an. When the director mentioned Little Tyrant, Jiang Mai's lips curled up and he cast a glance at Ning Xi. He mouthed the words, "That sounds like you." Ning Xi ignored him and continued listening to the director earnestly. This little ruffian would dress up in men's clothing all day and look completely unlike a young lady. It was only when she was 16 and met Sun Huanqing on the streets that she fell in love with him at first sight and started pestering him daily. Jiang Mai raised his hand and spoke. "Director, isn't this the female version of a tyrant stealing away an innocent flower?" "Ning Xi, you're the tyrant." Guo Qixing coughed lightly and praised. "My, you've understood it well. It's pretty much like that. So the main point I was trying to say is, your roles have always tended towards stronger and more active dispositions. However, this time, it's the total opposite of that, so you'll have to take note of the change." Listening up to here, Ning Xi was starting to worry a little. This guy had always been acting roles like overbearing CEOs, overbearing seniors, overbearing princes, and the like. Would he be able to act out Meng Chang'e's intellectual and delicate doctor? Jiang Mai acted as if he was taking things very earnestly and nodded to indicate his understanding. "I got it, director. I'm the one who's weak and getting forced." Guo Qixing looked at the two of them with worry. Actually, he was more worried for Ning Xi than for Jiang Mai. He was worried that Ning Xi was too womanly to act out the ruffian ways of Meng Chang'e. "I chose this scene because it will test the chemistry between the two of you. Most of the time, one of you will be acting as an improper scoundrel, while the other will be acting gentle and bearing with that scoundrel. If you're able to play this scene well, then there won't be any problems with the rest of the scenes. All right, that's all I'll say for now. We'll see what happens when you put it into practice. Both of you, go get your makeup applied and change into your costumes." Chapter 72. You're completely oppressed by me. Ning Xi was the first to come out after changing into costume. She was neatly dressed like a young man in an outfit that alternated between red and white. Her hair was tied back in a handsome high ponytail, her eyebrows were dark and arched, and she had a threatening, heroic spirit. She looked exactly like a 16-year-old Meng Chang'e. Even those people who had always been biased against Ning, she couldn't help but admit that she looked perfect for the role. At first, Guo Qixing had been worried that an extremely beautiful female actress like Ning, she would only be able to act a particular type of role. He didn't expect that she would actually be this malleable. He praised her with satisfaction and then warned her anxiously. "Ning Xi, in a moment, you need to let loose a little. Don't be too concerned about your appearance, okay? For this scene, you need to act like a ruffian. The wilder the better. Director, you can relax. I believe she can do it." By this time, Jiang Mai had also finished changing into costume and had just walked out of the dressing room. The moment Jiang Mai pushed aside the curtains and walked out, the set immediately burst out in gasps of astonishment, and even Ning Xi raised her eyebrows in surprise. After getting into costume, Jiang Mai's entire temperament had changed. Wearing a cyan robe with bamboo prints, his face was like jade and his eyebrows were warm and kind. It seemed as if he had walked out of an old painting. Jiang Mai proudly shot a glance at the stunned Ning Xi. He whispered, "What do you think? Aren't the heavens crying for my handsomeness?" It was a pity the image was ruined the moment he opened his mouth. Ning Xi maintained a modest expression, as if she was discussing the plot with Jiang Mai. She spoke. 3 words. Submissive and weak. You? Me? What about me? I'm sorry to inform you, but in this story you're completely oppressed by me. Oh yeah? Then why do I recall a scene where I counterattack? It even seems to be a bed scene. TSK, TSK. Not far away, Jia Qingqing watched the 2 people who were sticking their heads close together and whispering into each other's ears from time to time. She was so jealous she was about to lose her rational mind. Ever since he had arrived, Jiang Mai had given all his attention to Ning Xi. He hadn't even so much as glanced in her direction. She didn't even have an opportunity to greet him. By her side, Ning Xuela was continuously comforting her. Qingqing, don't get angry. Things have already become like this. After all, in the entertainment industry, luck is also a part of one's strength. Ning Xi had the good luck to get Jiang Mai as her acting partner. I'm guessing that after this movie, she'll be able to enter the ranks of second-tier actors. There's even a chance that she could get into the first tier. Even the first tier? She dared to steal my possessions. Did you think I would let her have an easy time? Jia Qingqing's originally pretty face was now exceptionally twisted with malice. Qingqing, don't be too impulsive. The company is preparing to invest a lot of effort into developing Ning Xi. If you tangle with her now, I'm afraid. So what if I tangle with her? Don't tell me you're scared of a man-eating vixen like her. Upon hearing that the company was preparing to develop Ning Xi, Jia Qingqing was even more furious. After all, the type of movies she acted in were similar to Ning Xi's. If the company elevated Ning Xi, there was a large likelihood that a portion of her own resources would be taken away. Watching Jia Qingqing become completely fired up, Ning Xuelua secretly smiled. With Jia Qingqing as a knife, she didn't have to use her own hands at all. All she needed to do was sit back and enjoy the show. However, Ning Xi's luck did seem to be running a little too well recently. Some precautions needed to be taken. Where's Xiao Chui? Have the props been prepared? Guo Qixing shouted. Coming. Director, will this do? The prop master brought a hemp rope over. Yes. Guo Qixing nodded and then called to Jiang Mai. My, I'll have to inconvenience you a bit. It's no inconvenience. This is necessary for filming the scene. Jiang Mai looked dedicated to his work as he laid down on a large carved bed with ease, allowing the prop master to bind his arms and legs. That's right. As the director had mentioned, this scene was very intense. After Meng Changa's confession to Sun Huanqing had been met with rejection, she had immediately kidnapped him and brought him home. Chapter 73. Keep going, don't stop. All the young women on set started going wild again after watching this scene. Oh, Mai in bondage play. Even in my dreams, I think about tying up Mai and throwing him on the bed. What are you getting so excited for? You're not the one going up there. Damn it. Why does it have to be that annoying vixen? Seriously, she's so annoying. Can't Mai ask the director to switch her out? She's not good enough for him at all. Ahem. Guo Qixing coughed to signal for everyone to settle down. Then he clapped his hands and shouted. Okay, everyone get ready. 3, 2, 1. Action. Ning Xi wasn't affected in the least by the surrounding chatter. When the sound of the director's voice died down, her expression immediately changed. Her eyes became that of a 16-year-old young woman, pure and clear, and as lively as the sun. Her face was perfectly adorned with a lazy, devil-may-care expression. She raised the hem of her skirt, lifted up a foot, and kicked open her room door. Next, the camera switched over to Jiang Mai. A young man laid on the crimson-colored bedsheets with his hands and feet bound up. That color made his complexion look even more pale and fragile, giving any observers the urge to ravage him. Upon hearing the kick on the door, Sun Huanqing slowly opened his eyes. He watched in a daze as a young woman approached the bed with light shining from behind her. Meng Changa sat her, but next to the bed. From her bosom, she fished out a packet made of oiled paper. I had to wait an hour in line to buy these fried chestnuts from Fuxing's store. You gonna eat some? Sun Huanqing turned his head away and closed his eyes, completely ignoring her. Meng Changa peeled one and tossed it into her mouth. She grinned craftily. Not going to eat? then I'm going to feed you, in a way that might embarrass you. You. Sun Huanqing immediately opened his eyes. The expression in his eyes was 3 parts anger and 7 parts humiliation. You're a girl. How could you be this immodest? Meng Chang'e cast a sideways glance at him and raised her eyebrows. Modesty? What's the use of feeling shame? Can that kill an enemy or attract a wife? Sun Huanqing exploded in anger. The Meng family is loyal and righteous. Each of your forefathers fought on the battlefield for the country, but you spend your days playing hooky and bullying others. How will you face the ancestors of your family? Meng Chang'e had heard those same words from the people around her so often that her ears had practically fallen off. Using her fingers to plug her ears, she spoke loudly while holding a chestnut in her mouth. You're still unmarried even at this age. There are 3 ways to be unfilial, but the worst is not having any descendants. How will you face the ancestors of your family? Sun Huanqing almost died of frustration from her twisted logic. He spoke haughtily. Those are 2 different matters. Besides, my interests lie elsewhere. Meng Chang'e stomped her foot by the bedside. Using the whip in her hands, she lashed Sun Huanqing over and over again. Finally, she lifted his chin in a manner that was neither harsh nor gentle. Her expression was like a cunning and naughty little fox. Dr. Sun, what do you think of this suggestion? I'll be your wife. Once I become your wife, I'll do whatever you tell me to. If you want me to walk east, I won't walk west. If you want me to be good, I'll listen to you obediently. Won't we both be able to face our ancestors this way? Sun Huanqing was stunned. A trace of urgency flashed across his face. You don't speak nonsense. As if she had discovered a whole new world, Meng Chang'e scooted forward until she was almost touching his face. Dr. Sun, you're blushing. You actually like me, don't you? Why don't we skip to our wedding night and seal the deal? Cut. Everyone had been full of anticipation when the director yelled cut. Why stop? Why not continue acting it out? They wanted to continue watching. They wanted to watch them seal the deal. Chapter 74. As if his soul had been sucked out. Their acting skills were on par with each other, and they had performed extremely well. It was Ning Xi's performance in particular that had completely brought them into the scene and washed away all their bias against her. The fans who had been wishing from the start that Ning Xi wouldn't touch their dearest idol had now changed to fervently wishing that she would hurry up and do it. Seeing her about to do it, they were as excited as if they were the ones doing the deed. Of course, after getting back to their senses, they were dismissive of Ning Xi as usual. All of them surrounded Jiang Mai, showing their concern and asking after him, while praising his acting skills. Today, other than Jia Qingqing, the one who was the most depressed was most likely Zhao Xizhou. He had previously occupied the highest position in the crew and had been enjoying the warm welcome of the girls. Now that Jiang Mai was here, all their attention had been sucked over to him, while he sat out here in the cold. The happiest person was naturally the director. Today, Ning Xi and Jiang Mai tried out a few scenes, and all of them ended up extremely successful. The chemistry between the two was as if they had collaborated together over 100 times. Ning Xi's day could be summed up in 2 phrases: surging forward with great momentum, life after calamity. When they were about to wrap up for the day, Jiang Mai was surrounded by a group of people who wanted to treat him to dinner and give him a warm welcome. Ning Xi was packing up her things when the phone in her bag rang. The phone's display showed that it was Lu Jingli. It was Lu Jingli who had forcefully saved his number into her phone just a few days ago. What was this fellow doing, calling her at this time? Ning Xi showed suspicion on her face as she hurriedly looked for a corner to take the call. Hello? Second young master. Hello? Xiao. She. Lu Jingli's voice sounded as if he had completely run out of strength, as if his soul had been sucked out of his body. Ning Xi was a little speechless. What happened to you? What happened? I was about to ask you just what happened. What did you do to my brother last night? Lu Jingli exploded as he interrogated. Ning Xi was completely confused. What do you mean? What could I possibly have done to him? If you didn't do anything to him, then why is he in a raging temper today? He's been holding a meeting since 8 a.m. until now. It's been 12 whole hours. That's your company's business, and it has nothing to do with me, right? Maybe he has a lot to clear after returning to work from such a long break. That's impossible. I've already known my brother for so long. I know what he's thinking with just one look. This definitely has something to do with you. You're the one who caused this. He's about to torture everyone in this company to death. Lu Jingli was absolutely certain that it was her fault. Ning Xi was really wronged. She spoke with a helpless expression. I really didn't do anything. The only thing that had happened last night was going to the airport to pick up Jiang Mai and meeting Lu Tingxiao while showering at Jiang Mai's house. Don't tell me that was it, but he seemed to be normal after that. I don't care. It must be because of you. This was your fault, so it's your responsibility to settle it. Otherwise, we won't let you off after we die and turn into ghosts. The chief of our finance department already fainted from the torture. His ghost must be on its way to find you. Ning Xi. What the heck? What was this? She had been shot out of the blue. What was she going to do now? Did she have any way to save them? Wasn't this a huge joke? As Ning Xi was worrying her head off, she received a MMS. Lu Jingli had sent her 2 photos. One was of an unconscious man getting dragged away by the ambulance. The other was of a meeting room, and everyone sitting at that meeting table had a terrified expression like they were about to face interrogation and execution. The great demon king sitting at the head of the table was practically the living king of hell judging them. Ning Xi could even feel that sinister, cold aura through the photos. Chapter 75, The Beauty Trap. Lu Tingxiao was playing the last judge over there. Why should she go over there to save them? Lu Jingli's call was an absolute mystery. Ning Xi had at first decided to wash her hands of it, but for some reason, a teeny tiny bit of guilt rose in the depths of her heart. Darn it, why did she have to feel guilty? She had been about to ignore all this business, but her phone beeped as Lu Jingli sent over another short video. In the video, Lu Tingxiao's frosty dagger-like gaze shot over directly, giving Ning Xi a huge shock. After staring blankly for a while, she finally realized that he was looking at Lu Jingli. Lu Jingli, I'm giving you half an hour. Redo this proposal for me now right here. If you can't do it, then go to the finance department and collect the rest of your salary. After that, the screen went dark. Ning Xi. In the second before the video had ended, it was as if she had seen Lu Jingli's final heartrending cry for help. Even an outsider like her knew that it was impossible to redo a new proposal in just half an hour. However, she really had no idea how to save him. The gears in Ning Xi's mind turned, and she flipped through Sun Tzu's 36 stratagems in her mind. Wait at leisure while the enemy labors? Lu Jingli's ghost would kill her. Defeat the enemy by capturing their chief? Lu Tingxiao was the king himself. Attack something the enemy holds dear to save your allies? Where was she going to find something like that? Unless the beauty trap? Cough, cough. Finally, Ning Xi smacked herself on the head. I've got it. Luring the tiger out of its lair. Ning Xi took a deep breath, calmed herself down, then called Lu Tingxiao. At the present time, in the Lu Corporation. In the meeting room, Lu Tingxiao's phone was connected to the large screen and displaying some of the company's internal information. The higher-ups of the company were focusing 12,000% of their attention on the screen because Lu Tingxiao was going to ask them questions later. It was just as scary as the times when teachers had asked them questions in class when they were little. At this moment, Lu Tingxiao's phone suddenly rang. Without even looking, Lu Tingxiao casually picked up his phone. Thus, in the next second, a girl's soft and sweet voice was transmitted through the speakers in the room. Hello, Lu Tingxiao, are you busy now? In an instant, all the higher-ups were dazed, and they all had stupefied expressions on their faces. What was this? This was boss's private number, right? A woman actually called him in such a sweet tone, and even called him by name directly. However, something that would shock them even more was lying in wait. When Lu Tingxiao heard that voice, the aura around his body changed subtly, as if a life-saving heavenly breeze had just blown into the human world. Lu Jingli, who had been bent over trying to complete the impossible proposal, heard Ning Xi's familiar voice. In an instant, he was moved to tears. Sister-in-law, you finally came, sob, sob, sob. Lu Tingxiao's reply was only delayed for a second. Following that, he plucked off the cable connecting his phone to the display and placed the phone by his ear. Not a single change could be seen in his expression, and his tone was equally cold and hard. Is something the matter? Hearing such a scary voice from the other side of the phone, Ning Xi wanted to retreat, but continued persevering in the end. She mustered up her softest, sweetest tone to mumble her request. Are you coming back tonight? We promised little treasure that we'd go and eat hot pot today. Lu Tingxiao remained cold. Busy. I might not come back. Chapter 76. Sister-in-law is indeed mighty and formidable. After the cable was unplugged, Lu Jingli couldn't hear Ning Xi anymore. He could only guess that she was asking Lu Tingxiao to come back home. After hearing his brother's heartless reply, he shouted in his heart, "No way." Even Ning Xi had no effect after personally taking action. "Don't tell me it's my fate to die here." Ning Xi's voice became even softer. "But I don't have the confidence to take Little Treasure out by myself. What if something unexpected happens? Little Treasure is definitely hoping for you to join us too. Come back, okay? Please." Lu Tingxiao stayed silent for 3 seconds before replying, "Okay, I'll return home immediately." Lu Jingli was dumbfounded for a moment. He suddenly felt like he had been enveloped in a brilliant light, as if he was going to ascend to heaven. Sister-in-law is indeed mighty and formidable. He just knew she could do it. He had thought that his brother wasn't going to budge, but it turns out that it was just its Sundara act. After hanging up, Lu Tingxiao spoke 2 words, "Meeting adjourned." All his subordinates looked at each other blankly, not daring to believe that they had been let off just like that. Lu Jingli proudly snorted, "Everyone ought to thank me. I was the one who called our savior. You guys are all riding on my coattails." Lu Jingli was surrounded right after the meeting ended. "Second young master. Did we hear wrongly just now? A woman actually called CEO Lu. Who was that calling?" She was able to draw CEO Lu out of a meeting with a single phone call. Seriously, does CEO Lu have someone by his side now? Which young heiress is she? "Second young master, spill the beans." Lu Jingli stared vigilantly at them. "What are you all doing? Are you guys plotting something by asking me who she is? Trying to hug her leg? No way. Only I get to hug my future sister-in-law's leg. Don't even think about it. Everyone. Couldn't they at least hug a toe?" In a corner within the movie city, Ning Xi ended the call, feeling as though a burden had lifted from her shoulders. The situation had finally been resolved. There shouldn't be any more problems, right? This matter was obviously completely unrelated to her. She was really selfless. Just as she prepared to leave, her phone rang. It was Lu Jingli again. "Second young master, what's wrong? Was that not enough?" No, little Cece. Your beauty trap was really too awesome. It solved the crisis perfectly." Ning Xi's face darkened. "What beauty trap? I was clearly luring the tiger out of his den, okay? Are you even familiar with your idioms?" I understand. Okay, that's all. I'm hanging up. I'll treat you to a meal next time." Ning Xi silently stared at the phone in her hand. What had that guy actually understood? "Little Ning Xi, why are you hiding here? Let's go eat." Out of nowhere, Jiang Mai came looking for her. Ning Xi nervously glanced around in every direction. After confirming that no one had seen him looking for her, she relaxed. She leaned against the large red palace pillar with exhaustion and spoke. "You guys go ahead and eat. I'm busy tonight, so I won't be able to go anymore." "What?" Jiang Mai's face immediately fell. "This is my welcome dinner, and I'm your love interest in the movie. You're not going to come." Ning Xi pinched the top of the bridge of her nose. I know, I'm in the wrong. But I really do have something important going on today. Next time, I'll take you out on our own, okay?" "Not okay." Jiang Mai wasn't persuaded at all. He fiercely looked her up and down. "What important business do you have? Who are you meeting with tonight?" Ning Xi heard his words, and her tone turned serious. "I believe that whoever I meet with isn't any of your business." After she finished speaking, Jiang Mai's expression immediately turned unsightly. "You're going to see Lu Tingxiao, aren't you?" Chapter 77. I want to take him home. Jiang Mai's interrogation made Ning Xi frown uncomfortably. "So what if I am?" Jiang Mai walked one round in irritation before staring straight at her. "Ning Xi, are you giving up on life? You even dare to play around with Lu Tingxiao? Aren't you afraid that you'll get burnt playing with fire?" "I'm happy to play with fire. What's it to you?" Ning Xi wasn't happy about Jiang Mai's tone, so her attitude wasn't all too good either. "You." Jiang Mai was about to storm off, but he finally threw a punch on the pillar behind her. "Ning Xi, I'm not trying to alarm you, but I'm just trying to give you a friendly reminder. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died when the time comes. Don't you know who Lu Tingxiao is? Did you think he's the same as those rich boys you dated in the past?" Ning Xi rolled her eyes at him. "Do you think I'm an idiot? Of course I do, even knowing that you're... So what? What's it to you if you see me sleeping with Lu Tingxiao?" You. Jiang Mai slowly calmed down. Actually, he knew in his heart that Ning Xi wasn't so silly as to do something like that. So he suppressed his rage, took a deep breath, and said, "Then tell me, what's going on with all this?" Ning Xi also felt that it was too childish to continue bickering with Jiang Mai, but it was because of this guy's appearance that had agitated her today. She was rather hot-tempered now. Any little thing could set her off. Thus, she calmed down and explained, "I saved Little Treasure previously." Jiang Mai's expression showed a little surprise. "You saved Little Treasure? What happened to him?" Half a month ago, Lu Jingli brought Little Treasure to a bar. In order to escape the noisy crowd, he accidentally hid inside a storeroom and got locked in unknowingly by one of the employees. Jiang Mai's mouth twitched. Bringing Little Treasure to a bar? That does sound like something my irresponsible second uncle would do. And then, what does this have to do with you? I was preparing to come to audition for Land Under Heaven, but for the sake of preventing me from going to the audition, Chang Li locked me up in that storeroom. Ning Xi explained what happened simply. Jiang Mai listened patiently to the end. All right, I understand now. You met Lu Tingxiao because you saved Little Treasure. Then the next step should be the Lu family giving you a sum of money as thanks. Then game over. Each of you should have gone your separate ways. Why are you still keeping contact with Lu Tingxiao? You're even staying at his house. Ning Xi omitted the part where Lu Tingxiao had proposed marriage as a reward. Because Little Treasure suffered a shock, and I saved him, he's very reliant on me. Thus Lu Tingxiao requested that I stay at the Lu residence until Little Treasure's frame of mind stabilizes. I'm there to act as Little Treasure's sedative at any time. Do you understand now? After hearing that bit, Jiang Mai's furious expression had slowly dissipated. However, he still had some complaints. He grumbled, "Are you sure that's all? So many women want to marry into the Lu family, and you're now the closest one to that goal. Don't you have any thoughts of overstepping your boundaries with him?" Ning Xi raised her brows and said calmly, "If we're talking about overstepping boundaries, then I do have thoughts like that towards Little Treasure. He's simply too cute. I really want to kidnap him and take him home to be my little sweetheart." Jiang Mai glanced at her speechlessly before holding his forehead and saying, "Anyway, you had best not have any improper thoughts. The rich and powerful families aren't like what you imagine." Ning Xi sneered. "And you know what the rich and powerful families in my imagination are like." She hated the upper class the most. They were all pretending to be polite, each wearing a fake mask. It hadn't been easy to leave the Ning family, so how could she possibly jump back into the fire? Chapter 78. You're so worried that I'll become your aunt? Seeing Ning Xi's disgusted expression, Jiang Mai finally let out a sigh of relief. He understood Ning Xi, and he knew that what she hated the most was being tied down. A family background like the Lu family was most likely terrifying to her. All right, you're done asking your questions. It's my turn to ask the questions now, right? Ning Xi crossed her arms and looked in askance at him. Jiang Mai shrugged. What do you want to ask? I thought Lu Tingxiao only has a little brother and doesn't have any sisters? Where did a nephew like you come from? Ning Xi asked. Jiang Mai lit up a cigarette and slowly spoke up. I'm not related by blood to the Lu family. My grandparents were great friends with the Lu family, and they died in a car accident when my mother was very young, so the Lu family adopted my mother. Following the family hierarchy, I need to call Lu Tingxiao uncle. So it was like that. Ning Xi cast him an unhappy sideways glance as she spoke. I'm trying to quit smoking. Don't tempt me. Why are you trying to quit smoking when you were fine before? Jiang Mai frowned. Do I need a reason to quit a bad habit? Back then, who was it that told me? If I have alcohol today, I'll get drunk today. If I have a cigarette today, I'll smoke it today. Those who quit drinking and smoking are idiots. Jiang Mai complained as he stubbed the cigarette. I've already told you whatever I could. Did you have anything else you wanted to ask? Of course. Ning Xi gritted her teeth and glared at him. Tell me honestly, why did you take up the role of Sun Huanqing? Not only is it a second male lead, it's not even the type of role that you love to play usually. The meaning in her words was that this guy had done it on purpose to screw with her. Jiang Mai put on an innocent expression. What's wrong with me taking a second male lead? Who made a rule saying that I can't? What's wrong with me taking Sun Huanqing? I wanted to try challenging myself by taking a role I don't normally do. Is that not allowed? Isn't it meaningless to keep myself in a single type of role? Didn't I act pretty well today? You had so much fun teasing me. I didn't have fun, you idiot. She was definitely going to be in tears by tomorrow. Fine. I'm not going to play around with you anymore. I'm going back since I promised little treasure that I'd eat hot pot with him. Ning Xi hurriedly looked at the time on her phone. Jiang Mai looked unhappy. Is my uncle going to be with you? Of course he is. I don't dare to take little treasure out on my own. Who's going to take responsibility if something happens? Upon hearing that, Jiang Mai was so angry that he wanted to hit something. So you do know? Little treasure is the entire Lu family's lifeblood, especially for his grandparents. They love him as dearly as their lives. If something happens, they might even bury you alive. Why would you take up such a hot potato? Ning Xi wasn't happy upon hearing this. What nonsense are you saying? What hot potato? My little treasure is so cute. Jiang Mai sneered. I see that you've been mesmerized by someone's looks. The moment he had a request for you, you immediately forgot about everything else. Ning Xi rolled her eyes at him impatiently. Fine, fine. Stop nagging already, would you? Did you think that I would dare to reject the great Demon King Lu's request? If it had been you, would you have dared to? Look at how afraid you are now. Are you so worried that I'll become your aunt? Aunt. Jiang Mai had been rendered completely speechless by the word aunt. He was in so much pain that he couldn't speak anymore. Good boy. Ning Xi patted a certain doggy's head and immediately skipped off after taking advantage, taking up her bag and explaining to the rest of the crew that she wasn't free for the activities later that night. Ning Xi said her goodbyes and left. Watching the girl's figure hurriedly leaving the scene, a thick layer of frost gathered on Jiang Mai's face. Chapter 79. Cute, adorable bunny ears. After work, Jia Qingqing finally found an opportunity to fawn upon Jiang Mai. What made it even more perfect was that Ning Xi wasn't around. Thus, she moved close to Jiang Mai with a shy expression. My G, where should we go to eat? Would you like to go to 100 Rivers Hotel for seafood? My father's a member there. We can use the VIP room there. Jiang Mai stretched lazily with waning enthusiasm. Forget it. I'm not going. I'm too tired today. Jia Qingqing was anxious upon hearing so. But today's your first day on set. You should have this welcome feast no matter what. Jiang Mai's expression sank when he heard this. Who made the rule that there has to be a welcome feast on the first day? If you want it so badly, go eat it yourself. Actually, everyone knew that Jiang Mai's temper wasn't too good. He would be easy to get along with when he was in a good mood. If he wasn't in a good mood, then. And right now, this guy was obviously in a bad mood. Having been scolded, Jia Qingqing's eyes immediately turned red. I just thought that this was proper etiquette. My Gidge, why did you have to say it like that? Damn it, who's your my Gidge? With the frustration in his heart, Jiang Mai was about to explode. To the side, Guo Qixing saw that the situation didn't look good, so he tried to smooth over the situation and said, let's postpone it to some other day then. Mai seems to be very tired today. We should have let him rest and get used to the environment on the first day since we didn't think that we would immediately shoot a few scenes. Everyone, let's go back early and rest today. We have plenty of chances for a welcome feast later on. All right then. After she was able to get out of the sticky situation, Jia Qingqing unwillingly nodded. At the same time, her hatred towards Ning Xi surged. It was all because of Ning Xi hogging my Gidge for the entire day that he was tired to the point that he didn't even want to eat dinner. Jia Qingqing lowered her head and secretly flipped through the few photos in her phone, and a malevolent smile rose on her lips. Ning Xi, just you wait. I'm going to make you pay the price. In the Lu residence. Darling, I'm back. Once she got home, Ning Xi's fatigue was completely washed away. Little Treasure trotted over to welcome her upon hearing her voice, even holding a glass of ice-cold fruit juice in his hands. Darling, you're too sweet. Love you. Ning Xi took it over and gulped it all down in one shot, before happily saying, come here, and he's going to take you to change into some cute clothes. We're going out to eat hot pot in a while. The little bun who had always run back to his room upon hearing going out, obediently allowed Ning Xi to let him upstairs. When they reached the bedroom, he allowed her to try set after set of clothes on him. This one's too plain. This one's too dark. This one's too boring. My goodness. Who bought these clothes for you? What kind of aesthetic sense is this? I don't even need to ask. It must be your dad. Has he forgotten that you're only 5 years old, not 35? Ning Xi complained as she rummaged through the closet, before finally picking up a piece that she was most satisfied with. Wow. This one's so cute. It was a white short-sleeve shirt with a hoodie that had 2 long bunny ears and a pair of overalls to match. The overalls even had a large pocket on the front like Doraemon. Looking at this style, your second uncle must have bought this for you. He's pretty dependable on this front. Little kids should wear cute clothes and look a little more lively. Ning Xi nodded in self-satisfaction before asking, "Darling, what do you think? Do you like this one? If you don't like it, Annie will find another one for you." Ning Xi didn't forget to seek Little Treasure's opinion, though Little Treasure would always agree with her opinion every time. As expected, the little bun nodded without hesitation this time. Thus, Ning Xi happily helped the little bun put on the outfit. Chapter 80. Throwing out his card without warning. After helping the little bun change his clothes, Ning Xi also slipped into her room to change. The coincidence was that she also had an outfit that was extremely similar to Little Treasure's. She immediately brought it out and wore it, and even matched it with denim overalls too. The little bun's eyes lit up the moment she came out of her room. He looked at Ning Xi, then at himself. His little face was filled with happiness and satisfaction. He even reached out to touch the bunny ears on her hoodie, extremely glad to be in the same outfit as Annie Xiaoxi. When the two of them were done preparing, the sound of an engine revving came from the entrance. Tingxiao had returned. The temperature outside the room was as high as 30 degrees Celsius, but Tingxiao seemed to have just come from Siberia. He had an icy, cold, elegant expression as he strode into the living room with his slender, long legs. When his gaze landed on the pair sitting on the sofa in matching mother-child outfits, his entire being seemed to melt like a glacier, starting from his frosty eyes. Little Treasure looked extremely cute in the outfit, and as for Ning Xi, the cute bunny ears matched with the magical age-reducing overalls made her look even younger. Sitting together with Little Treasure, they looked even more like siblings. Seeing that Tingxiao had returned, Ning Xi immediately stood up and led Little Treasure over. "We're both ready. Shall we leave now?" Tingxiao nodded, and his gaze stayed on the girl's body for a long time before he finally pulled it away. "Let's go." After getting on the car, Ning Xi excitedly asked, Hey, Tingxiao, look at our Little Treasure. Isn't he so cute in this outfit? I had to look for such a long time before I finally found this one outfit." "Cute," Tingxiao replied, but he was actually looking at the girl through the rear-view mirror as he said so. Ning Xi was proud, right? "We should buy more cute outfits for Little Treasure." Tingxiao made a sound of agreement, then took out a black card and passed it to her. What's this for?" Ning Xi blinked and looked without understanding at that legendary limitless black card that she had only seen online before. Tingxiao, "Buy them." Ning Xi, this wasn't what she meant, okay? Why did he just throw money at people without a warning? Forget it. Since he'd already given it to her, she was going to use it to buy a few more cute outfits for Little Treasure once they got back home. When they reached their destination, Tingxiao alighted first, before opening the car doors for the other two in a gentlemanly manner. He looked at Ning Xi and asked, "Are you fine?" After spending so much time with him, Ning Xi had slowly gotten used to Tingxiao's brief manner of speaking. She knew that he meant if it was okay for her to appear in a public place with him. Ning Xi scratched her head. "It should be fine. No one recognizes me now, and moreover, I'm dressed like this." Having said so, she brought out a pair of lensless round amber spectacles and put them on. "It'll be fine like this." Tingxiao nodded. The three of them headed towards the hot pot restaurant. Ning Xi had been rather accurate about her guess that no one would recognize her. However, she had forgotten about the little bun and Tingxiao. The father-son pair were simply too eye-catching, especially when they stood together. They were practically drawing everyone's gazes. Actually, Ning Xi was quite eye-catching today as well, because of her matching parent-child outfit with the little bun. Look at that father and child. Aren't they too good-looking? The adult is so handsome, and the child is so cute. That sister by their side is also pretty. This family is so good-looking. Is the father bringing the siblings out? Where's the mother? Hearing this, Tingxiao's expression turned dark. Luckily, the woman next to the man spoke up. "What father bringing out the siblings? That's a whole family, okay? That girl is obviously the man's wife, the child's mother. No way. That girl looks too young. What do you know? It's just that the husband is so much taller than the wife. You can tell from the way that man is looking at that girl. It's obvious that it's the loving gaze of a husband. Chapter 81. The little deer is about to faint. After hearing the discussion of the people at the other table, Ning Xi's heart was beating like a drum. Brother, if you have something to say it properly. How are you able to tell that Tingxiao is looking at me differently? Furthermore, with the eyes of a loving husband? Hee, maybe that guy's eyes aren't too good. Ning Xi coughed drily as she spoke to Tingxiao. Ning Xi had just finished speaking when she saw that woman nod in agreement. You're right, it really is. When you look closely at the little boy, although he looks a lot like his dad, his eyes are very similar to his mom's, especially when he smiles. Ning Xi was about to go into depression after hearing this. That lady's eyes might not be too good either. How could the little bun look like her? She's not the little bun's mother. Without batting an eyelid, Tingxiao glanced at the girl's eyes. Actually, they really were pretty alike. He had noticed previously that when little treasure smiled, his brows and air were quite similar to Ning Xi's. If it was just a coincidence, it was quite a happy fate. This brief interlude passed quickly. After settling down into their seats, Ning Xi let out a sigh of relief. It's the most enjoyable feeling when you eat hot pot in an air-conditioned place in summer. Darling little treasure, I swear you'll fall in love with this feeling. This was the first time that the little bun had gone out for a meal in 2 years. He was curious towards everything and looked about everywhere. However, it was only when his little hand was held in Ning Xi's hand that he would remain calm. Ning Xi flipped through the menu, then asked Tingxiao for his opinion. You can't eat spicy food, so let's order a hot pot with spicy and non-spicy soups. You decide. Tingxiao nodded, took off his coat, and let his arm rest casually on the back of the seat. It was an extremely normal action, but when he did that, he seemed to exude pheromones, causing Ning Xi to feel like a little deer was bumping around in her heart. She didn't know what had happened recently. It seemed like incidents like this were happening even more frequently. The little deer in her heart was about to faint from bumping about too much. Was Tingxiao doing that on purpose or not? Very quickly, the soup base and dishes they had ordered arrived. Ning Xi tossed everything to the back of her head in favor of appeasing her hunger. The great demon king Lu was rather strict in the way he ate hot pot. He had everything calculated perfectly, from the order of the items to place in the hot pot, to how long it would take for that particular item to cook. Furthermore, he was regularly serving her and the little bun the whole time. It was even more professional than the time they had eaten hot pot at her home. Ning Xi had never eaten such a worry-free hot pot before. All she had to do was focus on eating. Every item was cooked to perfection, not like how she would accidentally cook items for too short or too long a time. Are you working with my on the same set? While eating, Tingxiao suddenly asked a question. Ning Xi stared blankly for a moment before she reacted. Jiang Mai was the hot young guy who was one of the main pillars for Golden Age, and he was also Tingxiao's nephew. It wasn't strange that Tingxiao knew of his situation. Thus, she nodded. Yeah, he entered the set today. Actually, I only knew of it today. I was shocked to see him. Tingxiao placed a fishball in her bowl. He said in a careless tone, Are you good friends? Ning Xi scratched her head, but felt that there was nothing to hide. Thus she answered honestly. The relationship between us is a little hard to explain. We dated for some time, but we've already broken up for a very long time. Right now, we're friends. However, I'm guessing that we're not even going to remain friends very soon. That fellow started pulling all sorts of hate to me the moment he came back. He's almost killing me. If he bullies you, tell me. Tingxiao said. Ning Xi smiled and said, Haha, that won't happen. In the movie, I'm always bullying him in our scenes. As for outside the movie, if he dares to bully me, I'll just go and become his aunt and use my seniority to suppress him. After saying so, both Ning Xi and Tingxiao were in a daze. Ning Xi hated that she couldn't slam her head into the ground. Why couldn't she? Hold back this drat loose mouth. Chapter 82. You want to leave? Ning Xi quickly placed food in his bowl as if her life depended on it. I was just joking. Please don't mind it. Tingxiao looked as if he wasn't angry at all, and was actually in a rather good mood. His lips curled up as he said, Good idea. Ning Xi was flabbergasted. He actually thought that it was a good idea? Ning Xi. Tingxiao suddenly looked at her seriously. She became nervous after getting stared at by those deep eyes. What? If you change your mind, you can look for me anytime, Tingxiao said. Hearing this, Ning Xi's heart thumped. She knew he was referring to the marriage proposal. Although Tingxiao had not mentioned it again since the last time she had clearly rejected him, but she could feel that Tingxiao's attitude towards her was different from the start. Furthermore, the air between them had become even more ambiguous. The worst part was her heart had actually been slowly getting out of her control. Perhaps it was like Jiang Mai had said, that she had been mesmerized by his good looks? Ever since that incident 5 years ago, she had thought that she would never love anyone ever again. There had even been a long period of time where she had had a huge problem with her psyche. She had been extremely disgusted by men and found herself biased against them, especially when she saw bastards. She would lose control of herself, and her heart would be filled with the desire to mete out heavenly punishment on them. Although her mental state had balanced out a lot over the past few years, she would still reject the notion of getting close to men. Finding someone to marry was a complete fantasy that wouldn't come true to her. However, this man in front of her, who always had an expressionless face on as if his facial nerves were paralyzed, this man who had a terrifying aura, who quite frequently made her feel fear, had unwittingly opened a crack in the thick shell of her heart. After they finished eating the hot pot, Little Treasure was so tired that he fell asleep while they were halfway home. Ning Xi hugged that soft little child in her embrace and couldn't bear to let go of him. Ah, what a terrible situation. The big bun was already making her confused, and now there was a little bun. She found that she was starting to love the little bun even more as they spent time together. It was to the point that she would start to miss him if she didn't see him for a day. If she didn't hug him today, she would feel that there was something missing. This wasn't a very good sign. When they reached home, Ning Xi carefully carried the little guy into his room. Tingxiao leaned sideways on the door jamb, his gaze warm. I've troubled you these few days. Ning Xi covered Little Treasure with the blanket before walking out. It's no trouble. I like Little Treasure a lot. After hesitating for quite long, she showed a gratified expression and smiled. Little Treasure is getting better and better. It looks like I won't need to stay here anymore soon. Tingxiao's expression abruptly sunk. You want to leave? Ning Xi retreated a step, intimidated by his sharp gaze. That I was supposed to leave once Little Treasure recovered anyway. I'll feel bad if I intrude for so long. Tingxiao, you're not intruding. Ning Xi had no choice but to raise her head and stare straight into his eyes with a bright gaze. I'll feel trapped. Tingxiao's brows knitted tightly together. Trapped? Yes. Ning Xi took a deep breath before speaking. To be honest, I'm not a very disciplined person. While staying here, I feel like I have to watch my actions and words at all times. Tingxiao, you don't have to mind them. Ning Xi held her forehead and said helplessly. Fine. Even if you don't mind, I need to have my privacy. I'll bring my friends home to play occasionally, or I'll need to relax a little after work. I might ride my bike, crawl through the bars and hotels, and if I meet a good-looking guy who fits my type, I might even bring him over for the night. Enough. As he kept listening, Tingxiao's expression turned uglier and uglier until he finally couldn't resist interrupting her. Chapter 83, Kissed Awake. Late in the night, Ning Xi was lying in bed with a million thoughts running through her head. She wouldn't bring handsome guys home. All of them would attempt to fool around with her anyways, and all those who tried would end up getting beaten up in an alleyway. Especially when she saw married men with ring marks on their fingers, she would beat them until they cried for their mothers. As for her sex life, plainly speaking, it was a tragedy. The only time she had ever done it was that night 5 years ago. It was most likely the shadow of her first time affecting her. She always felt disgust towards sex. Tingxiao had been provoked beyond his limit tonight. However, she had no other choice. She would have to eventually bring up the topic of leaving anyway. Why not do so and leave before she could no longer control the situation? Leaving him first was always better than watching him leave when the ugliest parts of her past were bared before him. Her unstable emotions caused all sorts of messy nightmares to haunt her in her sleep. In the blurry dreamscape, various voices were screaming by her ears. Ning Xi, what right do you have to fight with me? Other than being related by blood, you're just a good-for-nothing with nothing to her name. You still have the guts to ask about that bastard? What are you trying to do? Don't tell me you were planning to give birth to him and raise him. The child was born premature and died when he was born. I've already taken care of the corpse. Ning Xi, I'm telling you. From now on, I, Ning Yaohua, no longer have a daughter like you. You're no longer related to our Ning family. Xiaoxi, I'm sorry, let's break up. I won't stop caring for you. I'll treat you like my dear little sister. She ran with all her might, running and running, trying to leave those terrible voices. She ran to the roof of the hospital, and there was a bottomless abyss below. That abyss seemed to hold some devilish attraction, pulling her to move forward, step by step. Finally, she closed her eyes and jumped. In the instant she jumped, she wasn't shocked awake like usual, but she fell into a charming and gentle dream. This time, it wasn't a nightmare, but a lustful dream. She had had these kinds of dreams in the past, but they had always been accompanied by overwhelming fear and helplessness. However, it seemed to be different this time. One by one, cool kisses rained down on her forehead, eyes, nose, and her lips. She didn't feel the disgust and dirtiness she usually felt, but instead, felt like she was treated like the most precious thing in the world. Who was he? Ah, that hurt. Why did he bite her? As much as Tingxiao was trying to restrain himself, he finally couldn't resist and walked into her room. Although he knew that he shouldn't wake her, his actions had unconsciously taken on a ruthless tint. This woman could always push him to lose control so easily. If I meet a good-looking guy who fits my type, I might even bring him over for the night. That phrase was like a planet that had come crashing in at high speed, crushing his rationality into dust. When his lips and tongue slid past the girl's smooth and soft neck, he could no longer hold back the rising lust in his chest. He bit down fiercely, using the most primitive method to mark out his prey like a beast. In the instant that the smell of blood rose in the air, a girl's weak voice resounded by his ears. Tingxiao's back stiffened, and his entire person was frozen, as if someone had just taken a basin of cold water and poured it on him. The man's head was still buried in the hollow of her neck. The pain on her neck almost made Ning Xi scream out loud, but she could only bear with it. She awkwardly reminded, I was only sleeping, but I wasn't dead asleep. Your actions were so. I couldn't help but wake up. She had been planning to pretend to be asleep at first, but she couldn't go on in the end. It was too painful. At this moment, Tingxiao's unfathomable eyes had already melded with the dark of the night. He slowly raised his head, his gaze locked onto her as he held her chin with his finger. He stroked it gently, his tone like an incubus that had come from hell as he said, So you woke up. So what? Just as he finished speaking, he pulled her hands above her head and pressed them down, before stooping down and kissing her lips without hesitation. Chapter 84. Maybe he's sleepwalking? Ning Xi subconsciously wanted to struggle free, but her hands were locked and her legs were suppressed by the man's knees. She looked completely like she was begging for it. What kind of tragic situation was this? Maybe she was still dreaming and she still hadn't woken up? It wasn't until Ning Xi slowly ran out of breath and was on her last gasp of air that Tingxiao finally let go of her lips. He moved to the part of her neck he had just bitten, and then that burning hot tongue moved back and forth over the wound, as if soothing it, but only made Ning Xi even more horrified. Hey, Tingxiao. Tingxiao. Ning Xi called to him a few times, but the other seemed to have no reaction other than getting busy all over her body. There was no trace of the usual restrained gentleman, and the warmth she was familiar with. Those sharp teeth moved with his desire and slid from her neck to her collarbones, and moved even lower. No. The memories that had been hibernating in her mind sprung up suddenly, flooding her mind. They swept her along and threatened to bury her like a sticky swamp, causing her entire body to tremble uncontrollably. Just as Ning Xi was starting to wish she were dead, all movement on her body stopped, leaving just that heavy and hard body pressing down on hers without movement, like a mountain. That feeling of suffocation slowly faded away, leaving only blank confusion in her heart. Tingxiao. Ning Xi tried to pat the man's shoulder, but there was no reaction at all. After waiting for a few more seconds, and seeing that the other wasn't moving at all, Ning Xi carefully tried to flip him over to the side with gentle movements. Borrowing the moonlight streaming through the window, she saw that the man was calmly lying there with his eyes closed, like a sleeping king, as if that terrifying beast of a man just now hadn't been him. What in the world was going on? Don't tell me. Don't tell me he was sleepwalking. Ning Xi mumbled to herself. It seemed like only that explanation fit. However, wasn't the way he sleepwalked completely novel? He came to her room in the middle of the night and started biting on her like a vampire. He even managed to hold a conversation with her just now, as if he wasn't sleepwalking. Tingxiao's breathing was even and deep. It looked as if he had fallen asleep. Ning Xi didn't dare to wake him, worried that he would go crazy again. However, she didn't feel safe leaving him here like this either. Who could she call for help this late at night? After thinking back and forth, she finally thought of someone. Picking up her phone, she called Lu Jingli. Hello, Xiao Cici. Wow, you're actually calling me this late at night. What happened? What happened? Lu Jingli was very loud, as if he was shouting into the phone. Ning Xi had at first been worried that she would be disturbing him by calling this late at night. However, on the other side of the line, Lu Jingli's voice was so energetic and there was a lot of noise coming from the background. From the sound of it, he was holding a party. Lu Jingli, I need to ask you something. Ask away, ask away. Your brother. What's up? What's up with my brother? Was this guy a repeater? Why did he have to say everything twice? Ning Xi was speechless for a moment before anxiously asking, does your brother sleepwalk? While on the phone, Ning Xi didn't notice that the man who was lying down straight by her side stiffened imperceptibly after she asked that question. He had just thought of this idea on the spot to get out of the awkward situation. He hadn't thought that Ning Xi would actually call Lu Jingli. What if that stupid fellow gave his ploy away? Then he would only have to break his legs. Chapter 85, Sharing the Bed. On the other end of the phone, Lu Jingli suddenly went silent for a couple of seconds, making Ning Xi feel even more agitated. She urgently asked again, Second young master, does he or does he not? It wasn't a big problem if he was just sleepwalking, but on the off chance that Tingxiao had some other sickness, she had to quickly send him to the hospital. It was really scary that he had suddenly turned into a pervert in the middle of the night and then abruptly knocked out. All right? I just found it a little odd that you would suddenly ask this. He actually does have such a problem. How did you find out that my brother sleepwalks? Lu Jingli replied, his tone seemingly normal. After hearing that, Ning Xi finally heaved a sigh of relief. She sounded relaxed as she laughed. It's nothing much. I was thirsty in the middle of the night, so I came downstairs to drink some water, and I saw him standing in the middle of the living room staring blankly. He gave me a fright. That's all. Oh yeah. Lu Jingli's tone sounded contemplative. He then spoke earnestly. It's no big deal. It's just an old problem. Don't mind him and just let him continue doing whatever he's doing. Be sure to avoid waking him up. He'll go back to his room on his own. Let him continue, and don't wake him up? Then, all right, I got it. Anxious that Lu Jingli would detect that something was off, Ning Xi hurriedly hung up the call. With a headache, she looked at Tingxiao who was lying down next to her. To avoid waking him up, did she really have to let him lie here like this? What if he started sleepwalking again? She was going to drown in worry. Because of this sudden, unforeseen development, the all-encompassing panic she had experienced earlier had already completely disappeared without a trace. She looked at the man sleeping completely unaware by her side. The more she looked, the angrier she got. Finally, as if to vent her anger, she reached out and pinched his face. You bastard, you're sleeping so comfortably. I was nearly scared to an early death by you. Even after being pinched like mad, Tingxiao was still quite obedient and looked completely harmless. She pinched him quite a few times before she was satisfied and withdrew her hand. It looked like she could only wait for him to leave on his own now. She had heard that if people in the middle of sleepwalking were woken up, they could suffer a huge shock and possibly even drop dead. She was clearly the one who had suffered the bigger shock, though. Ning Xi had originally planned to wait for Tingxiao to leave before going back to sleep, but she unintentionally fell asleep while listening to the steady heartbeat by her ear. After a long time, the man next to her slowly opened his inky black eyes, revealing an expression of relief. Then he absent-mindedly watched the girl and used his finger to gently touch her faintly knitted brows with a complicated look on his face. The next morning, Ning Xi was woken up by a phone call. Rather than picking up the phone, her first reaction was to turn her head over to look at her side. Sure enough, Tingxiao had already left. Afterwards, she dazedly groped for the phone and pressed the accept button. A second later, a furious voice immediately sounded through the phone. Ning Xi, you've really done it now. I've been warning you since the start to be careful about your words and actions and to avoid embarrassing the company. But look at you. Right now, everyone in the company has lost face because of you." Ning Xi immediately woke up. "What happened?" Changli spoke unhappily. "Take a look for yourself on Weibo." Ning Xi climbed out of bed and quickly turned on the computer to log into her Weibo. Then she realized her Weibo had exploded. The Weibos of most actors were typically taken care of by their management. Of course, Ning Xi didn't get that treatment. She hadn't bought any followers or launched any campaigns. On Weibo, she only had a little. Over 30,000 fans. She couldn't even match up to an internet celebrity. Normally, she enjoyed sharing some tidbits about her daily life, but the number of comments and likes had never surpassed 100. However, right now, over 10,000 mentions and comments had suddenly appeared overnight. After skimming as quickly as possible over these messages, she finally realized what had happened. Chapter 86. Let the storm rage even harder. Ning Xi's reputation had been dragged through the mud, and very miserably at that. Yesterday, in the middle of the night, a popular tabloid blogger on Weibo had published a long post. The title was "The Story of How the Scheming Bitch Ning Xi Got to the Top, an Unprecedentedly Shameless Person." The summary of the content was that she had slept with the director to get her role, and had gone around seducing wealthy old men to trick them into giving her gifts. She had even deliberately taken advantage of Jiang Mai while filming. The post even said that when she was on set, her room door was always open. Anyone who wanted to sleep with her could walk right in and sleep with her. It made her sound like a total whore who was extremely easy and completely lacked any moral boundaries. This made Jiang Mai's fans explode. They banded up to protest that their idol had been paired up with a woman like that, and angrily demanded that the production crew change the second female lead. The comments on Ning Xi's most recent post were simply unbearable to look at. It was completely filled with angry curses. Everyone was yelling, "Ning Xi, get out from the entertainment industry. Have you seen it clearly now? Post a statement of apology to redeem the company's image right now." Changli angrily spat out an order. Ning Xi sneered, "A statement of apology?" Normally, when actors who were signed to a company encountered a situation like this, the company would organize a special public relations team to emphasize the actor's innocence and perform damage control. Changli, on the other hand, as if Changli really wanted her to redeem the company's image. Changli was only trying to thoroughly discredit her. Apologizing would make it seem like she was admitting to everything that was written in that blog. That's right. I had better see it before 8 p.m. tonight. It would be best if it was a video since that looks more sincere. Otherwise, just wait till you're kicked out of the cast. When the time comes, even the company won't be able to protect you. After Changli issued this threat, she ruthlessly hung up the phone with a smack. After this call, Ning Xi was wide awake. She had anticipated a situation like this long ago, but she hadn't expected that the other party would act this quickly. It looked like Jia Qingqing couldn't even wait another second. With Ning Xiuelua adding fuel to the flame, she had been thrown into a raging storm over the course of a single night. Very well, bring it on. She had actually been worried that they wouldn't make a move. Ning Xi immediately got out of bed and washed up. Afterwards, she took out her cosmetic products and began to apply her makeup. After half an hour, she looked at her face in the mirror. After putting on makeup, she had become haggard and pale, yet sweetly pitiful. She nodded her head in satisfaction. Right after she cleaned up the table, there was a knock on the door. Ning Xi stood up to open the door. Afterwards, she stared blankly. It was yesterday's pervert, Tingxiao. After the events of last night, she actually felt a little weird looking at him now. Without waiting for Ning Xi to speak, Tingxiao saw her incomparably pale and haggard complexion, and his expression immediately became incomparably ice-cold. Without another word, he picked up his phone and started to search for a contact. Out of the corner of her eyes, Ning Xi saw his finger stop at the name Liang Feixing. Liang Feixing was the director of public relations at Golden Age Entertainment. He had a pair of magic hands that had beautifully resolved the scandals of many actors and restored their reputations. He could be considered a model example for any public relations manager. When Ning Xi saw this, she immediately reacted. Like a tiger, she lunged forward and snatched Tingxiao's phone. "Tingxiao, what are you doing?" Settling the matter. Tingxiao's complexion was extremely ugly, making it obvious that he had also found about the matter. On the internet, Ning Xi helplessly looked at her opponent, Big Boss, who wanted to help her cheat her way out without saying a single word. The last time, when Tingxiao had acted without a word and ordered Su Yimo's personal stylist to help her out, she had already been shocked enough. At least no one had found out. If he did something like that again, she really wouldn't be able to endure it. If Golden Age Entertainment suddenly intervened under these crazy circumstances, she was going to get another label of being a traitor who was two-timing on the two companies. Chapter 87. You Need a Woman. Ning Xi spoke in a light tone. If I can't even handle little problems like these, how will I survive in the entertainment industry? Didn't you tell me previously that you believed in me? Well, your current appearance doesn't look very convincing. Tingxiao's expression was grave. Ning Xi was puzzled by his words until she remembered the makeup on her face. She explained, I made my skin this pale and drew these dark eye bags on myself. I'm really not pretending to be strong. I can take off my makeup if you don't believe me. Before she finished speaking, Tingxiao suddenly reached out and his fingertips softly grazed against her cheeks and eyes. Although it was only a light touch, Ning Xi looked as if she had been shocked by electricity. She couldn't help but tremble a bit. Ning Xi's reaction caused Tingxiao's face to darken slightly. He quickly retracted his hand and spoke. You're not allowed to push yourself. Ning Xi smiled in reply. I won't. If I can't deal with this, I'll definitely fly back here and hug your leg. Having been soothed, Tingxiao relaxed somewhat. Okay. Following that, Ning Xi scratched her head as she looked at him, looking like she wanted to speak, but was holding back. Did you want to say something? Tingxiao asked in a gentle tone, as if the person last night had been a completely different person. Ning Xi stared at him with a complicated expression for a long time. Finally, she couldn't help but speak up. Tingxiao, have you ever thought of finding a woman to keep you company? What are you trying to say? Tingxiao's expression immediately turned cold. Don't blame me for sticking my nose into your business. I just think. Ning Xi considered her words carefully and then patted his shoulders with sincerity. I think you may need a woman. For some matters, restraining yourself isn't good for your health. Wasn't there a common saying that went, one dreams at night what one thinks during the day? On the surface, Tingxiao didn't appear to be fazed by a woman's charms, but judging from his display last night, he clearly, really seemed to need it. At this point, Tingxiao's expression was completely dark. Damned woman, who do you think is at fault here? Who do you think is forcing me to restrain myself so miserably when the treat is already so temptingly close? Seeing that Tingxiao's complexion was worsening, Ning Xi coughed awkwardly and quickly slipped away. Since time is running out, I'll go say goodbye to Little Treasure and head off to the set. Bye-bye. At the movie city on the outskirts of the capital, just as Ning Xi appeared, a crowd of Jiang Mai's fans waiting by the entrance immediately rushed toward her with fury. Ning Xi has arrived. That damn prostitute has arrived. She actually dared to appear. Evil bitch. You're not allowed to get close to our Mai. Hurry up and get lost from this production. Ning Xi get lost from this production. Ning Xi get lost from the entertainment industry. Get lost from here. The scene was filled with chaos. Only a few security guards protected Ning Xi as she walked inside. The rest of the production crew stood around and watched the show. From time to time, they would point at her and laugh while sneering with laughter. Those stares were like daggers, cutting into her one by one. Those looks of malice were like a fierce and ferocious viper trying to tear her into shreds. Ning Xi couldn't help but recall that back in the day, there was a really popular female celebrity who had ultimately been forced to commit suicide due to gossip. After she died, her suicide note contained only 5 words. Gossip is a dreadful thing. The crowd continuously threw rotten eggs and spoiled vegetables. Some random person even threw a rock, although the rock was thrown. Ask you. When she saw that the rock was going to hit the makeup artist Amy, who was currently spectating, Ning Xi's expression changed, and she quickly leapt forward. Right as the rock reached half a meter from Amy, she used her arm to block it. In the next second, the part of her arm that had been hit was drenched with blood. Chapter 88. A Tyrant Flower. When the riled-up crowd saw this scene, they were all struck dumb. Even Amy was scared witless. With a pale face, Ning Xi swept an ice-cold glance across those fans. You guys can make a commotion if you want, come at me. Don't hurt innocent bystanders. Stop Stop pretending to be good. That's right. Don't pretend to be a good person. You're just a shameless vixen. Ning Xi's look turned even sharper. What determines whether I'm a good person or not? An internet post without evidence to back it up? Or a rumor based on groundless accusations? Even though you are all still young, I still hope you can all use your brains before taking action. Idols are the ones who have to pay for the conduct of their fans. Your words and actions will represent your idol. Don't allow yourselves to be ignorantly used by others and mar your idol's reputation for no good reason. Ning Xi knew that at this moment, nothing she said would get through to them except mentioning their precious idol. When was it your turn to lecture us? Actually, I think she has a point. The one who just threw that rock, step out. Didn't we agree that we wouldn't resort to violence and using eggs would be the limit? That's right. Who was it? We came to ask for justice, not to mar Mai's reputation. The rioting fans temporarily calmed down, and Ning Xi was finally able to squeeze into the production set. When Guo Qixing saw that she had arrived, he immediately called her into the lounge. Ning Xi, you've come. Hurry and sit down. Director, I'm sorry for creating so much trouble for the production team. Ning Xi had a guilty expression as she bowed deeply. When he saw how haggard the girl looked, Guo Qixing quickly comforted her. You're not the one creating trouble. How could I not be aware that other people are trying to ruin you? Just based on that line about you having no acting skill, that's simply nonsense. As for saying that you slept with members of the production team, how could I not know the truth as one of the ones implicated in the rumor? I've seen plenty of matters like this before. I'm clear on who's right or wrong. Thank you, Director. The fact that Guo Qixing was standing on her side in this sort of situation really made her grateful. However, this matter has really affected you too much. Just look at your haggard complexion. Why don't you take a couple of days off to recover? Guo Qixing proposed. Ning Xi immediately responded, no need. Director, I want to continue shooting. My situation has already inconvenienced the production team enough. If this delays the production's filming schedule even more, I really won't be able to live with myself. Guo Qixing saw her determination and showed a grateful expression. All right then. If you reach your limit, you have to let me know. When she came out of her meeting with the director, a strong force suddenly pulled Ning Xi into a secluded corner. That person's face was full of worry, and even his head of golden hair looked listless. Ning Xi, is your arm okay? It's a small injury. It has already been treated. Ning Xi spoke lightly. Jiang Mai's face was filled with anger. I was going to issue a statement to explain to my fans, but Ming Ji changed my Weibo password and wouldn't let me log in. He said that I would make things worse for you if I did anything right now. Ning Xi patted her chest and showed a glad expression. Lucky Ming Ji has intelligence unlike some people. Jiang Mai immediately looked hurt. You ungrateful woman, I was just trying to help you out. Ning Xi replied helplessly. If you really want to help me, then let me give you a heads up. In a moment, I'm going to pretend to be an innocent flower. Just act along with me, and don't you dare act recklessly. Otherwise, don't blame me for really breaking off all relation with you. Jiang Mai scratched his ear and looked rather doubtful. What did you say you were going to pretend to be? An innocent flower? Is there any problem? Are you sure a tyrant flower like you can complete such a difficult challenge? Get lost. Chapter 89. The fun is just getting started. Coincidentally, most of Ning Xi's scenes were scenes where she would act as Jia Qingqing's adversary. As she reviewed the script under the shade of a tree, a sarcastic voice suddenly traveled to her ears. Yo, isn't this our big star? Ning Xi, you've really become famous. Everyone knows your name now. Hee hee, and they know of all the scandalous things you've done. You're so shameless, you actually dared to come back on set after creating a situation like this. Jia Qingqing gloated at Ning Xi's misfortune. As long as Ning Xi was forced out of the production, she would be able to take Ning Xi's place and act with my gidge. Ning Xi bit her lip, her body trembling, as she remained silent with a pitiful expression. Jia Qingqing was even more pleased with herself when she saw Ning Xi's appearance. She neared Jiang Mai and spoke coyly. My gidge, you should stay further away from people like her. Otherwise, she will ruin your reputation. You've already starting to lose fans thanks to her. When Jia Qingqing approached, a strong smell of perfume immediately floated over. Veins bulged on Jiang Mai's forehead. He wanted to flare up on the spot, but after remembering Ning Xi's warning, He took a deep breath and forced himself to endure. Seeing that Jiang Mai had ignored her, Jia Qingqing assumed that getting involved in a situation like this had put him in a bad mood. She comforted him. Considerately, "My Gij, you can rest assured. The production crew will give in to the pressure and replace Ning Xi sooner or later." "You're so noisy." Jiang Mai had to completely exhaust his self-control in order to hold back all of his curses and spit out those 3 words. "I'm sorry, my Gij. I won't disturb your rest anymore." Jia Qingqing left, looking rather wronged. She wasn't happy about how Jiang Mai still treated her as coldly as ever, but after some thought, she quickly got over it. In any case, when she became the second female lead, she would have plenty of opportunities to interact with My Gij. She couldn't help but feel excited, thinking about those intimate scenes. On another note, why had the director asked her to continue filming scenes with Ning Xi? This was such a waste of time. However, she did quite like the scenes they were filming today. One of them was a scene where she got to slap Ning Xi on the face. When the time came, she would make sure Ning Xi was humiliated. "Director, I think that for this scene, the result will be better if I really slap her. What do you think?" Jia Qingqing, who had never been conscientious about filming before, took the rare initiative to discuss the scene with the director. How could Guqixing not know what she was thinking? He spoke seriously. "The main point is to use the camera angles. At most, it's enough to touch the face a little." "Got it." Jia Qingqing agreed verbally, but had absolutely no plans of obeying. She decided to do a real slap, and to slap a couple more times at that to let that slut suffer some more. It wasn't as if this was the first time she had taken revenge through her work, and she had been successful every time. After everyone had finished preparing, the filming began. In this scene, Meng Chang'e had just entered the palace under the alias Nen Wuming. She was still only a small little palace maid, but because the emperor had given her a second glance, concubine Xian became jealous and called her to the Qin palace to give her a hard time. "Shameless slut, you actually dared to seduce the emperor right under my nose." Concubine Xian stopped talking and threw a slap. The moment Jia Qingqing made a move, Ning Xi narrowed her eyes and leaned slightly to the side, cleverly evading the camera and dodging Jia Qingqing's hand. However, on the surface she appeared to have received a forceful hit, and her entire person was thrown miserably onto the ground. Afterwards, she turned her face to the side and spat out a mouthful of blood. Ning Xi, Guqixing jumped up in surprise. All the other production crew members who were watching also suffered a shock and gathered around her one after another. "Jia Qingqing, is this your first day filming? You can't even control your own strength." Guqixing was usually very even-tempered, but this time, he had really lost his temper. He couldn't interfere in matters that took place outside of filming, but he absolutely would not put up with despicable acts like this during on his set. Jia Qingqing had gotten scared herself. She had deliberately used some force earlier, but it definitely wasn't enough to throw Ning Xi to the ground and cause her to spit up blood. Not only that, she had clearly sensed that Ning Xi had dodged just now. Simply put, she hadn't even touched Ning Xi. Thus, she cried out in protest and disbelief. "I only slapped her lightly. I hardly used any force. She's putting on an act." Chapter 90. Playing an innocent flower. However, with Jia Qingqing's terrible reputation in the industry and her history of similar incidents, combined with her undisguised antagonism towards Ning Xi, no one believed her. "Director, I'm fine. I just have a cut in my mouth. It'll be all right after I apply some ice to it." Qingqing Jia was most likely just trying to make the scene look even more real, so don't get angry. Ning Xi's expression showed that she had suffered unrightfully but was trying to bear with it. She looked like she was trying to endure silently with understanding. With that expression, even the rest of the crowd felt some sympathy towards her, let alone the director. Jiang Mai was watching from the side as the corner of his mouth twitched crazily. He was almost shocked to death. This fellow was pretty good at playing an innocent flower. Jia Qingqing looked at her delicate appearance and was instantly furious. "Ning Xi, you're still pretending. You clearly did it on purpose. You bit yourself. Did you hide some blood capsules in your mouth beforehand?" "Jia Qingqing, that's enough from you." Guqixing admonished fiercely. The assistant by Jia Qingqing's side hurriedly pulled her back and persuaded. "Qingqing Jia, forget about it. Don't make the director angry. We're in the wrong for this incident." She clearly thought that Jia Qingqing had done it on purpose. She had seen too many incidents like this while following at Jia Qingqing's side. Jia Qingqing turned back and slapped the assistant on her face. Scram. When has it ever been your place to command me? The assistant fell to the floor after getting hit, just like Ning Xi had. There was even blood coming out from the corner of her mouth. The production crew surrounding them, especially those whose positions weren't very high like the assistants, hurried forward to help the assistant up. Their expressions when looking at Jia Qingqing were full of disgust. Although Ning Xi had a messy personal life, she had never let it affect anyone else. She was respectful and professional while filming. However, Jia Qingqing was a complete shrew. It was the first time Jia Qingqing had been falsely accused. Seeing that no one believed her, her face turned red, as if she was about to faint from anger in the next second. Just as she was about to lose control and attack Ning Xi without caring for her image, someone stepped out to pull on her wrist. Qingqing, I know you wanted to impress the director, but you didn't have to take it so far. Those in the know would say that you're dedicated to your work, but how would others think of you? The one who spoke up was Ning Xi, who had just rushed over. Ning Xi didn't have any scenes today. She didn't have to come, but for the sake of seeing Ning Xi in trouble, she had still come to the set. She hadn't thought that this was what she would see upon arriving. What was this Jia Qingqing doing? It had been such a great opportunity, but she had let it play out this way? Seeing that the crowd was about to sympathize with Ning Xi due to their extreme hatred for Jia Qingqing, Ning Xi hurriedly went up to help her out of her predicament. Jia Qingqing reacted as if she had just seen her family upon seeing Ning Xi. She immediately held on to her and cried as she complained. Jia, this bitch is trying to slander me. Afraid that Jia Qingqing would annoy even more people if she continued talking, Ning Xi pulled her into a corner. Why couldn't you hold on for a while longer? Ning Xi will be chased off sooner or later. What are you doing picking fights with her at this time? Jia Qingqing anxiously said. I wanted to teach her a lesson at first, but I didn't even touch her at all. She just dodged and acted as if I hit her so hard that she spat out blood. Ning Xi took one look at the director, reassuring Ning Xi, who was putting on a generous air, and could immediately tell what kind of act she was trying to pull. She hurriedly tried to think of a way to save the situation and said, Qingqing, it's not enough that I believe you. The problem is that everyone doesn't believe you. Even if you explain the situation, it won't help. The best way to get out of this mess is to apologize to Ning Xi immediately. Jia Qingqing exploded upon hearing this. What? You want me to apologize to her? No way. Jia, how could you stand on her side and speak for her? Chapter 91, Complete Counterattack. Because of this brainless girl, Ning Xi was close to dying from frustration. Haven't you seen that everyone's starting to sympathize with her because of this incident? Don't tell me that you want her to rise from the ashes and continue acting with your Gidge. Jia Qingqing hesitated slightly for a moment, but refused to bow down in the end. I'm not going. I'd rather die than apologize to that bitch. What effect could such a small incident have? All she had to do was buy some small gifts to buy off these people later. Ning Xi saw that Jia Qingqing couldn't be persuaded, so she could only leave things as they were and hope that she wouldn't cause any more trouble later on. It was already a foregone conclusion that Ning Xi's reputation would be blown to bits. No matter what schemes she tried, she could only play small little tricks like these. How could she possibly turn things around? She estimated that the mysterious sponsor behind Ning Xi would dump her not long after. Who would want a lover with a terrible reputation who cheated on him? Thinking up to here, Ning Xi calmed down somewhat. In the end, to prevent any more conflicts arising between them, Guo Qixing decided against filming the scene again and just used the clip where Ning Xi had spat out blood. The second scene slated for filming today was the scene where Meng Chang'e had just been bestowed the title of consort, while consort Xian lost favor and was thrown into the cold palace. Meng Chang'e entered the cold palace to visit consort Xian and told consort Xian her true identity. Luckily, this scene was rather safe. It was all expressions and dialogue, not much action. 3, 2, 1, action. Filming started. In the cold palace, consort sat on a wide chair, looking disdainfully from the corner of her eyes at the sorry figure fallen at her feet. Consort Xian, do you know why I hate you so much? Why I had to push you to certain death? Bitch, you're clearly jealous of me. Jealous that the emperor likes me. Jealous that I'm favored. Consort laughed as if she had heard the best joke in the world. You say that I'm jealous? Of the favor of that rotten old man. Consort da? You gone mad? I'm going to tell the emperor. I'm going to tell the emperor that you insulted. Consort de abruptly shot a sinisterly cold look at her, forcing Consort Xian into silence. Following that, she spoke word by word. Consort Xian, do you know who I am? I wonder if you remember the name. Meng Chang'e. You. Jia Qingqing couldn't continue her words no matter what. Guo Qixing shouted. Cut. Do it again. The second try started. Consort Xian, do you know who I am? I wonder if you remember the name. Meng Chang'e. This time, Ning Xi's gaze was even more severe than the previous time. It clutched tightly at Jia Qingqing's throat like a noose. You are. Stop, do it again. The third try started. Consort Xian, do you know who I am? I wonder if you remember the name. Meng Chang'e. Ning Xi's emotions were even more intense. This time, her tone was like a malicious spirit demanding for Jia Qingqing's life. Even those watching around them could feel that unceasing torrent of wrath and resentment. You're Meng Chang'e? How could you be? Jia Qingqing was like a recorder on loop. She had forgotten her lines again. Cut. This time, Guo Qixing finally lost all his patience and threw the screenplay. He thundered furiously. Jia Qingqing, what's going on? You can't even remember such a simple line. Do you even read the script normally? Guo Qixing couldn't be blamed for getting angry. Ning Xi had pulled off the mood of the scene so well, stirring his emotions. They could have had a perfect scene, but Jia Qingqing's stupid mistake had ruined it. Chapter 92, A Lousy Teammate. The watching crew around them showed expressions that looked down upon Jia Qingqing. Is Jia Qingqing brain dead? It's just that one line. I've already memorized it just watching them. You're Meng Chang'e? How could you be Meng Chang'e? Meng Chang'e has already died. It's just that one line. Is it really that hard to memorize? That post even said that Ning Xi's acting was terrible. He really should take a look at Jia Qingqing, so he finally finds out what's really dog shit. Actually, Ning Xi is quite good at acting. Didn't you notice that she has always gotten through scenes in a single take? Even if the scene gets ruined, it's always someone else's mistake. Now that you mention it, that seems to be true. I thought that she got into acting because of her looks, but she looked amazing when she was acting the young Meng Chang'e yesterday. Although she was teasing Zhang Mai all the way, I don't know why, but it didn't give me a bad feeling. Conversely, I felt my heart fluttering just watching them. That's right. I got so excited watching them yesterday. I wouldn't like it as much if they changed the actor. It feels like Ning Xi is Meng Chang'e in my heart. Ning Xuelua hadn't expected that an even worse situation would appear. Instantly, she scolded Jia Qingqing a few hundred times in her heart, but she still walked over with a caring look. Qingqing, what happened to you? Are you feeling all right today? Jia Qingqing was currently on the verge of throwing a temper. She frantically said, I don't know. What happened? The moment I look at Ning Xi, I'll just forget my lines, as if I've been possessed by an evil spirit. How could that be? Ning Xuelua didn't really believe Jia Qingqing's words, thinking that it was Jia Qingqing's originally poor acting skills and laziness. However, she still held on to her patience and reassured, You'll get better eventually. I'll help you with practice. Ning Xua accompanied her for one round of practice, and Jia Qingqing managed to speak her lines smoothly. See, isn't this good? Ning Xuelua said encouragingly. Jia Qingqing recovered her self-confidence and took the initiative to look for the director. Director, I'm ready now. Guo Qixing had wrestled back his calm somehow. He spoke with a slightly warmer expression. Then let's start. However, this time, Jia Qingqing forgot her lines as usual. She refused to give up and tried again and again. In the end, she continuously ruined the scene 28 times. It was such an easy scene, but they still couldn't finish filming it even until nighttime. Finally, the production crew were all complaining. This was a movie, not a TV series. They had to use rolls of film. She had failed the scene so many times. What a waste of manpower and money. After the 33rd failed attempt, Jia Qingqing stood there in a daze. Suddenly, she screamed sharply and lunged towards Ning Xi crazily. Ning Xi, you little bitch. What did you do to me? Why can't I remember my lines? Why can't I remember my lines? It's you. It's definitely something you did. The assistant and the people standing around hurriedly tried to pull her away. In the end, she pushed them all away crazily. Even Ning Xi, who had gone up to persuade her, had been scratched once. This time, she had really gotten everyone to hate her. She's really brain dead. She couldn't remember her own lines, and it's someone else's fault? Did someone else enter her brain and steal the lines? She made everyone stay back so late, and she's not even the tiniest bit sorry for it. For her to somehow provoke someone like that, Ning Xi's quite pitiful. Don't you think yesterday's incident was a little strange? The moment Jiang Mai entered the cast, all that stuff happened to Ning Xi. If Ning Xi gets chased out of the cast, who profits the most? Do you even need to ask? Speaking up to here, everyone displayed knowing expressions. Chapter 93. The truth always prevails. Finally, everyone packed up and left unhappily. After Jia Qingqing had caused such a ruckus, the director forced her to take 2 days off from filming to let her calm down. Ning Xi had removed her makeup and was preparing to leave when Ning Xi quietly walked in. With her arms crossed over her chest and an expression full of contempt, she said, "Ning Xi, I really couldn't tell that you were so devious." "Oh, I'm devious." With a faint smile, Ning Xi cast a glance at the bloody scratch on Ning Xi's arm, courtesy of Jia Qingqing. She then blinked with an innocent expression. "Wasn't it you who had such great vision, picking such a great teammate?" "You?" Ning Xi gritted her teeth. She was so angry that her chest hurt. How could she have known that Jia Qingqing would be so stupid? Ning Xi's reputation had already been marred to that point, yet she could somehow help her wash her reputation clean. The production crew were even changing their opinions of Ning Xi. Ning Xi was sure to have something planned next. She had to quickly think of a way to respond to her actions. She absolutely could not let Ning Xi turn the tables around. After that short confrontation with Ning Xi, Ning Xi was walking out of the set when her phone rang. It was a text message. "Corrupted Devil King. I'll wait for you at the alleyway in front." Ning Xi prudently replied him, "We'll each go our own ways. See you at home. I'll look for you at your house." An hour later, at number 6 Platinum Palace. Ning Xi had just walked to the door when Jiang Mai immediately tugged her in. He peeked out of his door and looked left and right, as if they were doing something shady. Previously, he hadn't minded if Ning Xi was connected to him in some way, and had even hated that he couldn't announce their special relationship to the world. However, after experiencing that incident, he couldn't help but reconsider what he had done previously. Ning Xi put down her bag, kicked off her shoes, and sat on the sofa cross-legged. The first thing she did was reach out her hand and ask, "Did you film it?" Jiang Mai looked at her speechlessly. She completely didn't care about her image in front of him. Did this damned woman even treat him as a man now? Why was she so casual in front of him? Her scoundrel-like appearance was exactly like how she was in the movie. "Are you treating me like a lousy teammate too?" "Of course I got it." Jiang Mai passed his phone over unhappily. When she had mentioned that she wanted to act like an innocent flower, he had already guessed what she wanted to do. Of course, she was going to film all the exciting drama. Ning Xi took the phone and pressed play. She nodded in satisfaction. "You did pretty well. I'll add a chicken leg for you." Following that, she opened her Weibo and tweeted with her main account. Of course, the contents weren't an apology like Changli wanted, but 4 words: "The truth always prevails." After tweeting that out, she quickly logged into her side account and messaged a blogger specializing in Golden Age entertainment gossip. She then sent the video containing Jia Qingqing's continuous failed scenes to him. Those two companies were really dead rivals. Not much time had passed since Ning Xi sent the message when the blog immediately posted the clip. They even added a very eye-catching caption. "Failing a scene 33 times. The #1 useless flower vase in the entertainment circle shows you what shit acting is." Jiang Mai cast a glance at her. "You're just sending it to this blog? You're not sending it to other blogs." "I filmed that so painstakingly." Ning Xi had her head lowered and was buried in the comments section. "This is enough to draw attention. We don't need to do anything for the next step. Did you think that you were the only one filming just now? Why didn't you use that to deal with Jia Qingqing earlier? If you had done that earlier, she would have been swapped out immediately and there wouldn't be so much drama. You even made me endure that woman for 2 days." Jiang Mai muttered unhappily. No one had understood why Jia Qingqing kept forgetting her lines. Only Jiang Mai knew what had happened. Chapter 94. Uncontrollable Burning Love. That's because Ning Xi was purposely pressure acting. Pressure acting was a technique that only extremely experienced actors could pull off. They could use their acting to pressure the other person mentally, making the other act abnormally, forgetting their lines. The most intense pressure could even give the other a mental block that they would never be able to get over for the rest of their lives. There were extremely few people who could use this technique in the entertainment circle. Most importantly, it was very hard to see through this technique, because it was hard to tell if the other was simply acting well or was purposely using pressure acting. This technique could harm others without leaving a trace. Ning Xi rolled her eyes at him. I can't throw out my moves so casually. Firstly, she needed a specific situation to use this kind of move. For example, the scene today was perfect for suppressing Jia Qingqing. Secondly, this move would affect the progress of filming, so she definitely wouldn't use it unless she really had to. Jiang Mai unconsciously remembered some unhappy memories and curled his lip as he said, Then I am very honored to be one of the few you unleashed this move on. Back then, he had been suppressed by Ning Xi using this move. However, he wasn't trash like that Jia Qingqing. He had eventually held on and had overcome the move, and his acting skills had even improved by leaps and bounds after that. After saying so, Jiang Mai stared at her with a burning gaze. Are we eating dinner together tonight? You promised me you'd treat me alone. You also promised that you'd play games with me another day. It was Ning Xi who was in the wrong for this, so she sighed helplessly and said, Fine, fine, fine. I'll eat with you and play with you, okay? I'm just going to message Tingxiao and let him know. Jiang Mai's expression instantly changed upon hearing this. You're only living in temporarily for little treasure. Why do you have to report when you don't go back? What's the relationship between you and Tingxiao? Although I'm sending a message to Tingxiao, the recipient is little treasure, okay? Ning Xi was too lazy to bother with him. She looked down at her phone and typed a message. My dearest darling, Auntie is busy tonight, so I might come back really late. Remember to eat your dinner and go to sleep. When Auntie is free, I'll buy cute clothes for you. Love you. Hugs and kisses. Jiang Mai looked at that message and got so annoyed that his eyes turned red. Why are you so gentle to little treasure? You were never this gentle to me when we were together. You kept beating me up whenever we quarreled. Ning Xi cast a sideways glance at him. You deserved all those beatings. Little treasure is so cute. Are you sure you can compete with him? Jiang Mai's beautiful eyes lit up like the blazing sun. Ning Xi, did you ever even like me back then? You really got close to me just to... Ning Xi looked at him with surprise. Nonsense, of course not. You. Jiang Mai pointed at her and couldn't speak for a long while. Ning Xi propped up her chin and smiled at him. So, are you full from anger now? Are we still going to eat dinner? Jiang Mai gritted his teeth. We're eating. He absolutely could not fall for her evil schemes. At the same time, in the Lu residence, Lu Jingli sat on the sofa while hugging a pillow. If he had a tail behind him, it would be wagging up a storm. Bro. Tell me, what happened last night? Because of Ning Xi's words telling him to find a woman this morning, Tingxiao's expression was still a little gloomy. He had no mood at all to satisfy Lu Jingli's curiosity. Is it because you couldn't control the burning love in your heart and lost control and went to attack her at night? And then you weren't careful with your actions and woke Xiao Cici up? Then you were trapped on the spot, so you just pretended you were sleepwalking? Lu Jingli's ability to fill in the details wasn't just for show. Tingxiao raised his gaze and looked at him. This fellow's smarts were all used on things like this, weren't they? Seeing his dear brother's expression, Lu Jingli just knew that he had guessed it right. With an expression like he was about to fall in love with himself. Heavens, I'm too smart. Bro, don't I know you so well? Seeing Lu Jingli look like he was requesting a reward, Tingxiao generously spoke up. You get a month's holiday. Overjoyed, Lu Jingli almost leapt up to dance on the spot. He immediately said with incomparable regret, Bro, if you keep on doing this, you'll be wasting your strength. Why didn't you just immediately pounce on Xiao Cici? What a waste. Tingxiao looked coldly at him in askance. And what do you think would result from doing that? Lu Jingli rubbed his chin and said seriously, You've always used little treasure as an excuse to get closer so that she wouldn't get alarmed and run off. If you exposed your trap at this time, Xiao Cici would most likely run thousands and thousands of miles away. Tingxiao. Although that was the truth, having Lu Jingli say it out just like that made his mood rather bad. Actually, he had wanted to find out what she thought about it while acting recklessly last night. However, the extreme fear and rejection that Ning Xi had instantly forced him awake. After that, his way of handling it had been proven right. Otherwise, in that situation, Ning Xi would surely have been scared off by him. Why did she have that kind of reaction? What had she experienced before? Bro, can I ask you a question? Why is your mood so unstable lately? Did something happen? Lu Jingli asked carefully. He had already been rather tactful in putting it this way. Truthfully, Lu Tingxiao's temper had been so irritable that he seemed like a girl on her period. Lu Tingxiao knocked against the armrest of his chair with the joints of his long, slender fingers. He spoke calmly. The one who sent flowers that day was Jiang Mai. Say what? Lu Jingli stared in a daze for a long while before finally reacting to Lu Tingxiao's news. Following that, he jumped up. What? Corrupted Devil King is Jiang Mai. Didn't he just return back the day before yesterday? I even got the news that he was going to be the second male lead for Land Under Heaven. He hadn't thought that he had this kind of relationship with Xiao Cici. It looked like that kid had suddenly come back for some reason. Furthermore, the first movie he had chosen after coming back was Land Under Heaven. This was food for thought. He had many intimate scenes with Xiao Cici in the movie TSK. Let me think. Has he met with Xiao Cici recently? And you saw it? You even saw some ambiguous scene. Lu Tingxiao. Lu Jingli's guesses were all on the money. My God, no wonder you haven't been acting right recently. Lu Jingli paced wildly on the spot. Who would have thought that we had a traitor in our ranks? Then what about YS? Did you find that out? Lu Tingxiao's eyes darkened. The person who sent the diamond vanished without a trace after leaving the set. Furthermore, the diamond's origins can't be traced. It's most likely smuggled goods brought in from a special channel. The corner of Lu Jingli's mouth twitched upon hearing so. He said somewhat speechlessly, "There's another headache. It can't have anything to do with the Lu family this time, right? Why? Is there anyone who has those initials by our side? It seems like there isn't. It was so complicated for his dear brother to get a simple date. Other people had dating lives like some romantic drama. His was practically a mystery detective novel." At this moment, Lu Tingxiao's phone rang. It was a message from Ning Xi. Upon reading the contents, the dangerous creature hibernating in the depths of Lu Tingxiao's eyes threatened to move. Lu Jingli moved closer curiously. Xiao Cici's message. What did she say? Why did his brother look as if he had been cheated on? Lu Tingxiao stared at that message for a few more seconds before immediately calling her. At residence number 6, Ning Xi quickly picked up the call. Hello, Lu Tingxiao, is anything the matter? Did you see the message I just sent? Remember to show it to Little Treasure. I saw it. Where are you? Lu Tingxiao asked. Ning Xi glanced at the kitchen, where Jiang Mai was busy trying to show off his culinary skills. I'm at Jiang Mai's place. I have something to discuss with him, plus he just got back, so I'm having a welcome dinner with him. Chapter 96. You said there was nothing between you two. All right, I got it. I'll come over later. Lu Tingxiao said calmly. However, on the other end of the phone, Ning Xi was stunned. You're coming over. Why? Is there a problem? Lu Tingxiao returned the question, his tone slightly cooler. And no problem. Lu Tingxiao's tone was too matter of course. She couldn't refute it. Seeing Ning Xi at a loss after hanging up the phone, Jiang Mai poked his head out and asked, What happened? Who called? Your uncle. He said that he'll be coming over later. What did you say? The spoon in Jiang Mai's hand fell to the ground with a clatter. He then pointed at her and lamented with grief. Ning Xiaoxi, you told me that there was nothing going on between you two. We're just having a meal together. Why did you call him over? Calm down. Don't throw a temper at me, okay? Ning Xi rolled her eyes at him, feeling a headache coming on. I didn't call him here. He asked where I was, and I just replied very normally that I'm having a welcome dinner with you. Then he said he was going to come over. It's most likely because he feels that he should take care of you as your senior. So he's coming over to eat together? That seems to be his logic. Jiang Mai threw a bowl on the floor. What logic? Do you think Lu Tingxiao is the kind who would get close to people? You think he would eat dinner with me? When my mom tries to invite him out for a meal, she gets scheduled in half a year later. Distance is his middle name. Ning Xi impatiently tossed a pillow at him. You terrible kid. Can't someone be concerned for you? Why do you have to keep putting me and Lu Tingxiao together? How do we even seem compatible? Jiang Mai mumbled to himself. It's a man's intuition. What do you know? In the time that they were quarreling, the doorbell rang. Ning Xi gave a warning glare to Jiang Mai, indicating that he should be careful with his words before rising to open the door. The moment she opened the door, Ning Xi's immediately lit up in pleasant surprise because a little bun was following at Tingxiao's side. Upon seeing her, Little Treasure threw himself at her with his short little arms wide open, as if he hadn't seen her in ages. Ning Xi's heart melted, and she quickly picked him up. "Darling, you came too. I was still sad that I couldn't eat dinner with Darling tonight." In the house, Jiang Mai looked at Ning Xi carrying Little Treasure, then glanced at Tingxiao, who was watching them with affection in his eyes. He had the feeling that they were a family of three. He had never expected that Ning Xi would actually get along this well with Little Treasure. Little Treasure was an existence that was even harder to get close to than his dad. As for Tingxiao, his attitude towards Ning Xi was very strange. Even if it was for Little Treasure's sake, knowing Tingxiao's personality, he couldn't possibly bear living with a strange woman under the same roof. Hey, don't forget about me. I'm right here." Jingli squeezed in, carrying 2 bottles of wine. Seeing that all 3 members of the Lu family had come, Ning Xi immediately tossed a look at Jiang Mai that said, "See, they're all just here to care for you. Uncle, second uncle, and even Little Treasure came. Come in quickly." Although he wasn't extremely pleased, Jiang Mai could only obediently invite them in. Who was it that let him be born in the younger generation? Chapter 97. She's the one who chased me. After the 3 of them had come, there was nothing left for Jiang Mai to do. Tingxiao had invited a Michelin chef to cook dinner. Jingli had brought 2 bottles of good wine from home, and Little Treasure took Ning Xi away. The 5 of them then sat around the table with a weird atmosphere. Luckily, Jingli was still around, so it wasn't too awkward. They ate and chatted idly on and off. "Here, let's welcome our great star back home. Second uncle will give you a toast." "Thank you. That's right. I didn't get the chance to ask you yet. How did you meet Xiao Sisi?" Jingli asked seemingly thoughtlessly, trying to suss out information on behalf of his brother. Hearing this question, Jiang Mai's expression didn't look too good. It seemed like he didn't really want to discuss this topic. He replied vaguely, "We met in university overseas, and we're in the same batch." Jingli narrowed his eyes and glanced at him sideways, saying with some hidden meaning, "I think it's not that simple, right? Don't tell me she's an ex that you chased and tossed aside after you got her. The women by your side, excluding your mum and your fans, are your ex-girlfriends." Jiang Mai. Ning Xi snorted in laughter and gave Jingli a thumbs up. "Second young master, you're too smart." "Hey, it looks like I guessed right." Jingli's expression was full of pride. There really was nothing he couldn't guess in this world. "You're only half right," Jiang Mai retorted, his face turning dark. What do you mean by half right?" Jingli didn't understand. "She's my ex-girlfriend, all right, but she was the one who chased me and dumped me." Jiang Mai glared at Ning Xi sitting opposite with the expression of an abandoned wife as he spoke. An imperceptible glint flashed across Tingxiao's eyes while he was helping Ning Xi and Little Treasure cut their steaks. Even Jingli was startled. This was the first time he had guessed wrongly. He slammed the table with both hands and spoke while trying to hold back his excitement. "Really? Are you kidding me? This doesn't make sense." No matter how Ning Xi had been like overseas, she couldn't match up to the absurdity of this kid, so he had always thought that it was Jiang Mai who had initiated the breakup between the 2. He hadn't expected. Jiang Mai stabbed a rib on his plate angrily. "Ask her if you don't believe me." Why did they get onto this topic suddenly? Ning Xi's face was full of helplessness. That was a complete accident. The burning desire for gossip in Jingli had already been lit up, and he was no longer just asking for his brother. He asked curiously, "Then what happened? Tell me quick." Quick. Jiang Mai was speechless. As someone from the older generation, is it really good for you to be so interested in the younger generation's gossip? Seeing that Jiang Mai's expression had turned ugly, and not wanting to make him look bad in front of his seniors, Ning Xi answered, "It's nothing special. So many girls liked him back then in school. I was just one of them. In the end, we broke up because I found that he wasn't what I imagined and my fantasy collapsed." It seemed like there was nothing wrong with Ning Xi's words, but Jingli knew that things weren't as simple as that. Otherwise, Jiang Mai's expression wouldn't look like that. TSK, he was going to see if he could drag something out of the kid after giving him some wine later. Since Little Treasure was around, Ning Xi didn't drink tonight. After she finished eating, she sat by the table and was a little bored. Thus, she asked, Mr. Lu, can I go bring little treasure over there to play some games? Tingxiao nodded. Go ahead. Although the tone he used with Ning Xi seemed rather normal, it gave off a warm feeling that wasn't there with other people. Jiang Mai's face was full of resentment. That was his video game machine, the setup that he had brought back specially. She actually asked permission from another man and was going to play with another man. He wouldn't accept it even if that man was just 5 years old. Chapter 98. You're the only one who can cure me. After 2 hours, despite Lu Jingli's valiant sacrifice, he couldn't drag anything out of that kid Jiang Mai before collapsing drunkenly. Actually, Jiang Mai was already on his last breath, but knowing that Lu Jingli wanted to interrogate him, he had held on until now. It was hard having such a gossipy uncle. He secretly felt that there was some reason why Lu Jingli was so adamant on trying to uncover this incident. However, his brain was mush right now and he couldn't think. The only one still sober at the table was Tingxiao. Tingxiao called the butler to take Lu Jingli home, then stood up and walked towards the living room. The sight that met his eyes was Ning Xi and little treasure lying flat on their backs on the sofa, sleeping soundly, with the words "stage clear" on the TV screen in front of them. Tingxiao lightened his footsteps and walked over. The girl was carrying a soft, white little bun in her arms. That sweet sleeping visage could give anyone the urge to give up all fame and prestige just to sleep with her quietly for the rest of their lives. In the dining room, while in a daze, Jiang Mai watched Tingxiao bend his body towards Ning Xi and get closer and closer. His pupils shrank, and he was immediately wide awake. Tingxiao almost couldn't help kissing the girl's sleeping visage. However, he stopped at the last possible moment and turned towards little treasure, waking him up with a soft call. The little bun rubbed his sleepy eyes. With a tuft of hair sticking up on his head, he looked even cuter than usual. Tingxiao rubbed his little head. Can you walk by yourself? The little bun nodded. Tingxiao showed an expression of satisfaction, then bent over to pick up the sleeping Ning Xi in his arms. He met the little bun's eyes and said, Let's go. The little bun obediently followed behind his daddy, seemingly not feeling that anything was strange. Jiang Mai rubbed his eyes with all his strength. He was so drunk that he was hallucinating, right? It must be. Why were Tingxiao's actions so mysterious? He called the butler to pick up his younger brother and shook his sleeping son awake, but personally picked Ning Xi up to carry her back without waking her. Seeing Tingxiao carrying Ning Xi, with the little bun following behind. As they left, Jiang Mai remained dazed. Finally, his head fell on the table as he finally collapsed from drunkenness. In the Lu residence, the little bun wanted to sleep together with Ning Xi. Tingxiao, men should keep their distance from women. The little bun showed 5 of his fingers, indicating that he was just 5 years old. Tingxiao nodded. Very good. You realize that you're no longer a 3-year-old kid, but a 5-year-old adult. Now go back to your own room to sleep. Little bun. Tingxiao's expression turned serious. Do you want to be Annie Xiaoxi's darling forever? I can only keep her for 3 more months. If I can't marry her by then, she'll leave you forever. The little bun's expression changed upon hearing this. He pouted in grievance and looked at Ning Xi, reluctant to leave. Finally, he slowly walked out while turning back 3 times with every step. Tingxiao sighed lightly. Although little treasure was his biggest ally, he was also the greatest obstacle. It was good that he had finally convinced him for the moment. Tingxiao placed Ning Xi gently on the bed and helped her take off her shoes before calling one of the female maids to change her clothes. While in a daze, Ning Xi felt that she had somehow returned to a soft bed. There was even a blurry figure in front of the bed. She reached out towards that somewhat familiar figure, still a little hazy and sleepy. Tingxiao, are you sleepwalking? Again. Stunned at the touch, Tingxiao froze for a moment before his large palm covered her warm little hand. Yes. Ning Xi frowned as she mumbled. This is an illness. You have to treat it. Tingxiao chuckled lowly and kissed her palm. You're the only one who can cure me. Chapter 99. Smashing windows in the early morning. In the middle of the night, at the PR department of Golden Age Entertainment Group, Liang Feixing was currently hard-pressed over Su Yimo's drunk driving scandal where she had knocked over someone, when his personal phone suddenly rang. He had been prepared to toss his phone to the side impatiently, but after seeing the display, he broke out into cold sweat and immediately sat up straight and hurriedly picked up the call. "Hello, CEO Lu, sorry. We're currently taking care of this matter. It'll be settled by tomorrow night at the latest." "What matter?" The man's cold and distant voice sounded from the phone. That is, Su Yimo's drunk driving incident. You're not looking for me because of that." Liang Feixing was confused. So the boss hadn't called this late at night to interrogate him about the matter? No. Liang Feixing immediately heaved a sigh of relief. His brain was fried from working too hard. CEO Lu had never interfered with Golden Age's business. Even though this incident involved Golden Age's top female actress, Su Yimo, and was a huge matter to them, it was most likely nothing in Lu Tingxiao's eyes. So why was the big boss looking for him at this time? Liang Feixing started getting even more uneasy. "Then you're looking for me for?" "Get Jia Qingqing to retire from the entertainment circle in the next 24 hours. Lu Tingxiao immediately set down an order. "Jia Qingqing? CEO Lu, which Jia Qingqing do you mean?" "Starlight Entertainment." When the voice had finished speaking, Liang Feixing's face was full of surprise. The Jia Qingqing whose looks were only above average, but had been billed as the entertainment circle's #1 beauty by Starlight? He had been wondering which big shot the boss had met. Liang Feixing's face was full of bewilderment, but he didn't dare to say another word. He agreed. "Got it, CEO Lu. I understand. As far as I know, Jia Qingqing has been having a catfight with one of the female artistes in the same company. Her opponent isn't someone easy to deal with and has already collected a lot of blackmail material on Jia Qingqing. She even knows how to get someone else to do her dirty work. She handed over all the material to our company to create a scandal video. Jia Qingqing offended too many people. There are many people waiting to hit her once she's down. I estimate that she won't be able to escape so easily. However, we need a bigger fire to chase her out of the entertainment circle. Do it in secret," Lu Tingxiao warned. "Yes, rest assured, CEO Lu." After hanging up the call, Liang Feixing immediately handed over all his tasks to the vice director and personally handled this matter. This matter was no challenge at all. Having him work on it was like using a guillotine to kill a chicken. The artiste fighting with Jia Qingqing had already completed 80% of the work, so he only needed to give it the final push. However, Jia Qingqing was just a second-rate artiste. What had she done to have the big boss personally give the order for execution? No matter how Liang Feixing guessed, he probably couldn't guess that Lu Tingxiao's true aim wasn't to block Jia Qingqing from the entertainment circle, but to support a little actress whose name he probably didn't even know, Ning Xi. The next morning, when Ning Xi woke up, she was a little stupefied. Why was she lying in the Lu residence? She had clearly played games with Little Treasure for 2 hours straight. Then she had fallen asleep on the sofa in Jiang Mai's living room out of fatigue afterwards. While in a daze, a bang sounded from the window behind the bed. Ning Xi suffered a fright and hurriedly climbed up to check what was happening. When she opened the window, she saw a golden head of hair below. Ning Xi's head was full of sweat drops. "Jiang Mai, what are you doing here?" Jiang Mai, who had always cared the most about his image, was actually still wearing the same clothes from last night. By this time, his outfit was all wrinkled and his hair was messy. He said impatiently, "Ning Xi, come down right now. I have something to tell you." Quickly, Ning Xi sighed, feeling a headache coming on. She knew that nothing good would come of this guy knowing where she lived. As expected, he had come to throw stones at her window at such an early hour in the morning. Chapter 100. Older sister is aiming for the stars. Just jump right down quickly and stop acting like you're some virtuous lady. Jiang Mai urged her like his pants were on fire. Speechless, the corner of Ning Xi's mouth twitched before she held onto the windowsill and threw herself out. Jiang Mai immediately pulled her over. After spinning her around a few times and seeing that there weren't any traces of night activities on her, he stared at her with a burning gaze. "Did anything happen last night?" Ning Xi almost fainted from being turned around in circles. She said unhappily, "Jiang Mai, it's so early in the morning. Why are you throwing a fit out here instead of staying in bed? I was just sleeping peacefully. What could have happened to me?" His veins were popping on his forehead as he said, "Ning Xi, are you a pig? Don't tell me you don't know how you got here last night." "I really don't know." Ning Xi had an innocent expression. Jiang Mai took in a deep breath before he could calm himself down. Gritting his teeth, he said, "You're so stupid. I wonder how you haven't been taken away by someone and sold already. It was Tingxiao who carried you back personally last night." Hearing this, Ning Xi seemed to be a little scared. Before she objected, "So what? Then it must have been my darling little treasure who couldn't bear to wake me and asked his dad to carry me back." Since that had been the case when they were in the bar, where little treasure wouldn't let anyone else touch her except Tingxiao, she didn't think much of this. Jiang Mai almost expired from frustration. "Ning Xi, could you be a little more cautious? Tingxiao clearly has some intentions towards you, okay?" Ning Xi heaved a long sigh. Before placing her arms on Jiang Mai's shoulders, she said with utmost sincerity, "Brother, this older sister is aiming for the stars. I won't stop for any random love interests. Even if you kneel down and beg for me to be your aunt, I won't give you the chance, okay? Please stop with your delusions, take a shower, and go back home to sleep." When he heard this, Jiang Mai's mood was complicated. While he heaved a sigh of relief, at the same time, he stared at her with a conflicted expression. "Don't tell me you really don't intend on marrying at all for the rest of your entire life. What if you meet someone you like?" "Ning Xi, this way of thinking is dangerous, and you shouldn't be having thoughts like that, you know? Let me tell you, although your career is important, for a woman, marriage should be." Ning Xi had been unable to resist any longer and had thrown a kick over. "Jiang Mai, are you done yet? Are you trying to pick a fight with me? I see that it's been too long since I beat you up and you're itching for a beating. You just beat me up yesterday. Then I clearly didn't beat you enough the last time. This older sister is going to beat you into submission today. Let's see if you still dare to spout nonsense." Jiang Mai fled in terror and suddenly looked behind her and shouted, "Uncle." Ning Xi sneered sinisterly. "Uncle? Even if you cry uncle, no one's going to come help you." Just as Ning Xi's claws were about to strike, Jiang Mai shouted loudly, "No, it's my uncle." Ning Xi's back stiffened and she turned her head over mechanically. Tingxiao was standing there in workout attire, sweat rolling down his skin. From the looks of it, he had just finished a morning jog. Since she had been caught red-handed on the scene beating up his nephew, Ning Xi tried to think of something to say. She immediately pointed at Jiang Mai and said, "Mr. Lu, this guy came over early in the morning to smash the windows of your house. I discovered him, and I was preparing to beat him up for you." Jiang Mai glared at her. "Shameless. Do you dare to claim that you didn't smash them?" Ning Xi said sternly and righteously. Tingxiao reached out to remove a strand of grass in the girl's hair, before stroking her head with his large palm as if it was a natural thing to do. "Don't fool around. Go and wash up. It's time for breakfast." "Yes, sir, I'm going now." Pleased with herself, Ning Xi made a face at Jiang Mai before skipping away. Jiang Mai hated that he couldn't grab her and shout wildly at her. It's not once, nor twice, but 3 freaking times. Tingxiao is already acting so obvious. Can't your freaking dog eyes see it? Chapter 101, Little Koi Prince. After returning to her room, Ning Xi abruptly recalled that she had forgotten something extremely important. She still hadn't found out how things had gone after releasing that video last night. It was all that Jiang Mai's fault. Ever since he returned to the country, he had been constantly throwing tantrums and causing trouble for her. Ning Xi opened her computer and quickly browsed for the information she was looking for. The video where Jia Qingqing had failed the scene 33 times was already a hot topic. The comments section was filled with scoldings, while Ning Xi's surprisingly good acting had gotten favorable comments. Following that, everyone was starting to suspect that the post that claimed that Ning Xi was sleeping around the set was false. Closely after, one after another, there were announcements revealing that Jia Qingqing had used the excuse of filming to act on her private grudge. She had maliciously slapped Ning Xi while filming a scene. She even slapped her assistant, and she would throw her weight around and trouble the crew members, etc. Up until the end, all the artistes and production crew members who didn't like Jia Qingqing continued piling on the hate, exposing everything she had done behind the scenes, and completely destroyed the false image that Jia Qingqing's fans had of her. Makeup artist Amy. I hated Ning Xi at first, because Jia Qingqing kept trying to make trouble for Ning Xi and implicated us crew members while doing so. For example, for the sake of making Ning Xi wait, she would do things like finding faults in her makeup and continuously getting me to redo it. Would happen every day. Back then, I felt that I had been dragged in by Ning Xi, so I hated her for a long period of time. Actually, it wasn't her fault at all. I know someone's going to find trouble with me for saying this, but my conscience won't rest until I say this out. On that day when Jiang Mai's fans came to the set to make a ruckus, if Ning Xi hadn't used her arm to block a rock for me, I would have gotten a wound on my face. Aaron Boy Shaoli, frank and outspoken, more like crazy jealous. Jia Qingqing is a malignant tumor on set. She acts arrogantly and throws her weight around. She's practically late every day and leaves early without saying anything. She even orders people around with her nose pointed in the air, completely not treating us workers as humans. In a single day, I have to run back and forth dozens of times just for her. Does she seriously think I'm one of her family's servants? As for Ning Xi, although she usually keeps to herself and seems a little distant, she always treats us workers politely. Every time we wrap up filming, she thanks everyone. Even when we were biased against her and didn't reply to her, she still continued to do so every time. Director's assistant. Words are cheap, but I'd still like to say a fair word. It was only on the first day of filming that people sent things to Ning Xi. Normally, I don't see Ning Xi flirting around with any men. It's normal for a beautiful woman to have a few admirers. I didn't think that the news would get warped to such an extent. Cameraman. There's nothing to criticize about Ning Xi's professional skills. She has a good feel of the camera and gets into the right position by herself. Usually, she passes in a single take unless someone else makes a mistake. So I'm the most relaxed whenever I film her. As for Jia Qingqing, she's probably the worst nightmare of any cameraman. She overdid her plastic surgery and her nose is shaped weirdly. However, she kept blaming it on my poor skills. Am I supposed to film you alone in those shots? Director Guo Qixing. The talk online about Ning Xi getting in through the back door is utter nonsense. That is not only an insult towards Ning Xi, but an insult to our entire production crew. I was thinking of waiting until our movie starts screening to show Ning Xi's performance so that everyone can see the truth. However, since things have gotten to this point and are affecting the progress of our filming, I'm going to show some interesting highlights now. Everyone, see for yourselves. Video. Producer Wang Taiha. Everyone has already spoken. Then let me say something as well. I see that many of you are saying that we suddenly got another 5 billion in funding because of Ning Xi's sponsor. For the sake of clearing all these up, I requested permission from our investor and am revealing his identity now at Little Koi Prince. Ning Xi had expected that many people in the crew were already on the last vestiges of patience towards Jia Qingqing. Once a single person spoke up, the rest would then pile on. She hadn't expected that they would praise her while criticizing Jia Qingqing. That was an unexpected reward. It felt good to have her hard work recognized after all. Wang Tai's tweet made her rather curious. She quickly opened up the Weibo with the ID at Little Koi Prince to see who that investor was. Chapter 102. A mistress masquerading as a rich heiress. A second later, Ning Xi was rendered speechless. At Little Koi Prince was verified on Weibo as Golden Age Entertainment's acting CEO Lu Jingli. You're the boss of a big entertainment company. Why is your ID this corny? It's like you're still in middle school. She hadn't anticipated that the investor who had joined at the last moment was actually Lu Jingli. This was beyond her expectations, but still within reason. After all, this was Jiang Mai's first big film after returning to the country. It was only natural that Golden Age would spend a lot of effort to support it. However, Golden Age really lived up to its reputation as the industry's richest company by dropping 50 million on a mere second male lead. Roll. All the misunderstandings were resolved with Wang Taiha's Weibo post. While the stains on Ning Xi's reputation had been thoroughly wiped clean, Jia Qingqing was now saddled with the reputation of being an arrogant, despicable, and trashy actress. Unfortunately, even though more observant people had already realized that Jia Qingqing was the instigator behind Ning Xi's scandal, there was no conclusive evidence. Everything that had happened up to this point were within Ning Xi's predictions. However, she didn't expect an even more shocking development would come later. Late last night, Jia Qingqing's manager Han Ying had posted on Weibo. Han Ying directly exposed how Jia Qingqing had made use of her fans to slander Ning Xi. She even spilled the entire story of how Jia Qingqing had used a second account to disguise herself as one of Jiang Mai's fans in order to rile them up and use them to attack Ning Xi. Han Ying also revealed something even more shocking. Jia Qingqing was actually a mistress masquerading as a rich heiress. The rich father she was rumored to have wasn't actually her father. In reality, he was her sugar daddy, and he already had a wife and kids. Han Ying's Weibo post contained extremely damning chat records and scandalous revelations. No matter what Jia Qingqing tried to say, she still wouldn't be able to talk her way out of this. Currently, there was only one path left for Jia Qingqing: quietly going into retirement. As for a comeback in the unpredictable and tumultuous entertainment industry, her chances of coming out of retirement were virtually zero. After Han Ying had violated the ethics of her profession by exposing the secrets of an entertainer under her management, her own career as a manager was basically over as well. What sort of conflict did she have with Jia Qingqing that pushed her to cause their mutual destruction? It was a mystery. After the matter blew up, Starlight Entertainment tried to delete the post and end the gossip, but unfortunately, they couldn't resolve the situation. Instead, the netizens became even angrier. In order to appease the enraged public, Starlight attempted to do damage control by releasing a statement saying that they would launch a thorough investigation regarding the role Jia Qingqing played in slandering Ning Xi. The company didn't touch on the matter of Jia Qingqing being a sugar baby, but they basically expressed that they would investigate further. They were clearly unwilling to let go of Jia Qingqing, whom they had spent so much money developing. Ning Xi didn't have any scenes to film today, so she had originally planned to spend the day relaxing at home. However, it couldn't be helped that the situation had blown up so much. Her plans for rest were canceled. Right after finishing breakfast, she got a phone call and had to go down to the company. In the conference room, Ning Xi, Chang Li, and Jia Qingqing were all present. The head of public relations, Feng Haoyang, was also in attendance. Jia Qingqing's head was lowered, and she had large dark circles under her eyes. The moment she saw Ning Xi, she quickly stood up in a frenzy. "Ning Xi, you bitch! Are you proud of yourself now? Just you wait. I'm not going to let you off." Ning Xi helplessly scratched her ear. Every time, it was more or less the same line. She had almost reached the point of becoming deaf. "Shut up. Don't you think you've stirred up enough trouble?" Feng Haoyang scolded impatiently. As unwilling as she was, Jia Qingqing could only sit back down while feeling wronged. When her spineless sugar daddy had seen that their affair had been exposed, he had immediately cut off all contact. At this moment, her fate was entirely in the hands of Feng Haoyang. "Sit," Feng Haoyang said to Ning Xi. His expression was full of hesitation, as if he was trying to make a decision. At this time, Chang Li, who was sitting nearby, spoke up. "Ning Xi, you should know of what happened last night, so I'm not going to explain it all again. This is how things are going to go down. In a moment, Qingqing will release a statement apologizing for slandering you. You will respond by saying that you were also in the wrong. Act a little more magnanimous and say that you have forgiven her." Chapter 103. Whose fault is it when a mad dog bites you? Following that, Ning Xi quickly persuaded. "Junior Ning, I know you don't feel comfortable about it, but you're still in the wrong. For this matter, you can't let the grudge between the two of you affect the company. The only thing we can do now is to minimize the damage." Ning Xi looked calmly at Ning Xi, who appeared to be trying to protect the company, and said, "Senior, if I remember correctly, it was Jia Qingqing who was always against me, and she was the one who kept trying to slander me. I always kept Changjia's teachings in mind and tried not to embarrass the company, putting the company before myself. I endured it and remained silent. Even when I was slandered, I didn't dare to trouble the company, and I was only able to clear my reputation when some kind-hearted netizens and colleagues stepped out for me. The only matter that the netizens and fans are protesting about now is regarding Jia Qingqing being kept as a mistress. Wasn't it clearly Jia Qingqing who acted for her own interests without thinking about the company? She even framed an artiste in the same company and ruined the company's image as a result. Don't tell me that senior means to say that if a mad dog falls into a ditch and dies while chasing you, then it's your fault? If she tweeted about forgiving Jia Qingqing, then the reputation she had spent so much effort to clean would take a turn for the dumps again. Forgiving someone like Jia Qingqing when the crowd was out for her blood, did she seriously take her for a fool? Ning Xi almost choked to death on Ning Xi's words. What kind-hearted netizens? She was clearly the one who had leaked that video. She had some nerve to be able to say that so calmly and innocently. Jia Qingqing, who had just settled down not too long ago, immediately got agitated again. Ning Xi, who are you calling a mad dog? Say it clearly. You. Seeing that Jia Qingqing was about to make a ruckus again, Feng Haoyang interrupted her. There's no need to post an apology anymore. Really? Jia Qingqing's expression immediately turned to joy, but Feng Haoyang continued. Qingqing, just write a letter explaining that you are going to retire. Jia Qingqing screamed. Why? You're making me retire from the entertainment circle? Why must I be the one retiring? I'm not going to write that letter. Feng Haoyang's expression showed impatience. By letting you write it yourself, I'm already giving you some dignity. Don't throw this favor back in my face. What's wrong with being kept? In the entertainment industry, so many female stars have sponsors behind them, and so many of them are mistresses. Why do I have to retire? Jia Qingqing couldn't accept it. Only you were stupid enough to let it spread to the public. That had nothing to do with me. It was all because that bitch Han Ning betrayed me. Why don't you go and investigate her? How am I supposed to investigate her when she has already resigned? Han Ning was the most even-tempered manager in this whole company. Ask yourself, other than her, who else could bear with your temper? It's fine if you keep shouting at her and making a big fuss, but when her son had a high fever and she needed to go to the hospital, you refused to let her go. Eventually, by the time she rushed to the hospital at midnight, her son had to go into the ICU because he took a turn for the worse. He is still in critical condition right now. Feng Yaoyang listed her shortcomings one after another. It wasn't just Han Ning, but even he was sick of cleaning up after Jia Qingqing's reckless actions. After hearing this, Jia Qingqing still didn't feel like she had done anything wrong. Conversely, she said indifferently, it's not like he died in the end. There are doctors there for that kind of situation. What difference would it have made even if she had gone? Is it really worth pushing me into this hole? Even up to now, Jia Qingqing still didn't understand why the normally weak Han Ning would suddenly do something like this. She had divorced with her husband, and her son was sickly. He needed a large amount of medical fees every month. Without this job, how was she going to pay for all that? She would never have guessed that someone like Liang Feixing would personally take action against such a small fry like her. Chapter 104. Who doesn't have skeletons in their closet? Feng Haoyang pinched his brow, finally giving up on communicating with her. Trying to explain things to an idiot was absolutely the stupidest thing he could do. The company had invested a lot into Jia Qingqing, but there was no way to recover from the incident this time. No matter how massive the losses were, they could only give up on recovering them. Seeing that Feng Haoyang was already decided, Jia Qingqing hurriedly pounced towards Ning Xi like she was grasping for life. Shuojia, you have to help me. Let Changjia manage me. I guarantee that I'll be obedient. I promise that I'll post an apology. Hearing so, Chang Li's expression immediately turned to horror. Letting her manage Jia Qingqing? Ning Xi wouldn't do that, would she? Of course, Ning Xi couldn't possibly be as brain-dead as Jia Qingqing. With a troubled expression, she lamented, Qingqing, it's not that I don't want to help you, but you heard what Ning Xi said just now. She's not willing to help. This is also the company's decision, so I can't do anything. Once this matter had blown up, she knew that Jia Qingqing was done for. However, she had wanted to use her to drag Ning Xi down to the very end. It was a pity that Feng Haoyang had already seen that apologies wouldn't do anything at this point and might even drag another actress down. So he had finally decided to give up on Jia Qingqing. She had thought that Jia Qingqing was a great weapon to use against Ning Xi. Who knew that she would be so stupid as to fall and even boost Ning Xi up along the way? How could she possibly waste any effort on someone like that? Ning Xi, you bitch. Just you wait. Even if I die, I'm dragging you down with me. Jia Qingqing finally turned to despair. She tried to vent her anger on Ning Xi, but Feng Haoyang called security and she was finally dragged out. Ning Xi didn't even want to waste any energy hating this kind of person. She only had some sympathy for her. She didn't even know she had been used as cannon fodder up till now. Feng Haoyang looked towards Ning Xi and his expression warmed up. Ning Xi, just focus on doing well in your current movie. If the results are good, the company will focus more efforts on raising you. However, Shuo's words made sense. Keep a low profile and don't cause any unneeded trouble. From the initial outburst of slander on Ning Xi to the final clearing of her innocence, with the result of forcing Jia Qingqing into retirement, any sequence of events seemed like a perfectly executed PR plan. Although Feng Haoyang suspected that there was someone behind the scenes, he couldn't find any cracks, so he could only assume that Ning Xi had great luck. "Thank you, Director Feng, I will." Ning Xi had pleasant surprise and fear written all over her face. After leaving the meeting room, Ning Xi went to the restroom and Ning Xiaolaw hurriedly followed after. Ning Xiaolaw crossed her arms over her chest and looked at her mockingly. "Ning Xi, by digging out other people's skeletons, aren't you afraid your own skeletons will be dug out of the closet by someone else someday?" Ning Xi's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a cold glint. She immediately turned around and said indifferently, "Who doesn't have a few skeletons around in this industry? Don't you have them too, Miss Ning?" Ning Xi purposely emphasized the surname Ning, then pretended to have suddenly realized something. Speaking of which, doesn't Jia Qingqing's mistress masquerading as fake rich heiress title suit you a lot? When the time comes for me to expose you, aren't you saving me the trouble of thinking up a headline?" It was as if Ning Xiaolaw's weak point had been stabbed. She immediately said in rage, "What mistress masquerading as fake rich heiress? I've been in the Ning family since birth, and I'm the only daughter that father acknowledges. As for Su Yan, you failed to prevent his heart from wavering. Do you think anyone will believe your nonsense?" Ning Xi dragged out her words. "Then shall we try it out? Why don't I reveal my skeletons as well? There are so many people out there. The whereabouts of the two men you bribed are still unknown. Maybe I'll have better luck searching for them publicly." Chapter 105. Shopping for Little Bun. This time, Ning Xiaolaw's expression had completely changed. She was close to screaming, "Ning Xi, you mad woman!" She wasn't afraid of Ning Xi trying to compete for her position and her man, but she was afraid that Ning Xi would reveal everything in a desperate bid to drag her down. Seeing that Ning Xiaolaw's face had turned pale from fright, Ning Xi couldn't resist chuckling. With a relaxed expression, she patted her shoulder. "Miss Ning, don't worry, I'm just joking. It's not worth the sacrifice to take down trash like you." Speaking up to here, Ning Xi's indifferent gaze turned extremely cold, and she lowered her tone. As if she was a ghost that had crawled out of hell, she spoke by Ning Xiaolaw's ear. "However, if you ever use that incident to threaten me again, I can't guarantee what I'll do if I lose control. If you try to use that pig of a teammate, even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. Jia Qingqing is a pushover who only looks strong, but I'm not the same as her." Having said so, Ning Xi let go of Ning Xiaolaw's shoulder and left. Ning Xiaolaw had not managed to threaten her at all, and had even been threatened herself. Once Ning Xi had left, she immediately collapsed on the floor. With a dark expression, she kicked the door heavily. Damn it, she had to think of a way to get rid of Ning Xi. As long as Ning Xi lived, everything that she had could disappear in a second. She absolutely could not let that happen. After leaving the company, seeing that she had nothing else to do for the afternoon, Ning Xi prepared to go to the mall. She had promised that she would help Little Treasure buy some clothes. Upon thinking of Little Treasure, the dark clouds in her mind instantly dissipated, and she happily went shopping. Ning Xi headed straight for the children's section upon arriving. There were all sorts of kids' clothing around. All pumped up, Ning. She buried her head into shopping. She was even more crazy than when she shopped for herself. Since she had met Little Treasure, her way of living had turned a complete 180. She used to make detours around any shops that sold children's products or clothes. However, it wasn't those suffocating memories she thought about when she saw those now. Instead, she thought of the cute little bun. The feeling of wanting to buy something cute and fun back for him. It was practically like falling in love. This mall only carried branded products, so everything was rather expensive. It was the same for children's clothing, but since they were meant for Little Treasure, she was willing to spend the money. She just had to buy fewer cosmetic products to save the money back up. Today, Ning Xi was wearing a dress from a designer that she liked, but wasn't very famous. Although it looked good, it didn't have a branded logo on it. The shop assistants would only serve those who looked rich, so they didn't bother with her. They followed eagerly behind another woman dressed in Chanel from head to toe instead. Ning Xi happily shopped here and there. Finally, she spotted an outfit that piqued her interest in the corner. It was a little sapphire blue suit. Not only was the color extremely eye-catching, the pocket square even carried a little Superman logo. Most importantly, she had lots of clothes with Superman motifs. She could wear matching mother-child outfits with little treasure at any time. The words mother-child outfits made Ning Xi's heart thump. She realized with a start that while this felt like she was in love, where she would want to give the best to her lover, it also felt like how she would treat her own child. With a complicated expression on her face, Ning Xi sunk into silence for a while before finally recovering her senses. She approached a shop assistant. "Miss, I want this outfit. Could you help me pack it up?" The shop assistant didn't reply immediately, but reminded her coldly. "This costs 12,000 yuan. I know, I saw the tag. Help me pack it up." The shop assistant's expression warmed up a little, and she even smiled, saying gently, "Do you need it to be wrapped as a present?" Before Ning Xi could reply, a hand with a jade bracelet suddenly came from the side and snatched away the outfit. "Oh, this outfit looks good. I'm taking this." Chapter 106, Meeting Some Bitches. Excuse me, the lady over here has already picked this outfit." The shop assistant reminded apologetically. The woman who had snatched the outfit was the lady dressed in Chanel. Hearing so, she raised her chin unhappily. "Then has she paid for it?" "This, she has yet to do so. It doesn't belong to anyone before it's paid for. I want this, ring it up for me right now." The lady in Chanel ordered, as if it was a matter of course. Just as she had finished speaking, her hands were suddenly empty as the clothes flew back into Ning Xi's hands. The lady in Chanel was immediately in a rage. "Why are you snatching my clothes?" Ning Xi's tone was even more matter of course. "Didn't you say that it doesn't belong to anyone before it's paid for? You can snatch it away, but others can't." "You." The lady in Chanel was about to throw a hissy fit, but she suddenly stared at Ning Xi's face in bewilderment. "Ning Xi? Are you Ning Xi?" As if she had found something funny, the lady in Chanel pulled her companion over. "Xian, look who it is. It's that bumpkin from the Ning family. She's actually snatching clothes from me at a place like this." "Ning Xi? How can it be?" Her companion looked at the woman before her with surprise. Her black hair fell in loose waves down her back. Her makeup was perfectly done, and although the light purple sleeveless dress wasn't branded, it fit her personality well. Her whole person carried an elegant and noble air. There wasn't a single trace left of the weak country bumpkin from back then. "It is her. I would never forget her face. Once a country bumpkin, always a country bumpkin." She only changed her appearance a little, but she still looked shoddy as always. The lady in Chanel said confidently. Her companion sized up the woman and found that it was indeed Ning Xi. Actually, Ning Xi's looks weren't too bad, even back then. She just didn't know how to dress herself and always looked rustic. The clothes she had been wearing at the banquet had been a size bigger, with a color that was out of style. It was even a counterfeit dress, so it left a deep impression. What's she doing buying children's clothes? I didn't hear of her marrying anyone. Who know if it's some random man's bastard? Maybe she got pregnant before marriage. Back then, didn't Suyin dump her because she cheated on him with some other guy? It was only after those two women had been talking back and forth for a long while that Ning Xi finally recalled who they were. The lady in Chanel was Ying Fonglin, and her companion was Jin Xianxian. They were famous socialites in upper society and part of Ning Xuelua's group of close friends. These two were also the ones who had mocked and teased her the most back then. She had later heard that Fonglin had married well and given birth to a son for her husband in the first year. Thus, she had become even more arrogant in her actions. Jin Xianxian also had a fiancé with a good family background. She hadn't thought that she would meet these bitches in the children's clothing department. It seemed like they still didn't know that she had entered the entertainment industry. Ning Xi didn't want to fight with these guys in public, so she just ignored them and spoke to the shop assistant. "Miss, please help me ring these up." Although the other two ladies seemed like the wrong people to offend, since Ning Xi had picked the outfit first, the shop assistant quickly helped her to ring up the items and swipe her card. However, a problem arose. When it came to swiping her card, the shop assistant's expression turned a little ugly. "I'm sorry, miss, you don't have enough balance left on your card." Ning Xi was struck dumb. It was only then that Ning Xi remembered. She had just changed the engine on her beloved bike to an imported one just last month, so there wasn't much money left on her card. Seeing the situation, Ying Fonglin immediately jeered without restraint. "Ha ha! This is hilarious. You try to show off when you don't have any money. You're just making a fool of yourself." Jin Xianxian shrugged in disdain. I thought she might have improved a little after studying overseas for these few years. Well, I guess a crow will always be a crow. She'll never become a swan. Puffed up with self-importance, Ing Fonglin looked towards the shop assistant. Miss, you can finally give me the clothes now, right? Yes, madam. As the shop assistant said so, she tried to take the clothes in Ning Xi's hands. Ning Xi held on and refused to let go. Ing Fonglin immediately cried out, "What are you doing? You don't have any money, and you're still trying to snatch it from me? Did you think that you're still in your village?" Ning Xi held onto the clothes with one hand and used her free hand to take out a black card from her bag, handing it over to the shop assistant. Use this one. Chapter 107, Men in Love. Ning Xi had been prepared to pay herself at first, since she was going to treat it as a present for the little bun. She hadn't expected that such an embarrassing situation would happen. She liked the outfit too much. The thought of something that should belong to the little bun going to someone like Ing Fonglin made her feel extremely uncomfortable. Finally, she had still taken out the black card that Tingxiao had given her to settle the bill. Once Ning Xi had taken out the card, it was the shop assistant and the two ladies turned to stare blankly. The shop assistant was rather experienced and knowledgeable, so she recognized the card with one glance. Ing Fonglin and Jin Xianxian had never seen the real thing, but socialites were naturally more aware of things like this. They could also recognize that it was the real king of cards, the limitless black card that only existed in limited numbers in the entire world. The threshold for this card was extremely high, and the annual fees were shocking. The service you could get with this card was first-rate all over the world. As it hadn't been publicly announced, you couldn't take the initiative to apply for it. Only 1% of platinum cardholders were chosen and invited to apply for the card, so even if you had money, you wouldn't necessarily be able to get it. The only ones who could get that card were either important political leaders, multimillionaires, or famous people in society. Ing Fonglin's face was stiff. She harumphed. It couldn't be a fake card, could it? Miss, you had better check it properly. Although the shop assistant had seen it before, she had only ever seen it once. She received the card cautiously and started to operate the credit card machine. 10 seconds later, the shop assistant immediately had a 1,000 megawatt smile on her face as she bowed at 90 degrees. Miss, it's done. I'll help you wrap it up. Ning Xi nodded. Thanks. Ing Fonglin and Jin Xianxian were rooted to the spot in a daze. They looked at each other, then looked at Ning Xi as if they had seen a ghost. Ning Xi grabbed the bag and prepared to leave. While watching Ning Xi's leaving back, Ing Fonglin gritted her teeth and said with a malicious expression, "Why is she acting so proud? She must surely be some rich old man's mistress. Does she think she can marry into money just by giving him a son? That's right, she'll surely be bullied by the legal wife someday." Jin Xianxian chimed in. After leaving the children's clothing section, Ning Xi passed by the menswear section while heading downstairs. Oh, it looked like the brand that Tingxiao usually wore was right in front of her. The style suited Tingxiao as a whole. With black, white, and gray as the main colors, it looked haughty yet restrained. After looking at it for a moment, her gaze shifted to a new brand that had become trendy in the recent years. Comparing the two brands, the newer brand had more vibrant colors and the clothes were designed with more younger styles. Ning Xi rubbed her chin, suddenly, thinking of buying an outfit for Tingxiao as well. She was a woman after all. A woman was a creature who could plan to buy just a pair of shoes at first, but would eventually end up buying clothes, bags, accessories to match with those shoes. After buying something for the little bun, she couldn't resist the urge to help Tingxiao change up his style a little. After hesitating for 3 minutes, Ning Xi made the decision. She was going to buy it. Thus, she walked into the shop and just bought the suit on the mannequin that was the exact same sapphire blue as the one she had bought for Little Treasure. At the same time, in the office of the Lu Corporation CEO, Tingxiao was listening to Lu Jingli's report when his phone rang with 2 notifications. When he opened it up, it was a message from the bank informing him of expenses made on his card. Ning Xi had used his card? A satisfied smile surfaced on Tingxiao's solemn and indifferent face. Lu Jingli said confidently after seeing his dear brother's expression, "Is it a message from sister-in-law?" Tingxiao, It's not. It's not. That was weird. Lu Jingli immediately leaned over the table and moved closer to look. Weren't those just messages from the bank? They were even expense notifications, not income notifications. Did he need to have such a blissful expression on? TSK. Men in love were seriously hard to understand sometimes. Chapter 108. Don't put on your clothes. In the evening, Ning Xi brought her lute back to the Lu residence. Seeing the old butler watering the flowers by the entrance, Ning Xi hurriedly greeted him. Grandpa Butler, where's darling little treasure? The old butler was dressed in a swallow-tailed coat with a neat bow tie. Upon seeing Ning Xi, he said with a respectful expression, Miss Xi, you've returned. Little young master is drawing in the garden. Oh, he's drawing? Then I won't disturb him for now. Where's Mr. Lu then? Eldest young master is upstairs. All right, thanks. Ning Xi happily headed upstairs. The old butler looked at the girl's lively figure with a complicated heart. In the time they had spent together, no matter how guarded he had been, he couldn't resist having a favorable impression of this young lady. She was beautiful and had a sweet tongue. It was easy for her to get into everyone's good graces. What was hard to come by was her understanding of proper behavior. She had never shown any attempts to step over the lines with eldest young master. Actually, she didn't really care much about her image at most times. It was easy to tell when a woman had intentions towards a man. They might be able to hide it for a day or two, but with enough time, it would eventually be revealed. Similarly, it was easy to tell when a man had intentions towards a woman. Others might not know it, but he had seen everything from start to finish, so he was clear about it. Eldest young master had clearly taken a liking to this lady. The guest room she was staying had been personally designed by eldest young master. Even the bedsheets, curtains, and the closet full of clothes and accessories had all been personally picked by him. Not only that, on the first day she had arrived, he had already passed the list of her preferred foods to the kitchen. Every time she returned late, they had to leave some food for her. There were countless other details that he couldn't even finish mentioning. Even if she was little young master's savior, eldest young master's meticulous actions were a little too much. As long as the little lady came from a good family and could get along with eldest young master, it wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing. Ever since the lady had moved in, eldest young master had become more lively, and even little young master was becoming more cheerful. Since he had watched eldest young master and little young master grow up, he was naturally happy about these developments. Right now, he wasn't worrying about Ning Xi harboring bad intentions. He was actually more worried that Ning Xi didn't harbor any intentions at all. After heading upstairs, Ning Xi was impatient to share her spoils of war, so she directly opened the door to Lu Tingxiao's bedroom. Mr. The moment she opened the door, her vision was filled with bared skin. Lu Tingxiao's hair was wet, and he wasn't wearing anything on the upper half of his body. A white towel was wrapped around his waist, and water. Droplets slowly traveled down his tight abs, dripping down. This scene was hard to turn your eyes away from, so Ning Xi's first reaction wasn't to close her eyes, but to widen them. Although she had some trauma towards men, it didn't mean she couldn't appreciate beauty. It was most likely because she had suffered a huge shock after getting betrayed back then. She didn't know when she had started turning bent. 5 years ago, she had been so conservative that she would blush upon seeing a man in a tank top and underwear. She didn't talk much with other men apart from Su Yan, and didn't even bat an eye no matter how handsome the man was. A whole 5 seconds passed before Ning Xi regained her senses. She turned around with a whoosh and covered her eyes with her hands full of paper bags. Sorry, I forgot to knock. Lu Tingxiao chuckled lowly, his voice somewhat hoarse. It's my bad. I forgot to lock the door. Actually, he hadn't forgotten to lock it, but ever since she had moved in, he had never locked his door again. Were you looking for me? Wait a moment, I'll put on some clothes. That short yet long look from the girl had lighted up his skin inch by inch. Luckily, she had turned around in time, or his facade might have cracked thanks to the reaction he couldn't control from a certain part of his body. Lu Tingxiao was about to open the closet to get some clothes when Ning Xi shouted from behind him, "Ah, no. Don't put on your clothes." Chapter 109. Don't bring men back home. He hadn't expected that she would make such a request. Lu Tingxiao's expression clearly turned blank for a moment before he stared at the girl's back. His tone was slightly higher than usual. Why? Although he was pretty happy to fulfill this kind of request from this little girl. Realizing that there were too many ways to interpret her words, Ning Xi hurriedly corrected. Please don't misunderstand. I meant exactly what I said. There's no other meaning to it. Actually that seems quite lewd as well. Ahem, Basically what I meant was, I bought an outfit for you while shopping today. Would you like to try it on? If you try it on now, you don't have to take off your clothes again to try it on. Aren't I smart? Tingxiao looked slightly startled upon hearing so, and he looked overwhelmed by the unexpected favor. You bought something for me? He had thought that she had bought the outfits for Little Treasure. Yes. However, I used your card. Ning Xi rubbed her nose awkwardly. Actually, I was prepared to use my own money at first, since it's a present for Little Treasure. I forgot that I bought a new engine for my bike last month, so there's no more money left on my card. I could only use your card. Anyway, when I was passing by another shop, I saw another men's outfit that looked extremely matching with the one I bought for Little Treasure, so I couldn't help but buy it. So it was like that. Although she hadn't bought it, especially for him, it was enough to make him happy. I asked the shop assistant, you can return it if you don't like it. Quickly try it on and see if you like it. Ning Xi urged him. Tingxiao said without hesitation. I like it. She had bought it personally, and it was the first time she had bought clothes for him. How could he not like it? You haven't seen how it looks yet. Ning Xi mumbled and moved a step backwards, reaching behind her back to pass one of the bags in her hands to him. Tingxiao received the bag. You only bought clothes for Little Treasure and me? Did you not anything for yourself at all? Ning Xi sighed. I'm broke, so I'm going to wait till I get my salary before I go shopping again. Tingxiao was about to say that she could just use his card, when Ning Xi took out said black card from her bag. Oh right, I'll return this to you. It felt pretty cool when I used it. I was almost angered to death by a bitch who wanted to snatch clothes from me today. Tingxiao could only sigh lightly and say, keep it first. I'm usually busy and I don't have the time to shop for Little Treasure. If you see anything appropriate, just buy it. Of course, I'd be delighted if you helped me pick something as well. You're placing so much trust in my fashion sense. As long as you don't change your mind after you try on the outfit later. Ning Xi didn't bother standing on ceremony with him and just kept the card again. Then I'll return it to you when I leave. Change quickly, I'm going out first. She was about to take a step when her empty hand was grabbed by the man from behind. Ning Xi jumped in surprise. She subconsciously wanted to turn around, but after remembering that Tingxiao was only wearing a towel, she could only maintain that awkward position of having her hand pulled from behind. What's wrong? Tingxiao tightened his hold on her slender wrist. Ning Xi, Little Treasure has been getting better recently. He's no longer clinging to you, and he has become much more obedient than before. He won't bother you, and he won't disturb your work. He only wants to see you every day, wait for you to return home. He's really happy knowing that you're sleeping right next door. I know that I don't have any more reasons to keep you, but as a father, I can't do much for Little Treasure. I really hope that Little Treasure can stay this happy for a while longer. 3 months. Just stay 3 more months, please. When the time comes for you to go, I absolutely won't pressure you to stay anymore. Within that period, you can treat this place like your own home. Do as you like, you don't have to be apprehensive. It's fine if you curse when you're angry. If you eat durians or garlic, you can also drink at bars until late. I only have a small request. Within these 3 months, could you exercise a little restraint? Just don't bring men back, okay? At the start, Ning Xi had been so touched, she had almost cried. However, at the end, she almost puked up 3 liters of blood. Why did it end up sounding like Tingxiao was the gentle, loving, and obedient wife, while she was the scummy husband immersing herself in debauchery? Ning Xi scowled miserably. Tingxiao, are you sure you want to continue talking to me in this state? Can we talk after you put on some clothes? Otherwise, it would be really difficult for her to focus. Really? Sure. Tingxiao's voice sounded from behind her. Like a pardoned convict, Ning Xi hurriedly dashed out of the room. Tingxiao was a natural-born speaker. Just a few sentences was enough to poke her in her soft spots, especially those words concerning Little Treasure. However, if she continued staying on like that, and for 3 months at that, she really felt that it wouldn't be appropriate. As she was conflicted over this matter, something soft landed on her legs. Lowering her head, she saw that Little Treasure had run over at some point and hugged her leg as usual. He was even holding a drawing in his hands. Ning Xi squatted down to hug the little fellow. Darling, did you finish your drawing? Little Treasure nodded. What did you draw? Can Annie look at it? Little Treasure immediately passed the drawing to her. The moment she saw it, her eyes teared up. As usual, she was the subject of the drawing. The colors used in the painting were vibrant and dreamlike. She was lying on a small bed, holding a storybook in hand. However, Little Treasure had drawn it from his perspective when he was lying by her side and watching her from below. In the entire drawing, you could feel the happiness and contentment Little Treasure felt every time he stuck to her side, raising his head and listening to her telling him a story. "Darling, you drew so well." The balance in Ning Xi's heart had been completely skewed to one side. She had to take a deep breath before she could recover her composure. She kissed the little fellow's forehead, then said happily, "Annie bought some new clothes for you. Do you want to try them?" Little Treasure's eyes lit up, and he nodded. When Ning Xi had finished helping Little Treasure change his clothes and was preparing to look for Lu Tingxiao walked out of his room in the new outfit. Ning Xi had been pretty confident when buying the outfit for Little Treasure, but she wasn't as sure about buying the outfit for Lu Tingxiao, since she had never seen him wearing any colors other than black, white, or gray. Furthermore, sapphire blue was pretty eye-catching. However, upon seeing Lu Tingxiao, Ning Xi stared blankly. Wasn't this too fitting? She had thought that it might not fit well at first, or that the style wouldn't look good on him. She hadn't expected that it would work so well on his body. It completely showed off his wide shoulders, narrow hips, and long legs. Most importantly, his usual solemn and heavy air had instantly become lighter and brighter. His whole person looked younger. Lu Tingxiao was pleased by the completely undisguised stunned look in the girl's eyes. "How is it?" Ning Xi nodded fervently. "You look too cool. It feels like all you need is a bright red flower at your breast pocket, and you'll be all ready for marriage." Lu Tingxiao. This girl's way of complimenting people was rather unique. "Little Treasure, don't you think so? Is Daddy cool or not?" Ning Xi looked down to ask the little Bun, who looked like the mini version of Lu Tingxiao. Although Little Treasure didn't like his dad too much, he couldn't help but admit that his dad looked much better like this compared to his usual black outfits. Thus, he nodded. Ning Xi immediately gave a thumbs up. "I didn't think that my fashion sense was that good. Of course, CEO Lu, you look good in anything. However, I think you should wear these kinds of bright colors more often. The employees will feel better when they see you, and they'll be more efficient at work." Hearing that you look good in anything, Lu Tingxiao couldn't help but curl his lips in a smile. "Sure, as long as you see something suitable, buy it for me." Chapter 111. Slaughter every unfaithful dog in the world. "All right, leave it to me." Ning Xi patted her chest with confidence. The more she looked at the pair, one tall and one short, the more excited she became. I can't hold back anymore. I really want to take some pictures of you two. Hurry up and come over. Here, stand next to each other. Get a little closer. Hold hands." Her commands directed each movement of the father and son pair, arranging them into very compatible poses. The more pictures Ning Xi snapped, the more addicted she became. She had practically turned into a fangirl. Out in the little garden of the study room's balcony, she continuously shot many photos of both father and son. Lu Tingxiao stood next to her and leaned closer to take a look. He praised, "Very well taken." Ning Xi waved her hand modestly. "My photography skills are SOSO. I even used a cell phone. Since you guys are such good models and the background is so awesome, every picture looks like it's from a blockbuster." "Oh right, Lu Tingxiao, do you have a WeChat? I'll add you and send you the pictures." I actually wanted to say this earlier, but who still sends text messages nowadays? They're so inconvenient. In the future, teach Little Treasure how to use WeChat too. I do, just search for my cell phone number. Lu Tingxiao began to feel glad that Lu Jingli had forced him to open a WeChat account. Your username is actually just Lu Tingxiao. That's so uncreative." Ning Xi poked fun at Lu Tingxiao as she added him to her friends list. Lu Tingxiao raised his eyebrows and impulsively looked for Ning Xi's username. Upon seeing it, he was surprised to discover that he didn't actually recognize some of the Chinese characters. "My lonely empty loss." Why was this username so odd? What did it mean? Lu Tingxiao really wanted to ask those questions, but he was also scared that this was internet slang. He could end up exposing the generation gap between them like last time if he asked. Therefore, he opted to stay silent. After they had friended each other, Ning Xi sent him all the pictures. When Lu Tingxiao received the pictures, he inadvertently noticed that Ning Xi's personalized signature was, "One day, I'll take a sword and slaughter every unfaithful dog in the world." Lu Tingxiao. After sending out all the pictures, Ning Xi realized Lu Tingxiao was giving a complicated stare at her signature. Her jaw dropped in embarrassment, and she explained awkwardly. About that was my signature when I was going through a stupid phase in junior high, and I kept forgetting to change it. Is it that terrifying? Lu Tingxiao laughed lightly. It's all right. There would be a day when he would become the person to make her change this signature. Also about my username, cough cough. It's in Martian language. It was really popular online back in the day. It does look rather terrifying now, but I've gotten used to it. I'm also too lazy to change it. Ning Xi explained while scratching her head. Not bad. Can you help me change mine to something similar? Lu Tingxiao requested. Huh? You really think it's not bad? Ning Xi was horrified by Lu Tingxiao's taste. Yes. Lu Tingxiao's expression was very serious. Then I will help you think of one. Ning Xi regretted it immediately after she had promised him. She couldn't imagine how Lu Tingxiao's WeChat friends would react when they saw him change his username into Martian language. That would be such a great scene. Thank you. Lu Tingxiao hardly ever logged into WeChat. Shortly after logging in this time, he noticed that quite a few messages had appeared in his family group chat. It turned out that his mother and father were complaining to their relatives that they hadn't seen their good grandson in a very long time because their eldest son seemed to have recently found a girl he was interested in and was currently pursuing her with passion. Therefore, they didn't dare disturb him by making a trip to his place. While they were complaining, their tone was more like bragging. Ha ha ha. Our eldest is finally interested in a girl. A girl. Lu Tingxiao didn't know whether to laugh or cry at his parents' words. Afterwards, he casually uploaded all the pictures that Ning Xi had just sent him to the group. After a few seconds passed, the entire family group chat exploded. Chapter 112. Sister-in-law is unbelievable. Everyone's first reaction was that Lu Tingxiao, the king of eternal lurking, had unexpectedly made a wild appearance in the family group chat. Their second reaction was, Dear God, this pair of father and son looked like they had just stepped out of a magazine. They really wanted to steal little treasure and bring him home. They also really wanted to give their daughters over in marriage. If modern society didn't prohibit marriage between close relatives, countless members of the family group chat who had daughters would have already killed themselves trying to make it happen. Oh my good grandson is so adorable. Oh my son is so handsome. Mrs. Lu was so moved that she didn't know who she should praise first. Tingxiao, who chose those clothes for you and little treasure? Was it that young woman you like? At just one glance, Mrs. Lu noticed that those definitely did not conform to her son's style. Yes, I just knew you couldn't possibly have chosen this style of clothing. Look at how bright the colors are. How good looking. It's nothing like the drab and boring clothing you wear all the time. You even made little treasure wear such drab and boring colors too. There's no doubt about it. Your household really needs a woman. Were the pictures also taken by her? Mr. Lu also couldn't resist asking. Yes. Once again, Lu Tingxiao responded with a single word. Not bad. Mr. Lu was clearly very pleased. Even as a child, Lu Tingxiao had hated getting his picture taken. Little Treasure hated getting his picture taken even more. Therefore, pictures of this father and son pair were extremely rare, and there were even fewer pictures of the two posing together. Acting in unison, both Mr. and Mrs. Lu silently saved the entire set of pictures. Damn, my future sister-in-law is unbelievable. She somehow managed to get you to wear clothing of this color and had you obediently pose for pictures. I gave you a suit that was nearly identical to this one in color, and your expression was so disdainful. You even criticized my taste. This time, Lu Jingli was the one to speak. Since Lu Jingli had appeared, referring to the other party as my future sister-in-law, all the extended family members couldn't endure it any longer. Everyone began an interrogation to figure out which family the girl that Lu Tingxiao fancied belonged to. Lu Tingxiao immediately responded with 2 words, private matter. His meaning was, this is my private matter. No one is allowed to get involved. Therefore, those who were getting ready to investigate the situation no longer dared to act rashly. Lu Tingxiao stood at the helm of this large Lu family. His existence was akin to an emperor. The Lu family's glory and honor and the Lu family's respect and splendor were all dependent on him. Without a doubt, his words were like an imperial edict. At that moment, there was another person who had seen the pictures and chat messages in the family group chat, Jiangmai. Jiang Mai stared unwaveringly at the words. Was it that young woman you like? After staring for a long time, he immediately sent Ning Xi a private message. Ning Xi, did you take pictures for Lu Tingxiao and Little Treasure? Yeah. How did you know? Did you see us? Ning Xi recalled that Jiang Mai also did not have any scenes to film today. She wondered to herself if this punk might have possibly snuck over again. My uncle uploaded them to the family group chat to show off. Everyone is giving out compliments. Ning Xi immediately became happy and typed rapidly. Ha ha ha, really? Are they complimenting me for taking good pictures? Jiang Mai was so angry that he almost threw his phone. Could you focus on the main point here? Then what should I be focusing on? I'm telling you just now. Jiang Mai originally wanted to say that Lu Tingxiao had just personally admitted in the group chat that the girl he liked had taken the pictures for him. However, after thinking about how he had already told her that 3 times previously, he decided suddenly that this evidence wasn't strong enough. It was very likely he might even suffer another beating from her instead. Therefore, he decided that he might as well wait until he had found undeniable evidence that she could convince her completely. We have scenes together tomorrow. Don't be late. Jiang Mai changed the subject. When have I ever been late? It'll be a kissing scene if everything goes according to plan. If there's any whiff of garlic or durian from you tomorrow, you're dead. Got it? Chapter 113. 3 months to make her my wife. After finishing her dinner, Ning Xi hesitated for a long while before finally going to look for Lu Tingxiao. On the tranquil balcony, Lu Tingxiao didn't press her. He only stood there, silently, waiting patiently for her reply. Ning Xi took a deep breath. She turned to look at the man next to her before finally making her decision. She said, Lu Tingxiao, I've thought through everything you've said. I promise that I'll stay for another 3 months. However, once the 3 months are over, I really have to leave. Even though there was nothing between them, it was suspicious to stay in someone else's home as an unmarried woman. It could easily cause unnecessary misunderstandings. Thank you. Lu Tingxiao showed an expression of relief. At the same time, a well-hidden dark glint flashed across his eyes. Do you have filming tomorrow? Lu Tingxiao asked. Ning Xi heaved a long sigh before nodding. Yes. Seeing her uneasy expression, Lu Tingxiao asked caringly, Why? Are the scenes for tomorrow difficult to act? Ning Xi propped up her chin and leaned on the railing before muttering to herself. They're not exactly difficult, and it's just a kissing scene, but the person I have to kiss is Jiang Mai. I'm just worried that I'll forget myself and hit him halfway. What will I do then? I might even turn it into a gag scene instead. Kissing scene. Lu Tingxiao's eyes narrowed slightly. Although he had already known that this movie would have scenes like that, he had been avoiding that issue on purpose, because he was worried that he would lose control and do something to make her hate him. At this moment, Ning Xi suddenly thought of something. She hit her own head and said, All right, Lu Tingxiao, there's something I need to thank you for. What? Lu Tingxiao asked a little absent-mindedly. I just found out that the person who added that last-minute investment into the movie was Second Master Lu, and it was you who gave the order to keep me as the second female lead. Thanks for that. Ning Xi thanked him sincerely and with utmost gratitude. It's good enough that you don't blame me. Am I that undiscriminating? I'll definitely express my gratitude for things that I should be thankful for. Don't mention it. It was just a convenient action. The truth was that he had done all this for her, and Jiang Mai was the one who had really benefited from it in passing. Ning Xi thought hard before she spoke up. I've already taken advantage even in passing. Just saying thanks isn't enough to show my sincerity. Why don't I cook a meal for you and Little Treasure when I'm free later on? Although I'm usually too lazy to cook for myself, my cooking is really delicious. Let me tell you, if I didn't enter the entertainment industry, I might have gone to become a chef. Lu Tingxiao smiled lightly. I look forward to it then. The next day, Ning Xi had just arrived at the movie city when she spotted a large group of ladies gathered near the set, with a particularly eye-catching golden head in the middle of the group. At one glance, she could tell that it was Jiang Mai and his young female fans. Ning Xi subconsciously thought of taking a detour. She didn't think that there would be a scream just as she was about to sneak away. It's Ning Xi. In her heart, Ning Xi thought that she was done for. But just as she was about to defend her face, the group of girls lined up into a few rows in front of her and bent at their waists together as they said, We're sorry. After they had finished apologizing, They stared at her with starry eyes as all of them talked at once. Miss Ning Xi, sorry, it was our misunderstanding the last time. Please don't take people like us seriously. You have to continue acting the character Meng Chang'e. That's right. Your acting's just too good. We really love the scene you had with Jiang Mai. I played that 10-second clip on repeat at home for a whole day, okay. Ning Xi was so bewildered by the girl's actions that she subconsciously turned to look at Jiang Mai. Chapter 114. I'm the one forcefully kissing you anyway. Jiang Mai walked over to explain with considerably high spirits. Didn't director Guo release some highlights of the film previously? One of the clips shown was the bondage scene we shot the other day. After that, they changed from anti-fans into your most fervent fans. Are they really that happy watching me get bullied? So that's what happened. Very few fans infatuated with celebrities would ever try to get in contact with their idols in real life, as their chances weren't very high. Thus, movies and the like became the way fans live their fantasies. If a female star was going to act in a scene with your male idol, your first reaction might be a little jealousy. Especially if that female star acted terribly, you would feel that your idol had suffered injustice, thereby creating a lot of resistance. However, on the contrary, fans would also pretend to be the person acting alongside their idol and gain a lot of satisfaction from it. That was Ning Xi's current situation. My, I heard that you guys have a lot of intimate scenes. Is that true? Do you have any kissing scenes? A fan asked excitedly. Jiang Mai raised an eyebrow. There is. In fact, we have one today. A wave of excited screaming rose from the fans. Can we watch? Can we? The little girls asked while clamoring. The scene we're filming today will be outdoors, so you should be able to see it from the fence. However, it'll be pretty far away, so you might not be able to see clearly. Jiang Mai replied. That's fine. We all came prepared. The girls all brought out the must-have item for fans, binoculars. Ning Xi was speechless. With so many people watching, the pressure was piling on top of her like a mountain. In the break room, Ning Xi couldn't resist asking. Speaking of the kissing scene, exactly which scene was it? Too many things had happened recently, and the order of filming had changed a lot. She only had a rough idea, but had not been informed of the specifics. Jiang Mai flipped through the script excitedly. It's the scene with the flower lanterns. I asked the director last night. Ning Xi recalled the plot. The Flower Lantern Festival? Isn't that the scene where Meng Chang'e and Sun Huanqing have their first kiss? Yes, it's that one. After having said so, Jiang Mai's eyebrows raised as he moved close to her cautiously and took a sniff. Did you remember what I said yesterday? You didn't eat anything you shouldn't have, right? Ning Xi slapped him away. Do I look that unprofessional to you? Remember what you just said. If you play me, I'm going to tell the director. Jiang Mai stared at her with distrust. He had been tricked too many times by this fellow. He completely didn't dare to relax his guard. Ning Xi rolled her eyes at him. How old are you? Are you still going to tell the teacher? Aren't you childish? Jiang Mai harumphed and turned away. I'm not going to talk to you anymore. I'm going to research how I'm going to act in the scene. Ning Xi turned his chair over in a single move. What are you going to research for? Anyway, I'll be the one forcefully kissing you by then. Come here. I have something to ask you. Jiang Mai. Damn it. Couldn't he research how to get forcefully kissed then? What do you want to ask? Jiang Mai asked huffily. What are they going to do with the Jia Qingqing's role? Of course they're going to swap her out. I heard Ming Ji say that her replacement is going to be someone from our golden age entertainment. It seems like it'll be a new singer. She's rather pretty, but she doesn't have any acting experience at all. It's going to be tough to watch. That's right. Did you hear about what happened to Jia Qingqing? What about Jia Qingqing? Ning, she did not understand. What else could have happened? This incident got so out of hand that her sugar daddy's wife found out. The wife hired people to strip Jia Qingqing on the streets and beat her up, then announced that she had to scram out of the capital or she would kill Jia Qingqing the next time they met. I was still worried that that woman would do something to you after getting forced into a corner, but it looks like I don't have to worry anymore. As Jiang Mai continued talking, he started to realize that something felt strange. Ning Xi, why do I feel that everything happened way too smoothly? At this moment, the director's voice sounded from outside. Ning Xi, go put on your costumes. It'll be your turn for the next scene. Chapter 115, The Calm Before the Storm. At this moment, night was just setting in, the lighting was just nice. The props team had already set up the stage properly, and all the actors were in place. After changing into costume, Jiang Mai actually started feeling nervous, something that wasn't common for him. Strictly speaking, although he had dated Ning Xi before, he hadn't even touched her fingers, let alone kiss her. He hadn't thought that the first time he would kiss her wouldn't be while they were dating, but while they were filming. Just as he was taking a deep breath to control his emotions, a strong force hit him on the back. Dressed in a suave costume with her hair tied into a high ponytail, Ning Xi threw an arm around his shoulder in a sloppy manner. "Whatcha doing, Blondie? You're not nervous, are you? Get off me." "Who's nervous? The number of kissing scenes I've done is more than the number of times you've eaten rice." Jiang Mai pushed her away unhappily. The shoulder she had been leaning on felt like it was on fire. It was at this moment that Guqixing walked over worriedly. "We are unable to clear all unrelated personnel from this scene. Will you two be all right?" Normally, they would sometimes get unrelated personnel away from the scene when filming scenes like this. This was done to prevent actors from feeling awkward and having it affect their filming as well. Ning Xi shrugged with a relaxed expression. "I'm okay." Senior Jiang said that the number of kissing scenes he's done is more than the number of times I've eaten rice, so he'll definitely be fine. Guqixing laughed out loud. "Then we'll start now." He then reassured them, saying, "Because this is the most important kiss in the entire movie, my standards will be a little higher. However, since the two of you have just started working together, it's fine if you can't get it right at the start. We'll do it slow and it's fine even if we do multiple takes." Hearing the director say that they could try the scene a few times, the corner of Jiang Mai's mouth twitched. He completely didn't have the feeling of being reassured. Conversely, his heart had started pumping faster. Something was wrong with him today. It was just a kissing scene, so why was his heart beating so hard? No one discovered the fly-sized high-definition camera drones flying circles above their heads. At a street just 100 meters away from the set, a black car was parked quietly. Within the car, multiple video streams from the set were being projected on the screen in the back seat. Tingxiao was dressed in a dark-colored suit, and his shirt was buttoned up all the way. His slender fingers were supporting his forehead. The light from the screen was reflected off his dark pupils as he watched the fully costumed girl on the screen without a word. Sitting by his side, Lu Jingli would look out the window one moment, then stare at the screen in the car the next. He had a conflicted expression on his face. "Bro, are you sure you're just gonna watch them like this without doing anything? Then why didn't you just stay at home so you don't have to watch? Why torture yourself like this?" Afraid of the consequences of saying so much, he stared at the face of his dear brother, currently shrouded by light of dusk. He mumbled to himself, "He's not exploding while in silence. Then we'll all die in silence. Why do I have a bad feeling about this?" He had grown up with Tingxiao after all, so he understood his personality all too well. This fellow looked especially cold and arrogant on the outside, and seemed not to have any desires. In fact, he would have extremely fearsome possessive feelings towards anything that he had marked as his territory. Ever since Ning Xi had appeared, Tingxiao had only shown his brightest and warmest faces to her. However, Lu Jingli knew that as long as it was something he wanted, there was nothing he couldn't get. This was the patience of a hunting beast. This facade wouldn't hold up to a single blow. There was no saying when it would give way with a bang and be blown to bits. These few days, he had been living with his heart on edge. After finding out that that kid Jiang Mai had actually dated Ning Xi before, he had really sweated a bunch for him. Seeing that the kid was his nephew, he would find a chance to warn him later. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know how he died when the time comes. Chapter 116. Wouldn't things go to hell if they really kissed? The filming began. Peddlers selling colored lanterns and lantern riddles lined both sides of the street. The commoners bustled about holding lanterns in their hands, and the surroundings were full of laughter and cheer. Meng Chang'e had just dragged Sun Huanqing out of the hospital where he had been shut indoors tending to patients. The camera chased after the two as they pushed forward. The shot captured a young man and young girl running swiftly along the brightly lit streets of Chang'an. The scene was beautiful beyond words. This scene didn't have many spoken lines. Instead, the focus was on the scenery and changes in the facial expressions of the lead actors. Meng Chang'e was full of excitement. Sun Huanqing had been reluctant at first, but later, he was infected by the young girl's excitement and they weaved through the crowd of people together. After walking for some time, Sun Huanqing suddenly realized that the girl was still holding onto his hand, so he hastily began to struggle. On the contrary, Meng Chang'e stubbornly held onto his hand even more tightly and refused to let go. Her expression clearly said, "This hand is mine." Sun Huanqing spoke anxiously. "Miss Meng, please conduct yourself with dignity. Men and women should keep their distance." Meng Chang'e frowned as she stared at him. "You're such a silly bookworm. What if we get separated after I let go of your hand?" "If we get separated, then so be it." Sun Huanqing resentfully blurted out. "Sun Huanqing, you." Meng Chang'e angrily flung his hand away and dove into the crowd. As he watched her red figure slowly disappear amidst the crowd, Sun Huanqing's expression gradually became anxious. Recently, there had been a rumor in the capital that a rapist had been roaming about. Young women from quite a few households had gone missing. The streets were so chaotic today, and she was just a girl. What if something happened to her? Sun Huanqing was only worried for Meng Chang'e now. He had completely forgotten that she was a street-smart little demon. Even if she did bump into the rapist, it would still be the rapist's unlucky day. The camera lens began to follow Sun Huanqing as he relentlessly searched through the crowd for Meng Chang'e. Just as he was about to collapse from frustration, someone suddenly patted his shoulder. When he turned around, a person wearing a devil mask was standing in front of him. She spoke in a rather pleased tone. "Dr. Sun, were you looking for me?" When he heard that girl's familiar voice, Sun Huanqing couldn't control his joy and pulled her into his embrace. Meng Chang'e clearly had not expected that the usually conservative Sun Huanqing would act like this and immediately froze. In the next scene, Meng Chang'e was going to take the initiative to kiss Sun Huanqing. The fans who were watching from afar were so excited that they held their breaths as they fixed their gazes on the scene, not daring to breathe. Just from their imaginations alone, they knew that the first kiss between those two would be absolutely beautiful. At the same time, there was someone else who was holding his breath. That person was Lu Jingli, who was sitting in a black car. Lu Jingli cringed and plastered himself against the window to stay as far as he could from his brother. He was so scared that he even closed his eyes because he couldn't bear to keep watching. He absolutely didn't believe that his brother would watch without doing anything. The temperature in the car had almost dropped below freezing when Ning Xi had only held Jiang Mai's hand, and when the two had embraced as well. Wouldn't things go to hell if they really kissed? Was there going to be a bloodbath in the next moment? As much as he racked his brains, Lu Jingli still couldn't figure out how his brother would be able to prevent this scene without making Ning Xi angry. Lu Jingli cautiously peeked at the screen through the cracks of his fingers, only to see Ning Xi slowly take off her mask, gaze at Jiang Mai lovingly, and then wrap a hand around Jiang Mai's neck to pull him closer. It was over now. Someone was going to die. Right as Lu Jingli was mentally wailing in anguish, all the colored lanterns in the backdrop were suddenly extinguished. It was as if his brother's silently raging anger had put them out. It was terrifying beyond compare. Chapter 117. Are you defying nature now? It's raining. Cries of alarm sounded from the crowd. Since the colored lanterns were made of paper and glue, and most of the lotus lanterns were in the open, they were instantly put out by the rain. Ning Xi, who had just been about to initiate the kiss, suddenly stopped all movement because of this sudden change. She subconsciously raised a hand to cover her head. Why did it suddenly start raining? Hey, ouch. Why does it seem like there's hail? Jiang Mai had been so nervous that his heart had almost stopped. When they were forced to cut the scene, he was this close to fainting after choking on his breath. Damn it. Hasn't there been a drought recently? It hasn't rained in a few months. It's such a hot day, how could it hail? In the car, Lu Jingli had a stupefied expression. It was raining? The weather was just fine a moment ago. How could it rain? Oh, wait. Listening to the thumps coming from the car roof, it seemed like there was even hail. At this moment, the cogs in Lu Jingli's head spun into place before he turned to his completely unsurprised and stony-faced brother, his mouth twitching. Lu Jingli was speechless. You even made it rain. Bro, are you trying to defy nature? Also, don't you think you've overdone it? For goodness sake, it's hailing. Seeing that filming had stopped, the pressure around Lu Tingxiao retreated like the tide. A single word came from his thin lips. Drive. Yes, eldest young master. The driver started the engine, and in the dark of the night, the car silently left the scene. Guo Qixing had not expected that such a situation would occur. He wrung his hands repeatedly. If they had been able to continue filming just now, it would have been a perfect scene. Forget about it. Forget about it. The road to happiness is filled with setbacks. Let's wrap up for the day. However, don't leave yet, everyone. Let us all have dinner together tonight. We weren't able to give Maya welcome dinner the last time, so we shall make up for it today. Guo Qixing called out to the crowd. There had been a lot of drama going on in the crew recently. Gathering for a dinner would help them settle the ruffled feelings they had. The crew, who had still been listless over the sudden change in the weather, instantly recovered their spirits. All of them shouted in joy. Jiang Mai gave a lifeless shout in reply, clearly in a bad mood. Ning Xi threw a towel to him. What kind of expression is that? Are you disappointed that you didn't get forcefully kissed by me? Nonsense. I'm just not happy that I have to do that scene again with you. Jiang Mai stared at her. Then with an expression of warning, you shouldn't have any problems tonight, right? Not at all. What problems could I have? While saying so, Ning Xi sent a message to Lu Tingxiao to inform him as usual. Jiang Mai stared at her phone secretly, looking at what she was sending, then realizing that something was wrong. Little Ning Xi, when did you change your Weibo nickname? Her nickname had changed from My Lonely Empty Loss to Little Sugar Xi. Oh, it's because of Lu Tingxiao. Ning Xi replied. Jiang Mai's pupils abruptly contracted. Lu Tingxiao made you change it? You changed it just because he told you to? That nickname that you used for so many years? The one that you refused to change no matter how much I made fun of it because you were too lazy? You changed it the moment he told you to. Ning Xi rolled her eyes at him. Could you stop getting so agitated over nothing? He didn't make me change it, okay? Then why did you change it? It was because he didn't get me to change it, and he even said that this nickname was pretty good. He wanted me to help him change his nickname to something similar. Jiang Mai, damn. His uncle had some skill at picking up girls. Even something like this could work? Ning Xi sighed. It's fine if a tough guy like me uses this kind of shocking name, but as the CEO of a big corporation, if I somehow influenced him into using Martian language, wouldn't that be a sin? So I had to somehow persuade him for a long time that Martian language is already outdated, and to prove that, I changed my nickname. Chapter 118, Meeting Between Ex-Boyfriends. Ning Xi was too lazy to type, so she just sent a voice message over. Mr. Lu, I have a dinner with the crew tonight. Could I trouble you to tell Little Treasure not to wait for me for dinner? With a whoosh, Lu Tingxiao had already sent his reply, and it was also a voice message. Ning Xi tapped on the voice message, and Lu Tingxiao's cold yet caring voice sounded from the phone. Okay, have fun. Ning Xiaoxi. Jiang Mai called her name sinisterly. What? You're not only blind. Even your ears are going deaf. Don't you think the tone my uncle uses when talking to you is a little strange? Jiang Mai, are you itching for a beating? Jiang Mai firmly decided not to say anything more. Hee, Ning Xiaoxi, just you wait. By tonight, I'm definitely going to find some conclusive evidence to make you believe it. You better believe it. At the Grand Pearl Hotel, almost all the crew had been gathered for this dinner. Even Ning Xiaoluo and the other actors who didn't have scenes to film today had rushed over. Everyone welcomed Jiang Mai enthusiastically, and the atmosphere in the private dining room was very warm. After 3 rounds of drinks, Amy suddenly picked up her wine glass and stood up. Ning Xi, I misunderstood you last time. I'm dedicating this toast to you. Take it as my apology and my thanks to you. Amy Jia, you're being too courteous. Ning Xi returned the toast by downing the rest of the wine in her glass. Everyone cheered in agreement, and following that, quite a few of them also toasted Ning Xi. Ning Xi didn't refuse any toasts, and settled all the grudges by drinking. Seeing Ning Xi getting along so well with the crew, Ning Xiaoluo put on a gratified smile. I told you that my junior wasn't that kind of person. As the dinner was coming to a close, a slender figure knocked on the door and walked in. Young Master Su. Young Master Su is here. Yinggij, why are you here? Seeing the new arrival, Ning Xiaoluo immediately welcomed him with an expression of joyful surprise. In the corner, the drunk Jiang Mai immediately woke up. His gaze was like a torch as he stared at the man dressed in a white suit standing at the door and giving off a refined aura. Su Yan. That was Su Yan, the only man that Ning Xi was rumored to have loved. As a perfect boyfriend, Su Yan would always appear at occasions where Ning Xiaoluo needed some support. At this moment, Ning Xi was clinging onto his arm as he greeted everyone with a warm expression. I was eating here with some friends, and I heard from Shuo that all of you were here too. Order whatever you'd like to eat. This dinner will be my treat. Everyone roared together. Wow, young Master Su's too rich. It feels like we're always riding on Teacher Ning's coattails. Then we're not going to be courteous. At this moment, a cold snort came from the corner. This is my welcome dinner. Why are you the one treating me? I'm paying for this dinner. It was most likely because he was meeting another of Ning Xi's exes, but once Su Yan had appeared, Jiang Mai showed undisguised hostility. Men were always sensitive to hostility from other men. Su Yan detected Jiang Mai's unfriendly attitude towards him from the start. However, his face held a warm smile as he spoke unhurriedly. Since it's Mr. Jiang's welcome dinner, then by right, Mr. Jiang shouldn't be the one to pay for it at all. That's right, let us treat this round. Think of it as our hospitality as your hosts. Ning Xi supported. What hospitality? He was born and raised in the capital, all right? Who even needed them as hosts? Jingmai was going to use his drunkenness as an excuse to throw a tantrum when Ning Xi pressed on his shoulder from behind and whispered in his ear, "Are you brain dead? There's a guy who has more money than common sense. Why not use him? Let him pay." When Jiang Mai heard that, his expression turned uglier. Humph, are you sure you're not speaking up for him? That's your ex-lover right there. Ning Xi raised a brow. Aren't you my ex-lover too? Chapter 119, Born on the Same Day. Little Ning Xi. Don't change the topic. Jiang Mai felt even more sore in his heart as he listened. In his heart, he thought, how can I count as an ex-lover? How can I compare with your childhood sweetheart Yingij? You even called out for him in your dreams. Ning Xi helplessly said, Fine, fine, fine. I'm not going to change the topic. Are you trying to expose my relationship with you and Su Yin in front of everyone by making a fuss like this? When would this fellow grow up and be a little more mature? Jiang Mai finally shut up. If you want to pay for this dinner, then do as you like. In the end, Jiang Mai gave a half-hearted reply. After Su Yin saw Ning Xi whispering into Jiang Mai's ears, his brows drew together imperceptibly. Did he have the wrong impression? He had a feeling that the relationship between Ning Xi and Jiang Mai went beyond mere colleagues. Seeing Su Yin staring in Ning Xi's direction with a lost expression, Ning Xi shook his arm to draw his attention before saying tenderly, Yingij, did you bring what I asked you to? Su Yin recovered his senses. I did. Having said so, he passed her a stack of invitation cards before saying to everyone, It's Shuilua's birthday tomorrow. I hope that everyone can attend her birthday banquet tomorrow. It's Teacher Ning's birthday tomorrow. We absolutely have to go. Teacher Ning's birthday banquet must be a high-class affair. We all have to go and see it for ourselves. Ning Xuelua smiled with a sweet expression as she handed out invitation cards one by one. When it came to Ning Xi's turn, she didn't forget to remind her specially. Junior, you have to come. Okay. Ning Xi spun her wine glass from time to time, staring at the clear red wine in it without any expression. When it came to Jiang Mai's turn, he didn't even bother moving. You don't have to give me one. I'm not going. Hearing this, Ning Xuelua's expression stiffened slightly, but she recovered her sweet smile in the next moment. She asked with concern, Are you busy tomorrow, Mai? Could you postpone it to another day? I really hope that you'll be able to come. Please, please, please. She had already promised a few of her close friends who were Jiang Mai's fans that she would definitely have him at her party. Most men wouldn't be able to reject a beautiful woman using that kind of tone to make a request. However, Jiang Mai was completely immune to it. Contempt flashed across his eyes as he said impatiently, I can't. Postpone it. It's my friend's birthday tomorrow too. After saying so, he glanced in Ning Xi's direction. Ning Xi sipped some wine and remained silent. What a coincidence. Your friend's birthday is actually on the same day as mine. It must be a very important friend to you, right? Then what a shame. If your friend's birthday party ends early, then you're welcome to come to mine at any time. Our party will last overnight. Ning Xuelua said, acting as if she were kind and considerate. Damn it. She wasn't able to get Jiang Mai to come. Wasn't this going to embarrass her in front of so many of her close friends? Who was that friend of Jiang Mai's? That person was not only born on the same day, but was also so important that Jiang Mai would reject her invite in front of so many people. Wait a minute. Born on the same day. Ning Xi cast a glance in Ning Xi's direction with undecided suspicion. She had suddenly recalled that Ning Xi was born on the same day as her, and thus her birthday was also tomorrow as well. The friend that Jiang Mai had mentioned couldn't be Ning Xi, right? At this moment, she suddenly remembered something. Wang Taihe had revealed that the last-minute investor was Lu Jingli, and her father had told her that the investor had told the director that Ning Xi had to remain as the second female lead. Why would Golden Age Entertainment's Lu Jingli be so adamant about Ning Xi being the second female lead? If her guess was right, that Ning Xi and Jiang Mai's relationship went beyond mere colleagues, then Jiang Mai must have put in a good word for Ning Xi to his bosses at Golden Age. If things had happened like that, then everything made sense. This Ning Xi, could she have seduced Jiang Mai? Chapter 120, A Splendid Death. After Su Yin had left, Jiang Mai continued casting sidelong glances at Ning Xi while snorting coldly. So, that fellow was the true love that made you suffer so much back then? Indeed, there must be something wrong with your eyes. Ning Xi slowly swept her eyes over him. I think there's something wrong with your eyes. Someone like Su Yin can score at least 9 out of 10 points, okay? After hearing so, Jiang Mai exploded. What the? How could he possibly score 9 points? Ning Xi said in a matter-of-fact tone, just based on the fact that he's someone I've loved before. If I say that he sucks, isn't that basically hitting my own face? Anyway, leaving aside my subjective viewpoint, from an objective viewpoint, you can't deny that he's worth 9 points. While Su Yan's looks aren't a match for yours, where you are capable of even blinding people with one glance, he wins in terms of his temperament. He's the warm and refined type. If he was in a fairy tale, then he would be a prince. If he was in an ancient tale, he would be an elegant gentleman. Ooh, a pure gentleman with no equal. Basically, he's the type that I liked the most in my teenage days, the kind that I would fall for. At first sight, the fire in Jiang Mai's heart grew even stronger as he continued listening. Damn, little Ning Xi, do you still have feelings for him? You're practically praising him to high heaven. Ning Xi rolled her eyes at him. I really don't care about him anymore. How else could I use such an impartial tone to praise him in front of you? What kind of IQ do you have? Furthermore, the one she was describing was merely the Su Yin living in her memories, the lively and perfect teenage boy, not the present Su Yin. Sometimes, it was because memories felt too perfect that reality seemed even more cruel in comparison. It took Jiang Mai a long while to push down his anger. He asked in a low, muffled voice, Then how many points would you give me? Ning Xi rubbed her chin. Under Jiang Mai's anxious gaze, she replied, 9.9 points. Just based on your face, you get that many points. After hearing so, Jiang Mai's temper was soothed. He touched his own face, and pride showed in his expression. Of course, I depend on my face to earn my living. However, why did you deduct 0.1 from my points? Ning Xi looked at him as if she were looking at an idiot. Do you even need to ask? Of course I took it off because of your low IQ. Jiang Mai, forget it, forget it. Seeing that she had given him 9.9 points, he wouldn't continue quibbling with her. With a twinkling expression, Jiang Mai couldn't resist asking another question. Then, what about Lu Tingxiao? How many points would you give him? Right now, in your heart, what type of man is he? Oh, Lu Tingxiao. It was a little hard for Ning Xi to answer this question. After thinking for a long time, she finally replied, I don't dare to judge the great demon king. If you're talking about type, then he's the type that you can watch from afar, but can never be touched or played with. He looks like a calm sea on the surface, but you'll never know what's hiding in the depths of the waters. This kind of man is unfathomable. If you dive in too deep without careful consideration, you might just drown in his depths. Hearing so, Jiang Mai's expression turned much warmer. Humph, at least you still have some rationality left. But, Ning Xi muttered to herself. But what? Jiang Mai asked anxiously. Ning Xi propped up her chin and smiled. But if I died in such a splendid way, it'd be worth it to become a ghost. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Little Ning Xi. Ha 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 ha. I'm just joking, just joking. Don't get so worked up. Jiang Mai almost expired from anger. I think you're spouting truth after drinking too much. I thought that you had some intentions towards Lu Tingxiao from the start. Are you thinking of sleeping with him? Chapter 121. Accidentally barging into a party for the rich? Is there any woman in the entire country who doesn't want to sleep with Lu Tingxiao? Ning Xi asked in response. Well, every woman in the entire country also wants to sleep with me, but you've never thought of sleeping with me. Jiang Mai blurted out. Ning Xi's tone raised slightly as she questioned him. How do you know that I've never wanted to sleep with you before? Jiang Mai froze. Immediately afterwards, his ears flushed red. The next second, a stifled laugh escaped from Ning Xi. Jiang Mai realized that he had been tricked and immediately flew into a humiliated rage. Ning Xi, just you wait. I'm not done with you yet. If he hadn't been conscious of the other people in the room, he would have already started duking it out with her. When Ning Xi saw that she had finally pissed him off, she quickly waved goodbye and ran off to use the bathroom. She had really drunk too much tonight. She liked to tease people whenever she drank a lot, and she enjoyed messing with Jiang Mai especially, that dork. After settling her bodily needs, Ning Xi stumbled back in the direction she had come. The hotel's hallways were twisting and turning in every direction. She searched for what seemed like half a day before finally finding the room. However, she was stunned when she pushed the door open. The room was full of strangers, and it was clearly much bigger and more lavish than the room the cast and crew had been in. It wouldn't even be an over-exaggeration to say that the room dazzled with riches. Sorry, I've got the wrong room. Ning Xi made her apology and was just about to leave when a fat, greasy hand suddenly clamped around her wrist. Next, a mouth that smelled heavily of alcohol nearly touched her face. Oh my, where did this lost little lamb come from? Since you've come here, it must be fate. Why don't you stay here and have a drink with us? The man who was holding onto her hand and refusing to let go looked to be roughly around 40 to 50 years old. His body was fat, and his cheeks were flushed red. His eyes were filled with lust as he blatantly sized her up as if she wasn't wearing anything. He looked her up and down and ultimately paused at her chest. The room was immediately filled with rowdy shouts. Ning Xi's first instinct was to perform a shoulder throw, but when she inadvertently glanced across the room, she was surprised to see that there were many familiar faces that frequently appeared on finance magazines in this room. After taking a second look, holy crap, half of the top 10 richest people in the capital were in this room. The probability of this happening was about the same as a eunuch accidentally barging into the throne room in the middle of a morning assembly, and just as terrifying. In short, there wasn't a single person in this room that she could afford to offend, so Ning Xi immediately scrapped her idea of settling the issue with violence. It looked like she wouldn't be able to get away so easily tonight. This just had to happen while she was drunk and her head was spinning. Come. Pretty lady, come in quickly. That fatty continued pulling her into the room. At the same time, he didn't forget to take advantage of every part of her body. After expending a great amount of effort, Ning Xi managed to throw off the fatty's hand and politely said, "My apologies, mister. I really entered the wrong room. My friends are still waiting for me." When the fatty heard this, he immediately blew up. "You cheap slut. You clearly entered the wrong room on purpose. Why are you pretending to be innocent? You should thank your ancestors that I've taken an interest in you." Ning Xi cursed inwardly. Someone ranking in the top 10 of the richest people in the capital had a character like this? She recognized this fatty as the 10th person on that list. He was the chairman of the board of Crown Real Estate, Zhu Xiangqing. He was an especially lecherous guy. As he was speaking, the fatty reached out his hand to pull her again. Seeing that he was trying to drag her directly to the couch, Ning Xi was in the middle of racking her brains to think up a way to escape when she suddenly felt a weight on her shoulder. An extremely cold and familiar aura that seemed as if it had come from a glacier appeared behind her, wrapping around her tightly. Soon after, the gentle yet powerful force on her shoulder pulled her back a step. In the next second, she was wrapped up into a firm and warm embrace. Chapter 122. I'll support you for a lifetime. CEO Lu. Zhu Xiangqing had just been hounding Ning Xi persistently, but now, his expression immediately turned stiff. However, he quickly adopted a flattering attitude. Has CEO Lu also taken a fancy to this girl? Well, since it's like that, please go right ahead. Everyone in the room who had been watching the scene unfold was shocked. What sort of situation was this? Every time Lu Tingxiao came out to social gatherings, he was like a cold and detached lone wolf, and he was completely resistant to feminine charms. However, Today, he was actually interested in a woman who had drunkenly barged into the wrong room? Tingxiao ignored their reactions. At the moment, he was only focused on one person. He furrowed his brows as he looked at the girl who was swaying in his embrace. What happened? Ning Xi caught herself right before she accidentally addressed him directly by name. She stammered in reply, I walked into the wrong room. The lighting in the room was rather dim. She hadn't noticed that Tingxiao was also here. Amid a sea of beer bellies, Tingxiao's presence was like a breath of fresh air. Which room are you guys in? I'll bring you there. Tingxiao didn't even bother glancing at the mixed expressions from the people behind him. Instead, he directly escorted Ning Xi out. Just now, he had been resting with his eyes closed. He had vaguely heard the room roar with laughter, but he hadn't paid much attention. It wasn't until he heard Ning Xi's familiar voice that he opened his eyes to see that Zhu Xiangqing was actually pulling her and getting physical with her ass. Well, in that instant, he suddenly felt the urge to snap off the man's hand. However, he didn't want to scare her, so he suppressed his malicious, dark thoughts and approached her, pretending to be a stranger to help her get out of her quandary. After exiting the room, Ning Xi was finally able to relax. Tingxiao, thank you. If it weren't for you, I probably would have gotten into trouble tonight. If words had not worked with that person, she would have been forced to resort to physical violence. What's wrong with getting into trouble? I'm here to help you clean up any trouble. If you encounter a situation like this in the future, you're not allowed to let yourself be taken advantage of again. Tingxiao lectured her with a grave expression. Ning Xi laughed and sighed. It really feels great to have someone back me up. When little treasure no longer needed her, and the time came for her to leave the Lu home, would she and Tingxiao become strangers? For some reason, that thought made her feel a trace of sadness. Tingxiao ruffled the girl's hair. I could support you for a lifetime if you would let me. Ning Xi waved away the forbidden thoughts running in her head. I'm fine now. I can go back on my own. Are you sure you'll be fine on your own? Tingxiao didn't look reassured at all. I'm fine. You should hurry and go back in. Ning Xi waved her hand as she walked backwards. Tingxiao had known ahead of time that her crew would be here for dinner, which was why he had accepted the invitation from those people earlier to this boring party. Of course, he also knew which room Ning Xi was in. Therefore, when he saw Ning Xi walking away in the wrong direction, Tingxiao sighed helplessly. He caught up to her within a few strides. Forget it. I'll send you back. What's your room number? Oh, it's 801. 801 isn't in this direction. Tingxiao held her up and guided her in the right direction. Tingxiao didn't stop until he had delivered her to the door. Go in and don't run all over the place again. If you have to go to the restroom, bring a friend with you. If you can't find someone, asking Jiang Mai is fine too. Asking Jiang Mai to accompany her to the restroom? I got it. Thanks for personally bringing me back, Big Boss Lu. Ning Xi reached out her hands and made a heart sign. Tingxiao smiled as the remaining dark thoughts in his mind were completely erased. Send me a text when you leave later. Let's go back together. Chapter 123, A Kiss to Stake His Claim. It was only after Ning Xi had returned that Jiang Mai could finally relax. Why did you take so long? I almost thought you fell into the toilet bowl. Something worse happened. I fell into a wolf's den. Ning Xi leaned back against the sofa, her face still containing traces of lingering fear. What do you mean? Jiang Mai's brows drew together. I walked into the wrong room. That room was full of the big shots of this city, and there was even this wretched fatty who forcefully held on to me and refused to let me go. He even made me accompany him in drinking. What did you say? Jiang Mai's expression immediately changed. He looked her up and down with anxiety. Then how did you get back here? Ning Xi hummed. That's because I had good luck. I ran into the boss of the big shots. Hearing this, Jiang Mai's expression darkened. Don't tell me it was Tingxiao. Ning Xi snapped her fingers. Bingo. That's right. Big Boss Lu is too cool. He appeared right in the nick of time to save me from the fire, and he even escorted me back to the right room himself. Jiang Mai, wasn't Tingxiao supposed to have high IQ and low EQ? Was this smooth man really the same Tingxiao that he knew? After the dinner ended, everyone said their goodbyes one by one. Ning Xi, how are you going home? Do you want me to send you? Yi Linglong asked. Thank you, Yijia. There's no need. I have a friend nearby. My friend will send me home. Then I'm leaving first. Okay, be careful on the road. My, how about you? How are you leaving? Guo Qixing asked. I'm waiting for my manager. All right, then see you all tomorrow. If the weather permits, we'll continue filming today's scene. Wasn't it strange that it rained and hailed today? Guo Qixing mumbled gloomily. As the crew left one by one, only Ning Xi and Jiang Mai remained at the entrance. Bored and drunk, Ning Xi was close to her limits. She was leaning against the golden pillar at her back with half-lowered eyes, looking like a dead dog. Jiang Mai cast a sideways glance at her. Ming Ji will be arriving soon. Don't bother waiting for your friend, just go back with me. Wait a minute. Don't tell me the one you're waiting for is. Before he could finish his words, a man dressed in a suit walked out from the hotel lobby. Under the moonlight, his steady footsteps carried him to Ning Xi, who was currently dozing off. His voice sounded like the breeze on a summer night. Ning Xi. Ning Xi blurrily opened her eyes. Tingxiao. The man before her had already become her safe harbor. The moment his figure appeared in her sights, she collapsed to the side as she let go of her last bit of consciousness. Seeing the situation, Jiang Mai was shocked. Before he could reach out to support her, someone else had already gotten there first. The girl collapsed safely into his arms. Tingxiao tidied the girl's messy hair with a warm gaze, before his other arm reached under her knees, and he picked her up with ease. At the same time, a black Maybach had already stopped by the entrance silently. The driver speedily alighted and held the car door open. Seeing that Tingxiao was treating him as if he didn't exist and was about to carry Ning Xi into the car, Jiang Mai finally couldn't hold back his impulse any longer. He quickly switched on the sound recording function on his phone before, shouting from behind them, "Uncle!" Tingxiao's footsteps paused. He only turned the slightest back and questioned him with his gaze, as if he was asking whether something was the matter. Jiang Mai gritted his teeth. Did he even have to ask what the problem was? Could he not show such a matter-of-fact expression? What intentions do you have towards Ning Xi? Jiang Mai stared directly at him and spoke straightforwardly. Hearing this, Tingxiao lowered his gaze to look at the girl sleeping peacefully in his arms, towards Ning Xi. Yes, don't you think your attitude towards Ning Xi is strange? Isn't it too ambiguous? Jiang Mai resisted the strong pressure from the man and continued speaking. At the same time, he gripped the phone in his hands tightly, waiting anxiously for the man's reply. Tingxiao looked at the young man before him with an indifferent gaze. I believe I've made my intentions clear enough. If you still don't understand. In the next second, Jiang Mai's pupils abruptly contracted. The man in front of him didn't speak, but lowered his head and lightly touched the girl's lips with his own instead. After 3 seconds, the man withdrew with an expression of utmost yearning and affection. Before he left, his cold gaze shot towards the dumbstruck young man behind him. Is it clear now? Chapter 124. No Cure for My Idiocy. It was late at night. Platinum Palace number 6. A blonde fellow was rolling on his bed like a top. Damn it, damn it. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn. Lei Ming sat on the sofa opposite him. With a helpless expression, he yawned. You've already cursed for the 250th time. What happened tonight? Jiang Mai immediately revealed a harsh glint in his eyes. Even his little canines looked a little fierce in the light. Don't mention the numbers 250 to me. I'm a freaking living 250. That little Ning Xi was right, telling me that she took away that 0.1 point because of my IQ. Damn it, damn it, damn it. I'm so stupid that there's no cure for my idiocy. What was the use of switching on the recorder? Why didn't I film that secretly? Why? The corner of Lei Ming's mouth twitched as he sweated, completely not understanding why Mai was in a craze. However, there was one point that he could understand. Every time Mai went crazy like this, it had something to do with Ning Xi. Mai, are you trying to get back together with Ning Xi? Jiang Mai froze as if he had been turned to stone. He snorted fiercely before saying, I would have to be crazy to get back together with that bastard. Because of what she did, I'm still having nightmares at night. Lei Ming looked at Jiang Mai speechlessly. He looked completely like a spurned housewife right now. It was clear that Mai liked her, but he was still denying it. Actually, he had always suspected that back then while Jiang Mai and Ning Xi had been together, that Jiang Mai had really fallen in love with Ning Xi. Otherwise, why would he have gotten that angry when he discovered the truth? As for his feelings towards Ning Xi now, perhaps it was because there was a fine line between love and hate? However, he might also be having feelings for her because he couldn't have her. Jiang Mai was still in the midst of tossing and rolling about when the phone by his bedside rang. Jiang Mai wasn't in the mood to answer it, so finally, it was Lei Ming who picked up his phone and glanced at it. "Your father called." "My dad." Jiang Mai immediately sat up. Because he had entered the entertainment industry, his old man had quarreled with him until they were like enemies. Why would he take the initiative to call him now? Unease flashed across his heart as he immediately picked up the call. Because it had been too long since they had last talked, and he was still feeling a grudge in his heart, Jiang Mai didn't even greet his father. He said in a cool tone, "Chairman Jiang, what business do you have calling me this late at night?" A helpless sigh came from the other end of the phone. The man spoke with an extremely tired tone. "Mai, just come home. The company's about to collapse." Jiang Mai's expression immediately changed. "What do you mean the company's about to collapse? What happened?" "There was a spy in the company, and something went wrong with the collaboration we had with HN. Right now, I can't trust anyone. The only one I can trust is you. Do you really have the heart to watch the company that Dad has been building for most of his life be destroyed in a single day?" Jiang Tingwang was practically begging. Jiang Mai's hand tightened around his phone. "I won't retire from the entertainment industry. I've also said that I'll never return to take over your company. Mai, I'm not asking you to retire from the entertainment industry. Do as you wish about taking over the company. I only hope that you can find some time to come back and help me." Jiang Mai was the kind of person that would only yield to coaxing, but not to coercion. This was the first time that his old man was lowering himself and talking to him like this, as he had always acted like a tyrant at home. He couldn't bear to see his old man acting like this, so he didn't reject the request immediately, but he sat on the fence and said, "I've been very busy lately. Let me think about it." After Jiang Mai hung up the call, Lei Ming immediately said with concern, "Something happened with your dad's company? Family matters are more important, so I can help you adjust your schedule for work." Chapter 125. Little Bun is angry. Jiang Mai had a headache. "But what about the movies that I'm still in the middle of filming? Don't tell me that I have to cancel them." Lei Ming muttered to himself for a moment before stating his analysis. "Not necessarily. Land Under Heaven is a movie set in ancient times, so there'll be many large scenes. It'll take a longer period of time to finish filming the whole movie as well. I can negotiate with the director to have your scenes all pushed to the end, and we'll take responsibility for any possible losses within this period of time. I'm sure Guiqixing will agree to this." Jiang Mai scratched his head in frustration. "It looks like that's all we can do. Damn it. Why does it seem like everything's going wrong lately? That collaboration with HN should have been finalized, so nothing could possibly have gone wrong with it. It even hailed while filming a kissing scene in the middle of summer." The more he spoke, the more he started to feel that something wasn't right. Finally, Jiang Mai punched his mattress. "Shit. Lu Tingxiao, aren't you too shameless?" In the Lu residence, seeing Daddy bringing a drunk Annie Xiaoxi home, Little Treasure's expression was full of reproach and accusation. Lu Tingxiao placed Ning Xi on the bed before he met his son's gaze and raised an eyebrow as he explained, "I wasn't the one who made her drink." Little Treasure's face still held reproach and accusation. Lu Tingxiao was helpless. "Fine. It was still my fault that I didn't take proper care of her." Seeing Daddy's sincere attitude, Little Treasure finally rescinded his unhappy gaze. He trotted over to the bathroom, and within moments, he came out with a warm towel. He removed his shoes, climbed onto the bed in one movement, then carefully kneeled by Ning Xi's side and wiped her face for her. When he was done with her face, he moved on to wipe her hands. Little Treasure looked extremely attentive and earnest. Seeing his son acting like a filial child, while Lu Tingxiao was gratified, he also felt like sighing at the same time. He had never been able to receive such treatment even as Little Treasure's very own dad. "Ooh, my head hurts." The little bun's heart ached when he heard Ning Xi's groans of pain. He hurriedly leaned over and tried to blow away the pain from Ning Xi's head. A glint flashed through Lu Tingxiao's eyes. He looked at his son and said, "This is part of your Annie Xiaoxi's work. I can't interfere with it. However, if it's you, you could try to persuade her to try her best to drink less from now on. She listens to you." The little bun felt rather pleased hearing that. With a serious expression on his face, he nodded, indicating that he was accepting this very important mission. The next morning, upon waking up, Ning Xi saw the little bun leaning by her bedside, with a severe expression on his little face. He looked extremely unhappy. Ning Xi hurriedly sat up. Darling, what happened? Did something bad happen? Look at your expression. You look just like your dad. Saying so, she pinched his little face, finding it adorable. The little bun quickly took out a writing pad from behind him, then started to flip through the pages one by one. Ning Xi saw that the little bun had drawn a few educational comics. Using pictures and words, he had illustrated the harm that drinking alcohol did to the heart, blood, bones, stomach, pancreas and liver, etc. one by one. After he had finished flipping through the pages, the little bun stared at her with a strict gaze, his meaning clear. Ning Xi coughed lightly. Darling. Actually, alcohol isn't as terrible as you might think. It can lower the levels of harmful cholesterol, raise your self-confidence, activate your brain's power, and even manage your weight. Holding up her fingers, Ning Xi started counting. Although she knew that the little bun was only concerned for her, she couldn't just promise the child something without being able to fulfill the promise. How could she avoid drinking in her industry? Upon hearing this, the little bun's black eyes were filled with anger and disappointment. With a turn of his head, he ran out of the room. Hey, don't go. Ning Xi scratched her head awkwardly. Chapter 126, Loving You More Every Day. After a while, Ning Xi finished washing up before she headed downstairs. She greeted the little bun as usual. Hey, good morning, darling. However, the little bun refused to acknowledge her. He even turned his face to one side in an arrogant, yet adorable manner. Ning Xi, Lu Tingxiao, who was currently sitting at the dining table and reading the newspaper, raised an eyebrow in surprise upon seeing the situation. He tossed a puzzled gaze at Ning Xi. The two of you are fighting? How rare. Ning Xi rubbed her nose. Little Treasure was trying to persuade me to quit drinking just now. After I told him that there were also many benefits in drinking alcohol, he got angry at me. So that was what had happened. Lu Tingxiao nodded in understanding. The cogs in Ning Xi's head turned before she immediately requested an alliance. Lu Tingxiao, could you help me talk to Little Treasure? Aren't there plenty of benefits in drinking alcohol as well? Since Lu Tingxiao also had to drink at social gatherings, she thought that he would stand on her side for sure. Lu Tingxiao turned to his right and looked at Ning Xi, whose expression was full of expectation. He then turned to his left to look at his son, who was clearly indignant. He held a fist up to his mouth and coughed lightly. There are indeed benefits to drinking. Ning Xi immediately slapped her thigh in excitement. Little bun, see, I was right. The little bun immediately tossed a look of contempt at his dear dad. He had clearly been the one to suggest it last night, but now he had changed sides from just a single plea by Annie Xiaoxi. He didn't stick to his principles. Realizing that his son was looking at him like a traitor, Lu Tingxiao lost his smile and continued speaking. However, the harm of drinking alcohol far outweighs the benefits. Furthermore, you have to drink an appropriate amount to reap the benefits mentioned. Thus, unless you really can't avoid it, it would be best to drink as little as you can. Having said so, he added on, I've been trying to quit drinking. Recently, when he finished speaking, Ning Xi immediately sprawled on the table listlessly. Big boss, what happened to our alliance? After a moment, she had finally accepted the fact that the big bun and the little bun were allied against her. She raised her hand to indicate her surrender and said, all right. I'll try to drink less if I can in the future. I won't boast about my capacity for liquor. I won't compete in drinking with others, and I'll make sure I can stop once I start drinking. Can you forgive me now, darling? Little Treasure examined her expression and only nodded after determining that she was being sincere. He reached out his chubby little hand and patted her head lightly, the same way she usually did when she was praising him, as if saying that she was a good child. Ning Xi really didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Other than that, her heart was filled with the warmth of the care and concern she felt from them. She picked up the little bun and kissed him. Darling, you're so cute, even when you're angry. I'm loving you even more every single day. What should I do? Little Treasure's eyes lit up. He was very happy. Lu Tingxiao, who had to face loving scenes like this almost every day. His son only had to act cute to get what he wanted. However, he had to think through his every move carefully to navigate through many trials. At the chairman's office in Crown Real Estate, Zhu Xiangqing's fierce-looking face trembled as he stood up. Slamming his palm on the table, That's impossible. We've always done things this way, and we've never seen any complaints from the Lu Corporation about it. Why do they have issues this time? The manager's face was filled with anxiety. There have been changes within the Lu Corporation's internal departments recently, so they've gotten more strict on quality control. We have to see what the Lu Corporation has to say about this matter. If they close one eye regarding this matter, then we'll pass. If they're going to get serious about it, then it's ultimately a problem with our quality, and we're the ones who violated the contract. Zhu Xiangqing paced back and forth violently. Then what can we do now? Rumor has it that it was Lu Tingxiao who personally sent the order to reject the agreement, so we can only try solve this by approaching him, the manager muttered to himself. Upon hearing this, Zhu Xiangqing's mood became even more irritable. Nothing works on Lu Tingxiao. He won't be moved by force, persuasion, bribes, or women. It's just a dead end if we try to solve this by approaching him. No, wait. If it's women, maybe there's one person who can do it. Chapter 127. I'll do whatever you want. When she arrived on set, Ning Xi was told that the filming schedule had been completely changed, the reason being that Jiang Mai had gone on leave due to family issues. That fellow, he would grumble by her side for half the day when it came to things that mattered. As much as a fart, yet he hadn't even mentioned anything to her when something so big had happened. Ning Xi immediately called him to ask. Jiang Mai's tone didn't sound very good. Why would I talk to you about it? Weren't you resenting me for giving you trouble? Didn't you want me to mind my own business? Didn't you want me to get as far away from you as possible? Well, your wish has been granted. Hearing this, Ning Xi's temper rose. Jiang Mai, did you eat gunpowder? Jiang Mai was feeling extremely stifled. He was angry at himself, angry over the fact that he had been so stupid. Finally, he suppressed his emotions and calmed down before speaking. I'm at my dad's company now, and I've been running about like a dog the whole day. I can't get away from this mess. If you have the time tonight, log into the game. I sent something to you. Happy birthday. Also, I sent some things to your email. Look at them yourself. It's up to you whether you want to believe them or not. That's all. Bye. This fellow. Ning Xi looked at her phone grudgingly after the call cut. At this moment, Guo Qixing came over to inform her. Ning Xi, I believe you've heard about Mai's matter. You were supposed to continue filming that kissing scene today, but we've switched it to a match between you and Xue. I'll get someone to send you the new schedule later. Ning Xi nodded. I got it, director. Having said so, she found a remote corner and nestled under the shade of a tree to read the script. While engrossed in reading, the sound of footsteps came to her ears. From the corner of her eyes, she caught sight of a figure that brought up a natural response of disgust. It was Su Yan who was walking over. It had been Su Yan who had sent over Ning Xi today. Since it was her birthday, Su Yan had applied for a day's leave and had been accompanying her all day on set. The ladies on set were all going crazy from jealousy. Ning Xi didn't have the patience to speak with him, so she only lifted her gaze, asking him whether he had any business with her. Su Yan held out an ice-cold beverage to her before carefully asking, Xiaoxi, you'll come to Shua's birthday, right? Ning Xi didn't take the bottle. She looked at him as if she were looking at an idiot. Are you sure you want to ask me such an obvious question? Xiaoxi, it's your birthday today as well. If you can come, we can celebrate your birthday too. I've already spoken to Uncle and Anne about it, and they've agreed. Ning Xi rolled her eyes. Wow. Thanks for celebrating my birthday in passing. Su Yan's brows drew together in a frown before he gave a long sigh. Ning Xi, I feel like I don't know you anymore. When can you return to being the kind and considerate Xiaoxi from back then? Ultimately, everything that had happened back then was my fault. If not for me, Shuela wouldn't have done something like that. If you want to blame someone, then blame me. Shuela is innocent. All these years, she's been living in guilt. What she really hopes for is to get your blessing. I really hope you can come. Guilt. Every time she spoke with Su Yan, Ning Xi felt like she was listening to a huge joke. Is she guilty that she's occupying my position? Guilty that she stole away my parents? Guilty that she slept with my man? Then she really has enough to be guilty about. Also, don't mention being kind to me. Back then, I wasn't being kind. I was being a damn idiot. Su Yan's expression turned ugly, but he continued speaking with a staunch look. Xiaoxi, as long as you agree to forgive Shuela, other than having me testify in court, I'll do whatever you want. Are you sure? Ning Xi raised an eyebrow. I'm sure. Su Yan nodded. Chapter 128. It really burns my eyes to watch. Ning Xi put down the script in her hands and looked at him calmly. Okay, tonight at the birthday party, I want you to dump Ning Xiaolaw. Compared to the humiliation I suffered in the past, I'm only asking that she be dumped. Have I been kind-hearted and understanding enough? Su Yan's complexion paled slightly. Shall she that? Ning Xi, how could you be like this? The sound of Ning Xiaolaw's sobs suddenly came from behind. Ning Xi crossed her arms and spoke leisurely. What did I do? Ning Xiaolawa looked at Ning Xi with anger and pity. Sure enough, you're still unable to let go of Yengij. That's why you hate me so much. You hate me for stealing him away. But how could you be so selfish as to use such a cruel way to break us apart? Yengij doesn't even love you. What's the point of doing this? When he saw that Ning Xiaolaw had become so worked up that she could barely breathe, Su Yin rushed to pat her back and comfort her. Shua, don't get so emotional. I think Xiao was just speaking offhandedly. Ning Xi smiled as she watched the two people in such an overdramatic manner. I certainly wasn't speaking offhandedly. Unless you weren't being serious just now when you said that you'd do whatever I want. Yengij, just look at her. We asked her to forgive us with sincerity and humility, but what about her? She has been making things difficult for us each and every time. You aren't actually planning on agreeing to her shameless request, are you? Ning Xiaolawa's expression was filled with panic as she lifted her head to look helplessly at Su Yan. Silly girl, how could I? Su Yan patted her head gently. Then, he looked reproachfully at Ning Xi. Sorry, Xiao, I can't agree to this request of yours. Ning Xi finally grew tired of playing around. She sneered as her interest waned. In a flash, her eyes turned into daggers. Then get out of my sight. Ning Xi, what sort of attitude is this? If anyone's at fault, it's me. This has nothing to do with Yengij. How could you treat him like this? Ning Xiaolawa defended Su Yin protectively. Ning Xi clapped her hands in applause. Your feelings for each other could move the heavens and bring people to tears. Well then, Ning Xiaolawa, surely you would also be willing to do anything to make up for your crimes, and be willing to do anything for Su Yin, right? Ning Xiaolawa's brows pinched tightly when she heard Ning Xi's words. Who knew what sort of trap this woman was leading her into? However, there was only way she could answer this question. Of course. What do you want? Ning Xi deliberately muttered to herself for a long time under Ning Xiaolawa's alert stare before speaking. Since things are like this, it's fine if Su Yin doesn't dump you. So long as you give up your status as the Ning family's eldest miss and return to Spring Wind Town's Tang family village and live as Tingxiao. Then, all the debts between the three of us can be wiped clean. What do you think? Ning Xiaolawa suddenly opened her eyes wide, as if she had heard something extremely terrifying. She shook her head violently. No way. Ning Xi, how could you be so cruel? How could you force me to leave mother and father, and force me to leave the home where I have lived for over 20 years? Ning Xi impatiently waved her hand to interrupt Ning Xiaolawa. That's enough. That's enough. Your acting is so terrible, you might as well just stop. It really burns my eyes to watch. I've asked you two before to stay away from me as far as possible, but it's always the two of you who are constantly coming to approach me for forgiveness and asking me to come up with some sort of request. You two even solemnly vowed that you'd do whatever I asked. When I actually came up with one, your faces had, oh no, how can you be so heartless, so shameless, and so unreasonable written all over them. How is this making amends? Your words were spoken so pleasantly, but they only apply under the conditions that your own interests aren't harmed, and the request is an insignificant act of charity. The two of you don't seem to find this hypocritical, but I find it rather nauseating. Therefore, I have only one word for you two. Scram. Chapter 129, Like a Fox Spirit. Su Yin and Ning Xiaolawa returned to the dressing room with depressed and dejected expressions. Ning Xiaolawa was at a loss for what to do. She stood in front of Su Yin, and a tear fell from the corner of her eye. Yengij, do you blame me? Do you blame me for not agreeing to Ning Xi's request? Feeling his heart ache, Su Yin reached out to wipe the tear on her cheek. Why would I blame you? Ning Xiaolawa threw herself into his arms as if she had just been granted redemption. Yengij, thank you. Thank you for believing in me, for understanding me. It's not that I can't give up the riches and position of the Ning family. I just can't leave behind my father and mother. Once I think of leaving them behind, of never seeing them again, It's okay, don't cry anymore. I know all of this. Suyin patted her back gently and sighed. I was too naive, thinking that she was the same Xiao she is before. I promise you. From now on, I won't let her bully you, and I won't let her hurt you. Yin Gij. Ning Xi stared at the man before her with infatuated eyes. Her smooth arms wrapped around his neck as she delivered her lips to him. We're still on set. What if someone sees? So what if they see? You're my boyfriend. Ning Xi protested coquettishly and sat in his lap. Her fingers stroked his chest before she undid the buttons on his shirt one by one. Hey, Ning Xi, I'm going to sleep with your man. How about it? After a short moment, pants and gasps sounded from within the dressing room. And in, Yin Gij, you're awesome. Harder. A little harder. Yin Gij, who do you think is better? Me or Ning Xi? Who's better? Of course it's you. If they were talking about looks, Ning Xi actually won over Ning Xi in that department. However, she had been rather introverted and timid in the past. She had no knowledge of the birds and the bees, let alone taking the initiative to do something to make him happy. At first, he had liked how pure she was compared to other girls. However, as time passed, it quickly got old. However, the current Ning, she was like a completely different person. It was as if she was an alluring fox spirit. Her personality had clearly taken a turn for the worse, and she couldn't even be reasoned with now. However, it was hard to turn his gaze away from her. The man's breathing quickened. At the last moment, the image that surfaced in his mind was the faint, careless smile on her face. Shiwalawajia, filming is about to start. Can I call the makeup artist over to put on your makeup? The little assistant was blushing as she stood outside the door awkwardly. She had been by Ning Xiaolua's side for so long that she was already accustomed to things like this happening. What pure and innocent virgin. Ning Xiaolua was clearly a temptress. The fans should really hear how wanton their goddess sounded like in bed. When Ning Xi had finished her preparations, she had to wait half an hour before Ning Xi finally walked over slowly. Sorry for making everyone wait. My skin isn't very good today, so I spent more time on makeup. Ning Xiaolua explained apologetically, her voice hoarse and languid. The gaze she cast at Ning Xi was filled with pride and provocation. When she walked past Ning Xi, she even purposely adjusted her collar, showing off the red hickeys on her neck. With her flushed face, misty eyes, and the particular, sweet smell on her body, it was as if she was afraid that everyone wouldn't be able to tell what she had just done. A vein throbbed on Ning Xi's forehead. If not for the sake of filming, she would have refused to breathe the same air as Ning Xua out of disgust. Gua Qixing clapped his hands. All right, since everyone's here, let's start. Take your places, everyone. Action. Chapter 130. Who cares if the world drowns after I die? Dusk was setting in a forest of bamboo. 2 women stood facing each other. One was dressed in vibrant red, and the other in flawless white. Shangguaningrong had a solemn expression. Meng Chang'e, I can understand that you were pursuing revenge for the sake of your brothers. However, you've already killed Consort Xian. Isn't that enough? Don't tell me that you're going to bring down the entire kingdom. Meng Chang'e's long, red sleeves tossed and tumbled in the wind like a burning flame. She looked down on the person before her, as if she was looking disdainfully on an ant. This kingdom was won by the efforts of my Meng family. So what if I destroy it now? Shangguaningrong was enraged. You're too unreasonable. You were once a general who protected the soil of this country. Why have you become so petty? Don't tell me you're willing to see this land enveloped in the flames of war and the people still suffering 100 years later? Meng Chang'e's hair flew wildly in the wind. She cast her gaze downwards and stroked her perfect, long nails. In a crazed tone, she said, Who cares if the world drowns after I die? That's perfect. Gua Qixing was so moved that he didn't know how else to describe it. Yi Linglong had specially come to the set today. After watching the scene, she let out a long sigh. She showed a relieved expression. In this movie, the role I was the most worried about wasn't Shangguaningrong, but Meng Chang'e. When I first created Meng Chang'e, I didn't cast her as the villain on purpose. I'm leaving it to the audience to decide whether she's a hero or a villain. As for how the audience can decide this, it's all dependent on how the actress interprets the role. If the actress doesn't have enough skill to play the role properly, then Ming Chang'e will be seen as the biggest villain of the movie. However, if the actress can pull it off, then Ming Chang'e's depths would be shown perfectly. It was clear that Ning Xi was the latter. Guo Qixing's expression was full of excitement. He said confidently, "I have a feeling that Ning Xi will get an award for her role." Wang Taihan nodded a few times. She's a good sprout. Although Starlight has lost Jia Qingqing, they still have a rising star, Ning Xi. They've practically profited from this. Cut. Good work. Take a break before we start the next scene. Since they had cleared this scene in one take, Guo Qixing's earlier gloominess from Jiang Mai's sudden leave was instantly lifted. When they returned to the break room, Ning Xi called over her assistant the moment she sat down and inquired, "What was the director saying to the rest just now?" The little assistant looked as if she wanted to speak, but didn't know where to start. "They praised Ning Xi." Ning Xi sneered. The little assistant nodded. Director Guo said that Ning Xi acted perfectly. Screenwriter Yi said that Ning Xi's acting was so good that she turned Ming Chang'e into the protagonist. Producer Wang also praised Ning Xi and said that she would probably go further than Jia Qingqing. Director Guo even said, what else did he say? He said that Ning Xi might get an award for her role. The little assistant said weakly. Ning Xi slammed her hand on the armrest. What a boast. Nowadays, awards are based on background. Does he think that awards are given out without any support from behind the scenes? So what if she gets an award? At most, she can only get Best Supporting Actress. Isn't she just there to be my foil? The little assistant quickly agreed. It's exactly as Shualaojia says. She's just acting as a temptress. How can she compare with you? The audience isn't blind. Ning Shualao's expression warmed a little, but the dark clouds in her eyes didn't completely dissipate. She lowered her voice and said, "That thing we prepared before. It's time for action." The little assistant cried out in surprise before hurriedly covering her mouth. "We're really doing that? But it's too dangerous. What if you stop dawdling? If I order you to do it, then go." Ning Shualao's face was full of impatience. "I got it. I'll go tell that person now." At this moment, Su Yan's concerned voice sounded from behind. "Shualaoa, what happened? Your complexion don't seem to look too well." Chapter 131, An Accident or Not. Ning Shualaoa immediately switched to a bashful expression upon seeing Su Yan. "It was because of you tiring me out. You were clearly the one seducing me." Su Yan had a helpless expression. Following that, he held up the plastic bags he was carrying. "I bought chicken porridge for you so that you can regain your strength. Don't keep saying that you're tired now. You're so annoying." The next scene followed closely after the previous one. It was a battle in the bamboo forest. Upon seeing that Ming Chang'e had already gone crazy and wouldn't listen to reason, after a moment of hesitation, Shangguan Ningrong was prepared to kill her to avoid trouble later on. After the martial arts instructor taught them for more than 2 hours, the two of them were almost done learning the moves. The director had been prepared to find stunt doubles for them at first, but since Ning Xi was rather good at martial arts and had even been a stunt double before, she definitely didn't need one. Ning Shualaoa had then indicated that she wanted to try the scene herself. Guo Qixing naturally wanted the best effect for the movie, so he had agreed. The professional stuntmaster helped to set them up in their rigs. After checking a few times and confirming that everything was set up properly, filming started. Ming Chang'e is already dead. Shangguan Ningrong shut her eyes and spoke with heartache and regret. The person standing in front of her was just a beautiful and dangerous shell, a weapon that was going to destroy this kingdom. In the next second, murderous intent surged up in Shangguan Ningrong's eyes. At the same time, she drew the sword at her waist and charged towards Ming Chang'e. As if she had already predicted Shangguan Ningrong's actions, Ming Chang'e stood calmly on the spot. It wasn't until the sword was already inches away from her nose that she moved. Just by stretching out both arms and touching the ground with the tips of her toes, she flew backwards like a bird and avoided Shangguan Ningrong's attack. Shangguan Ningrong breathed out coldly and took up her sword again. Ming Chang'e took her time to dodge Shangguan Ningrong's attacks. It was like a cat toying with a mouse. Finally, she casually drew the sword she carried on the waist of her red dress and started to counterattack with fierce moves. After just 10 or so moves, Shangguan Ningrong was on the losing end. She was almost pushed off the bamboo branches a few times. Even though Shangguan Ningrong had some skill with the sword, She was like an infant before the mighty general who had slain entire armies, Meng Chang'e. Shang Wanningrong had overestimated herself. She had thought that Meng Chang'e's skills would have rusted away after concealing herself in the palace for so long. Who would have thought that she wasn't even a match for Meng Chang'e? However, it was already too late when she realized that she had underestimated her enemy. In the end, Meng Chang'e finally had enough of playing around. Her gaze turned chilly as her sword pierced straight toward Shang Wanningrong's chest with the force of 10,000 soldiers. Shirk! It was the sound of a sharp blade entering a body. Shang Wanningrong held onto her chest, pain written all over her face. Like a kite with a broken string, she tumbled from the sky above the sea of bamboo. Next, there was supposed to be a close-up featuring Meng Chang'e's expression. Guo Qixing was watching Ning Xi's performance with rapt attention, but found that there was something wrong with Ning Xi's expression. Ning Xuelua is hurt. Save her. Quickly. Still suspended in midair on wires, Ning Xi suddenly shouted. After everyone froze blankly for a moment, they realized that that wasn't a line and that Ning Xue was really hurt. The set turned into a frenzied mess as everyone surrounded Ning Xuelua. After being let down from the wire, Ning Xi hurriedly pressed down on the wound on Ning Xuelua's chest that was spewing blood. Quick, call the ambulance. Right after she finished speaking, she was suddenly pushed away with great force. Su Yin flew over, pale with fright. He carried Ning Xuelua in his arms tightly. Xuelua, Xuelua, what happened to you? Yin Gij, it hurts so much. Don't be scared. I'm here. You'll be fine. You'll definitely be all right. Chapter 132. These are her parents. Ning Xi. Hey, I was pressing properly on her wound, but you just pushed me away and now you're just watching her bleed out with an expression full of heartache. Are you crazy? Have you gotten addicted to acting out unnecessary drama? If it weren't for more urgent matters, Ning Xi would have scolded him with her hands on her hips. What happened? Guo Qixing hurried over with rage written on his face. Ning Xi pinched the bridge of her nose. I realized that it didn't feel right after I pierced her. The blade didn't retract. It was supposed to be a retractable sword. Once it met force, it should have retracted. She had not expected that an accident like this would happen. Guo Qixing flew into a rage. Where's the prop director? Come out now. I told you 1,000,000 times to check everything properly. We can't afford any accidents happening. How did you do your work? The prop director stumbled and ran over, sweating hard. Director Guo, everything was fine when I checked it. There shouldn't be any problems. Guo Qixing slapped him with the script in his hands and roared. Then tell me what happened just now. Problems had been occurring on set since the start. His patience was close to its limit. At this moment, Wang Taihe suddenly asked, who was the last one to touch this sword? It should be Ning Xi. I handed the sword over to her right after I finished inspecting it. She's been holding it all the time to practice. It's my fault. I should have checked it again before filming started. The prop director apologized continuously. Hearing this, Ning Xi's pupils contracted. She would have to be an idiot if she didn't realize what was happening by now. At this moment, everyone present had mixed expressions. Guo Qixing glared at the prop director before he looked at Ning Xi with a complicated gaze. Finally, while holding back his anger, we'll discuss this later. We have to send her to the hospital first. Lock down the whole set. Don't let the news get out. In Beijing's First People's Hospital, while Ning Xuelua's wound was being treated, Su Yin was accompanying her inside. Ning Xi stood in the corridor outside the ward, her back against the cold hospital wall as the cogs turned in her brain. Ning Xuelua deserved to be called the ancestor of all innocent flowers. Even her pity ploys were at the next level. Wasn't Ning Xuelua afraid that she wouldn't stop in time and just stab her to death? Unfortunately, she had immediately stopped the moment she found that something was wrong with the sword, so the wound wasn't too deep. Ning Xuelua suffered a superficial wound at most. However, it was the consequences of this incident that were going to be troublesome. The most pressing matter was to find a way to prove her innocence. Ning Xi was still deep in thought when she heard a burst of hurried footsteps. She had just raised her head when a slap landed smack on her face. Following that, a burning ache came from her cheeks. Bastard! How could you do such a thing to Xuelua? If you have any complaints, then come at me. I was the one who kept her in the Ning family. I was the one who was willing to pamper her and love her. What has Xuelua done wrong? The newcomer shouted at her in hysteria. The look in her eyes was as if she were looking at her sworn enemy. Ning Xi wiped away the blood at the corner of her mouth before slowly raising her head. She watched the wealthy lady before her motionlessly, dressed in a luxurious, noble, and refined manner. This was her mother. Behind Zhuang Lingyu was her father, Ning Yaowa. The same disgust shone in his eyes. If anything happens to Shuiluo, I won't forgive you. Of the two people before her, one was her biological mother and the other was her biological father. From start to end, they never asked for the whole story. Instead, the moment they had come, they only had beatings and threats for her. Ning Xi had millions of lines she could say to make them froth at the mouth in anger. However, right now, it was as if she had been wrung dry of all her energy. She didn't feel like speaking. She only gazed at them with a sinister look in her eyes. Chapter 133. I choose my own way. You vile creature. What kind of look is that? Ning Yaowa flew into a rage. Just as he was about to vent his temper, the door to the ward was opened from the inside. Ning Yaowa and Zhuang Lingyu immediately tossed Ning Xi to the back of their minds and hurriedly went up to the door. Su Yan, how's Shula doing now? She's fine for now. You can go in to see her. Su Yan replied, looking tired. After that, he turned to look at Ning Xi, whose cheek was slightly swollen and red, with a heavy gaze. Zhuang Lingyu immediately threw herself by Ning Xiluo's bedside and looked her up and down. Mummy's darling, how are you feeling? Does it hurt? Do you feel bad anywhere? Ning Xiluo smiled weakly. Mom, I'm fine now. The doctor said that it's just a superficial wound. Zhuang Lingyu stroked her hair tenderly. You're a girl, and this wound is going to leave such a big scar. You're still saying that you'll be fine. If the sword had gone in just a little deeper, you wouldn't be alive now. That damn girl. How could she be so vicious? You even treat her as your older sister. Jie Shi. Ning Xiluo's expression dimmed down, but she bore with it and continued speaking. Dad, Mom, don't blame Jie. It's not her fault. Something went wrong with the prop. Ning Yaowa snorted coldly upon hearing so. Silly child. How could you be so silly? That prop was perfectly fine. How could something have gone wrong with it? After he finished speaking, he turned to the door and shouted at Ning Xi, who was standing there. Bastard, what are you still standing there for? Get in here and apologize to Shuiluo right now. Ning Xi's face held an indifferent expression like an impenetrable mask. There's nothing I have to apologize to her for. If you want to make me apologize, sure, show me the evidence. If you have evidence, then I can even give her my life as compensation. Ning Yaohua's fingers shook as he pointed at her. You're still refusing to admit your mistake even now. I'm leaving you some dignity by not investigating this matter. You're not going to repent until you see your end is near, are you? Do you just have to embarrass me thoroughly before you're satisfied? Heh. So in Ning Yaohua's eyes, it was his image that was the most important. Ning, she sneered. If I really wanted to take revenge on her, you'd be seeing her corpse now. How would you still have the chance to act out a family drama here? Ning Yaohua slammed the table with force. Stop running your mouth at me. Ning Xi, are you going to apologize or not? If you admit your wrongs and apologize, then retire from the entertainment industry. I can take it as if all of this never happened. If you want to have your way. Thank you, but I choose to have my own way. Ning Xi burst out into laughter and waved them goodbye, before turning to leave without looking back. Zhuang Lingyu's face was filled with disbelief. Look at how she's acting. I can't believe I gave birth to such a shameful thing. Ning Yaohua was so angry he had to pace. What a vile creature. She's really angered me now. Ning Xiluo anxiously persuaded. Dad, forget about it. I'm fine now. Don't get angry at Jie. You'll hurt your body. I've already let her off once last time, and she actually did such a thing. She tried to harm you this time. Who knows if she might try to kill you the next time. I can't just forget about this matter. But Dad, all right, don't think about this matter anymore. I'll take care of it. That's right. Let your dad handle it. Just focus on recovering. Your dad will give you a satisfactory result. Ning Xiluo's eyes reddened, and she looked as if she was holding back her resentment from being bullied. With a grateful expression, she said, Thanks, Dad. Thanks, Mom. You don't have to do that. I'm fine. Su Yan, who had been silent since just now, patted her shoulder. Shu, you're just too kind. Ning, she went overboard this time. Uncle's right. We can't let her continue acting so freely. Chapter 134, A Nightgown and Flower Petals. When Ning Xi walked out of the hospital, it was already late in the night. There weren't any stars in the sky, and the moon wasn't shining. There were only a few cars and people out in the streets. She had to admit that while Ning Xi's plan had been rather clumsy and unskillful, she had succeeded in the end. Ning Xi was always using the things she cared the most about to attack her. Su Yan, for example, and her parents. Sometimes, she even started doubting herself, wondering if everything really was her fault. Was it because she was too terrible, too horrible to be endured, that they all hated her, disdained her, and abandoned her? Sometimes she even thought that there was no meaning in her efforts and struggles up till now. Even if she managed to achieve her goal someday and got everything she wanted, was there anyone in the world who would care about it? She was always alone. Ning Xi wandered around aimlessly by the street, lost in thought. She didn't notice that a plateless black car was sneakily following her from behind. When she walked to a place without any people around, two people quickly got down from the car. One of them covered her nose and mouth with a wet cloth, while the other tied her up with a rope. They pulled her into the car with force. The whole process took only 5 seconds. When Ning Xi finally reacted, she had already lost all her strength under the influence of the drugs. Her body had also been bound up tightly, so she couldn't struggle. A bitter smile spilled over from her pale lips. After getting framed, she had gotten kidnapped. This birthday was rather lively. The car drove on smoothly for very long. Ning Xi's eyes were covered with a black cloth. She couldn't tell where this car was driving to, and where these people had come from. Was it Ning Xi? It didn't seem like it. Ning Xi had already won a complete victory over her today, and there was no need to do anything more. Then who was it? Who had she offended recently? 100 thoughts flitted through her head, but she had no answer. Suddenly, she heard a man speaking over a call next to her ear. "Hello, CEO. Yes, we've done it. We're on the way. Right. Please rest assured. We'll definitely send her over on time. This girl's quite pretty. Even me and my brother are a little aroused. Ha. How could we dare to? We'll definitely send her over to you without laying a finger on her." Fright filled Ning Xi's heart. CEO Zhu? She abruptly recalled the incident where she had walked into the wrong room at the Grand Pearl Hotel last night. This CEO Zhu couldn't be Zhu Xiangqing, right? He didn't give up and sent people to kidnap her after he wasn't able to get his way that day. The more Ning Xi thought about it, the more likely it seemed to be the case. She immediately cursed in a low tone. However, when she was trying to think of a way to escape, the drugs seemed to be taking effect. Her consciousness became even foggier, and she quickly slipped into darkness. When Ning Xi recovered a little bit of consciousness, she found that she was still blindfolded. The sound of two women speaking came from within the room. Her mind was still foggy, and she couldn't tell what they were speaking about. She could only feel them stripping away all her clothes, and they proceeded to put on a thin nightgown on her. Following that, they seemed to have scattered something like flower petals on her body. The more Ning Xi thought about it, the more she felt that something wasn't right. With Zhu Xiangqing's impatient personality, he wouldn't be so patient as to do all this for a woman. He would definitely have done her the moment she had been brought back. Right now, they had changed her clothes and even scattered flower petals. She could even smell that they had sprayed perfume on her. That fat pig. That old pervert. If he wanted to take her, then he should just do it. What the hell was he doing? Chapter 135. He prepared a woman. Zhu Xiangqing had heard that there was a drinking party for business tonight, and that Tingxiao would be there. He had rushed over early and even specially made some preparations. In the end, it was exactly as he expected. Tingxiao rejected all his overtures. Tingxiao hadn't even glanced at the priceless antique calligraphy scroll that he had bought through no easy means. He even brought a fresh and bright virgin girl and hinted at giving her to him. But his expression was the same as if he were looking at some vegetables. Just as he was getting anxious, the call he had been waiting for finally came. "Hello, why are you only calling me now? Have you done it yet?" "Yes, we've done it. We're on the way. Hurry up. Bring that person over in 10 minutes. The room is 808, don't get it wrong. Please rest assured. We'll definitely send her over on time. This girl's quite pretty. Even me and my brother are a little aroused. If you dare to touch her, then don't even think about getting the rest of the money. I have uses for that woman." Not a single hair on her head must be missing. Not far away, Tingxiao was sitting on a high chair. He looked at the time on his watch and adjusted his sleeves before standing up. From the looks of it, he was preparing to say his goodbyes and leave. At this moment, a man suddenly burst out of the pool with a toss of his hair, creating a refreshing splash of water. His tan skin looked healthy and alluring, and he had beautiful six-pack abs and a V-line that countless men would die for. The man raised his arrogant and handsome face. His dripping wet hand grabbed onto Tingxiao's calf just as he was about to walk away. With an unhappy tone, he said, Hey, Tingxiao, I was the one who called for this gathering today. Can you give me some face? You're leaving after just half an hour? We're here for a drinking party, and you didn't even have a sip of alcohol after coming here. We have fine wine and beauties here. Can nothing make you stay a while longer? Let go. Tingxiao frowned. He looked as if he was about to step on that man's hands in the next moment. At this moment, Jingli walked over from behind, carrying a wine glass in his hands. He smiled and said, Tianji, haven't you seen that my bro's heart completely isn't even here tonight? Staying for half an hour is already giving you face. Mo Lingtian leaned on the pool's edge with a devil-may-care smile on his face. If his heart isn't here, then where is it? He doesn't have a woman. Jingli looked like he was prepared to shock him as he snorted. Who said that he doesn't? He'll have one soon. What? That's too much. Mo Lingtian was shocked, as expected. With a splash, he jumped out from the pool, his face full of betrayal and anger. Didn't we agree that we would be bros for life? The one who first gets a girl is a dog. Tingxiao cast a sideways glance at him expressionlessly. I don't remember ever agreeing to something so pointless. Jingli couldn't help but spit out. Tianji, you've chosen to walk a solitary path so you can choose to flirt however you want, but my bro has a son. He has to find a mother for his child. Who's the woman? Mo Lingtian frowned as he asked. Tingxiao looked at his watch again. His expression was already extremely impatient. He then strode outside quickly and completely ignored them. Damn, he actually ignored me. What happened to bros before hoes? Mo Lingtian scolded from behind. Tingxiao had left, so Jingli followed behind. Compared to a boring drinking party, he wanted to see how his bro tried to pick up girls. Bro, you're rushing back to celebrate sister-in-law's birthday, right? Do tell what surprises you've prepared for her. I'll help you judge them. Jingli jabbered on as he followed behind Tingxiao, when a fatty came charging out of nowhere. CEO Lu, second young master. The newcomer was sweating like a pig. From the looks of it, he had come running after them. Jingli raised an eyebrow. Yeah, Chairman Zhu. What are you in such a hurry for? I'm looking for CEO Lu. Zhu Xiangqing looked at Tingxiao, face full of flattery. He used both hands to hand over a thin, gold room keycard. CEO Lu, this is a little gift from me. Please accept it. It was clear that he had prepared a woman in the room for Lu. Tingxiao. Chapter 136. Could it be that the person inside was? Right now, Tingxiao didn't feel like dealing with anyone. In order to avoid wasting his time tangling with Zhu Xiangqing, he simply accepted the room key and continued taking long strides forward. When he saw Tingxiao take the card, Zhu Xiangqing was finally able to let out a breath of relief. However, he then worried about whether Tingxiao would actually go to the room. Jingli had a dubious expression as he followed behind. Whoa, bro, you have pretty good luck with women. Zhu Xiangqing must have gotten anxious after you weren't moved by all his bribes, and he must have pulled out all the stops to get you an exceptional woman. Bro, do you want her? Wait, you already have sister-in-law, so I'm sure you won't even spare her a glance. How about giving me the room keycard? Pretty please. I'm actually really curious to see what sort of goddess Zhu Xiangqing managed to find. Tingxiao's fingertips flicked slightly, and that room keycard flew directly towards Jingli. Jingli caught it accurately with just 2 fingers. Wearing an extremely happy expression, he said, Then I'll be going now. Whoa, 808. It's actually a presidential suite. Holding the keycard, Jingli hummed a song and walked cheerfully towards the guest rooms behind him. The elevator went directly to the top floor. With one hand in his pocket, Jingli walked straight towards the last room in the hallway. When he reached the entrance, he swiped the keycard, and the door opened with a beep. Before opening the door, Jingli had an awkward thought. He had only come to check it out of curiosity. What if the woman inside fell for him and didn't let him leave? Even though he didn't believe in getting married, he was a proper person who only got involved in proper romantic relationships. With a kacha sound, the door was finally pushed open. After opening the door, the first thing he saw was the king-sized bed covered in red rose petals. A woman was lying in the middle of the bed. Although the petals partially obscured his vision, he could faintly make out an extremely see-through nightgown as well as a pair of long, white legs. That pair of legs alone was enough to make a man's imagination run wild. Sure enough, Zhu Xianqian had really gone all out this time. While thinking, Lu Jingli continued to take another 2 steps inside. Then, he saw that woman's face. Even though her eyes were covered by a white strip of lace, he could still recognize who the woman on the bed was with a single glance. Whoa! Lu Jingli jumped back in fright, as if he had seen a ferocious beast. His body collided against the door and made a loud noise. Immediately afterwards, he slammed the room door shut and ran crazily down the stairs like a burst of wind. He rushed like a madman all the way to the parking garage entrance, where he made it just in time to see Lu Tingxiao's car. Exiting, he quickly threw himself in front to stop Lu Tingxiao from leaving. After the car screeched to an ear-piercing stop, Lu Tingxiao was just barely able to stop his car. His expression was extremely ugly. Lu Jingli repeatedly knocked on the car window. Before Lu Tingxiao could open his mouth and start scolding him, Lu Jingli pulled him out of the car and spoke as if their house was on fire. Bro, hurry up and come with me. What's going on? It's extremely urgent. It's an extremely urgent matter. You'll understand if you come with me. There's only one thing that matters to me right now. I know you just want to find sister-in-law right now, but this matter is related to sister-in-law. As a result, Lu Tingxiao followed him immediately. Just like this, the 2 people hastily rushed back to the presidential suite 808. Lu Tingxiao cast a glance at the door in front of him with a frosty expression. His eyes indicated that Lu Jingli had best explain why he had suddenly gone insane and dragged him here. Lu Jingli wiped his face and spoke in a low voice as he opened the electronic lock. Go in and see for yourself. Upon hearing those words, Lu Tingxiao's complexion changed slightly. He had realized almost immediately, could it be that the person inside was? Chapter 137, about to go insane. In the next second, Lu Tingxiao reached out and quickly pushed open the door. After one glance, he stopped blankly where he stood. The air was quickly filled with a terrifyingly cold intent. The man's eyes shot towards the nearby Lu Jingli like daggers. You looked. Lu Jingli was so frightened that he pressed up against the door and spoke feebly. If I didn't look, how would I have known that she was sister-in-law? You're not going to get jealous about this too, are you? I can't even see anything with those clothes and flower petals covering her. Also, if I hadn't discovered her thanks to my curiosity, who knows what would have happened to her tonight? No matter how I look at this, my merits outweigh my wrongs. Aside from darling little treasure, where are you going to find a godly assistant as helpful as me? Lu Tingxiao, get out. Yes, sir. Thank you for your grace, my lord. After getting let off the hook this time, Lu Jingli escaped immediately. He knew that curiosity killed the cat, but he couldn't help himself. Even after dodging 1,000 bullets, he still couldn't fix this bad habit of his. After Lu Jingli fled, Lu Tingxiao immediately entered the room and closed the door. When he was about 10 steps away from the bed, his head went blank. On the pure white bed with scarlet flower petals scattered about, with her china-like skin half concealed, the girl's eyelashes were trembling lightly underneath the lace. The single thin layer of fabric she had on was already covered in sweat and clinging tightly to her body. Her delicate little toes had curled up adorably due to her tension and alarm. This scene was like some sort of cruel test for Lu Tingxiao, who had been patiently enduring for so long. He felt his throat dry up. His collar felt so tight, he could barely even breathe. He extended a finger and loosened his tie roughly. Most likely because that action had made a sound. The girl on the bed was so frightened that her entire body started trembling. She tried to shift off the bed with small movements. However, it seemed like she had been drugged. She didn't have any strength at all. After using up all her energy, she had merely moved 2 centimeters. Exhausted, she gasped for breath as her chest rapidly rose and fell. The hair on her temples was dampened with sweat. That scene felt like a single drop of water splashing into scalding hot oil. As if he had been bewitched, Tingxiao seemed to be moving by someone else's will as he walked towards the bed, step by step, until he reached the bedside. The girl keenly sensed that there was a person by the bed. She bit down so hard that she nearly broke her lip and used even more energy in her struggle to leave. With an absent-minded expression, Tingxiao reached out to the girl, as he finally fulfilled his wish of touching the skin he had desired for so long. The burning temperature of her body seemed to travel through his finger and light him on fire. However, in the next second, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his finger. The girl had bitten down fiercely on his finger. Very quickly, bright red blood seeped out of his finger. When he saw the girl's dark red lips wrapped around his finger, even his pain had turned into pleasure. Tingxiao felt like he was about to go insane. The pain didn't clear his mind, but in an instant, the girl biting him suddenly lost her strength. The empty despair on her face hit him like a bucket of cold water, finally causing him to wake up. Damn it! What was he doing? He was fully aware of how scared she was right now. He was fully aware that every second she spent in the dark was torment and suffering. Tingxiao quickly reached out his hands to untie the strip of lace covering her eyes. The girl's eyelashes trembled violently. Then, her eyes slowly opened, as if this was a slow-motion replay of a beauty awakening after 1,000 years of deep sleep. Chapter 138. Lucky it's you. In the next second, the girl opened her eyes fully. In the instant that the man's figure was reflected in those hopeless yet clear eyes, the girl stared dazedly with a perplexed expression, before mistiness quickly gathered in her eyes. Large tears formed, flowing along the rims of her eyes. They appeared one after another, seemingly endless. Ning Xi. Tingxiao was in a complete panic because of the girl's tears. What's wrong? Are you hurting anywhere? I'm sorry I came late. Don't cry anymore. I'll send you to the hospital. You don't cry anymore, okay? His heart was about to stop beating. Ning Xi's eyes were red while tears still rolled down her face. With some effort, she tried to raise her hands, but they fell halfway. Do you want to get up? Tingxiao immediately leaned over and helped to prop her up. Just as he was about to help her off the bed, her arms suddenly embraced his neck. Her head buried into his shoulders, and her body trembled from her cries. Her tears quickly dampened his clothes, flowing along his neck. Tingxiao felt as though a knife was stabbing at his heart. He reached his large hands out to gently pat her, as if she was a fragile piece of glass. Don't be scared. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Due to the extreme panic and fear, Ning Xi cried for at least 10 minutes before she stopped and started to hiccup. Tingxiao patiently helped her to regain her breath, and because he was scared of alarming her, he stiffened his body and didn't dare to move. After a long while, Ning Xi finally calmed down and hoarsely spoke into his ear in an extremely weak and helpless tone he had never heard before. Lucky it's you. She just said, lucky it's you. These 3 words strongly struck him and echoed in his heart. At some time, perhaps even she had not realized it yet, but his girl already trusted him that much. Ning Xi forced out a smile, stammering, Tingxiao, you don't know how horrible today was. Before I saw you, I was already starting to doubt life, and I almost gave up all hope in this world. She had thought that she was infallible, and she had thought that there was nothing more that could knock her off balance. However, when what happened that night 5 years ago was about to happen again, she could not help but fall apart. She had thought about it previously. Even if Zhu Xianqing wasn't intending to take her himself, he was most likely going to give her to someone else. Birds of a feather flocked together. Someone who hung around Zhu Xianqing would definitely be an even more nauseating man. Right now, she was happy that she had guessed wrongly, but she had not expected that the person Zhu Xianqing wanted to curry favor with was actually Tingxiao. Tingxiao's eyes flashed with killing intent, but his tone was extremely gentle when he spoke up. Sorry, I was the one who dragged you into this. I wanted to help you out that night, but it caused a misunderstanding with Zhu Xianqing. I didn't foresee that he would do this kind of thing. How could I blame you? You were trying to help me. Ning Xi suddenly realized she was still sprawled across his body and immediately tried to straighten up, saying awkwardly, I'm sorry, I made your clothes dirty. The girl knelt there with a tear-stained face. After losing the layer of flower petals covering her, Her thin clothes did nothing to protect her modesty. Tingxiao coughed and directed his eyes elsewhere. It's fine. Ning Xi tried to straighten her body, but started to sway. Tingxiao hurriedly supported her. Are you all right? I'll send you to the hospital. Ning Xi flushed and shook her head. With this type of drug, there's no cure even if we go to the hospital. Oh, Tingxiao, can I ask you for a favor? Chapter 139. Emptiness is form. Form is emptiness. What is it? Tingxiao subconsciously braced himself. That strip of cloth that was covering my eyes. Could you help me put it on again? Ning Xi asked in a low voice. Astonishment flashed briefly across Tingxiao's face. Why? Ning Xi helplessly said, out of sight, out of mind. Even though Ning Xi's words were very cryptic, Tingxiao immediately understood and coughed lightly before picking up the lace fabric strip that had been thrown to the ground. He then gently covered her eyes with it and tied it around her head again. The instant that Tingxiao came closer, the fire inside Ning Xi unexpectedly flared up. She hurriedly chanted in her mind, emptiness is form. Form is emptiness. It was only when he had backed away to a safe distance and her sight had been covered that the uproar inside her body slowly calmed down. If it had been someone as disgusting and vulgar as Zhu Xianqing who had come, then it would have been fine. However, it just had to be Tingxiao. She had been drugged with an aphrodisiac, and Tingxiao was basically a catalyst who could increase the effect of the medicine infinitely, creating a reaction that could take a person's life away. Is it okay now? Tingxiao asked. Ning Xi nodded. There's one more thing I need to ask of you. I have no strength left in my body at all. Could you help me get to the bathroom? I'll be fine after I soak in a cold water bath. Wait for a bit. I'll help you fill up the tub. Thank you. The distinct sound of the water splashing in the bathroom rang distinctly in the quiet room. Although she was as blind as before, this time, she felt a sense of ease and relief. After some time, the sound of the water stopped and footsteps could be heard. Can you walk? Tingxiao asked. I think I can. Just support me for a second. Tingxiao reached out his arms to support her and even thoughtfully maintained a distance between them. Only his arms were in contact with her. When her body was finally submerged in the icy water, Ning Xi gave a comfortable sigh. Tingxiao's expression tensed up. I'm leaving first. If you need anything, just call me. Don't soak for too long, and be careful not to catch a cold. Okay. Tingxiao turned and left. The back of his figure conveyed his urgency and a sense of escaping from a difficult situation. After leaving, Tingxiao pulled open the room door, only to see a person crashing into the room because his support was gone. Jingli climbed up and dusted off his rear while trying to peek into the room. He coughed once before saying, Heh, I was only worried for you guys, only worried. I definitely wasn't being a busybody. Tingxiao looked as if he had already been expecting him to be hiding by the door. With a cold tone, he spoke up. Go to the car and bring me the documents. Jingli gaped until his mouth formed an O shape. Brother, are you sure? You can still look at documents in this kind of situation? Are you still a man? Tingxiao's eyes coldly swept over him. Do I need to prove it to you? No need. I'm going now. Immediately. His brother would definitely prove it to him via especially manly and violent beating. After he brought the documents over, Jingli heard the sound of the water from inside. He then sighed and bitterly said, Why soak in a cold water bath? Why don't you just offer yourself up as the antidote? What a waste. This is such a waste. Tingxiao, you can leave now. Actually, I don't want to leave. Actually, I want to stay and accompany you every season, Jingli sang, while reluctantly disappearing. After returning to the room, Tingxiao tried hard to ignore the faint silhouette behind the frosted bathroom door and forced himself to concentrate on the document in his hands. He was pretty efficient. In 30 minutes, he actually managed to finish reading 2 pages. It was at this moment that Ning Xi anxiously shouted from the bathroom, Tingxiao. Chapter 140. Hurry up and help me. Tingxiao. Tingxiao. Tingxiao hastily threw aside what he was holding and ran next to the bathroom door. Ning Xi. What's wrong? Tingxiao. I'm here. Get in. Here. Go in. Hurry up. Hurry. Oh. Are you alright? Tingxiao was getting more and more nervous, but he didn't dare to simply push the door open and enter. My leg is cramping. It's cramping. Hurry up and help me. Ow. Tingxiao facepalmed in both relief and helplessness before quickly pushing open the door and entering. The water was cold, so there wasn't any vapor inside. After being thoroughly soaked, her clothing had become completely transparent. Tingxiao swallowed slightly. Even though he hadn't been drugged, his degree of suffering wasn't any less than Ning Xi's. Tingxiao. Ning Xi's urging brought him back to reality. Tingxiao quickly walked over. Which leg is it? The right leg. The right leg. Ning Xi's face had turned white from the pain. Tingxiao simply dispensed with formalities and quickly used one hand to hold her ankle and the other to hold her thigh. Then, he began to massage her with some force. Is this okay? No. It's still cramping. Use a little more strength. How about now? It hurts. Gentler. Is it okay now? Almost there. In just a few minutes' time, Tingxiao's entire body had become covered in sweat. Exhausted, he gently set down her leg. A second later, Tingxiao suddenly noticed the many glaring red rope marks on her body and her legs. His expression immediately turned cold. What happened to your body? Did Zhu Xiangqing do this? My body. Ning Xi subconsciously touched her thigh where it was slightly sore. Are you talking about these? I got them from the suspension wires today. Only then did Tingxiao's expression relax. However, he quickly frowned again. I'll go get some medicine for you. After saying so, he looked at her worriedly. Don't keep soaking. You'll get sick if you go on like this. Ning Xi instinctively sunk deeper into the water and used her fingers to form a 10 minutes. Just give me 10 more minutes. I was almost fully recovered, but when you came in, Tingxiao, fine. He exited the bathroom and then opened the hotel room door once more. Sure enough, Lu Jingli came tumbling inside again. Tingxiao. Lu Jingli. Within a second, Lu Jingli crawled to his feet and bowed. Bro, I'm sorry. I'll leave immediately. Hold on. Go down and help me buy some medicine. Tingxiao stopped him. What kind of medicine? Lu Jingli wagged his tail, wearing an ambiguous expression. Anything for bruising and such. Lu Jingli's eyes immediately lit up like lamps. Bro, you finally showed off your prowess? Tingxiao's icy gaze fixed onto him. Lu Jingli. I'm sorry, I was wrong. If you finally showed your prowess, how could it have been so short? This lowly one will go run the errand right now. Not even 5 minutes later, Lu Jingli had already come running back after buying the medicine. He spoke with a virtuous expression. Bro, why don't you? Just let me stand guard outside. Wouldn't it be great if I could go run errands for you at any time? Tingxiao cast him a side glance. If I see you a third time, then the consequences would be very grave. Lu Jingli could only let out a sigh of regret. Then, he sneakily fished out a little square box from his pocket. Bro, I bought you this in passing. It's definitely better than the ones provided by the hotel. Are you sure you don't want it? Ow! Lu Jingli had been thrown out with a kick. Chapter 141. Succumbing to my beastly instincts. After setting down the medicine, Tingxiao was just about to knock on the door to ask if Ning Xi was finished when the bathroom door was abruptly pulled open by the person inside. Tightly wrapped up in a large bath towel, Ning Xi hopped out like a furry little bug. Watch out! Anxious that she would trip and fall, he quickly stepped forward and supported her. Ning Xi sighed and spoke sincerely. I'm not the one who needs to watch out. You're the one who needs to watch out, Tingxiao. What do I need to watch out for? Tingxiao was puzzled. Ning Xi spoke as if it was obvious. Obviously, I'm the one you need to look out for. After soaking for a while, I've almost recovered all of my strength, but the dormant volcano hidden inside my body still feels as though it may erupt at any time. Therefore, in a situation like this, you should keep your distance from me. There will be serious consequences if I succumb to my beastly instincts. Let me tell you, when I go crazy, even I'm scared of myself. The corner of Tingxiao's mouth lifted slightly. After hearing her exaggerated words, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In truth, he was actually hoping for something like that to happen. The medicine has been brought over. Do you need my help? Tingxiao asked. Absolutely not. For the sake of your chastity, it's better that I apply it myself. Ning Xi spoke with vigor. My chastity, Tingxiao frowned. Ning Xi winked. In the past, didn't you say that you would only have sexual relations with someone after marriage? An upstanding and self-respecting man like him with a strong sense of values was truly like a needle in a haystack. Breaking his principles would be much too sinful. Tingxiao pinched the bridge of his nose. Was it still possible to take back those words right now? Ning Xi continued hesitantly. About that, I'm not wearing any clothing underneath. Tingxiao nodded and handed her the medicine. Then he took the initiative to leave. I'll wait for you outside. Sounds good. Oh, right. Along the way, please help me check to see if my clothing, purse, and so on are out there. Okay. Tingxiao walked into the living room. After looking around for a short while, he discovered a clothing hamper in the corner. All of Ning Xi's personal belongings were inside. A light lit up inside her purse. There was an incoming call on her muted phone. Tingxiao casually swept a glance over it. A second later, his pupils suddenly shrank. Two distinct letters had popped up on the caller ID, YS. It was actually that person whose identity he was still unable to uncover. The call didn't cut off, and the screen continued to flash. Tingxiao stared for more than 10 seconds. In the end, he used his slender finger to pick up the phone and accept the call. On the other end of the phone, there was a sound of trickling liquid, like someone was pouring wine. Immediately, a husky male voice spoke. Hey sissy, have you received my present yet? Happy birthday. Tingxiao didn't speak. Hello. After about 5 seconds, right when Tingxiao had assumed that the other person wouldn't speak again, the voice that carried a tinge of demonic charm spoke again. Huh, you're not Ning Xi? Tingxiao remained silent. Next, the familiar sound of a wine glass lightly tapping against glass rang out. Following that, the man continued to speak with some intrigue. Then who are you? Let me guess. You're definitely a man. A man who is with her at this hour. Are you friends with benefits or currently dating? The man paused and then let out a deep chuckle. His tone held dangerous, hidden malice. Ah, if you guys are dating, then has she told you that she's having an affair? Yeah, that's right. Furthermore, I'm the other man. What was he trying to say? Just as Tingxiao was going to probe for more information, the cell phone suddenly went black. It had actually run out of battery and turned off on its own. Chapter 142, Rolling in the Hay. They had always thought that YS was one of Ning Xi's ex-boyfriends. But from what the other had just said over the phone, he and Ning Xi were still together? Otherwise, why would he have mentioned having an affair? Ning Xi had a boyfriend. She had simply never mentioned him before. When thinking of this possibility, Tingxiao's expression turned stormy. However, he quickly calmed down, because there was still the likely possibility that that man had purposely said so to strike a blow at his love rival. Tingxiao, I finished applying the medicine. Are my things there? They're here. Tingxiao regained his senses and passed her belongings over. Tingxiao waited until Ning Xi had finished changing before walking in again. After changing into her own clothes, Ning Xi felt more at ease, and the atmosphere wasn't as weird as before. Thus, she took off the blindfold. The moment she took off the blindfold, she then saw Tingxiao looking at her with an extremely complicated gaze. She subconsciously touched her face and said in confusion, Is something the matter? Tingxiao sat on the side of the bed. Ning Xi, could you tell me about your personal matters? My personal matters? What matters? Anything is fine. Ning Xi felt that Tingxiao was purposely changing the topic to shift her attention, so she thought for a moment before speaking up. Then I'll tell you about my hometown. Although that wasn't the answer that he had expected, they would surely bump into that topic eventually. Furthermore, this was the only time, and the very first time she had ever talked about her personal matters to him. Thus, Tingxiao nodded, sure. Tingxiao, in the outskirts of Sea City, there's a small town called Springwind Town? A small place like that. You surely wouldn't know of it. I know of it. The scenery there is good. Hero in a Chaotic World filmed a few scenes there, right? When Ning Xi heard that, she got excited. That's right. So you knew about that. The scene in Hero in a Chaotic World where the main couple rolled in the hay in the wheat fields was filmed in our town. What rolled in the hay? Why did she mention rolling in the hay at this kind of time? She had chatted so much just to forget about that kind of topic, okay? Ning Xi hurriedly stopped the progression of this dangerous topic. She coughed once. Most importantly, because the town hasn't been developed much, so the environment there is really good and the air is very fresh. A few years ago, Lu Jingli clamored to go fishing there a few times, but but I was too busy with work then, so we ended up not going. There was some regret in Tingxiao's voice. If he had gone then, would he have met her earlier? When looking at it from a certain point of view, Jingli could be counted as the matchmaker for him and Ning Xi. Although he hadn't gone that time, he had still met her eventually. It was also because Jingli had taken Little Treasure to a bar that they had been brought together. I'll reward him properly when I get back. If you have the chance, you should go there at least once. You won't be disappointed. If you do, I can be your tour guide. When speaking of her hometown, Ning Xi's face was filled with excitement, but slowly, her expression dimmed. More than 20 years ago, the air was even better. Back then, many rich people would come for a vacation. Quite a few of them would come while pregnant for the sake of their health. 24 years ago, one of them was Madame Ning, Zhuang Lingyu. Ning Xi suddenly went silent. Tingxiao didn't push her, but simply waited for her quietly. Ning Xi took a deep breath and continued speaking as if she were narrating a story. Madame Ning had been prepared to stay in Spring Wind Town for the duration of her pregnancy and was going to give birth back in the city. She didn't expect that she would accidentally induce labor, causing the child to be born early. Chapter 143. Can't you play along? Because they couldn't make it back to the city in time, she was sent to the only hospital in Spring Wind Town. That night, another pregnant woman was also sent in. What happened then? Tingxiao asked, even though he had roughly guessed what had happened next. Ning Xi shrugged. It caused a drama. That small hospital had very few staff and a disorganized system, so the two female babies were swapped, and this mistake continued for 18 years. Did you know? Ning Xi even has the same blood type as me, so this matter stayed hidden. Then how was it discovered later on? Ning Xi turned and smiled at Tingxiao. Well, I should thank that unbridled uncle of mine. Ning Yaobang? Tingxiao had some impression of him, but didn't know much. He only knew that he was one of the more well-known people amongst the younger generation back then in the capital. That's right. My uncle was a playboy. Even after marriage, he continued sowing his wild oats outside and even caused quite a few deaths. He has one son and 3 daughters in total. Perhaps there's something wrong with the feng shui at the Ning family. When it came to their generation, for some reason, both Ning Yaohua and Ning Yaobang weren't able to birth legitimate sons. My uncle's bastard son became the only male successor for this generation of the Ning family. My uncle was rather cocky at that time and thought that he could finally become the successor to the family. However, in the end, they discovered that that only male son wasn't even his. He had been cheated on by that girl he had outside. Can you guess what happened next? Tingxiao was completely in love with that bright sparkle in her eyes. He seemed to ponder the question before answering. Then your grandfather forced all the Ning family's grandchildren to go through a DNA test and found out that Ning Xi wasn't even part of the Ning family. Ning Xi showed a gloomy expression. Can't you play along? There's no point in trying to keep you in suspense. Tingxiao smiled gently. Sorry, I'll improve next time. Ning Xi harumphed once before she continued narrating. Anyway, once they started investigating, they found out that I had been swapped with Ning Xiula at the hospital back then, so I was brought back to the Ning family. Hearing her speak of this matter so casually, Tingxiao stroked her head lightly. They treated you badly? She hadn't thought much of it at first, but for some reason, upon receiving that gentle pat from Tingxiao, she suddenly felt like she had suffered a major grievance. As expected, it was only when someone cared about you that you would feel aggrieved. If no one cared about you, who would you complain to? Seeing the girl's downcast appearance, Tingxiao magnanimously spread open his arms. I can lend you my embrace. Ning Xi's expression turned a little startled before she turned away. I don't want it. You're trying to entice me into committing a crime, you know? Tingxiao didn't say anything more, but continued looking at her with his full attention. What about your adopted parents? Did they treat you well? Speaking of her adopted parents, Ning Xi recovered a little of her spirit. My grandmother favored sons over daughters and didn't like me a lot. When I was born, she almost tossed me into the river to drown. She did throw me in the river once, but my dad picked me up and took me home. My mom, she treated me very well. I also have a very sensible and obedient little brother. Hearing that she had almost been thrown into the river to drown, Tingxiao's heart clenched. When she mentioned her mother, her expression didn't seem right. but he didn't ask any further. I really liked my original home. When they told me I wasn't their biological child, it felt like the sky had just fallen on me. However, with the Ning family's power, I didn't even have the freedom to choose. If I had resisted with all my might back then, perhaps there would have been a shred of hope that I wouldn't have had to leave, but… Chapter 144, There's no one better than you. Ning Xi sighed. But back then, I had fallen in love with a man, and I needed an identity that could match up to his. The light in Tingxiao's eyes flickered. That man was Su Yan? Ning Xi nodded. Then she smiled. Aren't you curious how I was acquainted with a rich heir like Su Yan with my identity back then? To prevent Tingxiao from guessing at it again, Ning Xi didn't keep him in suspense and answered her own question. Because Su Yan's lungs were weak when he was young, he came to our town to recuperate. He lived right next to my house, and he stayed for 7 years. The first time we met, I just happened to bump into him when his illness was acting up, so I helped to carry him all the way home. Later on, we slowly got more familiar with each other. The more we got to know each other, the more we fell in love. Childhood sweethearts, innocent playmates. What beautiful words. However, later on, reality told me that this wasn't a Cinderella story, but a story about the wolf of Zhongshan. Don't be upset, he's not fit to match you. Tingxiao consoled her. She hadn't expected that she would unconsciously start talking about her ex-boyfriend with Tingxiao. Ning Xi scratched her head and said in embarrassment, We're a little off topic. Let's continue talking about the Ning family. Because Ning Yaohua and Zhuang Lingyu couldn't bear to let go of the daughter they had raised for 18 years, after demanding to have me back, they didn't return Ning Xihua to the Tang family. Ning Xihua remained as their beloved daughter. You should be able to imagine what happened next. The distance caused by a separation of 18 years wasn't something that could be fixed in a single day. In front of Ning Xihua, who had been raised under elite education for 18 years, I was an extremely unsophisticated little village girl. I was too naive back then, and treated her as a friend from the start. She used my trust to trick me into thinking that the lemon water used to rinse hands was a drink, and sent me a counterfeit dress to wear at the banquet. Using these little tricks, she slowly pushed me away from the Ning family and away from upper-class society. Those people were already used to mixing around with Ning Xihua and were on her side. On the surface, they treated me as friends, but in private, they would mock me for being a village bumpkin. Even my biological parents hated my existence and felt that I was a stain on their reputations. After that, there was Su Yan. After Su Yan, the most important things for a girl were all trampled on and destroyed. Her chastity, her reputation, and her dignity. Bit by bit, Ning Xi started hugging her knees. Today on set, something went wrong with the props. My sword hurt Ning Xihua by accident. In the hospital, my biological mother slapped me without even asking about what had happened. My biological father only criticized and blamed me. Ning Xi gazed out the window at the inky black night. She continued with an airy tone. Back then, for some reason, the tension I had been holding back for 5 years just snapped. I suddenly felt that there was no meaning in living. I felt that I was a failure in life. Was it because I just wasn't good enough that everyone hated me? I had worked so hard for so long, but there was no meaning to it in the end. Right after she had just finished speaking, Tingxiao suddenly pulled her shoulders towards him with some force. Ning Xi, look at me. Not everyone hates you. They're the ones who aren't good enough. Understand? Ning Xi's eyes turned slightly red. Even if she had always been acting heartless, like she didn't care, she was still a young lady who was only 20 or so. Tingxiao drew her into his embrace and kissed the top of her head gently. Ning Xi felt something heavy press on the top of her head, but didn't know what it was. Tingxiao stared at her with an extremely serious gaze. Ning Xi, if you doubt yourself, then you should try to believe me. You're great. There's no one better than you in this world. Ning Xi's sadness turned into joy. Of course I believe in Big Boss Lu's words. Tingxiao relaxed. That completely disheartened look in her eyes just now had caused him to panic badly for an instant. After staying silent for a moment, Tingxiao took the initiative to ask, Ning Xi, can I ask you a question? Chapter 145, I'll be your brain-dead fan. What? Ning Xi tilted her head. Was it because he liked her, that he thought she was cute no matter what she did? Tingxiao couldn't resist stroking her head again. Do you like diamonds? Oh, Ning Xi hadn't expected that he would ask a strange question like that. Why do you ask? It's your birthday today, so Little Treasure prepared a birthday present for you. It seems like it has something to do with diamonds. I was worried that you might not like it, so I'm asking on his behalf. Tingxiao explained with his normal expression. So that's why? Ning Xi scratched her head upon hearing this, then said, I think there probably isn't a single woman who doesn't like diamonds, right? However, it's just my birthday. It's not good if he sends me something so expensive. Since he's just a kid, I won't accept it. It'll be better if he does something handmade. As if it had just been a careless thought, Tingxiao added on. It's not something very expensive. That diamond you received on set the other day is more expensive. I'm just afraid that no other diamonds will seem as good to you after that one. Ning Xi immediately facepalmed. Even you know about that. As expected, gossip travels 1,000 miles. Don't compare yourself with that weird guy. He's crazy. That guy is your boyfriend? Tingxiao asked. Ning Xi almost choked on her saliva. Uffed. How could it be? How did you get such a scary thought? Because you seem rather close to him. Tingxiao explained in a slightly sad tone. Ning Xi felt a headache coming on. Heavens! How do I seem close to him? Does calling him crazy make it seem we're close? Tingxiao nodded. It does to me. You're always very polite to me, and you've never criticized me even once. Ning Xi really didn't know what to say. Was the great demon king Mr. Lu a secret masochist? He actually wanted people to treat him a little worse? Anyway, that guy has nothing to do with me now. He's just crazy. He just likes throwing diamonds at people. If I meet him again, I'll definitely throw it back at him. Ning Xi spoke in a carefree tone, but when speaking of that man, a trace of fear shone in her eyes. He has nothing to do with you now. Then that means there was something in the past. Tingxiao caught the main point with precision. Ning Xi coughed lightly. That? I guess we could be counted as exes. If a single day counts. For some reason, she cared about the image that Tingxiao had of her. She scratched her head and asked, Tingxiao, do you think it's bad that I've dated so many men before? Tingxiao had a solemn and respectful expression on. He replied her with utmost gravity, as if her question was a particularly important one. No, everyone has their own way of living, and there are always stories behind their actions. Anyone who doesn't know the whole truth doesn't have the right to stand on a moral high horse and criticize or punish others. Ning Xi suddenly felt a burst of warmth in her head. Following that, she immediately smiled gently. Tingxiao, why do I feel like you're one of my brain-dead fans? No matter what I say or do, you'll always feel that I'm right. Brain-dead fan. Tingxiao didn't seem to understand what this term meant. That's right, a brain-dead fan will support their idol completely, even against all reason. Ning Xi explained. Tingxiao pondered it for a moment before muttering, that's rather fitting. Ning Xi. While looking like she was deliberately suppressing some sort of emotion, she sunk into silent thought for a while. After some time, she let out a long sigh. Tingxiao, do you know? What? Do you know that you're even more scary than aphrodisiacs? Ning Xi had a very conflicted look on her face. She then tugged at her collar with a painful expression. Chapter 146. I can't bear any more of your flirting. Damn it. They had chatted for so long to shift her attention for nothing. Why did this guy suddenly start flirting with her without warning? The scariest part was that he was still sitting there with an innocent expression without realizing what he had done. Was this the so-called highest realm of flirting, where he could throw out the greatest flirting moves without meaning to? Oh geez. Her mind was in so much confusion that she didn't even know what kind of strange thoughts she was having. Are you feeling unwell again? Seeing the situation, Tingxiao immediately showed a tense expression. Ning Xi rubbed her temples, which had suddenly begun to throb. It wasn't as simple as feeling unwell. The surging tide that had risen again was even worse than the first one. Right now, in her vision, Tingxiao had become one of the male leads in a shoujo manga. He even had his own moving background music and romantic pink cherry blossom special effects. Her inner rationality fought intensely against his seductive pink glow. She felt as if she was about to get possessed by the devil. Seeing that Ning Xi's breathing had suddenly quickened and that she was covered in sweat, Tingxiao's expression abruptly changed. Where exactly do you feel unwell? Weren't you all better just now? Well, what kind of unwell do you feel? Is it that, or something else? Tingxiao spoke a little awkwardly, because he had just recalled the words she had said, that he was even scarier than aphrodisiacs. This was likely the greatest praise he had ever heard. With reddened eyes, Ning Xi stared straight at him without blinking. While getting stared at by that sort of gaze, Tingxiao felt that a fire was about to light up in his body. Ning Xi shook her head forcefully and threw herself onto the bed behind her. She gazed at the ceiling above her helplessly. I guess I still have more to bear with tonight. Tingxiao, if I can't hold myself back any longer later, remember to knock me out. Tingxiao muttered to himself. Actually, I can. Ning Xi immediately interrupted. Stop. Don't say any more. Please, Big Boss Lu, spare me. This little one really can't bear any more of your flirting. Tingxiao raised an eyebrow. What are you thinking? I was about to say that I can leave. Oh. Ning Xi rubbed her nose in embarrassment, then mumbled falteringly. But if I have to wait it out alone, I'll be bored. She was too embarrassed to say that she would be scared alone. However, Tingxiao understood why she felt uneasy and asked gently, Why don't we go home then? Go home. Ning Xi froze for a moment. In the instant that she had heard those two words, she had immediately thought of the Lu residence as if it was natural. Let's forget about that, as I am right now. She didn't want to taint that place with her current appearance. Ning Xi spotted the documents and laptop that Tingxiao had placed by the bed. Why don't you do your work? I'll be fine after I meditate for a bit and adjust my body. Tingxiao smiled. All right. The regular rhythm of fingers tapping on a keyboard sounded in the quiet guest room, like the gentlest lullaby in the world. The girl's expression was tranquil as she slowly shut her eyes. After detecting that the breathing by his side had turned soft and steady, Tingxiao stopped his actions and carefully covered her with a blanket. The girl muttered a little and subconsciously grabbed onto his fingers. Tingxiao's body stiffened as his expression became indescribable. She had called him by name. Yes, I'm here. Don't be afraid. Tingxiao bent over and kissed the girl's lips with a gentle expression. However, there were dark clouds mixed in with that gentle expression of his. Chapter 147. Little Treasure Destroys the House. Ning Xi, what should I do? I'm not as good as you think I am. Sometimes, I'm really scared when you look at me with such trusting eyes. What if a day comes when you find out that I'm not like how you think I am? Will you leave me then? In the early morning, at about 5 a.m., Tingxiao was woken by the sound of a doorbell. When he opened the door, he saw an anxious Jingli standing outside. Bro, don't scold me first. It's a real emergency this time. If you don't go home right now, Little Treasure is going to destroy the house. They couldn't contact you or Ning Xi, so they could only call me. At this moment, Ning Xi spoke from behind, clearly having just awoken. What happened to Little Treasure? I'll go back right now. Having said so, she took up her bag and even helped Tingxiao pack his things in 10 seconds. Quick, let's go. The three of them quickly rushed back to the Lu residence. When they entered the compound, Ning Xi stared blankly. What kind of situation is this? What are those? There were shiny, silvery white humanoid figures walking around chaotically all over the place. Ning Xi rubbed her eyes and stared at the scene with astonishment, feeling as if she had just stepped into a parallel dimension. Jingli blinked. Can't you tell? They're robots. Ning Xi was about to go crazy. Of course I can tell. But why are there so many robots? Jingli was about to have a headache. This is one of Little Treasure's hobbies. It's been a while since he has taken them out to play with. Isn't this great? The moment he got agitated, he let all of them out. It looks like we've just stepped into a fortress besieged by zombies. In the area within their sights, there were already more than 20 robots wreaking havoc everywhere, digging into the ground, running around crazily, crashing into trees, trampling on flowers. One of them even picked up a maid. Accompanying all this was the screams of the servants. The entire scene was a huge mess. Seeing that the maid was about to fall from the hands of the robot, Ning Xi quickly opened the car door and ran over, managing to catch the maid before she crashed into the ground. Are you all right, Wanwan? Wanwan patted her chest, still frightened. She then turned to look at Ning Xi in gratitude. Thank you, Miss Xi. Miss Xi, you've come back. Quickly, go find the little young master. In the Lu residence, all the servants, especially the female ones, were cautious and unaccepting of Ning Xi, but they just didn't dare to show it in front of her. It was only Wan who had more interaction with her after regularly sending Little Treasure's handmade fruit juice to her while she was on set. Wan had a good impression of her after seeing that Ning Xi didn't use the eldest young master and the little young master's doting affection to bully the servants, and even had a modest and humble attitude. After watching Ning Xi nimbly save the damsel in distress, Tingxiao, who was still in the car, had a begrudging expression. Lu Jingli stuck his head out of the car window and bawled resentfully, "Xiao Shi, you're not supposed to do that. You took my role. Ow, help me." As he was speaking, one of his arms got grabbed by a robot. "Bro, save me. Turn this thing off quickly." Lu Jingli, who had just been howling about missing the chance to play the hero, was requesting for help himself. Tingxiao looked at him as if he wanted to help, but was unable to. Little Treasure altered his program since the last time. "I need an hour to crack it." "1 hour? My arm's going to break by then." It hurts, ow. "Where's Little Treasure now?" Ning Xi hurriedly asked. "He should be in the control room." Tingxiao quickly got out of the car. "I'll bring you there." "Okay." The two of them hurriedly ran towards the control room. Lu Jingli watched their disappearing figures with expectation. "Make it quick." Chapter 148. Just carry me. After a moment, Tingxiao called the butler to prepare an open-top golf cart and quickly brought her to a small detached building behind the golf course. This building had an extremely weird shape. From the texture, it seemed to be made from some unknown metal. At one glance, it looked especially high-tech and futuristic. The Lu residence was too large. Ning Xi had never seen every single part of it despite staying for so long. This was the first time she had visited this building. There's some machinery installed in the base of this building so that it turns with the sun. The outer walls are made of solar panels, while the electricity inside comes from solar energy. The butler and maids are all robots. Tingxiao fulfilled his role as a tour guide as he explained. "How cool." Ning Xi's face was lit up, showing childlike excitement. "If you like it, you can come over to play. I'll set up access rights for you later on. You didn't seem very interested in this kind of thing previously, so I never brought you over." Tingxiao said. "Not at all. I love this kind of thing. When I was young, I always dreamed that I would be taken away by a spaceship someday. When I grew up, I even thought about dating a robot. It feels so romantic just thinking about it." Tingxiao, perhaps it would be better not to give her access rights. The pair walked to the entrance only to see a robot lying on the ground. Its eyes suddenly lit up red, as if scanning Ning Xi and Tingxiao. When the scan hit Tingxiao, the robot struggled and made zizzity sounds. "Master. Master." This poor robot that kept calling for its master, looking like it wanted to report something but was unable to speak, was most likely the butler for this building. Tingxiao sighed and opened the panel on the back of the robot. It seemed like he pressed something, before the robot's eyes turned dark and it stopped moving. Ning Xi anxiously moved closer and touched it. "Why isn't it moving anymore? It's not dead, is it? Oh, wait. I mean, it's not going to be scrapped, is it?" "It's fine. It'll be fine after repairs later on." Ning Xi relaxed. "Oh, then that's good. It would be such a waste otherwise. This one's rather handsome." Tingxiao, "Then it should just be scrapped." After a scan of his face, he entered the main building. Ning Xi followed behind, looking around anxiously. "Where's Little Treasure?" The main hall was filled with robots who were patrolling about. Once they found Ning Xi and Tingxiao, they turned as one and faced them. Following that, they completely ignored Tingxiao and started charging towards Ning Xi. "Oh, what are they doing? Why are they all charging towards me?" Ning Xi was frightened. No matter how good her martial arts were, surely she couldn't possibly beat a steel wall of robots. Tingxiao's arms reached under her arms and easily lifted her from one side to another, successfully dodging the robotic claws of one of the robots. With a helpless tone, he said, "It's because you don't have access rights. They're treating you as an intruder." "Then what should we do now?" In the time it took for her to say that, Ning Xi had already been swung about by Tingxiao a few times. "Get closer to me," Tingxiao ordered. How much closer?" Ning Xi was at a loss. Little Treasure is in the control room on the top floor. Right now, we have two choices. 1, we beat them and charge in. How are we supposed to beat so many robots? What's the second choice? Just looking at the material of the robots made her hands hurt. She didn't want to start beating them up. 2, Tingxiao lowered his gaze and looked at her. I carry you all the way up because they won't attack me. Ning Xi blinked, then reached her arms towards him without hesitation. Carry me. Chapter 149. A precise cabinet position. Seeing that the girl was taking the initiative to reach out to him with open arms for the first time, emotion rippled in the cold depths of Tingxiao's eyes. They're coming. Tingxiao, hurry up. Ning Xi had already somehow thrown herself onto him in a mess of motion. As expected, once she was stuck onto Tingxiao, the robots didn't dare to touch her. How magical! After that warm, soft and fragrant body had just abruptly clung onto him, Tingxiao had a lapse in concentration before he could react. He leaned over to pick her up by the waist, before walking towards the spiral stairs step by step. This was probably the first time she had been so close to him while she was sober and awake. He really hoped that this walk would never end. If Lu Jingli knew what his brother was thinking right now. The robots followed behind as Tingxiao and Ning Xi headed upstairs, maintaining a certain distance between them. To keep her balance, Ning Xi's arms were wrapped around his neck. Breathing in Tingxiao's chilly yet aromatic scent, looking at the large group of robots following behind as they ascended a set of spiral stairs, she somehow felt that this scene was super romantic. However, this rose-colored bubble didn't last for long. Just as they had reached the top floor without a hitch and were preparing to open that silvery white door, the robots behind them made clacking noises and stretched their metal arms towards them. While their arms were moving, a launch tunnel that looked like a gun came out from within their arms. Ning Xi abruptly turned pale with fright. Crap, are those real? I thought they were just toys. Was it really good to give a 5-year-old kid such dangerous and lethal things? She really didn't know how to criticize Tingxiao's child-raising methods anymore. What do we do now? Ning Xi was on the verge of tears. They were only here to find little treasure. Why did they have to go through so many trials and tribulations? It was like they were going through a dungeon in a game. Tingxiao held onto her shoulders and pushed her to the door panel behind them. Following that, he used his whole body to cover her, while he placed one arm on the door behind her. Ning Xi stayed silent for 3 seconds before swallowing her saliva and saying slowly, "Big boss, do you know that you just did an extremely precise cabinet position?" Kirby Dawn. This was clearly another term that Tingxiao didn't understand. Ning Xi facepalmed. Flirting without meaning to is the most dangerous thing to do, my dear. It was at this moment that Ning Xi spotted something from the corner of her eyes. A robot had actually aimed at Tingxiao's back and fired a shot. Tingxiao, watch out. However, it was too late. Tingxiao covered her tightly and let out a muffled grunt. Tingxiao, Ning Xi was in a complete panic. I'm fine. Tingxiao slowly raised his head. How could you be fine? Tingxiao, are you okay? I'll send you to Irk. While in the middle of speaking, Ning Xi felt her stomach churning. Tingxiao, you're really stinky. What's so smelly? Tingxiao took off his jacket with a dark expression. A sticky, disgusting-looking object was stuck on the back of his jacket. Ning Xi covered her nose. While relaxing because he was fine, she spoke with a speechless expression. What is this? It can't be poop, right? Tingxiao tossed his jacket to the floor below and said expressionlessly, Surströmming. It's said to be the world's smelliest canned food. It was Lu Jingli's idea. The corner of Ning Xi's mouth twitched. Second young master really has the brightest ideas. It's not just smelly. It's practically a biochemical weapon. Just as she finished speaking, the door behind her suddenly opened towards them by itself. Chapter 150. The Most Romantic Birthday. Let's go. Tingxiao held her hand as he walked inside. His movements were extremely natural. Ning Xi glanced at their linked hands. Although she knew that Tingxiao was just worried that there would be another mishap, her mood changed slightly. The lighting in the control room was very dim. There were only about 10 or so computers operating, emitting a cold glow. Ning Xi followed Tingxiao as they made their way around. In the end, they found Little Treasure in front of the largest machine. Little Treasure looked very small as he sat on his little, custom-made chair in front of that monstrous machine covered in countless wires. He stared expressionlessly at the flickering screen displaying endless lines of text from computer programs. A smaller robot that closely resembled his own body shape stood by his side. The gun barrel in its hand was pointed perfectly straight in their direction. When she saw the aloof and lifeless expression on Little Treasure's face, Ning Xi felt as though her heart had been squeezed tightly by iron claws. It hurt so much she could barely breathe. "Little Treasure," she trembled as she called out softly. The little guy stared at the screen without the slightest reaction. Ning Xi was really frightened now. She had heard Tingxiao and the others mention this before, but she had never personally seen what Little Treasure was like when his sickness acted up. "What do we do? This is all my fault. Ning Xi, don't blame yourself. It's not a big deal. It's quite common for him to be in this state. He'll be fine if you call out to him a couple more times." Tingxiao reassured her. In actual fact, Tingxiao only said that because he was talking to Ning Xi. If it was someone else standing in her position, things wouldn't be this simple. After forcing herself to calm down, Ning Xi carefully approached him one step at a time. While the little robot's head followed her as she moved, Little Treasure remained just as unresponsive as before. Ning Xi walked up to Little Treasure and then slowly squatted down. She cautiously took up his small hand. "Little Treasure, Auntie is back now. Sorry. Something happened to Annie last night, so Auntie couldn't make it back." Since Ning Xi couldn't explain the details to him, she could only lower her head sadly. After some time, a tiny little fist suddenly appeared in her line of sight. Following that, the little fist slowly opened to reveal a pink hair clip sitting in the middle of a soft palm. More than 100 small, pink diamonds lined up to form a heart on the hair clip. They glittered under the cold glow of the machines around them. "This is..." Ning Xi looked up immediately in surprise and happiness. However, not a single trace of emotion showed on the little guy's face. At the side, Tingxiao glanced at the hair clip in the palm of his son's hand and spoke. "This is the birthday present Little Treasure made for you. So this is for me." The present really contained diamonds. Ning Xi felt rather embarrassed. Tingxiao saw through her thoughts and explained immediately. "They're just some common rhinestones, so it's not very expensive." However, Little Treasure personally glued on each of the 99 crystals one at a time. When Ning Xi heard this, she was moved to tears in an instant. Instead of taking the hair clip directly, she asked Little Treasure, "Could you help Annie put it on?" Little Treasure's vision slowly focused on the hair clip before he extended his little hand and clumsily placed the hair clip on her hair, close to her ear. Ning Xi touched the clip and smiled happily. "Does it look nice?" Little Treasure nodded. After finally getting a response from Little Treasure, Ning Xi couldn't endure it any longer, so she pulled the little guy into her arms. At the same moment, with a bang, the little robot on the side shot out a burst of colorful confetti and even began to play the happy birthday song. Ning Xi's eyes watered up as she looked up at the confetti-filled air. "Thank you, darling. This is the most romantic birthday I've ever had in my life." Chapter 151. She couldn't even dote on him enough. The little bun had spent so much effort preparing a birthday present and surprise for her. He must have been so excited in the beginning, only to experience cold loneliness when the day came, followed by panic when he couldn't reach her. How painful must the whole process have been to him. Upon thinking that, Ning Xi felt as though a knife was being twisted in her heart. She hugged Little Treasure, not wanting to let him go for even a second. Tingxiao didn't want to disturb the two of them, but for the sake of that small trace of brotherly affection left in him, he still issued a reminder. "Ning Xi, ask Little Treasure to recall those robots." Oh right. It was only then that Ning Xi remembered that there was a horde of fierce robots revolting and tearing down the residence. Lu Jingli's arm was still stuck in their hands. Thus she quickly spoke to the little bun. "Darling, could you call them back?" Little Treasure nodded. He then turned to face the screen, and his stubby little fingers flew nimbly across the keyboard. Ning Xi gasped in amazement as she watched. With adoration written all over her face, she exclaimed, "Darling, how are you this clever? I thought you only knew how to draw. You're really super clever. I spent the past few years studying everything I could like a maniac. However, this was the only thing I couldn't learn for the life of me. What the heck is coding? C and C++. They're practically the stuff of my nightmares. You're only 5 years old, yet you're already such a pro. You're a genius." Even though the little bun's expression was still wooden, the light in his eyes had brightened considerably. However, Tingxiao, standing off to the side, couldn't continue watching. He sighed gently. "Ning Xi, you shouldn't be praising him in this situation." "All right. Ning Xi finally remembered that the little bun had caused a huge mess. She scratched her head awkwardly and looked at Tingxiao. Are you going to ask me to tell him not to do this again? He really has followed through with what he promised me previously. Although he doesn't go on hunger strikes or throw things around anymore, he turned to more sophisticated methods in the end. What if he comes up with an even more sophisticated plan next time if I tell him not to do this again? Tingxiao, that was actually quite possible, considering this was little treasure they were talking about. Ning Xi spread out her hands in helplessness. In short, I think it's better not to scold him. Truthfully, she was being selfish. She didn't want to criticize the little bun given the circumstances today. She loved him so dearly, and she couldn't even dote on him enough. How could she bear to say any harsh words to him? Thankfully, Tingxiao didn't force the issue in the end. For the most part, his principles were as solid as floating clouds when he was with Ning Xi. The three of them rode the golf cart back to the entrance of the residence. Ning Xi stared in astonishment at the magnificent scene before her. The troublemaking robots had formed two neat columns lining the path, as if welcoming them home. The only mood killer was anguished howling coming from the side. Bro, why did you guys take so long? My arm was freaking dislocated while waiting for you. It's just a dislocated arm. Do you really need to cry like that? Ning Xi rolled her eyes and jumped out. She pushed down his arm, giving it a tug and lift, which resulted in a pop. OW. Jingli shrieked like a pig getting slaughtered. Ning Xi patted his arm. Stop howling. It's healed already. Try it out. Huh. Jingli blinked and moved his arm a little. It really was fine now. However, he still muttered, unconvinced. You wouldn't have set it back crooked, right? No way. I'm very experienced at fixing dislocated arms. Ning Xi replied with total confidence. Doubt was written all over Jingli's face. May I ask how you got so much experience with this sort of thing? Ning Xi. Because I used to fight with Jiang Mai quite often. His arm got dislocated quite a few times, and I always realigned it for him. Jingli. Are you sure you were fighting, and you weren't just beating him up one-sidedly? He was really worried for his bro's future. Was his bro going to become a victim of domestic abuse in the future? Forget it. What was he worrying about? Even if his bro was abused, his bro would definitely receive it happily. Chapter 152. Switching on Shadow Mode. Ever since Ning Xi had come back, the little bun seemed to have switched on his shadow mode. He would follow her wherever she walked, not willing to let even an inch of distance separate them. In the living room downstairs, Jingli had also switched on his shadow mode. He was following wherever Tingxiao walked. Brother, dear bro. You guys, what did the two of you do the whole night? Tingxiao hugged a cup of freshly brewed coffee and sat on the sofa. We chatted. Jingli choked and looked like a disappointed puppy who hadn't gotten a bone. All right, just take it as if I never asked. How is the task I entrusted to you progressing? Tingxiao asked. Jingli immediately switched back to his proper mode and spoke grimly. It's already in progress. Within a month, Xiangqing's crown real estate will definitely be erased from this capital. What about Ning Xi's matter? Jingli tidied his hair before speaking up. Because the production crew stopped the news from spreading, I wasn't able to get the news in time. As for now, the one who set this whole ploy up definitely wouldn't let the news be stifled, so it's starting to spread on the internet. What's worse is that the prop director personally testified in his interview that it was Ning Xi who had bribed him to change the prop. This isn't just a matter of public opinion now. If Ning Xi files a case, Ning Xi might even be taken by the police for investigation. An endless vicious aura arose on Tingxiao's face. It suddenly seemed like he was sitting on a great demon king's throne made of bones instead of a plain, ordinary sofa, enunciating each word clearly in an icy tone. I'd like to see who would dare to do so. No. Sister-in-law has you to support her. Who would even dare to touch a single hair on her head? Jingli hurriedly tried to calm his rage before stating positively, Bro, just rest assured. I've already gotten someone to install wiretaps and spy cameras in that prop director's home. He'll definitely try to contact the person behind this in this period of time. There's no need to worry that we won't be able to get any evidence. We'll see who gets arrested in the end. Dissatisfaction showed on Tingxiao's expression, and he tapped the side table with his finger. Inefficient. Jingli couldn't accept that and grumbled. This method is so good. How is it inefficient? Tingxiao brought out a gun from under the television stand, then threw it in front of him. The corner of Lu Jingli's mouth twitched. Damn, isn't this too simple and violent? There's no skill in this method. As the two were speaking, footsteps sounded from above them. Without a change in expression, Tingxiao placed the gun back and looked up with a gentle gaze at the newcomer. Did little treasure fall asleep? Yes, I finally got him to sleep. After replying, Ning Xi hurriedly said with an anxious expression, Tingxiao, I have some urgent business and I need to go out for a while. I've already left a note for little treasure and I charged my phone. You can contact me at any time. I'll come back in 3 hours at the max. All right, I won't say any more, bye. After saying so, she flew like the breeze and left. Lu Jingli rubbed his chin. Bro, where's sister-in-law going in such a rush? Tingxiao stared in the direction the girl had left with an inscrutable gaze before urging Lu Jingli. Find someone to follow her. There was definitely something complicated behind this, since Ning Xi had left at this kind of time. If it wasn't good for little treasure to be left alone at home, he would definitely have gone himself. There's no need to find someone else. I'll go myself. Lu Jingli cheerfully accepted the mission on the spot. Lu Jingli returned home to pick out a more low-key black car, then followed closely behind Ning Xi, who was driving on the roads like a hurricane on her motorbike. After 20 minutes, he stopped at the small apartment that Ning Xi used to live in. While monitoring the movements in the area, he reported the situation to Tingxiao in real time. 153 Big Sister, calm down. What if I say no? Ning Xi looked at him with a half-smile. Zhang Chang's eyes wandered between her chest and her buttocks pervertedly, and he rubbed his chin. If you have no money, then we can figure something else out. If Big Beauty Ning can sleep with me for a night, I think I could give you some useful information. The implications were clear. If you want a confession, give me money, or your body. In fact, for someone as deceitful as Zhuang Chang, even if he got what he wanted, he still wouldn't confess, and by then she would have lost both her body and money. At the same time, downstairs in the car, looking at what was happening on the monitor, Lu Jingli was reminding his brother via his headphone nervously. Brother, calm down. Don't get agitated. You need to calm down. You have to be gentle with my little laptop. I have hundreds of gigabytes of treasure on my hard drive. Go upstairs now. The command came through the headphone. Yes. I'm going right now. On the monitor, Zhang Chang was getting closer and closer to Ning Xi. Lu Jingli held his laptop in his arms as he started to run wildly. At the same time, Zhang Chang walked over to Ning Xi's chair and placed his hands on the arms of the chair, his breathing becoming more excited. Well, isn't this a good deal? Not only do you get what you want, you can also have fun. Ning Xi lowered her eyes, her expression hard to see in the dark, and from her cherry lips came a light mocking laugh. In the next second, Zhang Chang felt something cold and hard pressing against his waist. He looked down, and his face immediately turned white. The thing pressed against him was a black gun. You. Zhang Chang's first reaction was to flee. At that moment, Ning Xi's dark, cold laugh came from behind him. That's right, run. Try it, and we'll see whether you're faster or my bullets are. Zhang Chang's sweat fell like rain. He turned his body stiffly and laughed in a relaxed tone. Little girl, you really had me going. Trying to fool me with a toy gun? Shoot. That is, if you have the skill. Here, right here. Ning Xi moved her fingers slightly, and with a small kaba sound, she screwed on a black, tube-shaped muffler on the gun and fired. With a pu sound, a bullet grazed Zhang Chang's arm as it flew past and cut a line of glaring sparks across the floor. All this happened in less than 3 seconds. Zhang Chang covered his stinging arm and fell to his knees with a thump. Sister, big sister, calm down. That's a real gun. It's not a joke. Confession. Ning Xi threw a recording pin at him and took a look at the time on her phone, her face showing that she had run out of patience. Little treasure was sleeping at home. He would definitely worry again if he woke up and didn't see her. She needed to get back to him quickly. I'll do it. I'm recording it now. Zhang Chang rolled over to grab the recording pin and pressed the button himself to start recording. It wasn't Ning Xi. Ning Xi wasn't the one who bribed me. It was someone else who asked me to tamper with the prop. But I don't know who that person is. I received an anonymous email with all the instructions in it, and 10,000 yuan was deposited directly into my account. They said that I would receive another 10,000 after it was done. Zhang Chong watched Ning Xi carefully as he spoke. The woman opposite him looked extremely impatient and dark. Her eyes were red, and her fingers patted the gun barrel neurotically. She completely looked like a murdering psychopath, and just looking at her made his hair stand on end. Chapter 154. Older sister, please calm down. What if I don't agree? Ning Xi looked at him with a faint smile. Zhang Chong's wretched gaze alternated between her bust and buttocks before he rubbed his chin and said, if you don't have money, then there's still another way. If Miss Great Beauty Ning is willing to sleep with me once, then I might even be able to reveal some interesting hints. This was clearly hinting to her that she had to pay up or sleep with him if she wanted his statement. In reality, with Zhang Chong's deceitful personality, there was a great chance that he wouldn't give the statement even after satisfying his requests. By then, it would likely be a loss on both fronts for Ning Xi. At the same time, in the car downstairs, seeing such a scene from the cameras, Lu Jingli was anxiously reminding his brother over the call. Bro, calm down. Don't get too stirred up. Please don't get too excited. Treat my little Lapai gently. I have a few 100 gigabytes of treasures in my hard disk. Go upstairs. Right now. A command rang out over the earpiece. Yes, yes, yes. I'm going right now. Seeing that Zhang Chong had already started walking closer to Ning Xi, Lu Jingli carried his laptop and started sprinting. At the same time, Zhang Chong walked in front of Ning Xi's chair and placed his arms on the armrests. Even his breathing had quickened. How is it? Isn't this deal worth it? You get what you want, and you can even enjoy yourself. Ning Xi lowered her gaze. Her expression was hidden in the shadows and couldn't be seen clearly. A light sigh spilled forth from her dark red lips. In the next second, Zhang Chong felt something cold and hard press against his waist. Looking down, his face immediately turned pale. It was the pitch-dark barrel of a gun pressing against him. You. Zhang Chong's first reaction was to run. However, Ning Xi's sinisterly cold voice rang out from behind him. Go ahead and run. Let's see if you can run faster than my bullets. Zhang Chong's sweat poured down like rain. He turned about stiffly and smiled in a relaxed manner. Girl, I was almost scared by you. Trying to use a toy gun to trick me? Then shoot. If you have the guts, then shoot. Come on, shoot over here. Ning Xi's fingers moved slightly as she installed a silencer onto the barrel with a click. She then pressed on the trigger. With a puff, the bullet grazed against Zhang Chong's arm, then scratched out a line of eye-piercing sparks on the floor. When she finished taking action, not even 3 seconds had passed. Zhang Chong held onto the wound burning painfully on his arm and knelt to the ground with a thump. Older sister. Oh, great sister. Please calm down. That's a real gun. It's not for playing around. Your statement. Ning Xi tossed a recorder pen over. She looked at the time on her phone with an extremely impatient expression. Little Treasure was still sleeping at home. He would definitely be worried if he woke up early and she wasn't there, so she had to hurry back to accompany Little Treasure. I'll do it. I'll record it right now. Zhang Chong hurriedly crawled over to pick up the recorder pen. He turned it on and started recording all by himself. It wasn't Ning Xi. It wasn't Ning Xi who bribed me. There's someone else who paid me to tamper with the sword, but I don't know who it was. I received an anonymous email and the sender just told me to execute the instructions in the email and even sent me $100,000 as a deposit. They said that they would give me another $100,000 after I finished the task. Zhang Chong carefully stole glances at Ning Xi while speaking. The woman in front of him had an extremely impatient and dark expression. Her pupils were slightly red as her fingers caressed the barrel of the gun. She looked like a mad, homicidal maniac. His hairs were about to stand from looking at her appearance. Chapter 155. Too Savage. Lu Jingli was about to burst through the door and save her, but when he saw that the situation had been completely turned around, he froze on the spot and stared blankly. Single-handedly. God damn it, she actually brought a gun. Holy shit. If I'm not wrong, that's actually a Beretta 92F. Where did she get that? Lu Jingli looked incredulous. After he finished speaking, a tragic thought flashed through his mind. His second chance today at being a hero and saving the damsel in distress had just died a premature death. Inside the room, Zhang Jiang stared rigidly at the gun in Ning Xi's hand. He was deathly afraid that she would open fire without saying a word again. She hadn't even given him a chance to react. She was too cruel. Everything I said was the truth. There wasn't a single lie. Otherwise, may lightning strike me on the spot. Ning Xi didn't speak, and it wasn't clear if she actually believed him. She spun the gun in her hands until it almost became an indistinct blur. My great ancestor. Be careful not to accidentally set it off. Zhang Jiang was about to pee his pants from watching her. Trembling with fear, he asked hurriedly, If you want me to lie and testify that it was that person, that it was Ning Xi who paid me to do it, I can do that. Without conditions. I'll do everything you want unconditionally. The instigator can be whoever you want it to be. Lies. What she wanted was conclusive proof. Ning Xi pointed the gun barrel at his chin and spoke. Give me the account number that the other party used to wire you the money and all the emails they sent as well. Okay. They're on my computer. I'll go grab it right now. However, the emails are anonymous, and even the bank account is an anonymous overseas account. They're probably useless even if I give them to you. As he spoke, Zhang Jiang fished out a laptop from underneath his blanket. Next, he showed her the other party's emails and wire transfer details. Ning Xi glanced over everything. After confirming that there were no issues, she said, This computer is mine now. Do you have any objections? Zhang Jiang shook his head violently. No. My great ancestor, please go ahead and take it. Take whatever you want to take. Ning Xi sneered. He had gone from calling her big sister to great ancestor. With a scoundrel like this, even if you tried to reason with him, he would never listen. If you tried to negotiate with him, he would be insatiable. Give an inch, and he'll take a mile. If you tried to play tricks, he would become even more cunning. Therefore, the only method left was to counter violence with violence. This was actually her first time using this gun after returning to this country. It was impossible not to be nervous, but at least she was skilled at acting. As long as she pretended that she was acting, she could calm down instantly. She had casually chosen to play the role of a homicidal maniac. It looked like she had gotten a pretty good result. Acting was her beloved profession, as well as her way of protecting herself. Then, great ancestor, is there anything else you need? Zhang Jiang nervously gulped when he saw that she still didn't have any intention of leaving. With a sharp gaze, Ning Xi sized him up as if thinking about something. Yeah, let me think for a bit. Think about what? Of course I'm thinking about whether I should kill you to eliminate any witnesses. What if you tell someone else that I forced you to give your confession after this? Ning Xi used a very natural tone, and she looked extremely serious. Zhang Jiang nearly knelt in front of her as he lost all strength in his legs. That's impossible. I wouldn't dare to do that even if you gave me nerves of steel. He was speaking the truth. It was in his nature to bully the weak and fear the strong. This time, Ning Xi had scared him out of his wits. He really never expected that this seemingly weak and delicate young lady would have such a terrifying side to her. He didn't even dare to look directly into her dark and sinister eyes, in fear that he would have nightmares at night. Ning Xi laughed lightly and used the gun barrel to pat his cheek. Don't worry. I won't kill you. I'll even give you money. Chapter 156. Where are your hands going? Zhang Jiang's first reaction was to beg for forgiveness. I don't want it. My great ancestor, please spare me. In the past, I wasn't enlightened, so I spoke some nonsense. How could I even dare to ask for your money? Who said that I'd give you money? Ning Xi threw a kick. After rolling over and standing up, Zhang Jiang wore an innocent expression. But didn't you just say? He was about to go crazy from all the abuse he was getting from this person's mood swings. Ning Xi cast him a cold glance. Stay at home and wait for me to contact you. As long as you cooperate with me, there'll be money in it for you. Otherwise, she still wanted to contact him? Hadn't he already give her everything she wanted? Weren't they agreed on never crossing paths again? Why was she still hounding him? He didn't want any money. He preferred to stay alive. Zhang Jiang had a lot of unspoken complaints, but all he could do was agree to her demands and thank Ning Xi 1,000 times for her kindness and grace as he sent her out. After going downstairs, Ning Xi put on her helmet and started up the engine before speeding straight towards the Liu residence. When she arrived at the Liu residence, she was actually an hour earlier than the time she had agreed on with Liu Tingxiao. When she entered the living room, Liu Tingxiao was just as she had left him. He was still sitting on the living room couch, looking as if he hadn't even budged at all. Ning Xi didn't think much of it. She asked immediately, Liu Tingxiao, I'm back. Did darling little treasure wake up? He hasn't. All right, that's good. I'm going up to check on him. Hold on. Tingxiao suddenly called out to stop her. Oh, what's up? For some reason, Ning Xi felt like Tingxiao's mood wasn't quite right. Where did you go? Tingxiao's tone was calm and even, yet it felt like there was something dark hidden beneath the surface. Ning Xi instinctively sensed the danger and responded hastily. I went out to handle some personal matters, that's all. Everything's already been settled. I'll be going upstairs now. She tried to slip away right after she finished speaking, but an arm suddenly reached over. A second later, caught off guard, Ning Xi's body was pulled with some force, and she fell onto the couch. More accurately, she fell into Tingxiao's embrace. Ning Xi was shocked. What surprised her even more was, Tingxiao. Why you? What are you doing? Where are your hands going? Tingxiao completely ignored her and continued to touch her all over. Hey, I'm going to fight back if you continue like this. You can't. Blame me if I hurt you then. Then do it. Ning Xi's nerves were practically about to collapse. Tingxiao, what are you trying to do? You've already figured out that I can't make a move against you, haven't you? Tingxiao stared at her expressionlessly. Why can't you make a move against me? Because... That's right. Why? If it was anyone else, her first reaction would have been to dole out a generous beating. While Ning Xi was racking her brains to come up with a reply to that question, Tingxiao's hands landed dangerously upon an object behind the waistline of her pants. Ning Xi's eyes immediately flashed. She wanted to stop him, but it was already too late. The gun that was hidden behind her waist appeared in Tingxiao's hands in an instant. Tingxiao immediately threw the gun onto the coffee table in front of them. The usual exceedingly gentle expression he used towards her had turned as cold as frost. He spit out a word like he was shooting a blade of ice. Explain. Ning Xi immediately felt like she had been caught red-handed cheating on a test by the teacher. Her face paled, and she fiddled with her fingers. With great effort, she put on a carefree expression and spoke. Hee, it's just a fake. It's a toy gun that I bought to play around with. Is that so? Does a toy gun need a silencer? Tingxiao cast her a sideways glance and picked up the gun. He pointed it directly at a palm-sized, white jade flower vase sitting in the corner, and opened fire. The flower vase immediately shattered into tiny pieces. The calm expression that Ning Xi had been using all her strength to keep on her face also shattered, just like the flower vase. Chapter 157. Her flattery failed. The air was dead silent. After a long moment, Ning Xi swallowed with great difficulty and tried to change the topic by running her mouth off. Big boss, your shooting skills are amazing. Impressive. You're just a little too wasteful. That vase must have been pretty expensive, right? Tingxiao's eyes were cold. If you don't want to speak of it, you don't have to. Ning Xi's head drooped downwards in a disheartened manner. But you look like you're going to break off all ties with me if I don't confess everything. You're not being honest at all. Other than confessing everything, was there a second option for her? Ning Xi sighed and could only choose to explain the sequence of events to him. Didn't I tell you before that something went wrong with the prop and I accidentally hurt Ning Xiulaw? Right now, the prop master is insisting on saying that I bribed him to switch the props. Isn't that forcing me into a dead end? If he sticks to his confession, it won't just be my career that will be ruined. I'll even have to go to jail. Tingxiao looked at her calmly. So? Ning Xi coughed lightly and stalled. So I went to force that guy to speak the truth. Seeing her nonchalant attitude, storm clouds were gathering on Tingxiao's face. Ning Xi, do you know how dangerous it was for you to do that? As a girl. Ning Xi covered her head and said, I know, but wasn't I forced into it? You don't know what that Zhang Chong is like. He's a scoundrel. I can only use simple violence to deal with that kind of person. I've said before that you can look for me if you need any help. You chose to use such a dangerous method, before even coming to ask me for help. Tingxiao's eyes were filled with grave disappointment. That gaze unexpectedly made her heart clench in pain. This was the first time Tingxiao had gotten so angry with her. Ning Xi's face was full of anxiety. No, it's not like that. Finally, feeling like she was going to have a headache, she sighed. I'm just used to it. Used to solving everything by herself. Used to not relying on others. The two of them sunk into silence again. But how did you know that I had a gun on me? Ning Xi abruptly recalled this matter and asked suspiciously. The smell. Lu Tingxiao answered coldly. So that's how. Was it the smell of gunpowder? I didn't realize that even your sense of smell is so strong. Big boss. He. Lu Tingxiao's expression remained as cold as ice, the kind that had been frozen for 1,000 years. Her flattery had failed. Ning Xi had an expression of complete helplessness. Lu Tingxiao, it's not that I didn't want to ask you for help. There's just no need for you to personally take action for small matters like these. Isn't it like using a sledgehammer to kill a fly? However, right now, I do have something that I really need your help with. You really have to help me this time. Please, please, please. I kept thinking about it, and you're the only one I can turn to for this. So even if you're not willing to help me, I'll definitely keep disturbing you. This time, although his expression remained frosty, he finally looked her in the eye. Speak. Ning Xi heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly spoke up. It's like this. Although I finally got Zhang Chang's confession and the emails and bank transfer details from the mastermind, all this evidence can only clear my innocence, but I won't be able to find the mastermind. It wouldn't be very gentlemanly of me if I didn't take revenge for this grudge. Letting the mastermind off so easily would be such a waste. So I was thinking, is there any way that you could decode the mastermind's account details and IP address? Big boss, it must have been thanks to your genes that darling little treasure is already so clever at such a young age. So big boss must be even more impressive at computers and such. I'm sure you have some way to do that, right? Chapter 158, Move Further Away From Me. Right. Ning Xi put her hands together in a pleading pose, a hopeful expression on her face and stars in her eyes. On one hand, it was to butter up Lu Tingxiao. On the other hand, she really did need his help. Lu Tingxiao remained silent for 3 seconds before finally speaking the golden word. Yes. Really? You really have a solution? Ning Xi was so excited she almost jumped into the air. Then how long do you need? 1. Lu Tingxiao was about to say 1 hour, but he suddenly changed his mind. 1 night. That fast? That's great. Ning Xi was delighted over the great news and hurriedly pulled out a laptop from her bag. This is the laptop I took from Zhang Chang. Do you need anything else? I'll help you prepare them. There's no need. Lu Tingxiao stood up and headed upstairs while speaking. Ning Xi eagerly followed closely after him. Upon reaching the study, the perceptive Ning Xi ran to help Lu Tingxiao pull out his chair, then placed the laptop on top of the desk before Lu Tingxiao. She then jogged off to pour a glass of water for him. Lu Tingxiao shot a casual glance at her before sitting down in the chair. He then took out his own laptop and brought out a cable to connect the 2 laptops. After skimming over the evidence she had mentioned, he opened a file and entered a string of complicated-looking code into a window on his laptop screen. Ning Xi leaned on the desk and moved closer to look out of curiosity. But of course, it looked like gibberish to her. She held a completely dazed expression. Although she couldn't understand any of it, whatever he was doing still seemed pretty awesome. While Lu Tingxiao was typing, he heard light breathing near his ear, so he abruptly stopped moving his fingers and started frowning. What happened? Is anything wrong? Ning Xi immediately asked tensely. Lu Tingxiao's tone was slightly cool. Move further away from me. She was leaning too close. It was affecting his concentration. Okay. Ning Xi shriveled up like an eggplant in winter and lowered her head. In a sad and dismal manner, she shifted to the furthest corner of the room and sat on the sofa there. Seeing the girl's pitiful appearance, Lu Tingxiao almost spoke up to comfort her, but he held back in the end. Ning Xi hugged a cushion in her arms and quietly watched Lu Tingxiao's face from the side profile as he was working seriously. She inwardly savored the sight. It was true that men were the most handsome when they were working earnestly. Momentarily, only the quiet sound of fingers tapping on the keyboard could be heard in the study. Ning Xi sat there and struggled with her thoughts for a long while before she finally couldn't resist and spoke up. Lu Tingxiao, can I ask you a question? Go ahead. Why? Why didn't you ask me? Ask what? Ning Xi's fingers clenched into fists. Ask about that gun. You're not going to ask why I have a gun. Don't you think that I'm not like what you expected at all? That I'm very scary? Lu Tingxiao, not at all. Ning Xi, oh. Lu Tingxiao didn't continue questioning her, but Ning Xi felt extremely sorry in her heart. He had always treated her like a friend and helped her without holding back. However, She kept hiding and concealing every little thing about herself. Thus, even though Tingxiao hadn't continued questioning her, Ning Xi took the initiative to speak up. You know how the public order in America isn't very good, and how having a gun is legal there. I learned how to use a gun when I was there. However, it's not legal to have guns back here in China. This gun was smuggled in through illegal channels. I don't know how it was done exactly. It was given to me by a friend, the one who taught me how to shoot. It's for the sake of self-defense only when I absolutely need it. Since I've come back to China, I've only used it just this once. Tingxiao stopped all movement. What kind of person is that friend of yours? Chapter 159. You think I'm dangerous? Hearing this question, Ning Xi appeared to be little troubled. She scratched her head and said, "It's the one I mentioned to you before, the ex-boyfriend that I only dated for a day." It was that man again. Since they only dated for a day, why did they seem to have interacted so much? Tingxiao's expression became extremely fierce. Do you know that the channels used to smuggle in this type of gun are split between 3 factions? No matter which faction that friend of yours belongs to, they are key targets for the police. That diamond was most likely brought in through illegal means as well. Ning Xi lowered her head and mumbled, No, you know about it." Tingxiao's expression turned even uglier. She knew that, and still associated with that sort of person? Knowing about the other's background meant that she was in an even more dangerous situation. Ning Xi hurriedly explained, "His background might be a little dangerous. Sorry, but I can't explain his identity to you. However, he definitely won't harm me. I can be sure about that." After she finished speaking, she clearly realized that Tingxiao's expression had reached the lowest point. Right then and there, Ning Xi felt like she was a naughty kid who had been caught doing something bad by their parent. She was so nervous that she pressed her fingers together and didn't dare to let out a single peep. The great demon king was terrifying when he was angry. After a long moment, Tingxiao finally said, "Give me the gun." Ning Xi's protectiveness towards that man had almost destroyed his rationality. "Okay." Ning Xi immediately handed over the gun obediently. "What are you going to do with it?" Tingxiao took it mercilessly, confiscating it. Ning Xi abruptly threw herself at him and wailed in anguish. Don't. That's my protection amulet. I promise I won't use it recklessly. I won't let anyone discover it." Tingxiao looked askance at her coldly. He then opened his drawer, took out another gun and passed it to her. "Use this one from now on." Looking at the gun that Tingxiao passed to her, Ning Xi's eyes immediately lit. "Oh, this is..." She couldn't tell which model it was, but it was obvious that it was no ordinary gun. "Can I dismantle it and take a look?" Ning Xi carefully asked. After meeting the girl's shiny eyes with his gaze, Tingxiao nodded. Upon getting permission, Ning Xi immediately dismantled the gun with glee. After taking it apart, she looked at the structure inside in disbelief. P226? "I made some modifications, so it's safer." Tingxiao's expression was still the same. Because Ning Xi's knowledge of shooting, dismantling, and assembling firearms clearly came from that man. Ning Xi stroked that gun in admiration, not wanting to let go of it at all. She cast a glance at him weakly. Someone who can get a 92F is dangerous. But since you actually managed to get a P226, aren't you?" The 92F was known as the best gun in the world, but very few people knew that it was the P226 that was actually the best gun in the world. It wasn't as popular as the 92F because it was too expensive. Upon hearing that, Tingxiao's expression immediately turned cold. "You think I'm dangerous?" Ning Xi shook her head hard. No. How could I even think that way? Big boss, you're the best. You're my angel. Are you tired? Are your shoulders sore? Let me give you a massage. Keep working hard." Without saying any more, she then ran behind him in a groveling manner and put all her energy into massaging his shoulders. When he heard the girl's sweet and gentle voice, although he knew that she was purposely coaxing and buttering him up, Tingxiao's stormy expression immediately warmed up. However, he quickly turned tense again. The girl's soft hands were rubbing his shoulders with just the right amount of force. She was even massaging his neck and temples in an extremely professional manner. That warm feeling and the perfect amount of force felt very comfortable, and it was also going to be the death of him. Chapter 160. I'll feed you. That's enough. To prevent himself from losing control, Tingxiao was forced to call a stop to the massage. "Okay." Ning Xi didn't think much of it and continued to study the gun. Following that, she turned to Tingxiao with uncertainty and asked, "This gun, you're really giving it to me?" Tingxiao, take it as your birthday present. This gift was rather special. Ning Xi gently stroked the gun. Thank you. I love it. The safety on this gun was indeed much better. Furthermore, it had a low-key appearance, and no one would be able to tell what model it was unless they dismantled it. It was much more convenient to use. Ning Xi continued looking at the gun and couldn't help but feel a little teary. Tingxiao, thank you. No one has ever been so kind to me before. Tingxiao felt slightly touched in his heart. As he was about to say something, Ning Xi spoke with emotion. It feels a little like having a father. Tingxiao. This was a rather high evaluation, but he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It's already this late. You must be hungry. I'll make some supper for you. After Ning Xi eagerly ran out, Tingxiao dismantled her old gun without batting an eyelid. As he expected, the serial number had been erased. However, this narrowed down the list of suspects again. 10 minutes later, Ning Xi walked back and carrying a steaming bowl of food. Tingxiao, are dumplings okay? I saw that there were still some remaining in the freezer from the last time we made them, so I heated some up for you. Leave it here. Sure. Seeing how busy Tingxiao was, Ning Xi felt a little sorry for troubling him. Thus, she took up the bowl. I'll feed you, okay? Tingxiao's brows furrowed together slightly. He wanted to reject her offer at first, but he couldn't bear to do so. I'll feed you. Just focus on your work. Ning Xi hastily picked up a dumpling with a pair of chopsticks and carefully blew on it before sending it to his mouth. Tingxiao stared at his laptop screen with a serene expression before opening his mouth and eating that dumpling. Why didn't it taste this good the last time he ate it? Ning Xi continued feeding the dumplings to him one by one until she finished feeding him the entire bowl. Go take a break. I'm almost done here. Tingxiao returned Zhang Chang's laptop to her and started concentrating on his own laptop. Oh, okay. Ning Xi hugged the laptop and sat on the sofa in the corner. Because she was bored, she started looking through Zhang Chang's laptop to see if she could find any leads. In the end, she actually did find something. She found a folder named Important Secrets in the D drive. Upon opening it, she discovered that there were quite a few videos in the folder. Perhaps the guy had hidden some evidence and hadn't told her? While eyeing the screen suspiciously, Ning Xi opened one of the videos. Right as she opened it, Ning Xi felt that something wasn't right. However, when she finally reacted, it was already too late. Heart-pounding moans and groans blasted out from the laptop, sounding extremely clear and distinct in the quiet study. Ning Xi. Tingxiao. Ning Xi wanted to dig a hole in the ground and bury herself in it. She kept clicking, but she couldn't close the video because she was panicking. In the end, Tingxiao couldn't bear watching any longer and walked over to help her close the video. Ning Xi threw the laptop away and complained. He had some files in a folder named Important Secrets, so I thought it was evidence. Damn, I should have known. Any suspicious folders in a man's computer would surely be that kind of thing. Seeing the girl's indignant appearance, Tingxiao pinched the space between his brows before sighing with absolute helplessness. It's done. Come over and take a look. He had told her that he would finish it within one night out of selfishness, hoping that he could spend more time with her. However, if this torment continued, he didn't know what he would do. Chapter 161. Not seeing him as a man. After hearing that, Ning Xi immediately tossed all her embarrassment to the back of her head. You're done? With all of it? Tingxiao nodded and indicated for her to take a look herself. Ning Xi was worried that she wouldn't understand at first, but in the end, she found that Tingxiao wasn't trying to get her to look at those complicated lines of code, but was simply showing her the results on the screen. The IP address of the sender was traced back to the apartment building that Ning Xi stayed in, Pearl River Grandview. The owner of the anonymous overseas account was Cui Kaijing, Ning Xi's assistant. I thought this kind of hacking only existed on TV, especially hacking into anonymous accounts since they're super safe. You have to enter the bank system to crack one. It's practically impossible. Ning Xi was so excited that she couldn't speak for a long moment. Finally, she threw her arms around Tingxiao. Big boss. You're amazing. Tingxiao. Right then and there, Tingxiao found that he could no longer avoid facing a problem. Ning Xi completely trusted in him now, but she had too much faith in him. to the point that she had forgotten that he was a man. To put it simply, she was now treating him like a mentor and a good friend. She even took him for a father at times, but never saw him as a man. This was a huge problem. However, it was also a good omen. The time that he was waiting for was imminent. It was only after he had settled his turbulent emotions that Tingxiao spoke up and asked her a question. What are you going to do with all this evidence? There's no hurry to make this evidence public. Let Ning Xi continue stirring up trouble. The more trouble she stirs up, the harder she'll be hit when the time comes. I'm preparing. Preparing what? Tingxiao, hold me for a bit. Why do I feel like the floor is shaking? Just as she said shaking, Ning Xi's vision turned black and she collapsed to the floor with a thump. Ning Xi, Tingxiao's expression abruptly changed and he hurriedly caught her. The soft body in his arms was on fire. He reached out and touched her forehead, and it was scalding hot. He had sensed this heat previously, but he thought that he was simply imagining things. He hadn't thought that she was really ill. Tingxiao picked up the person in his arms and hurriedly ran downstairs. Uncle Yuan, prepare the car. The old butler was shocked upon seeing the situation. What happened to Miss Xi? I don't know. Tingxiao was panicking so much that his usual icy mask had cracked. He didn't know. He didn't know if it was the remainder of the drugs in her system, or if she was simply having a fever, or perhaps that Zhu Xiangxing had given her something else. Right now, Tingxiao was submerged in self-blame. He should have brought her to the hospital for a checkup at the first possible moment. However, not only had he not done so, he had even delayed sending her to the hospital for so long. He had also tired her out by keeping her so busy. So much had happened. She must have been under tremendous pressure. She had probably reached her limit, holding on up till now. Eldest young master, don't get too nervous. It looks like Miss Xi is only having a fever. Why don't we call the family doctor to take a look? However, Tingxiao was already deaf to all suggestions. The driver brought the car over, and he immediately carried her on board to the hospital. After saying so, he then turned to the butler standing outside the car and instructed him. Call Qin Mufeng over as well. Yes, sir. The butler could only helplessly agree. If he had still been uncertain before, seeing how eldest young master was acting now, everything would be made clear. This girl was most likely going to be their future eldest young mistress. Chapter 162, My Wife is Too Cute. When the butler called Qin Mufeng, he had been pulled to a bar by Lu Jingli and they were exchanging gossip while drinking. When they heard that Ning Xi had fainted, the two of them immediately rushed to the hospital. In the First People's Hospital, the VIP ward on the top floor. The moment Qin Mufeng and Lu Jingli reached the ward, they saw Ning Xi lying on the bed, her face as white as snow. She was hooked up to N4, and Tingxiao was sitting by her bed with an imposing, overcast expression. Lu Jingli and Qin Mufeng exchanged glances, clearly frightened by Tingxiao's face. At this moment, a nurse walked in carrying a tray of medicine. Lu Jingli hurriedly pulled her aside to ask quietly, How's the patient? What's the problem? Is it serious? The patient is running a fever at 39.6 degrees Celsius. The nurse replied, Oh, a fever? What? A fever? Lu Jingli was stupefied. Are you sure it's a fever? It's just a fever. Yes, we're sure. We've already done a full body checkup. There's no problem at all. Please don't worry. The mister in the ward has already asked us quite a few times. The nurse replied without a shred of impatience, because the guy in the ward and these two standing at the entrance were too handsome. She was willing to answer them even if they asked her the same question 100 times over. Lu Jingli held onto the door frame weakly and patted his still pounding heart. Bro, are you trying to scare me to death? She's only having a fever. Why do you look like she just got a terminal disease? Qin Mufeng also showed a helpless expression. You even called me over. Although I'm a doctor, I heal minds, not the body. Tingxiao raised his gaze and swept a cold glance at Qin Mufeng. Since Ning Xi has already replaced you, perhaps I should save on this expense. He clearly meant that he was going to fire him. The amount that he paid Qin Mufeng every year wasn't cheap. Please. Don't. Other than curing little treasure, I have other uses. I'm acquainted with a famous nutritionist in this hospital. I'll call him over now to create a nutrition plan for Ning Xi. Qin Mufeng felt a little guilty. Ever since Ning Xi had come, he had been rather idle. Little Treasure and Lu Tingxiao hardly needed him now. Even their weekly therapy sessions had been canceled. After Qin Mufeng left, Lu Jingli saw that Lu Tingxiao had his head bent over his phone and couldn't help asking, "Bro, what are you looking at?" When had his brother become a youngster addicted to the internet? In the end, when he walked closer, he was shocked. His brother had actually copied the surveillance footage from before into his phone. What the heck? Bro, what are you doing watching this? Xiao Cici looks so scary. When I was watching this video, I felt goosebumps all over. I can't tell if she's acting or if she's for real. Lu Jingli shivered as he spoke. However, right now, his brother was actually playing it on loop and even had a mystical expression that practically broadcasted his thoughts. My wife is too cute. He was really beyond hope. Really, your two hearts are linked as one. Even the way you think is the same. Simple and violent. TSK, you're really one family. Lu Jingli lamented. Lu Tingxiao stroked the face of the girl lying on the sick bed, his pride in her as clear as day. To prevent his single dog eyes from getting blinded, Lu Jingli turned his head away from the overly romantic sight. You must have found the culprit's identity by now, right? Is the next step announcing it on the internet to help Xiao Cici clear her name? I'll go do it right now. Chapter 163. His tastes aren't that extreme. A cold glint flashed through the depths of Lu Tingxiao's eyes. There's no hurry. Lu Jingli rubbed his chin. That's right. We have our trump card anyway. Let her cause more trouble. That way, it'll be more fun when the time comes. Prepare a contract for Ning Xi. Lu Tingxiao instructed. Hearing this, Lu Jingli's eyes immediately lit up. A contract? Bro, you're finally preparing to bring sister-in-law into Golden Age. Prepare a set of the profiles of all the managers in Golden Age for me too. His words could be counted as an indirect reply to Lu Jingli's question. I got it. You're going to pick a manager for Xiao Cici personally? Geez, if you gave me 0.001% of the same treatment you give to Xiao Cici, I'd be pretty satisfied. Lu Jingli complained in a sour tone. Hearing this, Lu Tingxiao cast a sideways glance at him and suddenly reached towards him with one hand. Lu Jingli thought he was going to beat him and subconsciously retreated backwards to duck his hand. What did I say wrongly this time? In the end, Lu Tingxiao simply reached out to pat the back of his neck, a gesture that was extremely intimate coming from his brother. Lu Jingli was overwhelmed by the unexpected favor and was about to ascend into heaven. Even his ears had turned a little red. Bro, what are you doing? Lu Tingxiao frowned as he looked at him, but his tone was very gentle. Don't just think about playing all day. Work hard and find someone you like to spend the rest of your days with. Lu Jingli had a stunned expression on for a moment before his body shuddered harshly. Oh my God, you're scaring me. Bro, getting such warm treatment from you suddenly is even scarier than when you beat me up. Marriage is important. I'll take care of it for you when we get back. Lu Tingxiao spoke up. Oh, please don't. Bro, just let me continue roaming freely. Please let me go free. I won't poke at you anymore. Please continue being your usual cold self. Lu Jingli almost peed his pants in fright. What if his brother picked a woman as scary as he was? What if he picked a woman like Xiao Cici? He definitely wouldn't be able to handle her. His tastes aren't that extreme. He likes gentle women. Lu Jingli suddenly grew some wit in the middle of his emergency. Bro, it's not up to us men to worry about stuff like that. Why don't you wait until you've settled down with sister-in-law, and then let sister-in-law introduce someone to me? My sister-in-law surely has great insight. Lu Tingxiao pondered it for a moment after hearing the suggestion. Okay. Lu Jingli patted his chest and heaved a sigh of relief. That was a narrow escape. He had gone through girlfriends pretty quickly in the past, but now, it was already close to half a year that he had remained single. For some reason, he had started to feel that there was no meaning to dating. Presently, he really didn't want to start dating again at all, especially after seeing his brother with Ning Xi. It made him feel like the love he had had in the past was meaningless. All right, he admitted it. He was jealous. He was jealous that his brother had finally managed to find his true love despite waiting for 32 years. He didn't know if he would ever find his in his lifetime. The more he thought about it, the sadder he got. So he firmly chose not to stay here and continue getting abused by displays of affection. Bro, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. I'll quickly prepare the things you want and send them over. Bye. It wasn't until the evening of the next day that Ning Xi finally woke up. When she opened her eyes again, she felt like her body was floating. Her mind was fuzzy, and it felt like the previous day had happened a lifetime ago. When Tingxiao pushed the ward door open, this was the scene that met his eyes. Under the glow of the sunset from outside the window, the girl dressed in a loose hospital gown looked like she had just woken up. She sat in obvious confusion on the pure white hospital bed, a dazed expression on her face, drawing sympathy and affection, as well as the overwhelming urge to pull her into his arms. Chapter 164. Do you have the strength to eat? You've woken up. Tingxiao was afraid of startling her, so he walked over with light steps. He patted her gently on the head with his large palm. Tingxiao, Ning Xi's response was a little slow as she looked at him. Yes, how do you feel? Ning Xi was bewildered. Is this the hospital? What happened to me? You fainted yesterday with a fever of 39 degrees. Upon thinking back to how she had suddenly collapsed yesterday, Tingxiao couldn't control his darkening expression. Ning Xi scratched her head. I was having a fever? Why can't I feel any strength in my body now? That must be from hunger. You've already slept for almost an entire day and night. Tingxiao helped her to set up the meal table before bringing a pillow for her back. I guessed that you were about to wake up, so I bought you dinner. Thank you. Ning Xi looked at the man busying himself with setting up things and pursed her lips. She couldn't resist reaching out to touch his chin. The warmth from her fingertips made Tingxiao startle. His gaze was warm as he looked at the girl. Chem? Is something wrong? Ning Xi's brows were furrowed together as she looked at his haggard appearance and the stubble on his chin. Were you taking care of me the whole night? Even your stubble has grown out. It's fine, I slept for a bit. Actually, he hadn't closed his eyes for even a minute and hadn't had the mood to clean up. It wasn't until she had woken up that his heart had finally settled down. Eat. It's not good for you to eat oily food right now, so I only got you some porridge. I'll buy something tastier when you get well. Tingxiao passed the bowl of porridge and a spoon to her. Do you have the strength to eat? Do you need me to help? Ning Xi didn't make any sound or movement. Tingxiao raised his head to look at her in suspicion. Is something the matter? Does it hurt anywhere? I'll go call the doctor. Ning Xi hurriedly pulled him back. I'm fine. I'm just not fully awake yet. I zoned out. Tingxiao relaxed and said, What you need now is plenty of rest. Don't let your thoughts run wild. Okay. Ning Xi nodded and focused on eating her porridge. However, she looked like she was miles away, like her mind had gone away on a journey. Tingxiao was treating her so well that she was terrified. It wasn't like she hadn't noticed the way he treated her from the start. However, she had been ignoring it on purpose, and she even got used to it eventually. Everything that the man before her had done, was it really just for the sake of repaying the debt of gratitude? Even if he took her as a friend, who would go this far for their friends? There were just way too many things she needed to take care of, so that thought simply flashed through her mind and disappeared. After her meal, Ning Xi finally regained some of her energy. She quickly banished the chaotic thoughts in her head and started to get down to business. Tingxiao, is my phone. Here. Tingxiao showed his displeasure on his face. I just said that you need to get plenty of rest. Ning Xi held her hands together in a begging gesture. I've already rested enough by sleeping for so long, and I just ate my fill. If you don't let me do something now, mold will start growing on me. Tingxiao saw that she did look much better, and he couldn't resist her puppy eyes, so he took out her phone and passed it to her. Following that, he brought over the thermometer. Measure your temperature. Ning Xi obediently opened up and held the thermometer in her mouth. She then opened a web page and started checking the latest entertainment news. However, when she saw the latest headlines, schemes abound on the set of Land Under Heaven. Femme fatale stops at nothing to rise in the ranks. Ning Xi's injury. Was it an accident or was it a planned murder? Starlight Entertainment upholds their boycott of unfair competition, protecting the right to safety for their artistes. Ning Xi's office has issued a lawyer's letter. Ning Xi disappeared from the face of the earth. No response thus far. Chapter 165. You deserve to be called the Great Demon King. Following that, Ning Xi opened up her Weibo only to see her entire screen covered in abuse. This time, it was several times worse than the incident with Jia Qingqing. After all, Ning Xi was much more popular than Jia Qingqing, and her fans were more formidable. That bitch Ning Xi has been hiding from the public eye for so long. She's definitely feeling guilty. She couldn't possibly have run away after seeing how her plot was exposed, right? After all, she could be charged with attempted murder this time around. If they file a lawsuit, she's definitely going to jail. She might have gotten trashed the first time because of someone else's jealousy, but with incidents like this happening so often, it's a sure sign that there's something wrong with her character. Not to mention, she was caught with evidence this time. Ning Xi is famous for being a good person within the entertainment industry. She even repeatedly stood up for Ning Xi as her senior. I really didn't expect Ning Xi to bite the hand that feeds her and commit such a low crime. It's all thanks to people like her that the entertainment industry is becoming more corrupt. Don't you guys feel like everything was planned by Ning Xi? First, she got rid of Jia Qingqing to secure her position as the second female lead. And now she's plotting to bring down Ning Xi so that she can take the role of the first female lead. It's extremely frightening once you think about it. She's too scary. As expected, all beautiful women are bad news. Tingxiao frowned when he caught sight of the malicious comments on her phone. His brows drew together as he spoke. Stop reading them. Sitting cross-legged with a thermometer in her mouth, Ning Xi gave a muffled response. It's fine. Reading these is actually pretty fun. Focus on measuring your temperature. Stop speaking. Oh, you were the one who started talking to me. When the measurement was done, Tingxiao looked at the thermometer, 37.1 degrees. Pleased, Ning Xi immediately said, Didn't I say that I was fine? In fact, I'm in great health. Can I leave the hospital now? Stay a few more days for observation. I still have to stay? But I miss darling little treasure. Ning Xi brought up little treasure in a desperate measure. He's already on the way over. Tingxiao's tone didn't allow for any leeway. All right then. Ning Xi was finally speechless. Tingxiao put away the dining tray and then sat down on a chair by the bed. What are you planning to do next? Ning Xi suddenly recalled something. I was just about to ask you that. Could you send a copy of the evidence to my phone? I'm going to forward it to someone. Tingxiao shot her a glance. Zhang Chong. Even though Ning Xi was already used to Tingxiao's killer IQ, she still couldn't help but feel impressed. You deserve to be called Big Boss. You're too smart. I'm planning to let these two dogs bite each other by making Zhang Chong extort money from Ning Xi with the evidence we found. Ning Xi coughed dryly after she finished speaking in excitement. She looked rather uneasily at Tingxiao. Am I being too malicious? Tingxiao didn't respond to her question. Instead, he replied with his analysis. The main issue with this method is that there's nothing in it for you, and it lets Zhang Chong off the hook too easily. Ning Xi scratched her head. You're right, but my goal is to mess with Ning Xi. I didn't really give much thought to anything else. After contemplating for a moment, Tingxiao spoke. Why don't you extort her yourself instead of letting Zhang Chong reap the benefits? Ning Xi's eyes almost popped out from astonishment upon hearing that. Is that okay? Why not? Tingxiao answered her question with one of his own. He immediately continued his analysis. Going by Ning Xi's finances, you can probably ask her for about 8 million. This is the best opportunity for you to cancel your contract with Starlight, and you can use that money to pay off the penalty fee. After listening to Tingxiao, Ning Xi couldn't find any words to speak. She had only wanted to incite others at most, but this great demon king was really something else. Not only was he looking down on her actions, he actually started teaching her how to be even more evil. Chapter 166, A Faster Way. That really was a perfect way to settle things. However, the thought of carrying out extortion herself didn't sit too well with her conscience. Ning Xi bit her lip as she recalled everything that had occurred that night. Shortly afterwards, she sneered inwardly. What was there to feel bad about? They had already reached this point. Ning Xi quickly made up her mind. Okay, send the evidence to me, and I'll go contact Ning Xi. There's no need to do it yourself. I'll do it for you so that no one will be able to trace your IP address. Tingxiao responded. At this point, Ning Xi had started looking at Tingxiao like he was a god. She spoke with starry eyes. Great God Lu, this skill of yours is really too OP. Are you accepting any students? Tingxiao's mood improved quite a bit upon seeing the worship in the girl's expression. He glanced at her. Nope. Ning Xi's face was immediately filled with disappointment. Oh, of course he wasn't accepting any disciples. Big Boss Lu had so much to do on his plate every day. How could he possibly accept any students? Lu Tingxiao stared at her with hidden meaning. If you want to acquire this skill, there's actually a faster way. What? What? Ning Xi asked with renewed energy. Lu Tingxiao, marry me. If she married him, then everything that was his would become hers. She wouldn't need to learn anything then. Ning Xi broke out into a coughing fit and almost choked on her own spit. She couldn't actually find any faults with this method of his. But was she getting flirted with again? Lu Tingxiao enjoyed the girl's embarrassed expression for a moment before he asked, "Have you thought about which company you'll join after terminating your contract?" Ning Xi rubbed her chin. "Well, I'm still thinking about that." Speaking in an extremely casual tone, Lu Tingxiao said, "After you prove your innocence this time around, your popularity will be on par with second and top-tier actors. When the time comes, it'll be easy to find your next company." Ning Xi sighed. "Actually, it's quite troublesome. There won't be much competition if I want to enter a small company, but the future prospects are slim. Meanwhile, it's hard to get into a large company without some sort of background. It seems like I'm getting a lot of exposure right now, but all of it is built on top of scandals. I don't even have a single completed project, so I'm in a pretty awkward position. Oh, Teacher Lu, do you have any suggestions?" Ning Xi had already subconsciously started looking to Lu Tingxiao for his opinion when it came to making important decisions. Lu Tingxiao poured her a glass of water and replied, "From my perspective as a businessman, you're an investment with a lot of potential. I'm interested in seeing the value you'll create in the future. Therefore, I hope that you can join Golden Age." When she heard his words, Ning Xi's eyes opened wide, and it took her a long while to recover. Big boss. Are you personally poaching me right now?" Lu Tingxiao chuckled. "You could put it that way. I really do want to poach you. Will you come?" Damn. Shouldn't that tone he was using be considered a foul? Ning Xi gulped and calmed herself down. She then spoke with a serious expression. "To tell you the truth, if all goes well, and I can leave Starlight smoothly, Golden Age is the company that I would like to enter the most. Golden Age has already surpassed Starlight to become the industry's top entertainment company, and its future prospects are undoubtedly the best." Lu Tingxiao nodded with satisfaction and extended his hand. "Well then, let's have a successful partnership." Ning Xi subconsciously extended her hand. Let's have a successful partnership. What just happened? They started working together just like that? She had already reached an agreement with Golden Age just like that? The Great Demon King was also pretty efficient at poaching people. Chapter 167. Our feelings are mutual. Our partnership has been settled just like that? Ning Xi was still somewhat dazed. "I've taken an interest in you, and you're also interested in Golden Age. Our feelings are mutual. Are there any problems?" Lu Tingxiao replied her question with one of his own. Our feelings are mutual. The way he used that phrase, Lu Tingxiao was the last person in the world that Ning Xi would want to cause trouble for. Therefore, she asked very solemnly, "Are you sure that you don't need to think it over some more? I think that I can be quite the troublemaker. What if I cause trouble for you in the future? Why would you need a management company if you could handle everything yourself? That's exactly why I exist." Oh, Ning Xi rubbed her nose. In any case, she had discovered that even though the Great Demon King was a man of few words, every word he spoke carried a great deal of weight. She couldn't win him in a battle of words. Ning Xi thought carefully for a moment. Since Starlight had wronged her so many times while she was under their management, it was only natural for her to ask for the termination of their contract, and no one would use the topic to malign her. Now that the penalty fee was settled and clearing her name was just a matter of time, it was unlikely that she would bring Lu Tingxiao any trouble. After reflecting for a bit, she was finally able to rest at ease. "Big boss, I'll definitely work hard to earn you money to repay your kindness in hiring me. You won't be disappointed." Ning Xi immediately expressed her sincerity to her boss. She was still confident in her abilities. Lu Tingxiao smiled slightly. "Okay, I'm looking forward to that." At that moment, Ning Xi's cell phone suddenly rang. The caller ID showed Corrupted Devil King. Jiang Mai had called many times previously, but she had been too busy, and then she had suddenly fallen ill. There simply hadn't been any time to call him back. Ning Xi didn't try to hide anything from Lu Tingxiao. She went ahead and accepted the call. "Hello? Jiang." Before she had a chance to speak, A roar that almost shattered her eardrums came from the phone. Ning Xi, where the hell are you? Why are you playing around at a time like this? Do you know how badly people have been shitting on you? He had gone to the Lu residence. Once to find her, only to be told by the butler that she wasn't there, and neither was Lu Tingxiao. That day just happened to be her birthday, and the two of them had disappeared at the same time. What else could he imagine? Ning Xi speechlessly rubbed her ear. Who's been playing around? I'm at the freaking hospital. Jiang Mai was stunned for a moment before his tone immediately turned anxious. What? You're in the hospital? What happened to you? Did you get beaten up by someone? Ning Xi frowned slightly. You're the one who got beaten up. I just had a fever, that's all. Which hospital are you at? I'll come over to see you right away. There's no need for that. You're so busy. Just focus on your family matters first. My fever has already gone down, and Lu Tingxiao is here with me. Little Treasure will be coming over later too. The person on the other end suddenly went silent for a couple of seconds. Then, she heard Jiang Mai speak gloomily. Ning Xi, have you looked at the email I sent you yet? Not yet. I haven't had the time. I've been dealing with one problem after the other ever since 2 days ago, and I haven't had a single moment of rest. It's a long story, but I'll tell you about it later when I have the time. Jiang Mai took a deep breath. Remember to look at it as soon as possible. Also, I need to ask you, what are you planning to do about the situation with Ning Xi? I was going to help you find that bastard Zhang Chong, but when I sent someone to deal with him, his place was already completely empty. You're part of Starlight, so I can't use my company's PR department, but I consulted with Ning Xi and I've contacted a reliable public relations team for you. Ning Xi responded gratefully. Thanks for that, Jiang Mai, but that won't be necessary. I've already gotten some evidence that will prove my innocence. Jiang Mai ground his teeth together. Was it Lu Tingxiao again? Chapter 168, pampering her a little more. I got that evidence myself, okay. But Lu Tingxiao did help me out a lot later on. All right, I get it. It's good that you're okay. I'm hanging up. Remember to look at my email. Keeping in consideration that she was still sick, Jiang Mai restrained his temper. Since he didn't have the mood to ask about how Lu Tingxiao had saved the damsel in distress, he just hung up after speaking in a forceful tone. Damn it. If that Lu Tingxiao hadn't used some underhanded means to stall him, he would be by her side right now. He should be the one helping her through all those difficulties. Shameless, so shameless. Was that Jiang Mai? Lu Tingxiao casually asked. It was. He asked if I needed any help. He even said he sent me an email. I wonder what it is. He keeps reminding me to look at it, acting all mysterious. It's probably some birthday prank. He did the same last year, when he sent me a really scary prank video. I was so angry I had to beat him up 3 times before I finally vented all my anger. Ning Xi mumbled her complaints. She wasn't in any hurry to look at the email. She continued looking through her text messages and missed calls to see if there was anyone else she needed to reply. Most of the missed calls were from unfamiliar numbers, and were most probably from the media. When she reached the end of the call log, she saw a familiar name. The missed call had been made on her birthday. Looking at those 2 words, Ning Xi's indifferent expression turned warm. I thought he forgot my birthday. Who is it? Lu Tingxiao subconsciously turned tense. My little brother, Tang Nuo. Lu Tingxiao nodded and relaxed without any change in his expression. He thought it would be her ex. He was about to turn into someone who jumped at every new person appearing in her life. Ning Xi immediately called him back. Hello, Xiao Nuo. Jia, you finally called me back. How are you doing now? Are you okay? Did those people make trouble for you? I saw the news in the papers. Don't worry, I'm fine. But I saw that woman is trying to sue you. I'm not an easy target. We'll see who's going to be the one getting sued in the end. You're really fine? I'm really fine. If you continue worrying so much, I'll start suspecting that you're 70 instead of 17. Ning Xi paused for a moment. But, you're believing me just like that? What if I really lost my mind and purposely stabbed Ning Xi to get her role? The young teen's voice sounded clear and bright. Even through the phone, why would I believe in others before believing my own dear sister? Warmth spread in Ning Xi's heart upon hearing this. You little brat. What a sweet talker. I'll stop worrying now that I know you're fine. Oh yeah, I haven't wished you a happy birthday, and it's already passed. It's fine. It's the same even if you say it now. Thank you, my dear, handsome, sweet little brother. Stop being so mushy. I'm not going to talk to you anymore. School is about to start. I have to finish my summer homework. All right, go. Work hard, young un. After the call, Ning Xi was in high spirits. Seeing how happy she was, Tingxiao's mood lifted together with hers. You have a good relationship with your brother? Yeah. Although we're not related by blood, we've always gotten along very well together. I told you that my grandmother valued males more than females when I was young, right? Back then, if there was any good food around, only Xiao Nuo was allowed to eat it. I wouldn't even be allowed to eat at the table. However, Xiao Nuo would always hide some of it for me to eat. Whenever grandmother found me an eyesore and tried to cause trouble for me, he would jump out to protect me. He's a really good kid. As she spoke, Ning Xi's spirits seemed to dampen. Isn't it strange? The ones I'm actually related to treat me like a sworn enemy, but someone I'm not related to at all treats me like family. I should have realized that benefits always outweigh kinship in those circles. Tingxiao gently patted the girl's lowered head. You'll find better family. Each time he heard her speak of her childhood, he couldn't resist pampering her a little more, as if doing so would make up for everything she had missed out on. Chapter 169. She really wants to steal him away. After Ning, she finished going through her call logs. She continued reading her text messages. When she reached the last one, she stared blankly at it for a moment. My dear, I've really underestimated your guts. Sender, YS. Why did this guy send her a message like that out of the blue? What had she done? Tingxiao had deleted the call log, so Ning Xi naturally didn't know that the two men had talked to each other that night. Is something wrong? Tingxiao asked upon realizing that her expression didn't seem right. Nothing. She just took it for a fit of madness from that person and just ignored it. Ning Xi put down her phone and asked, when is little treasure coming over? He should be reaching soon. The moment she heard that, Ning Xi subconsciously touched her hair. Where's the hair clip that little treasure gave to me? It's here. I helped you put it away previously. Tingxiao pulled the bedside drawer open and handed the pink hair clip over to her. Ning Xi happily put it on. Looking at the hair clip on Ning Xi's head, a trace of regret flitted across Tingxiao's heart. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have given her a gun. If he had given her a necklace, bracelet, or earrings, she might have been able to wear it on her all the time. Actually, he had already prepared a gift early on, a ring. Unfortunately, it wasn't the right time to give it to her. While the two of them were conversing, a knock sounded at the door. Ning Xi slipped out from the bed and went to open the door. As expected, little treasure had arrived. Darling, you're here. After little treasure entered the ward, the first thing he did was to pull at her clothes urgently with his little paws, seemingly asking for her to bend lower. What's up? Ning Xi squatted down. Little treasure immediately knocked his forehead against hers with a completely serious expression. Ning Xi couldn't resist laughing out loud. Huh. Darling, are you checking my temperature? Relax, I just used the thermometer to take my temperature. The fever's gone. Little treasure still had a worried expression on his face. He stared with an expression of heartache at the bruise left on the back of her hand from the foredrip. Ning Xi wrapped the little guy up in her embrace and comforted him with pats. Don't frown anymore. All of Auntie's pain flew away the moment Auntie saw you. The little bun was practically a miracle cure. She really wanted to steal him away. Do you want to go downstairs for a walk? Tingxiao suggested. Yes. She felt like moving her body a little after sleeping the whole day. It wasn't good to trap little treasure in the ward with her either. The three of them passed by another ward on the way to the elevator. There were a bunch of reporters wielding cameras crowding outside the ward, raising a huge clamor and fighting to interview the woman inside the ward. Shuiluo, have you managed to contact Ning Xi yet? Not yet. There's been no news of her. Ning Xi is trying to abscond from fear of her arrest. Is there anything you'd like to say about this? What do you intend to do next? I don't know. I still don't believe that she would do something like that even now. We've heard that Ning Corporation and Starlight Entertainment have both withdrawn their sponsorship to express their objections. Has there been any reply from the production team? Are they going to replace Ning Xi? I'm not sure about that. You can ask the representative of the production team. If Ning Xi reappears and apologizes to you, will you forgive her? If she's heartfelt about her regret, I can personally forgive her mistake. However, the negative impact she has made on the entertainment circle isn't something that can be resolved by a simple apology, and it's not up to me to forgive that. Ning Xi unexpectedly bumped into a scene where Ning Xuo was playing her part as an innocent flower to the fullest. She couldn't help but frown. It was only now that she realized she was staying in the same hospital as Ning Xi, and they were even on the same floor. It was at this moment that one of the reporters noticed Ning Xi standing near the elevator right in front of the ward. He abruptly shouted in surprise, "Ning Xi." Chapter 170. How could it be Ning Xi? Ning Xi? Where? Where? Ning Xi's here? That can't be. She actually dared to appear here. Over there, over there. In an instant, all the reporters looked over and started to bring up their cameras, ready to shoot the latest headlines. Ning Xi's brows drew together. Her first reaction was to protect little Treasure and not to let them scare him. She wasn't too bothered about protecting herself. However, without waiting for her to cover the little bun, she felt a large palm press her head into a warm embrace. Following that, the little bun's soft, tiny hand grasped one of her hands tightly, as if reassuring her and telling her not to be afraid. As for those reporters, they all stopped 10 steps away from them. Two tall men in sunglasses and suits had appeared out of nowhere. With fierce expressions, they blocked the reporters' path like bouncers. "Hey, who are you? Get out of the way. Good dogs don't block the way." One of the reporters was so focused on grabbing the juicy news that he blurted out words without thinking. However, there was a quick-witted person in the crowd who quickly pulled back the speaker and spoke with an extremely frightened expression, as if he had seen something terrifying. "Are you crazy? Those are bodyguards from the Lu Corporation." "Lu? Lu? Surely you don't mean that Lu? You don't say? How many Lus are there in this capital? How do you know that? It's not like it's carved on their faces. Are you stupid? Can't you see the symbol on their uniforms?" After getting reminded, everyone retreated as one, taking 3 steps back. Those who had lashed out hurriedly apologized in panic. "Hey, brothers, sorry about that. Sorry. We were too blind to recognize MT Tai. Please don't hold it against us." Heavens! These were the Lu family's private bodyguards? Then who were the 3 people behind them? The reporters tried to peep behind the bodyguards, but when their eyes slid past the men in suits, all of them retreated back with pale faces. The tall man currently embracing a woman in his arms had a face like frost and looked like a god. However, his gaze was far too fierce right now, and his aura was too oppressive. The more experienced reporters were usually good at reading people, and they could tell that it wouldn't be good to provoke this man. Thus, they calmed down at the same time and realized that there was something fishy about the situation. "What, Ning Xi? You must have seen wrongly. They're a family of 3. How could that woman be Ning Xi?" "That's right. Have you gone crazy while thinking too much about snatching up juicy news? Going around thinking that any random stranger looks like Ning Xi? That person can't be trifled with. Are you trying to kill us all?" All the reporters started to complain against the